Chapter 1. Emerging from the Mountains. Year 199 AD. Yuan Shao vanquished Gongsun Zan, seizing control of the four provinces of Qing, Yu, Bing, and Ji, firmly establishing his dominion north of the Yellow River. Cao Cao, on the other hand, held sway over the lands south of the Yellow River, with the two leaders facing off at Guandu. In the province of Yu, in Yingshuan, within a tranquil courtyard far removed from the clamor of the world, Qin Ming reclined leisurely on a chair, basking in the sun. This marked the 8th year since he had arrived in this era, and likewise, the 8th year of his languid existence in these mountains. Upon his initial arrival, Qin Ming had been bestowed a golden opportunity, a golden finger of sorts, which dictated that he must remain secluded in the wilderness for 8 years should he venture into the turmoil of the world during this time. The system would mercilessly erase him from existence. Very well. May I not at least pay homage to the renowned historical sites of the Three Kingdoms? The awe-inspiring Xiaoyao Jin, the Battle of Changban Slope, the fiery conflagration of Chibi, and Lu Sun's incineration of the 800 Li of Yiling. Yet, reality dealt Qin Ming a heavy blow. Once again, these events had not yet transpired. My lord possesses truly remarkable foresight. It is said that Yuan Shao and Cao Cao are now locked in a standoff at Guandu. I am curious as to why you favor Cao Cao. A maidservant, bearing a platter of cooked rice, knelt beside Qin Ming, her gaze filled with admiration. At her words, Qin Ming offered a bittersweet smile, casually retrieving a white feather fan to shield his face. Xiao Chui, some events are inevitable. The tides of the world dictate that what has united must eventually divide, and what has divided must unite. Once more, such is the will of heaven. Xiao Chui, who had once sold herself to bury her father in Yingshuan, was a reflection of the compassionate spirit of a good young man from the 21st century, and Qin Ming could not condone such a fate befalling her. Though he consistently emphasized their friendship, insisting that such formalities were unnecessary, Xiao Chui remained steadfast in addressing him as my lord, leaving him at a loss for how to rectify the situation. How could he explain? To say that he was a time traveler from the future, fully aware of the events unfolding here? Not only would no one believe him, but he would likely not survive until the morrow. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Xiao Cao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, her lord was well-versed and perceptive regarding the grand schemes of the world. Yet, despite his evident talents, why did he not strive for glory and achievement like others, choosing instead to live as a recluse? My lord, this is a letter left for you by your friend. Suddenly recalling something, Xiao Chui produced a letter from her bosom and handed it to Qin Ming. Taking the letter into his hands and reading its contents, Qin Ming could not help but sigh, lost in thought as he gazed at the sky. Xiao Chui, Akai has passed away. He found a wealthy family at Guandu and wanted me to assist them. What do you think? Should I go? Qin Ming continued to fan himself with the white feather fan, the strands of hair at his temples dancing in the breeze, his expression laden with sorrow. When he first arrived in this chaotic era, he had nearly perished from hunger due to his unfamiliar surroundings. And it was Akai who had rescued him. They shared an instant camaraderie, both recognizing a kindred spirit. However, Akai aspired to support a wise ruler, while Qin Ming, constrained by the system, was destined to remain a recluse in the wilderness afterward. Akai had departed Yingshuan to immerse himself in the turmoil of the world, and now he had met with misfortune. It seems you too have failed to find a worthy lord. Otherwise, how could someone of your character seek merely a wealthy household? Alas, alas. Before Xiao Chui could respond, Qin Ming slowly shook his head and rose to leave the courtyard. The time had come. The Battle of Guandu was about to commence, a rare classic conflict not to be missed. Xiao Chui, tidy up. We shall prepare to head to Guandu. Upon hearing Qin Ming's words, Xiao Chui abandoned her meal and hurried into the room to gather their belongings, for her lord was finally ready to leave the mountains. Meanwhile, at Guandu, my lord, who exactly is this Qin Ming, that you would personally come to welcome him and go to such lengths to disguise yourself as a merchant? Let me tell you, if this Qin Ming does not comply upon hearing your name, I shall simply behead him. A burly man, broad-shouldered and wielding an axe, spoke indignantly. To this, the elegantly dressed figure at the center shook his head in disapproval. Dian, you do not understand. The abilities of Ji Kai are widely recognized. How many possess the merit to catch his eye? Sun Lingjun and Feng Xiao are both dragons among men. Only before his death did Ji Kai request Chun Ming to emerge from seclusion to assist me. This Chun Ming is no ordinary individual. Moreover, it is noteworthy that Chun Ming informed Ji Kai 8 years ago that I would engage Yuan Shao in battle at Guandu Feng Xiao. Can you match such foresight? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the man to his right, who was fanning himself. Upon hearing this, the one known as Feng Xiao closed his fan, his expression grave, and was unable to restrain a swift shake of his head. Compared to him, I am but a mere flickering star beside the luminous moon. I am woefully inadequate should we gain his assistance. My lord shall undoubtedly unify the realm. These three individuals were none other than Cao Cao, Guijia, and Dian Wei. Upon hearing Guijia's words, Dian Wei's expression was rife with skepticism. If this man truly possessed such talents, he could simply be captured without all this fuss. Enough, enough! You should temper your temper. If anything goes awry, I shall punish you with 6 months of sobriety. Cao Cao spoke coldly, casting a sharp glance at Dian Wei. Upon hearing the term sobriety, the once fearless Dian Wei instantly wilted, trailing behind Cao Cao in a dejected silence. Before long, Chun Ming's figure appeared within Cao Cao's line of sight. His hair flowed freely behind him, and he fanned himself with a white feather fan, embodying the demeanor of a transcendent recluse. Are you the esteemed Chun Ming, as recommended by Akai? Upon seeing Chun Ming, Cao Cao's eyes sparkled with excitement even without Ji Kai's introduction. He could discern at first glance that this was an extraordinary talent. Taken aback by Cao Cao's intense gaze, Chun Ming wondered why he was being regarded so fervently. As the head of a wealthy household, he should not be so naive. Could it be that he harbored an affection for men? Those in the know understood that he was there to provide counsel, while those unaware might mistake him for a dual challenge. Chun Ming pays his respects to the head of the Chao family. May I inquire about these two individuals? Chun Ming's gaze shifted towards Su Chu and Guijia, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. The man wielding 2 axes was evidently no harmless character. Likely with blood on his hands, it would be wise to maintain a distance. As for the frail scholar, he appeared perpetually unwell, likely not long for this world, which explained why they sought his assistance. Regarding the head of the household, he certainly possessed the demeanor of a worthy ruler. Had he been in another era, he might have truly risen as a dragon. Yet now, the fate of the realm lay with Cao Cao, who was on the brink of battle with Yuan Shao. Akai must have perceived his potential as a ruler, hence his willingness to remain and assist. Alas, fate has a cruel way of intervening. My apologies, Mr. Chun, for any offense, as we are merely transporting goods. This is Cao who has long provided protection for my cargo, and this is my steward, Cao Jia. Cao Cao began to introduce Chun Ming to his companions. Chapter 2. A 90% chance of victory. Upon hearing Cao Cao's explanation, Chun Ming nodded in understanding. After all, when transporting goods, one always requires a formidable presence to instill confidence. Otherwise, how could one expect others to trust in their ability to safeguard the cargo? The gentleman in scholarly attire was likely the strategist behind this escort, though he appeared somewhat dim-witted. Head of the Chao family, may I inquire what dilemmas you currently face? Chun Ming cut straight to the point, gazing intently at Cao Cao. After all, this man was destined to achieve little in this tumultuous era, or else the system would have already warned him. Cao Cao was momentarily taken aback. Surprised by Chun Ming's directness, he felt compelled to be forthcoming. Mr. Chen, you must surely be aware that Cao Cao and Yuan Shao are currently at a standoff at Guandu, with the potential for conflict at any moment. Whom do you believe will prevail, Cao Cao or Yuan Shao? Chun Ming found himself momentarily at a loss. Both were formidable leaders, and what concern did their conflict hold for a mere escort? Seemingly aware of his own impudence, Cao Cao hastily clarified. My escort agency operates near Guandu, serving merchants from both sides. With war imminent, I must prepare in advance. As Cao Cao explained, Chun Ming offered a knowing smile. After all, merchants are ever driven by profit. Head of the Chao family, might I request a private conversation regarding this matter? Chun Ming continued to fan himself, his expression suddenly serious as he addressed Cao Cao. At that moment, uncertainty gnawed at him. While the Battle of Guandu was indeed on the horizon, Who could say if history would unfold as it had before? You, young lad, it is an honor for you to engage in such discussions with my lord. Why do you appear so reluctant? Do you dare to defy me? I shall reduce you to mincemeat. Dian Wei positioned his axes before Chun Ming, his fierce gaze fixed upon him, poised for action. Cao Cao placed his hands on Dian Wei's axes, gently pushing them aside, his expression earnest as he regarded Chun Ming. I am eager to hear your counsel. With that, he stepped aside, allowing Chun Ming to enter further into the courtyard. Observing Chun Ming and Cao Cao walking side by side into the courtyard, Dian Wei huffed in dissatisfaction. Feng Xiao, do you truly believe this man possesses the talent Shikai has extolled? I sense he is merely posturing. Whether he possesses such abilities I cannot ascertain, but I do know that upon returning to the camp, my lord will assuredly impose a 6-month ban on your drinking. Ha ha ha. Wujia drew forth the wine flask from his waist and took a hearty swig, a look of sheer satisfaction illuminating his countenance. This caused Dian Wei's expression to immediately sour. I was merely swept up in the moment. Surely, the esteemed lord would not impose a prohibition on me. Would he? Dian Wei could not help but feel a twinge of guilt, contemplating Cao Cao's temperament, his entire demeanor collapsing, devoid of the fierce spirit reminiscent of ancient warriors. Meanwhile, Cao Cao escorted Chun Ming to a stone table in the backyard, presenting him with a flask of warmed green plum wine. With Yuan Shao dispatching an army of 100,000 southward, what strategies do you believe Cao Cao should employ to withstand this onslaught? Cao Cao observed Chun Ming with palpable anxiety, his hands fidgeting restlessly. In response to Cao Cao's nervousness, Chun Ming offered a resigned smile. It appeared that the majority of the Cao family's legacy lay in the south, and a defeat for Cao Cao would bear the gravest consequences for him, hence his evident trepidation. In this impending battle of Guandu, the odds of victory for Cao Cao stand at a remarkable 90%. Though Chun Ming's voice was soft, it resonated with the force of thunderclaps in Cao Cao's ears. It was well known that Yuan Shao commanded a vastly larger force, and Cao Cao's military strength paled in comparison. How could there be such favorable odds? Sir, Yuan Shao possesses an overwhelming number of troops and capable generals, while Cao Cao's forces and commanders are vastly inferior. How can this be? Cao Cao stared blankly at Chun Ming, oblivious to the wine cup slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground. If the realm were a chessboard, and Cao Cao and Yuan Shao were engaged in a match, Cao Cao has already won 10 games. Given this momentum, clinching the 11th at Guandu would be but a trifling task. Chun Ming took a measured sip of the green plum wine, regarding Cao Cao with a profound gaze. Before the Battle of Guandu, Cao Cao's strategist Guojia had proposed the concept of 10 victories and 10 defeats. This Guofeng Xiao was indeed a genius of unparalleled caliber, regrettably passing in his prime. Else Chun Ming would have surely sought to pay homage to such a legendary figure. Has Cao Cao truly secured 10 victories? Pray enlighten me, sir. Cao Cao performed an elaborate bow before Chun Ming, eagerly awaiting his elaboration. After a prolonged silence, Chun Ming sighed softly. The notion of 10 victories and 10 defeats was one he could not divulge, for the individual before him was merely a courier, not the formidable warlord Cao Cao. Should word of these supposed victories spread through the streets, he might find himself swiftly dispatched by Yuan Shao. Such a scenario was utterly unacceptable. The first rule of survival in chaotic times is to prioritize one's own life. You are the head of the Cao family, not the Duke of Qiao. Thus, such matters cannot be disclosed. With that, Chun Ming drained his glass and, fanning himself with a white feather fan, made his exit. Cao Cao stood in stunned silence, watching Chun Ming depart, hastily pouring himself another cup of wine and downing it in one gulp, a rare look of trepidation crossing his features. Xie oh Xie, I am remiss in my duties to use such extraordinary talent I cannot employ. His perception of Chun Ming began to shift quietly. He had previously regarded this individual as merely talented, yet ultimately an admirer. 8 years ago, he had foreseen his confrontation with Yuan Shao at Guandu, and now he found himself foolishly masquerading as a family head, only to be so easily unmasked. Truly, a figure of divine insight. Since he had not revealed the truth earlier, it suggested that this gentleman was inclined to cultivate a friendship with the head of the Chao family, rather than with me. Cao Cao henceforth, I must leverage my identity as the head of the Cao family more strategically. Just as he exited the courtyard, a long familiar voice echoed in Chun Ming's mind, the system that had lain dormant for 8 years. Ding! Congratulations, host, on befriending the head of the Cao family. Reward: Medical Arts Intermediate and 3 experience cards for Miraculous Healing. Additionally, a hidden quest has been triggered. Participate in the Battle of Guandu with a reward of Medical Arts Advanced. The system also reminds the host that this is a hermit system. Please refrain from joining any faction or risk annihilation. At that moment, Chun Ming felt as though 1,000 llamas were stampeding within him, and he left with the sensation of having been spat upon. It seemed that this head of the Cao family was the key to activating the system. Had it not been for his curiosity about the Battle of Guandu, he might never have unleashed this troublesome system. And how utterly vexing it was to be barred from joining any faction and relegated to serving individuals like the head of the Cao family, while simultaneously being compelled to partake in the Battle of Guandu. The Battle of Guandu, being one of the most iconic conflicts of the Three Kingdoms era, was no place for a mere bystander to tread without peril. Chapter 3. Far from simple, young master. Why do you appear so troubled? Ask Xiao Chui that if you find it uncomfortable here, I would gladly accompany you back to Yingchuan, having served Qin Ming for many years. Xiao Chui discerned immediately that something was amiss with him. In her memory, no matter the circumstances, her young master was always calm and composed. Such a state had never been seen in Qin Ming before. In response to Xiao Chui's words, Qin Ming could only manage a wry smile, gazing at the setting sun with a complex expression in his eyes that in times of chaos and strife, once one is drawn into turmoil, extricating oneself is no easy feat. It is regrettable that the head of the Cao family, despite possessing the bearing of a formidable leader, would only see Cao Mingde as a figure of renown in the decades to come. How lamentable. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Qin Ming. The turning point of the Battle of Guandu was at Wuchao, and the head of the Cao family was also overseeing the convoy. Perhaps he could persuade him to send the convoy to Wuchao, and then set fire to it himself. After all, Cao Cao would undoubtedly send someone to incinerate Wuchao. If he joined in the flames, he would face no mortal danger and could fulfill the system's task. What a delightful prospect. Xiao Chui, prepare some ink for me. I must compose a letter. Qin Ming turned to Xiao Chui and, after speaking, sat at the writing desk, lost in thought about how to persuade the head of the Cao family to send the convoy to Wuchao. This was indeed a conundrum. Unbeknownst to Qin Ming, his words had been overheard by Dian, who was on his way to apologize. Upon hearing Qin Ming's musings about Cao Cao, he disregarded his intention to apologize and hurried directly to Cao Cao's chamber. At that moment, Cao Cao sat at his desk, deeply troubled, his mind consumed by the words Chun Ming had spoken to him in the afternoon, that he and Yuan Shao had faced off. How could he have won 10 rounds? Was he still worried about Yuan Shao? Such concerns were unwarranted, for he had just assessed the balance of power and found that they had the advantage. Guojia, holding a wine jug in one hand and fanning himself with the other, drunkenly pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing Guojia's arrival, Cao Cao's earlier despair faded, and he looked at Guojia with renewed enthusiasm. What do you mean by that, Feng Shao? Replying to my lord. Yuan Shao's 100,000-strong army is glaring at us. While we possess only 30,000 troops, yet we remain at an advantage. My lord, please allow me to elaborate. Compared to Yuan Shao's forces, we have already achieved 10 victories, which gives us an inherent advantage when facing him. Guojia hastily retrieved a bamboo slip from his bosom and presented it to Cao Cao, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon hearing Guojia mention 10 victories, Cao Cao nearly stumbled to the ground, quickly seizing the slip from Guojia's hand. His gaze fixated on its contents as he fell into deep contemplation. After a long moment, he solemnly lifted his head to look at Guojia and recounted his earlier conversation with Qin Ming. Bang! As Cao Cao finished speaking, Guojia's wine jug fell from his hand, and he instantly sobered up, staring incredulously at Qin Ming's chamber. My lord, if this is indeed the case, then Qin Ming is truly extraordinary. Guojia's voice trembled with astonishment, filled with disbelief that Qin Ming could even anticipate his thoughts. How terrifying! My lord, I intended to seek out Qin Ming to apologize, but I inadvertently overheard him discussing the world and you. My lord, and I rushed here to inform you. Dian rudely pushed the door open and relayed everything he had just overheard outside Chen Ming's room, especially Chen Ming's remarks about Cao Cao's future accomplishments. Upon hearing Dian Wei's account, even Cao Cao and Guijia, usually so composed, found it difficult to maintain their calm. The events Chen Ming had mentioned were now unfolding one by one, whether it was the Battle of Guandu or Guijia's earlier assertion of 10 victories and 10 defeats. And now Chen Ming's evaluation of Cao Cao that Mr. Chen is indeed a person of remarkable insight. Regardless, I must invite him to assist me. Let us go visit Mr. Chen. Cao Cao promptly rose and made his way outside, suddenly feeling that Yuan Shao's looming presence was no longer so intimidating. With Chen Ming's aid, what did it matter if Yuan Shao had another 100,000 troops? One Chen Ming could counter 100,000. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Cao Cao's head, causing him to falter and collapse onto the ground. That my lord, hold on. I will fetch a doctor immediately. Guijia, disregarding his wine jug, stumbled outside in haste, quickly turning the courtyard into a frenzy. Meanwhile, Chen Ming, who had been contemplating how to persuade the head of the Chao family to send the convoy to Wu Chao, set down his brush. But he opened the door to find Guijia rushing toward him in a flurry. What is happening? Is Yuan Shao preparing to attack? Chen Ming inquired, puzzled, for if his memory served him correctly, there was still a month until the Battle of Guandu erupted. Taken aback by Chen Ming's words, Guijia quickly bowed and replied, Young Master Chen, the head of the family has suddenly suffered a recurrence of an old ailment and is in excruciating pain that I intend to seek a doctor for him. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming's excitement surged. Was this truly a stroke of fortune for the traveler? Whenever he faced difficulties, there always seemed to be a way to resolve them. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about how to draw closer to the head of the Chao family to persuade him to send the convoy to Wu Chao. And now, was this not a heavenly opportunity? If he could cure the head of the Chao family's old ailment, his chances of persuading him to send the convoy to Wu Chao would significantly increase. Indeed, I have some medical knowledge that if you would trust me, I can treat the head of the Chao family. What do you say? Chen Ming quickly proposed. Although he had never formally studied medicine, he had just received a reward from the system for intermediate medical skills. And he still had 3 experience cards for miraculous healing. There was no way this treatment would fail. Guijia's lips moved, and he was about to refuse, but recalling Chen Ming's previous astonishing performances, he inexplicably nodded. Very well, I shall take you to see the head of the family. That on their way, Chen Ming learned that the head of the Chao family was suffering from a severe headache, which had recently flared up, preventing him from sleeping whenever the pain struck. Could it be a coincidence? Was this head of the Chao family truly Cao Cao? Chen Ming couldn't help but murmur to himself. But he quickly dismissed the thought that if it were indeed Cao Cao, he could simply have Chen Ming captured and returned without such elaborate schemes. Sending any capable general would suffice. Moreover, the system had constantly urged him to remain a competent recluse. Any affiliation with a faction would lead to his erasure. Thus, the head of the Chao family must simply be an NPC designed to help him acclimate to this system. Mr. Chen, what were you just saying? Guijia inquired, puzzled, as he vaguely recalled hearing Chen Ming mention the name Cao Cao. Oh, it's nothing. I was merely reflecting on how Cao Cao has spent his life in warfare. Truly a hero. Chen Ming quickly waved his hand, offering a casual evasion. Chapter 4. I can do it all. Seeing that Chen Ming did not wish to elaborate, Guijia, quite perceptive, refrained from pressing further, and instead led Chen Ming into Cao Cao's chamber. Upon entering the room, Chen Ming beheld Cao Cao, clutching his head tightly, writhing in pain on the bed. However, upon noticing Chen Ming's presence, he attempted to rise to greet him. This head of the Chao family is indeed a man of integrity. Even in such a moment of distress, he still considers others that my lord. I have studied some medical practices in the past that if you would trust me, I dare to treat you, Chen Ming said earnestly. His gaze fixed on Cao Cao. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Cao Cao's expression shifted to one of excitement. This chronic affliction had tormented him for so long, and despite seeking numerous physicians, none had been able to help. Given Chen Ming's previous conduct, if he were to intervene, surely this ailment could be cured. Then I shall trouble you, Mr. Chen, Cao Cao said, cupping his hands in respect as he gestured for Chen Ming to proceed. Initially, Chen Ming had intended to extol his medical prowess to persuade the head of the Chao family, but he was taken aback by the ease with which the man agreed. After all, this head of the Chao family was historically a relatively inconsequential figure. Now, he was merely a tool to activate Chun Ming's system, so it was only natural for him to acquiesce without hesitation. As Chun Ming's right hand rested on the head of the Chow family, the system's mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host is preparing to administer treatment. The patient's condition is severe and requires advanced medical skills. The host's current medical skill level is intermediate. To successfully treat this patient, please consume one miraculous healing experience card. Will the host proceed with usage? Chun Ming had long been prepared for the system's shenanigans and chose without hesitation to use the card. Soon, a treatment plan for the head of the Chow family emerged in Chun Ming's mind, which involved administering acupuncture directly to his head. Good heavens, this could potentially lead to disaster. Did no one notice the fearsome convoy guard nearby? If he dared to insert a needle into the head of the Chow family, he would surely become minced meat. Yet, failing to treat the head of the Chow family would render the system he had just activated a mere ornament, depriving him of the subsequent rewards. Gentlemen, I have formulated a plan regarding the head of the Chow family's treatment, but I hope you will excuse yourselves. Medical practices must not be disclosed to outsiders. After a considerable pause, Chun Ming mustered his courage to look at the fierce and intimidating Dian, as well as the inebriated Guijia, and said, "Only by first sending these two away can I discuss my plans with Lord Chow." Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, Guijia did not ponder much, for it was indeed reasonable. Many physicians hold their medical skills in high esteem, especially in such an era where knowledge cannot be carelessly disseminated. Dian, with his colossal physique looming before Chun Ming like a mountain, glared down at him and muttered, "Kid, if anything happens to my lord, I will make you suffer 1,000 deaths." With that, Dian was dragged out of the room by Guijia. As Chun Ming watched the door close once more, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was this brute truly a guard? He certainly did not exude the aura of one. Could it be that the system had conjured up this NPC to enhance his experience? "Mr. Chun, may I inquire how you intend to treat my affliction? I have sought the help of numerous doctors before, yet they all claim to be powerless," Chow Chow said, forcing himself to sit at the edge of the bed, regarding Chun Ming with curiosity. Upon hearing Chow Chow's explanation, Chun Ming did not withhold his intentions, candidly stating that he would perform acupuncture on his head, assuring him that he would reveal something of great significance once his ailment was cured. Initially, Chow Chow, already a suspicious man, began to doubt when he heard that Chun Ming would be treating him in such a manner. However, upon hearing the latter part of Chun Ming's statement, he fell into deep contemplation. The one who was recommended by Shi Jitsai on his deathbed and treated in such a manner could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The man who foresaw his confrontation with Yuan Shao at Guandu 8 years prior could not be just anyone. Just yesterday afternoon, he had analyzed their encounters and noted that he had won 10 matches. That evening, Guijia had suggested the concept of 10 victories and 10 defeats. Moreover, the fact that this man was aware of his identity as Chow Chow, yet still dared to speak to him in such a way implied great talent. Testing him, that if he did not trust him, how could he expect him to assist him? With this thought, Chow Chow set aside his wariness and nodded gravely at Chun Ming. "Mr. Chun, please proceed with your method. I am entirely at your service." Seeing Chow Chow agree so readily, Chun Ming felt a twinge of surprise. Was he truly unafraid of allowing a stranger to insert needles into his head? Yet upon recalling that this was merely an NPC designed by the system for his experience, he felt reassured. Chun Ming retrieved the silver needles granted by the system from his pocket and swiftly began to insert them into Chow Chow's head, soon transforming it into a veritable hedgehog. After a brief interval, Chun Ming carefully extracted the needles from Chow Chow's head, discovering that his experience card, the miraculous recovery, had decreased by 1. "Lord Chow, how do you feel now?" Chun Ming inquired, turning to look at Chow Chow, who was seated at the edge of the bed, his heart slightly anxious. After all, this system had continually led him astray. If this experience card failed to yield results, it would be a significant loss for him. Chow Chow gently rubbed his temples, gradually lifting his gaze to Chun Ming, his mind suddenly feeling rejuvenated, with no trace of the previous pain, and a sense of clarity washing over him. "Thank you, Mr. Chun. I feel much better now. May I ask what you mentioned earlier?" Chow Chow had already deduced that Chun Ming's earlier actions were a test. Only by believing in him would he be privy to the subsequent revelations. Furthermore, what was to follow might well be the key to determining the outcome of his contest with Yuan Shao. Recognizing that this Lord Chao was indeed an NPC created by the system to enhance his experiential journey, Chun Ming decided to reveal everything. Lord Chao, are you aware that Yuan Shao's army of 100,000 is currently at a standoff against your 2,000 troops at Guandu? If I wish for you to intervene in this battle, would you be willing? Of course, I would not involve you and your men in the battlefield. I have a risky plan that requires your assistance. Chun Ming unfurled a map hanging on the wall before Cao Cao, pointing to the location of Guandu with a serious expression. Noticing Chun Ming's demeanor, Cao Cao's expression instantly grew tense as he nodded solemnly. What insights do you have, sir? I am eager to hear them. Chapter 5. Wu Chao had it not been for Chun Ming's prior knowledge that the Chao Lord before him was merely a system-generated NPC, one might genuinely mistake him for the formidable warlord Cao Cao, standing against Yuan Shao at Guandu. Quite simply, I need you to retrieve a shipment destined for Wu Chao. I trust this should not pose a challenge for you, Lord Chao, upon finishing his statement. Chun Ming's hand rested on the location of Wu Chao. Cao Cao regarded the position of Wu Chao with confusion. It was neither particularly close nor far from Guandu, and many similar towns dotted the vicinity. Why had Chun Ming singled out Wu Chao specifically? Sir, does Wu Chao hold any particular significance? In response to Cao Cao's inquiry, Chun Ming picked up a nearby candle, allowing a flame to ignite the map at Wu Chao's location, swiftly reducing it to ashes. Once the battle at Guandu commences, Wu Chao will become the granary for Yuan Shao's forces, with their 100,000 troops consuming a substantial quantity of grain daily. After the battle begins, there will undoubtedly be those who urge you to seize Wu Chao. We simply need to guard the shipment there and covertly assist you in setting fire to their supplies. This was the plan Chun Ming had devised. Had the system compelled him to join Cao Cao's faction, he would not require such clandestine tactics and would not be conversing with an NPC created by the system about strategies. At this point, Cao Cao had become thoroughly convinced of Chun Ming's assertions. If he claimed that Yuan Shao's granary would be located there, then it must indeed be so. I have one more question. Since you are so eager to assist Cao Cao, why not join my ranks? Cao Cao, with a serious expression, awaited Chun Ming's response, his heart filled with apprehension that if Chun Ming was willing to help him so much, why not pledge himself to his cause? This would undoubtedly allow him to showcase his talents. Hearing Cao Cao's question, Chun Ming could only manage a bitter smile, fully aware that this character was a mere NPC created by the system. He was undoubtedly fishing for information. Any hint of his intentions would likely lead to dire consequences, because I am convinced that you will emerge victorious in this battle, and I am accustomed to a carefree existence. The military camp and court are not places where I can thrive. Chun Ming thought to himself. Having cursed the system countless times, he wished to join Cao Cao's ranks to witness the prowess of this extraordinary warlord, to meet the prodigious Guijia, and to encounter the formidable generals and strategists of Wei. Cao Cao, understanding this, realized that the individual before him would never stand against him, and his previously suspended heart finally settled. As you say, I shall seek out the shipment bound for Wu Chao. I will ensure your satisfaction. With that, Cao Cao respectfully bowed to Chun Ming, treating him as if he were his mentor. Having achieved his objectives, Chun Ming wisely chose not to linger in Cao Cao's quarters, recognizing that unlike himself, Cao Cao was a man of considerable responsibilities. That as soon as Chun Ming departed, Guijia and Su Chu rushed in. Breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming that Cao Cao was unharmed, "My lord, why do you appear so troubled?" Guijia asked, noticing the furrowed brow that resembled a river's winding course. In response, Cao Cao's gaze drifted towards the direction Chun Ming had taken, his expression filled with regret. Mr. Chun has just provided me with guidance, stating that Wu Chao will eventually serve as Yuan Shao's granary, urging me to prepare in advance. What a pity it is that such talent cannot be utilized. It is indeed a significant loss that if I could secure Mr. Chen's assistance, what would Yuan Shao be? Beside him, Guijia fell into contemplation, clearly recognizing that his lord had attempted to recruit Chun Ming, only to be met with disappointment in the outcome. Damn it, he is merely a man who can talk. My lord, wait here for a moment, that I shall bring him to you. Dian rose in anger, kicking the door open and storming towards Chun Ming's quarters with a brutish demeanor. Cao Cao and Guijia hurriedly followed behind Dian, attempting to halt the reckless man. Young master, are you not resting yet? You have been riding for an entire hour since your return. Xiao Chui said, kneeling beside Chun Ming, diligently grinding ink as she observed him intently scribbling on the bamboo slips. Though she could not read, she could tell that her young master was exceptionally focused. Xiao Chui, do you know how many heroes there are in this world? Chun Ming suddenly turned to Xiao Chui, posing a seemingly arbitrary question. Xiao Chui appeared taken aback, her expression filled with confusion. Yet she dutifully shook her head before nodding in contemplation. That in her mind, both Cao Cao and Yuan Shao, engaged in their standoff at Guandu, were certainly heroes, as were Lu Bu, Yuan Shu, and Gong Sun Zan. Of course, in Xiao Chui's heart, her young master was also a hero. Yet, Xiao Chui remained unaware that following the conclusion of the battle at Guandu, would peace truly reign over the land? With a calm smile, Chun Ming casually tapped the uninscribed bamboo slip beside him, lightly touching Xiao Chui's head. That in today's world, only Chao Minda of Chiao County can be regarded as a true hero. His subordinates, such as Dian Wei and the Xiao brothers, are among the most valiant generals of this realm, while strategists like Gu Jia and Sun Yu stand out as the finest among scholars. The Battle of Guandu will not bring an end to this chaotic era. Rather, it marks the true beginning of the turmoil that in the coming century, heroes will be as numerous as the stars. Should the opportunity arise, I shall surely take you to traverse the mountains and rivers of this tumultuous world. Upon finishing his words, Chun Ming meticulously completed the bamboo slip and placed it aside, delicately inscribing the two characters Cao Cao at the top. Realizing that his arrival in the Three Kingdoms would not alter the course of history, he hastened to record the lives of all the prominent figures, perhaps hoping for a chance encounter. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he felt himself growing increasingly faint. Xiao Chui wished to remain by her master's side forever, desiring nothing else. Noticing Chun Ming's distress, she quickly supported him to the bed, her anxious gaze fixed upon him, uncertain of what to do. Chun Ming, bring him out. At that moment, the door burst open with a kick, and Dian Wei stormed in, wielding two axes and exuding an intimidating aura. Master has already fainted. What do you intend to do? Xiao Chui rushed forward, attempting to block Dian Wei with her slender frame. But how could such a frail woman stand against one renowned as a formidable warrior? In mere moments, Dian Wei had reached Chun Ming's bedside, poised to bind him. Chapter 6. The cunning hero of a chaotic era. For the sake of your esteemed lord, the young master has exerted himself greatly. Is this how you repay him? Xiao Chui could not possibly stop Dian Wei and could only plead with him. Upon hearing her voice, Dian Wei's lips curled into a knowing smile, his gaze fixed intently on Chun Ming. Dian Wei, what are you planning? Withdraw at once. Suddenly, a furious shout echoed from outside the room, followed by the furious Cao Cao, who kicked the door open and glared at Dian Wei. Seeing Cao Cao's wrath, Dian Wei's imposing demeanor deflated, and he glanced at him with a hint of grievance. Prime Minister, this fellow possesses remarkable talent, yet refuses to assist you. I fear that if he aligns himself with others in the future, he may become an obstacle to you. Thus, I sought to confront him and demand a clear answer. If he is unwilling to serve you, I shall take his life. With that, Dian Wei's fierce gaze returned to the unconscious Chun Ming, his murderous intent unabashedly evident. Indeed, the ever-suspicious Cao Cao, upon hearing Dian Wei's words, was engulfed in a swirl of complex emotions. As Dian Wei stated, the more formidable Chun Ming appeared, the greater the risk of him becoming an adversary in the future. If he could not be brought under his command now, the consequences could be dire. Gu Jia, observing Cao Cao's turmoil, could no longer feign ignorance of the Prime Minister's thoughts and hastily set down his wine jug to offer counsel. My lord, this individual was recommended by Shi Jizai on his deathbed, who specifically instructed you to give him a chance. This reveals his esteemed position in Shi Jizai's eyes. Should you kill Chun Ming today, how will the world perceive you? By slaying him, you would extinguish the hopes of countless talented individuals seeking to serve you. What will the talented individuals of Ying and the Two Rivers think? My lord, I implore you to reconsider. As he spoke, Gu Jia's voice became choked with emotion as he gazed imploringly at Cao Cao. Xiao Chui, having never witnessed such an intense scene, clung tightly to Chun Ming, determined that even in death, she would remain by his side, serving him in the next life. After a moment that felt like an eternity, Cao Cao suddenly burst into laughter, approaching Gu Jia to wipe his tears. I was merely jesting. How could I possibly harm a talented individual like Chen Ming? Feng Xiao, you must cultivate a closer relationship with Chen Ming. Even if you cannot win him over, ensure that you do not become adversaries. Upon hearing Cao Cao's words, Guijia breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Chen Ming's life was spared. Though Xiao Chui had little formal education, having spent her time alongside Chen Ming, she began to grasp that the three individuals before her were far from ordinary. In today's world, only one man held the title of Prime Minister, and that was none other than Cao Cao, who now stood against Yuan Shao at Guandu. With this thought, Xiao Chui regarded Cao Cao with a mixture of awe and trepidation. For the world spoke of his suspicious nature and capriciousness. "How did you recognize me?" Cao Cao asked, a playful glint in his eye. "Rest assured, since you were Chen Ming's maid, I shall not lay a hand on you. Otherwise, I could easily have you killed and later tell Chen Ming that you had gone to seek your family." Xiao Chui's reaction did not escape Cao Cao's keen observation, but he looked at her with a hint of amusement, the threat in his words unmistakable. Hearing this, Xiao Chui felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her body trembling. Ultimately, she forced herself to suppress her fear and bowed to Cao Cao. This humble maid, Xiao Chui, pays her respects to the Prime Minister. Xiao Chui, what a lovely name that I ask you frequently accompany Master Chen. I would like to inquire. In his eyes, who in this world can be deemed a hero? Cao Cao asked, a hearty smile on his face as he awaited her response. Xiao Chui recalled Chen Ming's words before he fainted, her admiration for him intensifying. She believed that figures like Yuan Shao, El Bu, Yuan Shu, and even you, Prime Minister, could be considered heroes. Yet Chen Ming had quickly shaken his head, declaring that none of the aforementioned could be regarded as true heroes. No sooner had she spoken than Dian Wei, infuriated, tightened his grip on his axes, glaring at Xiao Chui. "If even my lord is not deemed a hero, then who in this world can claim that title? Is it this fellow lying on the sickbed?" Cao Cao's expression darkened, for he had clawed his way to this position, only to find that in Chen Ming's eyes, he did not even qualify as a hero. 3 years ago, the gentleman once drunkenly proclaimed, "A hero is one who stands out among the talented of the world." Warriors like Dian Wei and Guan Yu possess the strength of 10,000 men, deserving of the title hero. Strategists like Guijia, Sun Yu, and Jia Su, who maneuver and decide from afar, also merit the title hero. Sun Quan, who dominated Jiangdong at a young age, Liu Bei, the Han Emperor's uncle who flourished after years of hardship, are all heroes. As she spoke, Xiao Chui cast a conflicted glance at Cao Cao, hesitating before choosing to speak the truth. Upon hearing Chen Ming's earlier acknowledgement of his courage, Dian Wei's eyes nearly narrowed into crescents. He found Chen Ming increasingly agreeable, though he wondered why he had yet to hear from his lord. Cao Cao, who wielded the 7-star dagger against Dong Zhuo, is indeed a hero. Yet, commanding the emperor to command the lords can hardly be considered virtuous. In the end, I have but one assessment of you. Prime Minister, a capable minister in times of peace, a cunning hero in times of chaos. At that moment, Cao Cao's expression shifted to one of complexity, his gaze fixed intently on the unconscious Chen Ming, his eyes flickering with an inscrutable emotion. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his cheeks as he appeared almost delirious. "Ha! Chen Gongzi, you truly are no ordinary person. I apologize for my earlier thoughts and extend my apologies to both you and Xiao Chui. I hope you will not hold it against me." Cao Cao had believed that no one could understand him, neither Chen Gong nor the world at large, but he had not anticipated that Chen Ming would comprehend him so well. Should Chen Ming wish, Cao Cao would gladly take him as a disciple. With that, Cao Cao performed a respectful bow toward the unconscious Chen Ming, then turned to bow to Xiao Chui before striding out with purpose. Dian Wei stared blankly at Guijia, bewildered. How is it that Chen Ming remains unconscious, and yet our Lord wishes to take him as a disciple? If Chen Ming were to voice this himself, what chaos would ensue? Feng Xiao, what on earth is our Lord thinking? I am but a simple man. Could you help me analyze this? Upon hearing Dian Wei's words, Guijia took a hearty swig from his wine jug. Casting a complex glance at Chen Ming before signaling to Dian Wei that they should leave, that as Xiao Chui watched the three depart, she felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. These three were none other than the current Prime Minister Cao Cao, his formidable General Dian Wei, and the strategist Guijia. And yet, her master had merely been unconscious, Yet with just a few words, he had averted a life-and-death crisis and almost prompted Cao Cao to take him as a disciple. Chapter 7. A nightly conversation with the Cao family master. Chen Ming felt as though he had been lost in an interminable dream, one in which he had found himself in Chao's camp and even encountered Cao Cao himself. However, this Cao Cao was not the cunning figure he had imagined. Instead, he was warmly welcoming, showing Chen Ming around the military camp and sharing drinks, even extending an invitation for him to become his strategist. Just as Chen Ming was preparing to agree, he suddenly awoke. What kind of absurdity was this? Due to the constraints of this peculiar system, he was barred from joining any faction, and now even his dreams were being denied. Xiao Chui, how long have I been asleep? Has anything significant occurred? Chen Ming instinctively rubbed his temples and, sitting up, inquired of Xiao Chui, Master, you have slept through the night, and nothing of great importance has transpired. Xiao Chui was just about to mention that the head of the Cao family was none other than Cao Cao himself, but she recalled her young master's uncanny ability to foresee events. He must have already been aware of this. Since her master chose not to address it, she felt it unwise to voice her thoughts. Upon hearing Xiao Chui's words, Chen Ming could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had only missed one night. Had he been late to the Battle of Guandu, he would have had no place to lament his fate. Simultaneously, Chen Ming was acutely aware of the urgency of time. The Battle of Guandu could erupt at any moment, and it was imperative to further urge the head of the Cao family. Xiao Chui, please accompany me to pay a visit to the head of the Cao family. I have pressing matters to discuss with him. Chen Ming quickly shook his head, disregarding his physical state, and hurried towards Cao Cao's residence. Although dawn had barely broken, the lights in the head of the Cao family's chamber still flickered. Cao family head, I have important matters to discuss. Chen Ming knocked twice on the door and quietly awaited a response. After all, the imposing figure beside Cao Cao was not someone to be trifled with. He might very well meet a grim fate if provoked. Upon hearing Chen Ming's voice, Cao Cao hastily set aside the bamboo slips he was studying and personally came to open the door. Mr. Chen, I did not expect your visit at this hour. What brings you here? Cao Cao inquired, his expression a mixture of curiosity and astonishment. What could compel Chen Ming to disregard his own image and seek him out? Could it be that he was aware of Cao Cao's current predicament and had come to offer guidance? The head of the Cao family is indeed diligent, already engaged in affairs before the sun has risen. Chen Ming remarked, offering a token compliment. Drawing from his experiences in this era, he knew that flattery often paved the way for favorable discussions that A.S. anticipated. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Cao Cao placed a hand on his shoulder and promptly ushered him into the room. Observing the troubled expression on Cao Cao's face, Chen Ming wondered what weighed upon him. Based on his historical knowledge, there seemed to be no significant challenges at this juncture, provided he could avoid delaying his participation in the Battle of Guandu. Upon hearing Chen Ming's inquiry, Cao Cao sighed deeply. Yesterday, you stated that Yuan Shao would surely face defeat. Yet he currently commands a vast army. How could I, Cao Cao, stand against such a formidable foe, to my knowledge? My forces are far inferior to Yuan Shao, even if, as you suggested, I have won 10 skirmishes, this 11th battle remains daunting. At this moment, Cao Cao was in a standoff against Yuan Shao. While Liu Biao of Jingzhou lent his support to Yuan Shao, that if this impasse were to continue, the situation would become increasingly dire. Worry etched across Cao Cao's features. He pondered the disparity in military strength and the notable differences in the capable generals each side could muster. Yuan Shao's renowned generals, Yin Liang and Wen Chou, were hailed as the twin heroes of Hebei, bolstered by Liu Biao's backing, creating a precarious situation for Cao Cao. Upon hearing Cao Cao's lamentations, Chen Ming smiled gently, waving his white feather fan, that he interpreted Cao Cao's concerns as apprehensions about his ability to secure victory. After all, aligning himself with Wu Chao would inadvertently place him on the same side as Cao Cao. Should Cao Cao falter, he too would face dire consequences. Fear not, Cao family head. Although Liu Biao may be a notable figure, he lacks the stature of a true conqueror. Moreover, his fate is sealed, and his heirs are embroiled in conflict, rendering him a negligible threat that as for Yuan Shao. Despite his numerical advantage, allies will surely emerge to support you. Trust me, this battle will end in your triumph. Chen Ming declared, his gaze resolute as he almost seemed ready to pledge an oath of military allegiance to affirm Cao Cao's inevitable victory. The Battle of Guandu would not only lay the foundation for Cao Cao's unification of the North, but also herald the rise to fame of a certain individual, Guan Yu. Known as Guan Yunshang in this battle, he would slay Yin Liang and Wen Chou, subsequently protecting his two sisters-in-law while overcoming numerous challenges, thus creating a legendary tale. Seeing Chen Ming's fervor, Cao Cao felt as though a weight had been lifted from his chest. In his heart, he regarded Chen Ming as a figure akin to an otherworldly sage. That Mr. Chen, your visit at this hour must not merely be to analyze the situation. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Upon hearing Cao Cao's question, Chen Ming couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. His urgency had indeed stemmed from personal matters. Historical records did not specify the exact timing of Cao Cao's burning of Wu Chao. There could even be discrepancies regarding the month. This uncertainty filled Chen Ming with dread. Should he miss the opportunity to witness Cao Cao's incineration of Wu Chao, he would be unable to fulfill the system's tasks. He could only deduce the sequence of events leading up to this moment. The burning of Wu Chao was imminent. Chao family head, do you recall my earlier request to seek a group to transport goods to Wu Chao? If possible, it would be best to expedite this matter. Chen Ming candidly conveyed his intentions to Cao Cao. To his surprise, Cao Cao did not hesitate upon hearing his suggestion and readily agreed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 favor points from the head of the Cao family, 30 favor points from the head of the escort, 20 favor points from the strategist. The system's voice suddenly echoed in Chen Ming's mind, and he realized that the 10 favor points from the head of the Cao family were likely earned during their conversation, that as for the strategist's favor. It was probably a result of the NPC's admiration for his scholarly demeanor. However, the 30 points from the escort were rather absurd. A brawny man wielding dual axes had developed such a high favorability towards him. Could it be that this escort had an unusual preference? Furthermore, the system's naming ability left much to be desired. Calling him escort head or dog-headed strategist was hardly dignified, even for an NPC. That Mr. Chen, are you feeling unwell? Your complexion has suddenly turned pale. Shall I send someone to escort you back to your quarters for some rest? Cao Cao inquired, noticing the sudden change in Chen Ming's demeanor. Upon hearing Cao Cao's concern, Chen Ming managed a sheepish smile, assuring him that Xiao Chui's presence was sufficient and that he did not require further assistance. As he stepped outside, he encountered the muscular escort wielding 2 axes approaching him. After learning that Chen Ming had described him as a man of great valor, Dian now regarded Chen Ming with newfound approval. Mr. Chen, so early to seek my master. Is there any way I can assist you? Dian asked tentatively, striving to redeem his previous impression. Chen Ming, upon observing Dian expression and words, felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, could this escort truly be? Oh, it's nothing. That I merely came to discuss matters regarding Wu Chao with the head of the Chao family and to enjoy a breath of fresh air. Chen Ming quickly waved his hand in farewell, his heart racing at the thought of being scrutinized. What troubles you, young master? Perhaps sharing your concerns with Xiao Chui might lighten your burden, Xiao Chui remarked. Her brow slightly furrowed in worry. Upon hearing her words, Chen Ming felt a surge of unspoken frustration. How could he possibly voice such matters? It's nothing, Xiao Chui. Please organize those bamboo slips. They will be of great use in the future. Chen Ming gestured for Xiao Chui to attend to her tasks, leaving him to gaze at his reflection in the mirror. Though not conventionally handsome, his years of seclusion in the mountains and dedication to study had imparted an air of refined elegance. In an era rife with intrigue, individuals of integrity like him were indeed rare. 8 years have passed. It has been so long since I've witnessed such a vibrant scene that I wonder how long this prosperity can truly last. Chen Ming mused as he observed the bustling streets outside, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. That if you, Mr. Chen, do not wish to dwell in the mountains any longer, why not seek out a worthy lord and strive for greatness? This way, your lifetime of knowledge could find its application, Guijia suggested, plopping down beside Chen Ming with a small flask in hand, taking a swig before turning to him. Guijia's words. Chen Ming could only manage a wry smile, that he understood that this was the system's way of probing him through an NPC. Any inclination he showed towards stepping into the world would likely lead to his undoing. Moreover, given that historical records had no place for him, Any attempt to forcibly involve himself could alter the course of events. To serve a worthy lord is a dream for many capable individuals. Yet, like fish and shrimp in the Yellow River, how many actually succeed? Chen Ming reflected 8 years ago. Akai chose to enter the world, yet he ultimately failed to find a lord worthy of his service. Had Akai sought out Cao Cao, perhaps he could have fulfilled his long-held aspirations. Yet, fate can be a cruel mistress. Thus, it would be more fitting for a person of leisure like him to remain in the mountains, free from worldly concerns. Chen Ming expressed his frustration, stating that after acquiring his unique ability, he had completely lost hope in entering the world. To witness certain events during this time period was already a stroke of fortune. Young Master Chen speaks truthfully, but how can you discern the ultimate outcome without stepping into the fray? Guojia remarked, producing a pre-prepared wine cup from his robe and pouring a drink for Chen Ming. Upon receiving the wine from Guojia, Chen Ming momentarily froze before accepting the cup and downing it in one go. This marked his first taste of alcohol since arriving in this Three Kingdoms era. A sharp, spicy sensation instantly filled his mouth, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was far more potent than any wine he had previously consumed, mirroring the fervor of the current populace. Cough, cough, cough. What an exquisite wine. Chen Ming couldn't help but exclaim, his heart swelling with indignation. Why should an NPC fabricated by a system be able to enjoy such fine wine? It seems that Mr. Chen is also a connoisseur of wine. Allow me to pour you another glass, but I have a matter I wish to inquire about, Guojia said, pouring another drink for Chen Ming. Without hesitation, Chen Ming accepted it and drank deeply, gazing at Guojia with a slightly inebriated expression. Speak freely. As long as the question is not too complex, I should be able to assist you. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied after one cup, Chen Ming seized the wine jug from Guojia's hands. Noticing this, Guojia could not help but chuckle, quickly retrieving another jug. During my earlier visit, I observed numerous bamboo slips in your chamber, each inscribed with names. Might I inquire as to their purpose? At that moment, Chen Ming, having had a bit too much to drink, draped his right arm over Guojia's shoulder and pointed toward the stars that still adorned the night sky. These bamboo slips record the lives of these individuals. I wish to visit them within the limited time I have, though I am uncertain if I have enough time that if possible, I would truly like to hear your theory on the 10 victories and 10 defeats, Mr. Guo. I long to witness the prowess of the famed Dian, who is said to be invincible in battle, and catch a glimpse of the formidable Chao Gong in his prime. Alas, fate is a cruel mistress. After speaking, Chen Ming took another hearty swig of wine, his expression somewhat dazed. With so many talented individuals in the Three Kingdoms showcasing their prowess, he felt like a mere bystander, relegated to sharing his innermost thoughts with the system's NPCs. However, his words struck Guojia profoundly, causing him to nearly drop the wine jug in his hand. The implications of Chen Ming's statement were immense, that he had already deduced that he would pen the 10 victories and 10 defeats theory. And he had just clearly heard Chen Ming mention Chao Gong's dominance. Are you aware, Mr. Chen, that Cao Cao has a strategist named Guojia? What is your opinion of this individual? Finally, Guojia voiced his curiosity, his heart fluttering with trepidation as he awaited Chen Ming's evaluation. Upon hearing the name Guojia, Chen Ming couldn't help but smile bitterly and then took another deep gulp of wine. Guojia, also known as Guo Fengxiao, is a rare genius, yet he was tragically taken by fate at a young age. Had it not been for this, the division of the world into 3 realms would have remained uncertain. In the past century, there have been few whose talents could rival Guo Fengxiao. Beside him, Guojia trembled with emotion, losing his grip on the wine jug, which clattered to the ground. The wine-loving Guojia, momentarily disregarding the fallen jug, quickly stood and bowed deeply to Chen Ming, tears streaming down his face. Even if I were to perish young, as long as the Chancellor can unify the realm. That is my lifelong aspiration. Chapter 9. The visit from Sun Yu. Ultimately, Chen Ming could not acclimate to such strong liquor and soon succumbed to intoxication, though he clutched the wine jug tightly, embodying the image of a drunken reveler. Thanks to your guidance, Mr. Chen, I have nothing to offer in return, but please allow me to recount the 10 victories and 10 defeats. Guojia saluted Chen Ming. Reciting his theory into Chen Ming's in his drunken stupor, Chen Ming's lips curled into a slight smile, and after taking another sip of wine, he turned and fell back asleep. Mr. Guo, this bamboo slip bears your name. Set apart to the far left, that I wonder what it signifies. Xiao Chui approached, handing him the slip inscribed with Guojia's name. All the other slips with names were neatly arranged to the right, with only Guojia's isolated to the left, and he stood right beside her. Xiao Chui naturally assumed this slip was meant for Guojia. Guojia gazed at the bamboo slip in his hand, a complex expression crossing his face as he fell into contemplation that if Chun Ming was not mistaken, opening this slip would reveal matters concerning his own future. After a long pause, Guojia sighed and carefully tucked the slip away. His future was his to determine, for he was Guojia, Guo Fengxiao. In a hazy state, Chun Ming seemed to hear Guojia passionately, recounting the 10 victories and 10 defeats, the fervor of his spirit even inspiring Chun Ming, an outsider, to yearn for glory on the battlefield. Ding, side quest activated. Sun Lingjun is here to visit. Please prepare accordingly. The system's voice abruptly echoed in Chun Ming's mind, and upon hearing the alert, his inebriation vanished in an instant. Sun Lingjun. He's a vital figure among Cao Cao strategists, as many of Cao Cao's advisors were recommended by Sun Yu, that I wonder why Sun Lingjun seeks me. Could it be he has discovered my existence and wishes to recruit me into Cao Cao's ranks? Young master, are you all right? Xiao Chui gazed at Chun Ming with concern, having seen him abruptly awaken as if startled. She had served Chun Ming in Yingchuan for 8 years and had never witnessed him drunk, let alone wake up in such a manner. Xiao Chui, how does this attire appear? Is it solemn enough? Chun Ming inquired, glancing at Xiao Chui before looking down at his already wine-soaked garment, hastily retreating to his room to tidy up. Watching Chun Ming's hurried departure, Xiao Chui rubbed her head in confusion. Ever since arriving at Guandu, her young master had been acting strangely. Mr. Chao Jia, please inform the Chao family head that Sun Yu is here to make a visit, that we must prepare promptly. Chun Ming called out to Guojia, who was still drinking nearby, raising his voice, that if this NPC had even a modicum of sense, he would understand the need to present himself impeccably before a figure like Sun Yu. However, to Chun Ming's surprise, Guojia merely paused for a moment upon hearing his words, then continued drinking as if nothing had happened. Could it be that these NPCs derived from the system were equally oblivious? He murmured to himself, please refrain from speaking carelessly in front of Sun Yu. I cannot afford to be implicated. Turning back to his room, he began to prepare in no time. Chun Ming donned a flowing white robe, holding a white feather fan, his hair cascading casually over his shoulder. He appeared as though he had stepped out from a painting, and the faint scent of wine only added to his worldly charm. Young master, you look so handsome. Xiao Chui gazed at Chun Ming, her eyes twinkling with admiration. Even Guojia couldn't help but glance over, chuckling quietly as he took another swig of wine, realizing it was time for Sun Yu to arrive. Sun Yu is here. Please, Mr. Chao, open the door. A series of urgent knocks echoed from outside the courtyard, accompanied by a voice that soon followed. Before long, a man dressed in simple attire entered, his eyes scanning the courtyard as if searching for something. Prior to his arrival, he had been cautioned repeatedly by his chancellor to maintain discretion, for he was there to request assistance with a convoy. Sun Yu was curious about Chun Ming, who had been recommended by the dying Shi Jizai and was highly regarded by the chancellor, even praised by Guojia. Sun Lingjun has come to request Mr. Chao's assistance with a convoy. Sun Yu called out in the courtyard, his gaze quickly landing on the white-clad Chun Ming, momentarily awestruck. Upon hearing Sun Yu's voice, the Chao family head, rubbing his temples, slowly emerged from the main residence, his expression troubled as he regarded Sun Yu, that we have our own rules regarding convoys, and the compensation you offer is too meager. We truly cannot take this job. Guojia, inebriated, stumbled over to Sun Yu, waving his fingers in front of him. The market conditions have changed. This convoy must head to Wuchao, which is currently in Yuan Shao's territory. We cannot accept it without a proper sum. Observing the scene before him, Chun Ming breathed a sigh of relief that he had initially feared that Sun Yu sought him out to recommend him to Cao Cao, and he had even prepared a speech for such an occasion. However, it appeared that he had been overly concerned. Sun Yu was simply there to arrange a convoy to Wuchao. Wait, a convoy to Wuchao? When Chun Ming grasped the significance of this matter, he realized they were entering a critical juncture. Really, a typical convoy would only require 500 taels of silver. Why is it now 10 times that amount? Demanding 5,000 taels? Even for Wuchao, such an outrageous price is unfathomable. That if this continues, I shall seek assistance elsewhere. Sun Yu, displaying signs of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, indicating that a deposit of 5,000 taels of silver for the escort was exorbitantly high, far exceeding the budget. Upon hearing Sun Yu's words, the imposing figure of Dian Wei surged forward, not waiting for Cao Cao and Guo Jia to respond. His massive physique alone exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, especially with two gleaming axes in hand. The price is 5,000 taels, not a word less. Dian Wei's menacing tone left no room for ambiguity, as if he were poised to rest his axes against Sun Yu's neck. At this moment, Chunming couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. What on earth was happening? If this were anyone else, it might be tolerable, but this was Sun Yu, Cao Cao's trusted advisor, who dared to threaten him. Should he return to Cao Cao and merely mention this incident, he and his companions would undoubtedly face immediate annihilation. How could the intelligence of these NPCs be so dismally low? Moreover, this was a shipment destined for Wu Chao, and missing this escort would jeopardize his ability to complete the system's task. With this thought weighing heavily on his mind, Chunming steeled himself and approached the four men locked in a standoff. Chapter 10. The Escort to Wu Chao. As Chunming approached, the corners of the four men's mouths curled in a faint, knowing smiles, hinting at a deeper significance. Gentlemen, is there not a way to discuss matters amicably? There is no need for this hostility. Chunming spoke, his heart uncertain, for he stood between Sun Yu, a strategist of Cao Cao, and a band of ruthless escort agents, since Mr. Chun has made an appearance. Cao shall heed your words today. Let us negotiate with this miser. Regardless of the final price, we shall accept. The head of the Cao family cast a scornful glance at Sun Yu before feigning anger and retreating to his chamber, with Guo Jia and Dian Wei following behind him with a huff, striking a rather dramatic exit. Now, only the elegantly attired Sun Yu and the white-clad Chunming remained in the courtyard, creating a rather awkward atmosphere. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Lord Sun. Indeed, it does not disappoint upon our meeting, Chunming remarked, surveying Sun Yu with genuine admiration, understanding that to continue the conversation, he must first offer compliments, a timeless principle. As Chunming assessed Sun Yu, the latter was equally scrutinizing him. Although it was merely their first encounter, Sun Yu found Chunming to possess an enigmatic depth he had never encountered in anyone before. Mr. Chun is indeed a person of exceptional merit. I have long admired you. Sun Yu's words were not mere flattery. He had often heard of Chunming from the late Shi Jizai, who had even recommended him to Cao Cao in his final moments, making the admiration not unwarranted. Yet, to Chunming, this statement felt misinterpreted. After 8 years of seclusion in the mountains, how could he be the object of such admiration? Surely, Sun Yu sought to recruit him under Cao Cao's banner. Yes, that must be it. Earlier, the head of the Cao family proposed 5,000 taels, and you countered with 500, but how about we both make concessions and settle on 3,000 taels? Chunming hastily redirected the conversation toward the escort matter. For to him, this escort was essential, even if it meant no monetary gain, as it was tied to the system's task. After speaking, Chunming fixed his gaze anxiously on Sun Yu, a thin sheen of sweat forming on his brow, which he quickly fanned away with his feather fan. Simultaneously, he braced himself for the impending negotiation. Though he was unaware of the contents of the shipment, it was clear that Cao Cao would not have offered 5,000 without good reason. To his surprise, upon hearing Chunming's offer of 3,000 taels, Sun Yu did not attempt to haggle further, but readily accepted that Mr. Chun, while the goods are not worth 3,000 taels, since you have made the offer, I shall not refuse. Now that we are acquainted, a banquet has been arranged for this evening at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, that I sincerely invite you and the head of the Cao family to grace us with your presence. Sun Yu's gaze held steady on Chunming, a satisfied smile playing upon his lips. His objective was accomplished, and he saw no need to linger further. As Chunming watched Sun Yu's retreating figure, he found himself lost in contemplation. This was his first encounter with a top-tier strategist from the Three Kingdoms, and he felt utterly outmatched. Sun Yu was undoubtedly aware of the critical importance of the escort to Wu Chao, thus setting an exorbitant price merely to facilitate a meeting with him. Once that goal was achieved, the price itself became irrelevant. Chunming had believed that his experience as a time traveler and his knowledge of history would allow him to navigate this era with ease. Yet after this encounter with Sun Yu, he realized he had barely lasted a single round. Then congratulations to the host for making the acquaintance of Sun Yu. Sun Yu's favorability, 0. The system's cold voice echoed in Chen Ming's mind, causing him to inwardly curse. What kind of treacherous system was this, defaulting to his joining the Chao Wei faction upon reaching a favorability of 70 or above? If they wished to eliminate him, they could have simply stated it outright, rather than concocting such elaborate schemes. Ultimately, Chen Ming chose to bow to the system's demands, sighing as he observed Sun Yu's disappearing figure. It would be wise to maintain a healthy distance from such strategists in the future. They were far too formidable. How did your discussion with Sun Yu go, Mr. Chen? If he was difficult, we need not accept his escort. Cao Cao approached quietly, gently patting Chen Ming's shoulder. Hearing Cao Cao's words, Chen Ming sighed and relayed the 3,000 taels offered to him. Expecting an explosive reaction, considering they had just lost 2,000 taels in one fell swoop, no matter. I already stated that as long as it is the price proposed by Mr. Chen, we will accept even if it means escorting Sun Yu for free. Cao Cao waved his hand dismissively, indicating Chen Ming should not dwell on it. However, the more nonchalant Cao Cao appeared, the more guilt weighed on Chen Ming's conscience. Cao family head, this matter has placed me in your debt. Should you ever require assistance, I, Chen Ming, will not hesitate to face any peril. Chen Ming bowed deeply to Cao Cao, despite knowing these were merely NPCs generated by the system to enhance his gaming experience. He now regarded Cao Cao as a real person. By the way, Cao family head, Sun Yu mentioned a banquet at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion tonight that do you intend to attend. Chen Ming shared the news of the banquet with Cao Cao. Before Cao Cao could respond, Dian interjected eagerly, nodding vigorously. The dishes at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion are truly exceptional. Not only is it unrivaled in Guangdu, but you would be hard-pressed to find a better establishment within 100 miles. Indeed, the name Drunken Immortal is derived from the exquisite brews they offer. It is said that even immortals would be intoxicated by a mere taste. How could one possibly miss such fine wine? Guojia, despite his pale complexion, expressed his enthusiasm, his passion for wine evident even in his waning health. Ding. The system detects that the strategist Guojia is gravely ill. Failure to treat him will result in his demise within 3 months. Would the host like to proceed with treatment? The system's cold voice reverberated in Chen Ming's mind once more. Upon hearing the alert, Chen Ming turned to Guojia. Indeed, Guojia's face was not only ashen, but the wine jug he held had been replaced with a handkerchief, revealing crimson stains upon closer inspection. Furthermore, Cao Cao's eyes were slightly red, indicating he had recently been in tears. Brother Guojia, I see you do not look well. I possess some rudimentary medical knowledge. Allow me to diagnose your condition. Chen Ming turned to Guojia, despite knowing these three were merely constructs of the system designed to enhance his experience. He felt a connection with them, especially as Cao Cao's red-rimmed eyes betrayed genuine emotion. That moment, they were no longer mere NPCs, but real individuals in Chen Ming's eyes. Regardless of the consequences, he was determined to save Guojia. Chapter 11. A grave illness. Upon hearing Cao Cao's words, Guojia found himself in a state of hesitation. Observing this scene, Dian could not restrain himself from speaking up. Guojia, a true man should not shy away from seeking medical attention. Regardless of the circumstances, Guojia, upon hearing Dian remarks, could not help but smile wryly. It was not that he was averse to treatment. Rather, he wished to spare others from concern. Sighing inwardly, Guojia ultimately nodded in agreement. Recognizing that Chen Ming's intentions were noble, to dismiss such goodwill would be a folly. At worst, he would endeavor to exhibit a more carefree demeanor as a patient, so as not to burden Chen Ming with worry. Seeing Guojia acquiesce, Chen Ming felt a slight wave of relief wash over him. The four of them found an ancient pavilion beside the road and settled down, with Guojia and Chen Ming facing each other. Chen Ming raised his hand gently, resting it upon Guojia's wrist, tilting his head slightly as if to sense something intently. The heads of the Chao family and Dian witnessing this exchange, were astonished to realize that Chen Ming was indeed a physician. However, Chen Ming was not truly a master of medicine. He merely understood that without some semblance of formality, he could not proceed with the necessary actions. Your pulse is weak. Do you often experience severe headaches accompanied by chills? Yes, Guojia replied, his expression shifting to one of seriousness, his eyes betraying surprise as these symptoms aligned perfectly with his usual ailments. Could it be that Chen Ming was indeed a miraculous healer? Hope began to blossom in Guojia's heart. But do you also feel bitterness in your mouth, dryness in your throat, and dizziness? Yes, Guijia confirmed. And do you experience fever, sweating, and a sense of overwhelming heat? Yes, chills, body aches, nausea, and both yin and yang are in a state of tension. This suggests a case of typhoid fever, which is indeed challenging to treat. Though not entirely without remedy, Chun Ming remarked, a hint of ease gracing his features. Guijia, sitting across from him, rarely displayed such excitement. Could it be that there was indeed hope for his affliction? Dian Wei and the Chao family head leapt to their feet, their hearts buoyed by the prospect of Guijia's recovery. "Thank you, Master Chen." "Thank you," they exclaimed. "Hold your thanks for now. This matter may be fraught with difficulty. Since it is a critical illness, we shall require rare medicinal ingredients to effect a cure," Chen Ming replied, furrowing his brow, his expression revealing a tangle of emotions. The three men, sensing his demeanor, felt their hearts race with trepidation. What should we do? Where can we find these rare medicinal ingredients? They were utterly ignorant of such matters, their sole focus being Guijia's survival. Witnessing their anxiety, Chen Ming contemplated how to articulate his thoughts. "First, we will employ acupuncture, followed by herbal remedies," he stated earnestly. The trio nodded vigorously, offering no dissent. Yet, Guijia could not suppress his urgent inquiry that if I am not mistaken, the herbs refined from the essence of heaven and earth are of utmost importance. Are they not? Despite being a mere warrior, he possessed a keen intellect and understood that such matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. He was acutely aware of his own physical condition. Yet the path to healing appeared daunting in that moment. He gazed at Chen Ming, his eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions, fervently wishing for a remedy. However, upon noticing Guijia's heightened excitement and the flush on his face, Chen Ming saw him suddenly erupt into a fit of coughs. He clutched a handkerchief to his mouth. A myriad of crimson stains marked the once blank fabric. Chen Ming remained silent, and Guijia's spirits plummeted. Dian Wei, unable to bear the sight of his dear friend in such distress, patted Guijia's shoulder and spoke reassuringly. "This is not insurmountable. Do not let such matters bring you down." He spoke. He turned to Chen Ming, his tone filled with patience. "I believe, Master, that you possess the means to alleviate his suffering. The most crucial thing now is for him to maintain a calm disposition." Chen Ming, hearing Dian Wei's words, let out a surprised laugh, shaking his head in resignation. "I did not expect you to understand such matters." This. Dian Wei's expression shifted to one of astonishment and joy, followed by a sense of helplessness as he replied, "In the past, my mother suffered greatly from illness, and when you attended to her, you spoke similarly. So I have kept it in mind." A hint of tension colored Dian Wei's voice, soon giving way to melancholy. Alas, she ultimately succumbed to fate. His somber tone cast an oppressive pall over the atmosphere. Guijia, though he had sought to regain his composure, could not help but furrow his brow upon hearing these words. With tears welling up, he turned to Chen Ming and lamented, "I lament that this illness struck so suddenly, robbing me of the chance to repay my filial duties." They spoke of these matters. Their expressions were laden with sorrow. Chen Ming, witnessing their despondence, could not refrain from placing a comforting hand on their shoulders. "Take heart. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Do not cast all responsibility upon fate. Rather, let us first calm ourselves and consider how to restore your health." Chapter 12. A frantic situation. Chen Ming spoke these words with a serene demeanor. This moment, Dian Wei seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Nodding vigorously before thumping his chest with a fist, his expression filled with remorse. "This is my fault. I should not have doubted you, Master. I hope you can forgive me." Chen Ming regarded Dian Wei with a nonchalant expression, diverting his focus back to Guijia. "First, go find me a set of silver needles. In this era, acquiring silver needles should prove relatively simple, as while Lao Go had popularized their use. A flicker of excitement crossed Chen Ming's face at this thought. Upon hearing Chen Ming's request, Guijia looked bewildered. "What do you mean by silver needles?" Such refined items were beyond the comprehension of these rugged men. They gazed at Chen Ming with confusion, unable to contain their curiosity. "Silver needles? Surely you do not mean needles made of silver?" Guijia's desperation to survive was palpable in his words, and Chen Ming merely nodded, offering no dissent. Seeing Chen Ming's demeanor, Guijia let out a soft sigh. "But what do these silver needles look like? I hope you can enlighten us." Guijia spoke. Chen Ming finally comprehended that even if he described the silver needles to them, they would likely produce something entirely different from what he envisioned. Moreover, the endeavor would be labor-intensive and time-consuming, and he questioned whether Guojia could endure until then. This thought plunged Chun Ming into silence. Guojia, observing Chun Ming's contemplative expression, surmised that acquiring the silver needles would be a daunting task, leading him to clench his fists in frustration. Did this mean he was truly destined to meet his end? Yet, Chun Ming's words about commanding one's fate echoed in his mind, spurring him on that he firmly believed that Chun Ming's assertions were merely reflections of the current obstacles, ones that were not insurmountable. Guojia sighed softly. Witnessing his despondent demeanor, Chun Ming decided to prescribe a herbal remedy. For now, take this to prolong your life. Let us first restore some vitality to your body. Once I procure the silver needles, we can discuss further steps. With half a month ahead of them, Chun Ming held on to the belief that he would succeed. At worst, he could seek out Hua Laogo, confident that he would possess the necessary items. Once he secured a set, all subsequent troubles would be resolved. This notion brought a smile to Chun Ming's face, and Guojia, witnessing this expression, interpreted it as a sign of assured victory, filling him with renewed hope that he could endure. In that moment, Guojia patted his chest and exclaimed, "My fate is mine to command," not dictated by the heavens. That he echoed Chun Ming's words, and seeing Guojia's excitement, Chun Ming smiled in satisfaction. Remember, maintain this fervor. It is essential for prolonging your life that if all else fails, it would be wise to instill confidence in him, for perhaps even without the silver needles, a miracle might yet unfold. With this in mind, Chun Ming continued to encourage him that as Chun Ming's words resonated in his ears, Guojia nodded, but his gaze remained heavy with despondence. The unexpected nature of his illness had caught him off guard, leaving him unprepared to accept it. Observing Guojia's complex expression, Chun Ming understood that his emotions had surged once more. He promptly grasped Guojia's hand, his tone firm as he implored, "Do you not trust me?" As Chun Ming's words escaped his lips, Guojia was momentarily taken aback, abruptly raising his head to look at Chun Ming, his face awash with anxiety. "That of course not. I certainly believe in you. It is just that I feel my ailment is exceedingly difficult to cure." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming's expression remained unfazed. He stepped aside, snorted coldly, and then, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "Throughout history, how many patients with perplexing illnesses have emerged vigorous after passing through my hands? I have even slain a tiger. How could your condition be so simple? You must not only believe in yourself but also place your trust in me." His words rang out with conviction, leaving Guojia with no alternative but to nod. With his back against the wall, he thought it better to treat a dead horse as a live one. After all, what if he could truly be healed? Contemplating this, Guojia turned to Chun Ming and could not help but say, "Then I must trouble you with my affliction." That moment, Master Chow also stood up, placing a reassuring hand on Guojia's shoulder. Speaking with remarkable calmness, "I say, you should trust the gentleman, that I see he is extraordinary, surely a dragon among men, with experiences as vast as the mountains and seas, beyond count." Master Chow's flattery elicited an involuntary smile from Chun Ming. In truth, he had merely spoken casually. Observing Master Chow's serious demeanor, Chun Ming pondered for a moment and chose not to contest it further. For now, he simply needed Guojia to stabilize his heart. With newfound confidence, who could say when a miracle might occur? Reflecting on this, Chun Ming could not help but chuckled. That moment, Master Chow noticed Guojia retreating to his room to rest. But unexpectedly, Chun Ming hurried outside, urgently advising him, "Wait a moment. You must remember, your condition necessitates more exercise than on ordinary days. Step outside often, pay attention to your training, that if all else fails, running drills is also permissible." Chun Ming spoke these words with remarkable calmness. Yet upon hearing them, Guojia could not suppress a frown, voicing his concerns. "Is that truly feasible? I fear that a single step would lead to incessant coughing and, subsequently, bloodshed." It was precisely such occurrences that made Guojia acutely aware of the severity of his condition. Seeing Guojia in such a state, Chun Ming leaned against his forehead, realizing he had overlooked Guojia's predicament. Nevertheless, Guojia harbored no substantial doubts about Chun Ming. Rather, he looked at him with an expression of helplessness, saying, "It is indeed my fault for not clarifying these matters with you. Otherwise, you wouldn't," before Guojia could finish his thought. Chun Ming chuckled. That moment, he gazed at Guojia with a cheerful smile, saying, "If you cannot run, then engage in simpler exercises, for example, those depicted on this paper. Guojia furrowed his brow, looking at Chen Ming with confusion. What paper? To be honest, he genuinely believed in Chen Ming. He simply found the latter's current attitude somewhat perplexing. Chen Ming appeared concerned for him, yet seemed utterly oblivious to the details of his affliction. Chapter 13. Truly remarkable that he was instructed to run drills. Although Guojia held no resentment, he could not help but ponder the absurdity of it all. Meanwhile, Chen Ming hurried back to the study, where Dian Wei, keen-eyed, was grinding INK.as. Dian Wei worked. He looked at Chen Ming with an anxious expression, saying, "Sir, are you to paint?" Upon hearing this, Chen Ming nodded eagerly, fixing his gaze on Guojia, and added, "Please wait here for a moment. I shall prepare something for you." As Chen Ming spoke, he began to sketch out yoga postures. Throughout this process, his countenance was one of serene composure. Guojia stood by, brow furrowed, observing Chen Ming with a glint of confusion in his eyes. Simultaneously, Chen Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful for his previous studies in traditional Chinese painting. Otherwise, he would have struggled to convey these concepts accurately. Once he completed the sketches, Chen Ming looked at Guojia, unable to suppress a smile as he began to speak. However, before he could utter a word, Guojia exclaimed in astonishment, "This is truly remarkable. Your artistry is astounding. The figures within are so lifelike." As Guojia praised him, giving a thumbs up in admiration, Chen Ming could only exhale softly, saying, "Do not focus solely on these details. Rather, examine the movements depicted." Chen Ming earnestly reminded him. Upon hearing this, Guojia nodded vigorously, scrutinizing the illustrations on the paper, carefully mimicking the motions before Chen Ming. This moment, Chen Ming observed Guojia's attempts with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Yet he refrained from voicing any criticism. After all, Guojia was still a novice, and Chen Ming remained exceedingly patient in his corrections. Under Chen Ming's guidance, Guojia indeed grasped the fundamentals, which brought Chen Ming a sense of satisfaction. Not long after, as Guojia performed the exercises before Chen Ming, he surprisingly began to perspire. Unlike in the past, when even minimal exertion would lead to relentless coughing and bloodshed, this moment, Guojia felt revitalized, his eyes wide with excitement as he exclaimed, "This is astonishing. What kind of technique is this? Is it a secret not meant for outsiders?" His tone brimmed with curiosity. Upon hearing Guojia's inquiry, Chen Ming found himself at a loss for how to respond. However, after contemplating Guojia's earnest expression, he nodded and replied, "It is best not to disclose it to others, but you may keep this for yourself and practice it in private." Chen Ming earnestly cautioned him. Guojia nodded in agreement, yet gazing at the object in his hands, he couldn't help but express, "Such divine skills are truly rare in this world. I never imagined you possessed such knowledge." "Sir," his voice was filled with admiration. Chen Ming, witnessing Guojia's response, merely smiled nonchalantly. In truth, it was not a matter of significance, as these were merely techniques he had brought along. Master Chow, observing from the side, recalled the benefits Chen Ming had provided, including Guojia's improving condition and this extraordinary martial art, but he could not contain his excitement, exclaiming, "I, Chow, am truly blessed to receive your assistance, sir. It is as if my ancestral graves have emitted green smoke." Master Chow spoke with such fervor, and upon witnessing his flattering demeanor, Chen Ming burst into hearty laughter. This fellow was utterly unabashed in his praise. Chen Ming refrained from further comment, instead looking at Master Chow with an expression of calmness, saying, "It's nothing remarkable, just a few simple techniques and methods. Moreover, such things are hardly worth your boasting." Chen Ming spoke with an air of tranquility, not out of modesty, but because he was speaking the truth. However, upon uttering these words, he was met with accolades from both Master Chow and Dian. This moment, Guojia regarded Chen Ming with utmost respect, performing a deep bow, and earnestly stating, "Sir, you are truly humble. A person like you may not appear again for thousands of years." Yet, Chen Ming shook his head persistently, refusing to accept such accolades. Observing Chen Ming's continued humility, Master Chow could not help but stroke his beard. Reflecting, "If only those under my command could be like you, perhaps then I would not need to fret over such trivial matters." As Master Chow spoke, Chen Ming remained nonchalant, saying little. Seeing Chen Ming's demeanor, Dian Wei could not help but lament, "I only hope that you will remain with us. But if you wish to venture elsewhere," before Dian Wei could finish his thought, Master Chow shot him a warning glance. In his heart, Master Chow mused that this fellow lacked discernment. Any wise individual would understand that to gain Qin Ming was to gain the world. Possessing someone of his caliber would yield countless advantages. For Dian to speak so directly about the possibility of Qin Ming's departure would only lead to an awkward situation, leaving Qin Ming feeling uncomfortable. Did I end that moment? Master Chow regarded him with a hint of impatience, questioning what he was saying. Where the gentleman chooses to go is beyond the control of us mere mortals. After delivering this remark, Master Chow turned to Dian, stating with calm assurance, I observe that the tides of the world inevitably shift. What has been divided will unite, and what has been united will divide. However, if I am not mistaken, those fortunate enough to receive the counsel of the gentleman shall undoubtedly rise to become the rulers of this realm. Master Chow's sudden proclamation was not an attempt to elevate Qin Ming's status, but rather a reflection of reality. Following this, Dian eagerly nodded in agreement, but before he could speak, Master Chow stepped on his foot, silencing him. Dian quickly nodded, closing his mouth, aware that he was a brash individual whose words could not compare to Master Chow's more palatable rhetoric. Master Chow constantly considered Qin Ming's interests. And seeing Master Chow's demeanor, Qin Ming chuckled heartily, modestly replying, It is not as formidable as you suggest. I am merely an ordinary person. After Qin Ming finished speaking, the head of the Chow family broke into a smile. Although he nodded in agreement, he could not help but grasp Qin Ming's hand, saying, If there is anything you find uncomfortable, please do let me know. The admiration in the Chow family head's eyes was palpable as he continued. I believe that Guojia will undoubtedly be cured by you. With a talent like yours, heaven itself would not wish to disappoint you. Chapter 14. An eye-watering scene. Qin Ming smiled and nodded. Glancing at Guojia beside him, that he promptly responded, With your kind words, this matter is bound to come to fruition. Observing their animated conversation, Guojia, holding a martial arts manual, decided it was time to act. He hurried outside and, under the watchful gaze of onlookers, began to practice the techniques outlined in the manual. Though his movements appeared somewhat odd at first, it wasn't long before the crowd noticed Guojia's complexion improving. As soldiers approached, eager to converse with Guojia, he suddenly realized, slapping his forehead, that he should not divulge the manual's contents in public. Overwhelmed with joy, he had acted thoughtlessly to that moment. Guojia looked at Qin Ming with a hint of guilt and quickly said, Sir, I truly did not mean to behave so carelessly outside. Before he could finish, Qin Ming patted Guojia's shoulder, speaking earnestly, This environment is splendid. It is perfectly suited for your practice here. Remember, when you perform your breathing exercises, you must strictly adhere to what is written on the paper. Fortunately, they were sufficiently astute. Even Qin Ming's hastily scribbled notes were comprehensible to them. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to guide them step by step, which would have been exhausting. Guojia nodded eagerly, realizing that Qin Ming bore him no ill will, and he began to admire him even more. Meanwhile, the head of the Chow family watched Guojia practice with a tinge of envy, knowing that such a manual was not readily available elsewhere. Turning to Qin Ming, the head of the Chow family could not help but ask, Is this manual something an ordinary person like myself could practice? His tone was cautious, fearing rejection, as he understood that this manual had been specifically given to Guojia. The head of the Chow family also recognized that once bestowed upon Guojia, it would belong to him. Yet he yearned to experience the manual's unique qualities. Standing beside him, Dian nodded in agreement, his face reflecting excitement that a man of his stature, accustomed to training with sandbags and sparring with soldiers, had never encountered such a high-level manual. Who wouldn't want such a treasure? With this thought, excitement lit up their faces. Qin Ming, witnessing their eagerness, found himself unable to decline and simply nodded. However, as he prepared to leave, wishing to avoid the spectacle of three large men engaging in such an eye-watering display, he was unexpectedly halted by the head of the Chow family, who grasped Qin Ming's hand and implored, Sir, why not stay and first guide us in our movements? If we two brutes make a mistake and practice this manual incorrectly, it could lead to dire consequences. Seeing the head of the Chow family in such a state, Qin Ming's expression darkened. Even if he wanted to refuse, he found the words stuck in his throat to his astonishment. Guojia suddenly thumped his chest and earnestly declared, Sir, if it eases your mind, you can entrust this matter to me. Having grasped the manual's concepts well enough, he felt he could save Qin Ming some time. Guojia had a keen sense of reading people's emotions. Noticing the fleeting expression on Chun Ming's face, he understood the latter's thoughts that in a moment of utmost consideration, he spoke those words to Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming, feeling exasperated, replied, "No, I shall handle it myself. After all, you might also make mistakes." Chun Ming spoke with utmost seriousness. Should he allow the three of them to practice this peculiar form of yoga, a single misstep could lead to disastrous results. If in the future he were to encounter these three men, he would likely feel a pang of guilt. After all, the yoga practice he had written was something his former girlfriend often engaged in. And he had no recollection of what yoga for men entailed, that in the past, he had never had an interest in such matters and had always refused, even when his girlfriend insisted. Now, unexpectedly, this yoga was proving useful in such a situation. Leaving Qin Ming feeling quite helpless, he shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. That moment, the three men stood before Qin Ming, their expressions earnest, refraining from any semblance of levity. Their demeanor was profoundly serious. And upon witnessing this, Qin Ming could almost visualize the absurdity of what he would see when they began their movements, that he could not help but shake his head and sigh, yet he remained patient in guiding them. The first movement appeared relatively normal, as the three practiced. Qin Ming merely observed their muscle movements and breathing patterns. After providing some guidance, he allowed them to pose questions that he was able to answer all their inquiries. However, when the second and third movements commenced, Qin Ming realized that once certain habits took root, they seemed impossible to correct. It felt as though, once a particular setting was established, it could never be reversed. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized their movements, a complex expression crossing his face that was akin to watching a brute wield a delicate embroidery needle. Qin Ming found himself at a loss for words. Yet he pressed on, determined to guide them. Fortunately, due to Chun Ming's patience, the three men finally grasped the key points he had conveyed. They exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle as they teased one another. "Look at your form. It's far from standard. You should twist your waist like I do and lift up a bit more." Dian, with utmost seriousness, demonstrated his stance. Qin Ming stood before them, observing their playful banter. However, he cleared his throat and spoke with grave seriousness. Before he could finish, the three men's expressions shifted to one of utter seriousness, fearing that their lightheartedness might displease Qin Ming. Yet it was precisely because their faces had grown solemn, combined with their exaggerated movements, that the scene appeared so bizarre to Qin Ming that he stood frozen, nearly speechless in despair. He waved his hand at the three men, urging them with sincerity. "You three need not be so tense. There is no need for excessive seriousness. Relax a little." After speaking, he glanced into the distance. Seeing Qin Ming in such a state, the three understood he had other matters to attend to and promptly said, "Thank you for your guidance, sir. If you have other matters, please do not hesitate to attend to them." Chapter 15. Seeking help. Thank you for your guidance, sir. If you require assistance, we are more than willing to serve you. Observing their earnest demeanor, Qin Ming refrained from saying anything further and departed. Watching Qin Ming's retreating figure, their admiration for him only grew. However, they dared not continue their playful banter, believing that Qin Ming disapproved of such behavior and fearing it might lead to their downfall. Thus, as Qin Ming strolled around the mountain and returned, he was met with an eye-watering sight. Words failed him, and he could only let out a gentle sigh. Fortunately, Guijia's complexion had significantly improved. That night, remarkably, Guijia experienced no insomnia and slept soundly until dawn, finally grasping the extent of Qin Ming's prowess. Guijia found himself in deep admiration for Qin Ming. However, Qin Ming was plagued by the troubles surrounding the herbs. He had yet to locate the silver needle, and the herbal remedy lay tantalizingly before him. During his ascent of the mountain yesterday, he had sensed the presence of something valuable up there. Yet, in a moment of forgetfulness, he had stumbled upon a cliff and unexpectedly encountered a majestic eagle. Beside the eagle, there was a plant adorned with a white blossom that appeared to hover in midair. Nevertheless, Qin Ming could discern clearly that this was the very material he sought, the essence of heaven and earth. Securing this herb would significantly enhance his efforts, and with the aid of the silver needle, he was confident that healing Guijia would pose no challenge. Regrettably, just as Qin Ming reached for the herb, the eagle suddenly flapped its powerful wings, sending a gust of wind that disoriented him, causing him to lose his balance and end up perched precariously in a tree. This incident left Chen Ming feeling profoundly disheartened, yet he was relieved to have discovered the location of such a treasure. However, as he recalled these events, his emotions became exceedingly complex, that he was uncertain how to confront the eagle, knowing that if he attempted to seize the herb forcefully, the eagle would undoubtedly destroy it. After all, such precious treasures were invariably guarded by formidable protectors, a fact Chen Ming was acutely aware of, leading to his overwhelming fatigue regarding the situation. Yet, he had to seek out Hua Laogo. He closed his eyes, mentally retracing the timeline of Hua Laogo's appearances. That it seemed he had first encountered him amidst the bustling market, where his medical skills had been called into question. That time. Hua Laogo was already a physician of considerable repute. However, distracted by other ambitions, he had embarked on extensive travels to enhance his craft, ostensibly to improve his skills. But in truth, it seemed he sought nothing more than to bask in the admiration of others and to engage with a broader array of patients. Chen Ming mused over the precise motivations, though he could not ascertain them. Yet he calculated that Hua Laogo's arrival was imminent. With a sudden spark of urgency, Chen Ming rose swiftly, tidied his belongings, and prepared to bid farewell as he sought out Hua Laogo. However, before he could depart, the head of the Chao family, seemingly aware of Chen Ming's intentions, grasped his hand, a hint of anguish evident in his demeanor. "Must you really leave?" he inquired. Chen Ming nodded in response. The head of the Chao family was known for his eloquence, yet in the face of such a talented individual as Chen Ming, he found himself at a loss for words. The prowess of Chen Ming was undeniable, and the idea of forcibly detaining him seemed utterly fanciful. Thus, the head of the Chao family fell into a contemplative silence. Observing the head's despondent expression, Chen Ming, unburdened, spoke gently. "Do not dwell too heavily on my departure, for I am simply embarking on a quest to find a divine healer for Guijia, not for leisure." Chen Ming delivered these words with utmost sincerity, prompting a hearty laugh from the head of the Chao family, as if a cloud had lifted from his visage. Seeing this transformation, Chen Ming shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Nevertheless, it was evident that the head of the Chao family would attempt to persuade him to remain. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Chen Ming had no intention of aligning himself with his faction. Furthermore, Chen Ming recognized that the head of the Chao family was profoundly distrustful, characterized by a principle that dictated he would betray the world before the world betrayed him. This meant that should Chen Ming fail to demonstrate loyalty or alignment, dangers and misfortunes would inevitably descend upon him, regardless of his capabilities. While individuals like Chen Ming were not easily disposed of, the head of the Chao family would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. For he could not tolerate anyone usurping his position, particularly in these chaotic times, fearing the potential for his downfall. Thus, to avert such unforeseen calamities, he would resort to any means necessary, observing Chen Ming's cheerful demeanor as they exchanged farewells. The head of the Chao family did not truly believe that Chen Ming would remain within his ranks, that he was acutely aware that certain matters were beyond his control, especially with someone as extraordinarily gifted as Chen Ming. No one could predict when Chen Ming would return from this journey. As the head of the Chao family watched Chen Ming's retreating figure, rain began to fall outside, yet he found no solace in the prospect of savoring tea. Instead, he fixated on the raindrops, lost in thought that moment, Guijia entered, a sheen of perspiration glistening on his brow, having just completed the training Chen Ming had imparted. Instantly, he perceived the troubled expression on the head of the Chao family, and without hesitation seated himself. Regarding him with utmost seriousness, "I have faith that Chen Ming's departure is merely temporary. He shall return and will not seek refuge elsewhere," he declared earnestly. His words momentarily left the head of the Chao family speechless. "How did you come to know of my concerns?" he replied, chuckling as he lifted a cup of scalding tea, only to grimace as the heat reddened his face. He hastily set the cup down, maintaining his composure despite the discomfort. Observing this, Guijia's expression darkened, for he understood the head's turmoil all too well. Guijia shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. In his heart, he reflected on the bond they shared. While it might not be of utmost significance, the trials they had endured together over the years forged a deep familiarity between them, allowing them to understand one another's intentions with just a glance. Chapter 16. Do not be like this at this juncture. Guijia was acutely aware of the head of the Chao family's thoughts and concerns. He looked at him and said, "You need not worry. Chen Ming's current mission is to heal my wounds. If he harbored ulterior motives, he would not have bestowed upon us the secrets of his craft, nor would he have dedicated himself to our guidance. Guojia spoke the truth. Qinming's demeanor had left a lasting impression on the head of the Chao family, who now found himself in a state of unease. Ultimately, the head of the Chao family grappled with his own doubts, knowing full well the depth of his anxieties. Yet his character was such that he could not easily alter his perspective. Having ascended to his current position, he could hardly afford to be as reckless as an inexperienced youth. Indifferent to such matters, with these thoughts in mind, he felt justified in his suspicions, asserting to Guojia, "Sometimes, one must not judge by appearances." His tone was laden with gravity, suggesting a wealth of experience. Yet, Guojia, witnessing this display, could not suppress a chuckle, but he shook his head, pondering how the head of the Chao family often sought to rationalize his inexplicable behaviors, even if he understood their irrationality. This was simply his nature. Guojia, familiar with his character, chose not to confront him directly, but instead smiled and remarked, "No matter how abundant one's wealth, it cannot be evenly distributed to all, for when abundance turns to excess, the consequences are well understood by all." Guojia articulated this. A complex expression crossed his face that he had long been grateful for Qinming's assistance, believing that regardless of their alignment, his health was paramount. After all, Qinming owed him nothing. Moreover, Guojia held a rather indifferent view of life and death. Even though he recognized his own capabilities, he felt a twinge of regret for not being able to repay the head of the Chao family's kindness. At this moment, however, he could not compel Qinming to undertake the impossible. That was precisely Guojia's disposition that rendered him steadfastly loyal and unwaveringly principled towards the head of the Chao family. Listening to Guojia's words, the head of the Chao family exhibited a peculiar expression that he comprehended these truths himself, yet his inherent skepticism persisted, compelling him to doubt Qinming's intentions. Furthermore, he was acutely aware of the nature of people, and he remained uncertain whether Qinming's overtures were genuinely trustworthy. Requiring further contemplation, as these thoughts swirled in his mind, the head of the Chao family's countenance grew increasingly grim, and his spirits sank further. For an extended period, he found no respite. Guojia, seated before him, could not help but feel compelled to offer further counsel, for the head's wavering attitude was evident, and Guojia hoped for a more resolute stance. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the head of the Chao family smiled and interjected, "At present, this is merely a small favor. It hardly warrants our utmost regard." The head of the Chao family spoke with utmost seriousness, leaving Guojia utterly stunned upon hearing his words. Qinming had offered them everything he possessed and had even traveled great distances to seek out a renowned physician solely to treat his ailments. Yet, this Chao family patriarch harbored suspicions about Qinming, which was utterly unwarranted. The patriarch's approach to interpersonal relations was indeed questionable, and Guojia could not help but clench his fists. However, how could he possibly express his anger towards the head of the Chao family? Although he found the patriarch's thoughts objectionable, there was no way to change them. He could only nod in silence, relieved to see Guojia no longer entangled in conflict or debate. Suddenly, the Chao patriarch burst into laughter, convinced that his perspective was entirely justified. Yet as he chuckled, Guojia found himself at a loss for words. His expression was one of complexity, appearing calm on the surface while a tempest of emotions churned within. He understood that arguing with the Chao patriarch would be unwise, for any dispute would inevitably lead to a contest of wills, determining whose opinions would prevail. After a moment of contemplation, Guojia bowed respectfully to the patriarch and spoke. "You are right, head of the family. These small favors may seem insignificant, yet we must remember them. What if, in this life, my affliction is truly cured, despite being a mere warrior?" Guojia possessed considerable intellect and knew how to navigate his conversation with the Chao patriarch to encourage a more righteous outlook. However, upon hearing Guojia's words, the Chao patriarch merely chuckled dismissively, suggesting they would discuss it only once it came to fruition. That as he sipped his tea, he burned his mouth yet again. This time, he did not feign composure in front of Guojia, but placed the cup down awkwardly, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. Guojia promptly offered him a handkerchief, signifying a slight thawing of their relationship, which was notably less strained than before. That moment, Guojia looked earnestly at the Chao patriarch and said, "If you have any reservations, it would be prudent to assign someone to accompany the gentleman. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you will be the first to know." His suggestion was sound, yet the Chao patriarch shook his head in refusal, that he could harbor suspicions about Chen Ming, but he could not engage in actions that would chill Chen Ming's heart. For the latter was a capable individual. Offending him would bring no benefit to the Chao patriarch, and it was precisely this understanding that shaped his current demeanor, seeing the Chao patriarch in this light. Guojia felt a sense of relief, grateful that the patriarch possessed at least a modicum of benevolence. Otherwise, sending someone to follow Chen Ming would have been a profoundly unwise decision. What Guojia was unaware of was that while he worried about these matters, the Chao patriarch had already formulated his own thoughts. Moreover, the patriarch had ascended to his current position not merely through suspicion, but by excelling in navigating interpersonal dynamics, thus earning the trust and loyalty of capable individuals. Without their support, the Chao patriarch would have resorted to ruthless measures, for such was his nature. As Guojia departed, he remained preoccupied with thoughts of Chen Ming. The Chao patriarch had many admirable qualities, but his excessive suspicion was a flaw. Nevertheless, Guojia understood that without a degree of skepticism, one could not achieve greatness. He sensed that the Chao patriarch might drift further away, as individuals capable of great accomplishments often did. Guojia, being a warrior, could not articulate these feelings, but Dian approached him, his face etched with urgency. Chen Ming is truly left, he exclaimed, clearly distressed. Despite having received considerable benefits from Chen Ming, Dian was deeply concerned about whether Chen Ming would join his side. If Chen Ming chose not to ally with him, he could only dread the dire consequences that would follow. Furthermore, he hoped that Chen Ming would reveal more secrets, for mutual benefit could make unifying the realm a feasible endeavor. As Dian pondered these matters, he spoke candidly, yet Guojia regarded him with cold indifference. How outrageous! Is it appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Guojia's tone was laced with impatience. Upon hearing this, Dian froze, momentarily at a loss for words, that he realized that this was an awkward moment. Despite Chen Ming's departure, Guojia continued to defend him without a trace of distrust. Should Chen Ming choose never to return, individuals like Guojia, with such a trusting nature, would inevitably find themselves deceived. Reflecting on this, Dian, ever straightforward, voiced his concerns without hesitation. What if you continue to elevate the gentleman to such a prominent position, only for him to vanish without a trace? What if he fails to fulfill his promises? After uttering these words, Dian clenched his fists, his anxious expression betraying his worry. Has the head of the family dispatched anyone to follow the gentleman? Dian words echoed in Guojia's ears. However, Guojia responded with indifference. Do you truly believe such matters are of significance? Without the gentleman, I would likely have perished by now. Yet he not only presented me with secrets but also went out of his way to procure medicinal herbs for me. Shouldn't this kindness be etched in our hearts? Guojia's fists were clenched, his annoyance palpable as he expressed his thoughts openly, yet all he received in return was a smile from Dian. The latter replied with a carefree demeanor. I understand your loyalty, but you must realize that if he is not one of our own, his abilities to treat your ailments will be of little consequence. As Dian spoke, he furrowed his brow, convinced of his reasoning. Yet Guojia, seeing his obstinacy, could not help but scoff. Do you truly think the gentleman's actions are effortless, merely requiring a few words or gestures? After making this statement, Guojia, noticing Dian stubbornness, patted his shoulder and remarked, one must not forget their roots. Being overly driven by self-interest will eventually lead to one's downfall. His tone was grave. And upon witnessing Guojia's demeanor, Dian expression darkened significantly to that moment. He found himself at a loss for words that he shook his head, and in the face of Guojia's steadfastness, he ultimately managed a smile. I can only hope that Chen Ming does not disappoint you. After all, I do not covet the secrets he has shared with me. This individual possesses a tenacious tongue, unable to bear any grievances at such a moment. Nor does he wish for others to refute him. With his chin held high, he strides away with an air of confidence. Observing his departure, Guojia made no effort to retain him, instead believing that Chen Ming would inevitably return. For he trusted in Chen Ming's character and was convinced he would not disappoint him. This moment, a flicker of excitement appeared on Guojia's face. Yet unbeknownst to both, Chen Ming had stealthily returned. Having forgotten to bring his sword with him, he detested the ostentatious greetings of others. Thus he had chosen to scale the wall, only to stumble upon this scene. Although he did not overhear the conversation between Guojia and the head of the Chao family, He could easily deduce the latter's character. However, he was utterly astonished that Guijia would resort to such actions, even uttering those words that it is important to note that after his departure, he would be oblivious to whatever they might say. Yet Guijia remained steadfast in his defense of him. This unwavering loyalty deeply moved Chen Ming, that he gazed at Guijia, rendered speechless for a long while the words spoken earlier by Dian Wei felt remarkably mundane to him. He did not perceive this matter as particularly tumultuous. After all, such behavior is a natural aspect of human nature. He could even empathize with Dian Wei's remarks, though he found himself incapable of accepting them. Initially, Chen Ming had intended to leave this place. Although he wished to rescue Guijia, joining the Chao Wei was not in his plans. However, Guijia's integrity profoundly impacted him, including his demeanor and the words he spoke, which ignited an earnest desire within Chen Ming to locate Hua Laogo. For only by swiftly finding Hua Laogo and curing Guijia's ailment could he then depart from here, avoiding further entanglements with the head of the Chao family. He began to understand why he could not join Chao Wei. It was likely due to the character of individuals like the head of the Chao family. The principle seemed to be that only he could betray the world, while the world could not betray him. Should a misunderstanding or a rift occur between him and them one day, he could easily foresee the potential consequences. Chen Ming shook his head and quietly departed, his inner turmoil remaining unknown to anyone. Meanwhile, Guijia gazed towards the distant horizon, contemplating what would become of Chen Ming if he were indeed cured of his ailment, but if he chose not to join Chao Wei. The head of the Chao family might very well issue a pursuit order for him. Guijia was acutely aware of this possibility. The head of the Chao family would not let such a capable individual slip away to someone else's domain. Once Chen Ming ventured elsewhere, it would signify an additional threat for the head of the Chao family. Thus, he would never allow such a scenario to unfold. Guijia hoped that once Chen Ming departed, he would not return, nor would he attempt to save his life. Chapter 18. The journey, for he did not wish for Chen Ming to become entangled in numerous complications, yet he himself desired to survive. However, many outcomes had already been sewn in the fabric of fate. Present. Chen Ming sat in an inn, donned in a cloak, while the rain fell incessantly outside, disrupting his travel plans. The horse refused to move no matter how he coaxed it, leaving him somewhat helpless. With thunder rumbling outside, Chen Ming could only remain in this place to evade the rain that a waiter from the tea house brought him a cup of hot tea, looking at Chen Ming with eager anticipation. "Guest, please enjoy this." Perhaps aware that patrons were scarce on such a rainy day, the waiter treated Chen Ming with utmost courtesy. Chen Ming, cognizant that this tea would come at a cost, noted that despite the waiter's demeanor suggesting it was a gift, he would indeed be charged. Nevertheless, he drank the tea, and when he stood to leave, the waiter was poised to perform a dramatic shift in demeanor. Considering this, Chen Ming focused on the cup of tea before him and decided to drink it. After consuming it, although his stomach felt warm, he could not shake the complex emotions stirred by the sight of his lethargic horse. He could not fathom what ailed the animal. Could it be that the head of the Chao family had meddled with his horse? The mere thought transformed Chen Ming's expression into one of sharp intensity. The waiter, noticing that no other patrons had arrived apart from Chen Ming, and recognizing that the rain showed no signs of abating, was prompted by Chen Ming's generous demeanor while drinking tea that he approached Chen Ming eagerly. "Guest, I see you frowning. What troubles you?" His tone was imbued with curiosity, and his attempt to engage was exceedingly flattering. Chen Ming pondered for a moment before casually gesturing towards his horse, exuding a sense of helplessness as he replied, "I cannot fathom what is wrong with this creature. It barely ran before it tired and refuses to work." Chen Ming's tone carried a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing this, the waiter burst into laughter, pointing at the horse with utmost seriousness. "If I am not mistaken, this horse must have come from the east." As soon as these words left the waiter's lips, Chen Ming furrowed his brow, confusion evident on his face. "How do you know?" He stared at the waiter, eyes wide with suspicion, struggling to comprehend how he could deduce such a specific detail. To his surprise, the waiter looked at him without hesitation. "Because I used to raise horses. If your horse came from the east, you might not be aware that the horses there have been collectively falling ill. It is said that a divine physician by the surname Hua specializes in their treatment." As the waiter disclosed this information, Chen Ming stood frozen, absorbing the chatter around him, yet sensing something amiss. He grasped the waiter's hand in bewilderment. "What did you just say?" "Say it again." A divine physician by the surname Hua? As Chun Ming spoke, a complex expression flickered in the waiter's eyes. He nodded, somewhat astonished, and inquired, "Do you not know of this divine physician?" Chun Ming, unable to formulate a response, let out a bitter laugh. Weariness creeping in his gaze, it dawned on him that the Hua Laogo he had heard of was merely a veterinarian. It was no wonder that when he had once assisted the head of the Chow family with a cranial surgery, the latter had dismissed him so abruptly. Reflecting on this, Chun Ming could even envision the extent of Hua Laogo's bravado in front of the head of the Chow family. For a moment, he fell into silence. The waiter, observing Chun Ming's demeanor, presumed he was concerned about complications, and hurriedly added, "If you truly wish to treat this horse, you could offer a reward. I am sure that divine physician Hua would come to find you." Listening to the waiter's suggestion, Chun Ming merely nodded nonchalantly. However, gazing at the waiter, he inquired with genuine curiosity, "Wait a moment. Why do you all refer to him as divine physician Hua?" His tone was laced with intrigue. He did not believe it was due to Hua Laogo's extensive treatment of animals that earned him such a title. Rather, he sensed there was more to the story. Upon hearing Chun Ming's question, the waiter suddenly covered his mouth, glancing at Chun Ming with a hint of embarrassment. "Then I'll tell you, but you must not disclose this to others." Chun Ming nodded, watching intently as the waiter earnestly explained the origin of this nickname. "It is because, although he practices medicine, his reputation is still relatively modest. The attributes he possesses are lacking in most others, such as his meticulousness, his tendency to be verbose, and his care for animals. When these qualities are combined, Hua Laogo nearly eclipses the entire veterinary field. However, as his fame grew, so did the jealousy directed toward him that he fears that his enemies may conspire against him." Yet, Chun Ming could easily deduce that such a scenario was unlikely to unfold. It was merely that Hua Laogo wished to amplify his renown. Contemplating this, Chun Ming perceived that the waiter's words aligned perfectly with his own suspicions. Hua Laogo merely sought to attract more business. Excitedly, the waiter's demeanor prompted Chun Ming to propose, "How about this? I will give you the money, and you bring Hua Laogo here. That way, I can spare some effort." Chun Ming's tone was earnest. But the waiter, upon hearing this, could not help but respond, "But I still have the shop to manage. If I were to seek him for you, it would likely delay my duties here." The waiter's tone was both serious and cautious. Observing his demeanor, Chun Ming could only suggest, "If that is the case, I shall have to devise other means." Chun Ming, while speaking, collected all the silver back. However, upon witnessing Chun Ming's extravagant generosity, the waiter thought to himself that if he were to be a bit more resourceful, perhaps he could discreetly pilfer some funds from Hua Laogo without anyone being the wiser. Suddenly, he grasped Chun Ming's hand and hastily said, "Perhaps it would be best if I handled this matter myself. Rest assured, I shall ensure it is taken care of. Within 3 days, I will have Hua Laogo appear." Chapter 19. Awakening seeing the waiter's obsequious demeanor, Chun Ming nodded in satisfaction to that moment. He couldn't help but reflect on the adage that money can make even the devil turn the millstone. Were it not for his wealth, the waiter might have exhibited a very different countenance. Nevertheless, Chun Ming chose not to scrutinize the waiter too closely and calmly stated, "Very well. When you summon Hua Laogo, ensure he brings all his equipment. Should he forget even a single item, I shall no longer have any use for him." Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, the waiter nodded decisively. Yet he couldn't help but anxiously add, "While I can manage this, there is another matter of utmost importance that I hope you will consider seriously." The waiter's statement caused Chun Ming to furrow his brow. In truth, Hua Laogo's medical skills are not particularly remarkable. You may need to prepare yourself for this, that if you're looking for exceptional medical expertise. I know of another practitioner. Should you be interested, as the waiter continued to speak, a smile graced his lips, and he chattered incessantly. Chun Ming, observing him, couldn't resist giving him a thumbs up. With your eloquence, you would undoubtedly shine in a more prestigious setting than this. Chun Ming's tone was earnest. He could see the waiter's talent for persuasion and promotion. Otherwise, anyone else would have long surrendered their silver back to him. However, if the waiter truly wished to contend with Chun Ming, he was still too inexperienced, a fact Chun Ming was acutely aware of that moment. Chun Ming gazed intently at the waiter and remarked, "I genuinely believe a brighter future awaits you. Remaining in this humble tea house is a disservice to your potential." Chun Ming's voice carried a depth of sincerity, a rarity for the waiter to encounter in patrons that, to be honest, someone like me is fortunate to be here at all, the waiter replied modestly. He was reluctant to boast in front of Qin Ming and did not consider himself particularly capable. Seeing the waiter's humble demeanor, Qin Ming patted him on the shoulder and insisted, "No, no, no. You truly underestimate your own worth." Qin Ming's tone was serious as he envisioned a lucrative venture. "Did I end these turbulent times? With your talents, who can say you won't become the next prosperous merchant?" Before Qin Ming could finish, the waiter frowned, his expression reflecting skepticism. "That I believe your ideas are somewhat unrealistic. Perhaps we should remain calm and collected." Yet at that moment, Qin Ming produced a sum of money from his purse. He understood that only by placing wealth before the waiter could he clarify the steps that lay ahead. Just as he had anticipated, the waiter's eyes widened in astonishment upon seeing the money, and he stood there speechless for a long while. He finally stammered, "Sir, what does this mean?" While he spoke, he remained seated, reluctant to leave his perch. Qin Ming, aware of the waiter's desire to collaborate, maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "With your persuasive abilities, I am confident that if I invest in you, within 3 years, you will present me with something extraordinary." Noticing the coarse attire the waiter wore, Qin Ming's expression softened as he patted the waiter's shoulder and remarked, "In these times, still dressed in such rags, lacking even a decent garment, is indicative of the dire straits you find yourself in." Thus, Qin Ming hoped to invest in him, believing the waiter would not disappoint. That as Qin Ming had anticipated, a smile spread across the waiter's face. Qin Ming earnestly analyzed the waiter's potential for development. Although he possessed great eloquence, this investment would not simply fall from the sky. The waiter would need to exert considerable effort to become the affluent merchant Qin Ming envisioned. Qin Ming outlined a general direction for the waiter's endeavors, essentially, to engage in advertising and promotion, leveraging his extensive network. As word spread through personal connections, the number of individuals he met would multiply, leading to financial rewards. Moreover, the reason the waiter was overlooked in the tea house was primarily due to his appearance, which projected an image of poverty and despair. Even if he appeared somewhat respectable in the tea house, those who glanced his way would readily discern his true capabilities. Thus, Qin Ming wished for the waiter to rise above his current circumstances. As Qin Ming articulated these points, he was surprised to see the waiter's eyes welling with tears. Though young, the waiter had never contemplated the vast opportunities before him. Had it not been for Qin Ming's insightful analysis, he would never have envisaged such possibilities. The waiter began to weep. Witnessing this, Qin Ming felt a tangle of emotions. He had not anticipated that a mere rainfall would indirectly alter someone's destiny. Looking at the waiter, Qin Ming spoke with utmost sincerity. "The funds I carry are limited, so I entrust this entire sum to you as an investment. That if you require more, feel free to seek me out. However, 3 years hence, should you earn back this principal, you may return it to me." Qin Ming's tone was calm, and his faith in the waiter seemed inexplicably profound, so much so that the waiter, unable to contain himself, knelt before Qin Ming and proclaimed, "To call you my benefactor would be an understatement." The waiter's face was earnest, but Qin Ming, observing him, chuckled nonchalantly and replied, "I am not so remarkable. I am merely an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, the waiter burst into laughter. However, he couldn't help but grasp Qin Ming's hand and vowed, "I swear to you, I will rise to prominence in these 3 years. I will return your principal intact, even if it costs me my life." Chapter 20. Moved in truth, even before Qin Ming laid out his thoughts and encouraged the waiter, the latter had already come to a realization. This principle was something he could either forego or spend sparingly. That he simply needed to reinvent himself, to repackage his identity, and to recognize his true potential. Following Qin Ming's guidance, if he put in the effort, he would undoubtedly achieve remarkable success. Contemplating this, a look of excitement spread across the waiter's face. Qin Ming, noticing the waiter's fervor, glanced at his horse and then at the now cessated rain. Decisively waved his hand. He had more pressing matters to attend to, not just Hua Laogo, but also the affairs concerning Sun Quan. However, at this moment, Sun Quan was still just a child, and even if Qin Ming were to meet him, it would hardly make a significant impression. Furthermore, Sun Quan's childhood prowess and wisdom implied that he would likely blend into mediocrity as he matured. Thus, Qin Ming had little desire to encounter him. Yet the system had assigned him a directive, compelling him to seek out Sun Quan. Unbeknownst to Sun Quan, a calamity was looming on the horizon. He stood in the courtyard, gazing at his father and elder brother with admiration, pondering when he might emulate his brother's valorous exploits across the lands. Sun Quan's voice brimmed with curiosity, as those nearby couldn't help but tease him. Young Master Sun, why not join us in our studies? At your age, you are not yet suited for swordplay. Though Sun Quan nodded in agreement, his fists clenched with determination as he earnestly declared, when I grow to my brother's age, I will surely conquer the lands just as he does. Unexpectedly, the others chimed in. By the time young master grows up, your brother will likely have already united all of the East. Their faces bore smiles as they continued. At that point, you may find yourself merely a nobleman. Their tone carried a hint of seriousness. The divided land and the meager troops they commanded were hardly substantial. The servants spoke casually, yet little did they realize that Sun Quan had taken their jest to heart. Furrowing his brow, Sun Quan followed them to learn, all the while his gaze fixated on his elder brother. Their words echoed incessantly in his ears, as if nothing could erase them, causing Sun Quan's countenance to darken considerably. The few individuals present observed him and could not refrain from urging him to study. However, as he stared at the book in his hands, no matter how hard he tried, he could not decipher a single character. Something seemed to have planted a seed in his heart, which was now gradually sprouting. The symbol of power often signifies a multitude of things that as Sun Quan gazed blankly at the books before him. He became lost in thought. Coupled with the discussions his father and brother had previously held in his presence, he had long been laid the groundwork for such reflections. Although the servants refrained from openly gossiping about past events, they were all too aware of what kind of boy Sun Quan was. Apart from studying, he seemed incapable of engaging in any other pursuits. Strangely, he had become the fool they spoke of. Nevertheless, their remarks were not excessively harsh, nor did they dare voice them in front of him. Yet, their attitudes towards Sun Quan, in contrast to those towards his brother and father, were perceptible to him. Still, Sun Quan chose not to address it directly. What could a young child possibly understand about such convoluted matters? Yet today, a seemingly innocuous jest had embedded itself deeply within him, leaving a complex impression that was hard to erase. The only books he had ever read were those of classic literature, Confucian texts, and philosophical treatises. None concerning military strategy or the governance of dynasties. That it appeared that, in an insidious manner, his father had devoted all his energies to nurturing his elder brother, leaving Sun Quan to grapple with a growing sense of disparity. Perhaps his fate was destined to be that of a civilian general, while his brother was the martial commander. This possibility was not entirely unfathomable, prompting Sun Quan to adjust his mindset. Yet when he gazed upon historical texts and contemplated their contents, he found himself clenching his fists. The significance of power eluded him, yet he was acutely aware of the lengths to which others would go for it. The frightening attitudes towards him, along with their perceptions, pierced his heart like a thorn, leaving indelible pain, even in his youthful ignorance. However, mindful of the bonds he shared with his brother and father, Sun Quan refrained from voicing his thoughts, particularly since his relationship with the servants was one of companionship and shared study. Thus, in such moments, he could not openly reveal his feelings, nor could he allow his father and brother to discover them. He quietly pondered these matters as the seed within him continued to germinate. Chen Ming, having learned from the system, recognized that Sun Quan's life trajectory was subtly shifting. Yet, furrowing his brow, he could not help but voice his concerns. Something feels amiss. I remember Sun Quan as a well-behaved and sensible child. How could he harbor such peculiar thoughts? A flicker of complexity shone in Chen Ming's eyes as the system gently reminded him. Even though humans are inherently good at birth, their environment can indeed instigate change. Please refrain from making hasty assumptions. Upon hearing the system's words, a myriad of emotions crossed Chen Ming's gaze. After a moment's reflection, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. However, he was reluctant to rush towards Sun Quan, for the distance between them was substantial. If he were to attend to Sun Quan, he would inevitably neglect Guo Jia's condition. Chen Ming concluded it would be wiser to remain in the tea house for 3 days, and upon locating Hualaogo, treat Guo Jia's ailment. Visiting Sun Quan afterward might prove more prudent, but he estimated that it would take him at least half a month to return. Guo Jia could still survive for 3 more months. Chen Ming found himself in a state of indecision, fully aware that if he healed Guo Jia and then journeyed to Sun Quan, the path would be fraught with difficulties. Chapter 21. A rational approach. Moreover, considering Chao's character, a cunning veteran, Chen Ming could easily predict the potential troubles that lay ahead. At this moment, he looked at his horse, which had regained some vigor, and without hesitation, urged it forward. Racing towards Sun Quan's location, point one must manage time wisely to strategically maneuver the affairs of the world. With this thought in mind, a smile crept onto Chun Ming's face, hoping that Sun Quan would not be overly surprised upon seeing him. Yet, Chun Ming was curious about how Sun Quan had transformed so drastically. Although the system's assertions held some truth, the speed of Sun Quan's change seemed somewhat disconcerting. Was it possible that the historical texts he had perused were meticulously crafted by others, far removed from the truth? Contemplating this, Chun Ming found himself momentarily stunned atop his steed. However, upon deeper reflection, such occurrences were not unexpected, as history was chronicled by later generations rather than the individuals themselves. Had each historical account been penned by its subjects, the darker aspects would have long been unveiled before the public eye. How could the accounts Chun Ming had encountered be so idyllic? Sun Quan must have been grappling with his own issues, he mused. Fortunately, as he pressed onward, his horse exhibited no signs of exhaustion, which pleased Chun Ming. Days passed in a blink, unbeknownst to him that the innkeeper had heeded his advice, transforming his appearance and securing several business deals. Observing the bustling streets, Chun Ming exuded a sense of calm. He was now just a few hundred meters from Sun Quan, as the system had informed him, and he was on the verge of resolving the issue at hand. He pondered whether Sun Quan would be startled upon their encounter. As Chun Ming led his horse through the throngs of people, he suddenly spotted a child standing beside a rabbit cage. The merchant before the child chuckled lightly and remarked, "Child, do you wish to eat rabbit meat?" Upon hearing this, the child widened his eyes in disbelief and replied, "How could one eat such a pure and lovely rabbit?" The child's tone was rife with helplessness, prompting the merchant to laugh heartily. "If this rabbit is not for eating, then what purpose does it serve?" After observing the child's crestfallen expression, the merchant hurriedly added, "Surely, you don't intend to keep it as a pet. Such a rabbit is meant for consumption. Though I suppose you could raise it if you wish." Hearing the merchant's words, Chun Ming furrowed his brow, instinctively halting his steps. The system alerted him that he was now less than 3 meters from Sun Quan. Chun Ming's eyes widened as he scanned his surroundings, mentally searching for Sun Quan's whereabouts. Suddenly, a resounding voice echoed in his ears. "Perhaps this is what they mean by I am the fish and meat, and others are the knife and chopping board." Sun Quan let out a rueful laugh, and upon hearing his voice, Chun Ming quickly looked up at a crowd surrounded Sun Quan, yet his expression bore a weighty and suppressed demeanor. Chun Ming could discern no trace of the vivaciousness typically associated with youth in Sun Quan. Furrowing his brow, Chun Ming's eyes reflected a blend of emotions, leaving him puzzled regarding the situation. As he grappled with these thoughts, Sun Quan seemed to notice Chun Ming's gaze. He glanced in Chun Ming's direction before returning his attention elsewhere. Observing Sun Quan in this state, Chun Ming's eyes shimmered with complexity. This child was far too somber. Did neither his father nor brother notice this? The nearby servants, seeing Sun Quan's dejected expression, glanced at the candied hawthorn skewers and cheerfully suggested, "Young master, if you are feeling down, why not indulge in a candied hawthorn to lift your spirits?" Their tone was light-hearted, attempting to console Sun Quan. However, upon hearing their words, Sun Quan contemplated for a moment before shaking his head. Fixating on the candied hawthorn, he sighed with resignation. "Even if I eat it, what difference will it make? The truth remains, there are countless things that cannot be changed." Though Sun Quan was still young, his keen intellect allowed him to grasp many concepts in an instant. When Chun Ming observed Sun Quan's sorrowful expression, he felt a pang of sympathy and approached him, intending to offer some words of comfort. However, he was at a loss as to how to dismiss Sun Quan's attendants, who stood nearby. Furrowing his brow, Chun Ming's eyes reflected a complexity of emotions. The attendants noticed his gaze but said nothing, for they perceived him as a mere drifter, shabby and disheveled, perhaps a traveling merchant, unlike themselves, who hailed from respectable households. Aware of this disparity, they dismissed him entirely. Yet Sun Quan, glancing at the small pavilion beside him, suddenly turned and urged them away, saying, "Allow me a moment of solitude." The sudden shift in the young master's demeanor threw his companions into disarray. They squatted down, employing all their efforts to cheer him up, wishing fervently for him to regain his spirits. However, Sun Quan's discontent rendered their attempts futile, and the attendants could only stand by, waiting for his mood to brighten. In that moment, Sun Quan sat within the pavilion, gazing at the distant river, his emotions churning within him. Chun Ming, witnessing Sun Quan's plight, was reminded of a familiar phrase. A son should be like Sun Jomo, referring to Sun Quan himself that it was precisely because Sun Quan was both capable and astute that many hoped their children would achieve similar renown. Yet, as Chen Ming observed Sun Quan's silhouette, he discerned a different truth. A person who comprehends too much may soon confront an overwhelming sense of despair. Unlike the naturally optimistic, who maintain their composure when faced with reality. Such individuals often remain exceptionally calm, even to the point of being unable to quell their own melancholy as they tackle life's challenges. Such a person may indeed become accomplished, but their existence is often marked by profound tragedy, having never truly experienced joy or a carefree spirit. Perhaps only in childhood does one possess the opportunity for such lightheartedness, for as one ages, these moments become nearly non-existent. Now, as Chen Ming gazed at Sun Quan, his eyes reflected a deep compassion. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely approached, undeterred by the attendants still watching. As Chen Ming drew near, Sun Quan's gaze met his, revealing a hint of complexity in his eyes. Yet, in the end, he was merely a young boy, lacking the intricacies of adult thought. He glanced at Chen Ming before quickly averting his gaze. Seeing Sun Quan in such a state brought a smile to Chen Ming's face. Unable to suppress a gentle sigh, he regarded Sun Quan with earnestness. "Are you still troubled by those perplexing matters?" Upon hearing these words, Sun Quan's expression darkened considerably, his eyes widening with surprise as he pondered the unexpected familiarity between them. Why was Chen Ming able to speak so freely and fluently with him? This realization made Sun Quan wary of Chen Ming. Before Sun Quan could voice his thoughts, Chen Ming pointed towards the horizon, his expression cold and resolute. The world is in decline, chaos looms, and everything is changing silently. While the phrase "the knife is wielded by others, I am but a fish on the chopping block" is indeed profound. There are many ways to alter such a fate. The tranquility in Chen Ming's eyes cast Sun Quan into a long silence. Sun Quan, gazing at Chen Ming with a hint of confusion, asked, "How do you know that these matters can be changed so casually?" His tone reflected skepticism, firmly believing in the notion of being at the mercy of others. This thought began to shift his perspective, deepening the seriousness of his expression. Yet, due to his youth, those around him assumed he was merely upset about trivial matters. However, Chen Ming accurately captured the nuances of Sun Quan's emotions and calmly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you likely feel that everything is insurmountable. But what if opportunities present themselves? What if you are given the chance to ascend to a higher position in the future?" At this, Sun Quan's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. Seeing the youthful intensity in Sun Quan's expression, Chen Ming couldn't help but chuckle, as he could almost predict the boy's thoughts. Chen Ming then placed a hand on Sun Quan's shoulder and said with remarkable composure, "Everyone harbors ambitions, yet your current status is something others cannot possess. Why not utilize your abilities to alter the existing circumstances?" Chen Ming's tone carried a hint of amusement. Upon hearing this, Sun Quan furrowed his brow, a touch perplexed. How can I affect such change? He struggled to grasp the meaning behind Chen Ming's words. Observing Sun Quan's confusion, Chen Ming laughed lightly. "That is because you have yet to recognize a crucial point from your current position. Altering the lives of children your age is almost effortless." Chen Ming's calm, yet incisive words struck at the heart of the matter, awakening Sun Quan to a new understanding. His eyes widened in realization as he absorbed Chen Ming's meaning. If he truly wished to change this era, his current status might present challenges, yet viewed from another angle, his father was a general. What could not be controlled within this domain? As Sun Quan, the youngest son, seemingly carefree, he realized that even his father would heed his words. Contemplating this, a complex expression crossed Sun Quan's face as he began to discern how to articulate his thoughts. Yet he struggled to find the right words. Glancing at Chen Ming, he suddenly smiled and said, "I know what I must do next at that moment." Chen Ming heard the system announce the completion of a task. A satisfying sound that rang in his ears. Content. Chen Ming smiled to himself, thinking he could finally return to attend to Guijia's illness. As he felt a surge of happiness. Sun Quan looked at him and remarked, "I owe you a great deal for this. That if you wish, you may state that I can ask my father to invite you into our household as a tutor to guide my studies." Sun Quan's tone was imbued with calm assurance. Upon witnessing Sun Quan's demeanor, Chen Ming contemplated for a moment before ultimately shaking his head in refusal. At this juncture, he could not afford to remain, for his matters with Guijia were far from resolved. Moreover, Chen Ming understood that most children possess a certain dependency. They often wish to keep a strong figure close by. Yet, what he had conveyed was something they could grasp internally. Reflecting on this, Chen Ming turned to Sun Quan and said, "Why would you want to keep me around for something you already understand?" His eyes held a tranquil gaze, and upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Sun Quan fell into silence, unsure of how to respond. In that moment, Chen Ming departed, maintaining a tranquil facade, though he emanated an air of inscrutability. After Chen Ming walked past Sun Quan, the boy, recovering from his thoughts, turned to look back, only to find that Chen Ming had vanished entirely. It was as if he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sun Quan furrowed his brow, his eyes filled with urgency. Utterly perplexed by the situation at hand, he also noticed a small rainbow appearing at the edge of the sky, which prompted him to ponder deeply. Could this celestial phenomenon indicate that Chen Ming's presence was, in fact, a form of assistance or even a reminder from some divine being? Contemplating this notion, Sun Quan was abruptly enveloped in silence, rendered speechless. Reflecting upon his earlier, more pessimistic thoughts and contrasting them with his current mindset, he realized that he had been overly impulsive at that time. This moment, Sun Quan found himself at a loss for words, and it was no wonder that Chen Ming was unwilling to accompany him back to serve as a tutor in his household. Chapter 23. Is he a celestial being? How could someone of such stature possibly be lured by a mere military residence? Upon this realization, Sun Quan could not help but let out a bitter smile. Yet, he was still but a child. Once he recognized his mistake, he swiftly corrected his course of thought and refrained from dwelling on other matters. Moreover, he maintained an extraordinarily calm perspective regarding Chen Ming, believing that should fate allow him to encounter Chen Ming again, he would certainly show him greater respect. However, such opportunities would likely come only once in a lifetime. Sun Quan's expression grew exceedingly complex as he shook his head, remaining silent for a considerable time. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chen Ming received a notification regarding Sun Quan's growing favorability towards him. A hint of complexity crossed Chen Ming's face. The nature of his relationship with Sun Quan was difficult for him to articulate. He understood that his future interactions with Sun Quan would not be few. Yet at this moment, Chen Ming was reluctant to confront these issues. For now, he preferred to avoid entangling himself in such troubles. Fortunately, upon his swift return to the inn, the weather had been quite agreeable over the past few days. Allowing him to arrive 2 days ahead of schedule, he settled into the inn, but was eager to seek out the young attendant at the tea house. Upon his arrival at the tea house, he was met with the sound of a heated argument outside. Chen Ming hurried over to investigate, only to find a scruffy old man gripping the young attendant's hand, impatiently bickering with him that "I've waited here for a day, 2 days, 3 days, and now it has been a full half-month. You surely know how much business I could have received during this time." The old man's tone was filled with irritation. The young attendant, however, stubbornly retorted, "Spare me your complaints. Don't think I haven't noticed your true nature. You've been mooching off me for these past few days. And I've never uttered a word of grievance." As soon as the young attendant finished speaking, the old man gritted his teeth in anger, and he looked at the young attendant, annoyance etched across his face, and shot back, "Oh, you resent me for taking advantage of your hospitality? Then perhaps I should leave at once." Standing at the entrance, Chen Ming listened to their quarrel, a hint of amusement dancing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the young attendant would engage in such a business dispute. Meanwhile, the young attendant shook his head vigorously, looking at the old man with a tinge of helplessness. If it weren't for Chen Ming, he would never have entertained such an unprofitable arrangement. Yet at this moment, he gazed earnestly at the old man and said, "When did I ever suggest you should leave? You can stay a couple more days. The food here is provided, which is far better than wandering about in misfortune." Upon hearing these words, the old man's expression soured immediately. The truth of the matter struck him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chen Ming found the old man's reaction to be quite humorous and stepped forward, suspecting that the person before him was the one he had been searching for. However, seeing the young attendant's earnest demeanor, he felt a pang of guilt, recognizing that it was his actions that forced the young attendant to wait for half a month alongside the old man. With this thought weighing on him, Chen Ming could not help but feel remorseful. Despite the facade of divinity projected by others, he was, after all, merely human, burdened with his own thoughts and emotions. It was simply that those around him had elevated him to such heights. Rushing over, Chen Ming looked at the young attendant with an expression of sincere apology that my journey was far too hasty. I completely overlooked your situation and caused you trouble. That as soon as his words escaped his lips, the young attendant looked up in surprise, seemingly unable to believe that Chen Ming stood before him. Rubbing his eyes, he beamed and exclaimed, "Sir, you have finally arrived. Forget about the past. There's no need to mention it. Come quickly and enjoy a fine cup of tea." The young attendant's tone was imbued with excitement. Yet Chen Ming, observing his enthusiasm, remained composed. "There's no need for fine tea. Any common brew will suffice, as I may only stay for a short while." While speaking, Chen Ming glanced at the old man standing nearby. Observing the swift change in the young attendant's demeanor, the old man furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Wait, what is going on here?" He had never witnessed the young attendant display such warmth towards anyone else. Aware of his character, which was notoriously miserly and manipulative in extracting money from patrons. Yet now, the young attendant's treatment of Chen Ming was so unusually amiable that it raised suspicion in the old man's mind. Hearing the old man's voice, Chen Ming beamed and said, "I have been searching for you. Do you have any silver needles?" Upon hearing Chen Ming's request, the old man frowned and nodded. "Of course I have them. But what do you need them for? You aren't here to ask me to treat you, are you?" He noted Chen Ming's fine attire and assumed he must possess considerable wealth, thus adopting a dual approach of maintaining a facade of authority while also attempting to curry favor with Chen Ming. Chen Ming found the old man's demeanor both amusing and exasperating. He shook his head and addressed the young attendant with utmost seriousness. "Tio, put it plainly. This is indeed a misunderstanding. I should have informed him beforehand to avoid such a situation." As soon as Chen Ming spoke, the young attendant revealed a hint of exasperation and hastily waved his hands, addressing the old man with impatience. "You have been complaining about not receiving any business. I am now introducing you to a significant client that if you continue to grumble, I shall have to pass this opportunity to someone else." The young attendant's words left the old man's expression darkened, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. Feeling powerless, he then turned to Chen Ming with a forced smile. "You are indeed a significant client. Please, do tell me what troubles you." As the old man spoke, Chen Ming's eyes glimmered with complexity. "To be frank, I came here seeking the silver needles you possess, that if you would be willing to lend them to me for a few days." At this, the old man burst into hearty laughter, slapping his chest and looking at Chen Ming with a serious expression. "The silver needles are certainly yours to borrow. I would even lend them to you for free. But there is a condition you must understand." Chapter 24. Bewilderment. As the old man concluded his statement, Chen Ming furrowed his brow, gazing at him with a look of bewilderment. At this moment, the old man earnestly began to explain the specific uses of the silver needles, revealing to Chen Ming that they were primarily employed for treating livestock. Though Chen Ming had suspected this, he was unprepared for the further revelation that the old man also utilized the needles to test for harmful substances in animal waste, ensuring timely monitoring of their health. Listening to the old man's words, Chen Ming felt a mix of emotions, unable to articulate anything beyond astonishment. In that moment, he found himself harboring no goodwill towards the old man. This individual was truly lower than a beast. However, one could not deny that his medical insights were indeed far ahead of his peers. At this moment, Chen Ming gazed at the old man and could not help but remark, "If I am not mistaken, you turned to treating livestock simply because you lacked human patience, correct?" As Chen Ming's conjecture escaped his lips, Hua Laogo immediately nodded, gazing at Chen Ming with tears and snot streaming down his face as he recounted his past experiences. Observing Hua Laogo's demeanor, Chen Ming couldn't help but burst into laughter. None could have anticipated that Hua Laogo possessed such a side to him. To be candid, while the historical texts may record a substantial amount of truth, they remain far from comprehensive. It is only through personal encounters that one can truly grasp the essence of such matters. As Chen Ming listened to Hua Laogo recount his bygone tales, he found himself laughing heartily once more. Yet when his gaze fell upon the silver needles that Hua Laogo produced, he fell silent for a considerable time, uncertain of how to proceed. Deep down, he understood the weight of the responsibility he would bear should he utilize those needles to treat Guojia's ailment. Contemplating these thoughts, a glint of sharpness flickered in Chen Ming's eyes. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed that he had no choice but to press onward with this course of action. Seeing the turmoil etched across Chen Ming's face, Hua Laogo hastily grasped his hand, anxiously questioning him. "Let me ask you a question. You wouldn't be using those silver needles to treat someone, would you? If so, I implore you, Please do not proceed with that. Hua Laogo's tone was laden with helplessness. Catching sight of his expression, Chunming smiled, only for Hua Laogo to launch into a fervent speech right before him. I happen to have a spare set of silver needles that have remained unused since their creation. If you need them, I can simply give them to you. The innkeeper, overhearing this generous offer, couldn't help but express his astonishment, exclaiming, "Are you serious?" Upon hearing this question, Hua Laogo nodded affirmatively to AT that moment. He looked at Chunming and couldn't resist sharing a sentiment. In this world, how many true confidants can one have? I only hope that when we meet, we can cherish the moment. This brief, yet poignant statement elicited hearty laughter from Chunming, who then remarked without reservation, "In that case, I shall not hold back any longer." As he spoke, he accepted the silver needles from Hua Laogo. Noticing the haste with which Chunming was departing, Hua Laogo felt an urge to follow him. The sensation of encountering a kindred spirit left him with a complex mix of emotions, akin to meeting another version of himself, an uncanny feeling that surpassed even that of blood relations, yet was equally inescapable. That in a hurry, Hua Laogo rushed to catch up with Chunming, grasping his hand and anxiously pleading, "May I observe from the sidelines?" His voice was tinged with caution, fully aware of Chunming's extraordinary status and the possibility of rejection. Nevertheless, Hua Laogo was willing to take a chance upon hearing Hua Laogo's request. Chunming pondered momentarily before decisively nodding. He realized that having Hua Laogo by his side might indeed be beneficial during the treatment. Seeing Chunming readily agree, Hua Laogo's excitement was palpable as he beamed at Chunming, waving cheerfully to the innkeeper behind him before following Chunming without a backward glance. The innkeeper stood rooted in place, watching Chunming depart until he could no longer see his figure. Reluctantly withdrawing his gaze, for Hua Laogo, Chunming represented not only a confidant but also a benefactor to the innkeeper. Had it not been for Chunming's recognition of his potential, he might still be a mere errand boy, serving tea to others, rather than the proprietor he had become. While he felt slightly overwhelmed by the title of boss, in moments like this he did not consider it beyond his means. Instead, he beckoned to those seeking information, requesting their payments before providing them with dates, and proceeded to organize the next set of details. His sharp intellect allowed him to retain this information indelibly in his mind, rendering money a seemingly effortless acquisition. Those things once deemed unattainable became readily achievable with Chunming's assistance. "How much longer until we arrive?" Hua Laogo's voice was tinged with urgency. Given the proximity of the military camp, Chunming had not returned to fetch his horse, but opted to walk alongside Hua Laogo. As Hua Laogo anxiously urged him onward, Chunming, observing the hill before them, patted Hua Laogo on the shoulder and earnestly remarked, "Look, it's right up ahead." Upon hearing Chunming's words, Hua Laogo raised his head, expecting to behold a grand estate. However, to his utter astonishment, what lay before him was a military camp. He stood there momentarily, speechless, before Chunming seized his arm and, without allowing him time to react, forcefully pulled him forward. Witnessing Chunming's determination, Hua Laogo was rendered speechless, exclaiming, "Wait! Why are we heading in this direction? I have no desire to be here." His tone was filled with urgency as Chunming's impatience began to show. "You were the one who insisted on observing from the sidelines. That I'm offering you that opportunity, and now you wish to forfeit it." Chapter 25. Still doubting me, Chunming's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Yet as Hua Laogo observed the mixed expressions on Chunming's face, he realized he was being coerced into compliance. Reluctantly, he steeled himself, but still felt compelled to clarify earnestly, "Let us establish one thing. I am merely here to treat animals. I know nothing about treating humans, despite their camaraderie." Hua Laogo understood that survival took precedence. Chunming nodded, and seeing Hua Laogo's flustered demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle and reassure him, "Rest assured, I would never harm you." While Hua Laogo did not respond further, he followed Chunming closely, his gaze darting around nervously. To AT that moment, he let out a soft sigh. Noticing Hua Laogo's state, Chunming clapped him on the shoulder, startling him into paling. "Relax. Why are you so tense? When you come to a place like this, it should feel like home." Chunming's tone was laced with excitement, prompting Hua Laogo to open his mouth. Utterly at a loss for words, having lived most of his life, he had never encountered anyone like Chunming, who spoke of such places as if they were returning home. The very fact that Chunming could express such sentiments hinted at his extraordinary nature. Leaving Hua Laogo speechless, After Chun Ming ventured inside for a short while, the eager followers of Dian Wei rushed out to greet him, chattering excitedly at his side. Dian Wei, with his usual brashness, exclaimed, "I thought you weren't coming back." As he spoke, he playfully punched Chun Ming's chest, his manner as rough as ever. Yet, Chun Ming caught the blow without flinching, meeting Dian Wei's gaze without altering his composure. "Who said I wasn't coming back?" A glimmer of sharpness danced in his eyes. Although Dian Wei was aware of Chun Ming's return, the intensity of their eye contact left him feeling uneasy, as if Chun Ming were reluctant to be back. However, this fleeting impression quickly dissipated, and Dian Wei dismissed it, convincing himself that perhaps he was overthinking. What Dian Wei did not anticipate was that when he struck Chun Ming's chest, Guojia happened to witness the encounter. Incensed, Guojia clenched his teeth, reflecting that if Dian Wei lacks any sense of discretion, Chun Ming has traveled great distances to return. I wonder if he has harmed him. Although Chun Ming had not returned for half a month, Guojia was convinced that Chun Ming had been searching for an esteemed physician on his behalf. Otherwise, how could he have spent so much time away? Throughout the half-month wait, both Dian Wei and the head of the Chow family had already begun strategizing what to do if Chun Ming did not return. Only Guojia remained composed, for he had faith that Chun Ming would undoubtedly return. The circumstances before him mirrored his predictions precisely. Gazing at Chun Ming, Guojia's countenance exhibited nothing but excitement, devoid of any other complexities. Instead, he boisterously proclaimed before Chun Ming, portraying himself as the straightforward and uncalculating Dian Wei in that moment. He appeared more akin to a jester. Chun Ming shook his head, remaining silent for a considerable time. Beside them, Hua Lao Go observed the exchange of expressions among the group, and, without needing to ponder, discerned their inner thoughts at this juncture. Hua Lao Go refrained from further commentary, choosing instead to quietly accompany Chun Ming. Feigning ignorance. Noticing Hua Lao Go's demeanor, a complex glimmer flickered in Chun Ming's eyes, but he found himself at a loss for words, his thoughts swirling within. After all, Chun Ming was acutely aware of the nature of Hua Lao Go. Yet at this moment, Hua Lao Go dared not utter a single word in front of the others, that he recalled the historical texts he had perused, which depicted Hua Lao Go as an imposing figure, a prominent individual amidst the chaos of this era. Yet now, he preferred silence, unwilling to be drawn into the turmoil. Chun Ming smiled subtly, directing his gaze at Guojia, and earnestly remarked, "I observe your complexion is vibrant. It seems you have diligently practiced the techniques I imparted." Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, Guojia nodded fervently, but he glanced at Dian Wei, aware that Dian Wei was poised to interject with something startling, and hastily gestured for him to remain silent. Dian Wei opened his mouth, his expression one of defiance, only to close it again. Chun Ming, feigning ignorance of their exchange, turned his attention back to Guojia, who earnestly declared, "You would not believe how robust my health has become. Just recently, I ran several laps around the mountain without even breaking a sweat." His tone brimmed with excitement, and he couldn't deny the efficacy of the secret manual Chun Ming had bestowed upon him. Listening to this, Chun Ming nodded in acknowledgement, then utilized his system's capabilities to assess Guojia's remaining lifespan. To his astonishment, despite Guojia's vigorous efforts over the past fortnight, he had only gained a single day of life. Chun Ming sighed deeply, remaining silent for an extended period, shaking his head as a myriad of emotions flickered in his eyes. Seeing Chun Ming's somber expression, Guojia could not help but speak up. "In truth, I believe my continued practice of this manual renders medical treatment unnecessary, for my body feels exceptionally healthy." Guojia chuckled amiably at Chun Ming, wishing to alleviate any undue burden upon him. Yet, Chun Ming, without hesitation, firmly shook his head in refusal. "While your body may seem healthy, medical intervention is imperative." His tone was urgent, casting a heavy pall over the atmosphere. The others exchanged anxious glances, unable to foresee how dire the situation might become. Dian Wei's heart raced as he grasped Chun Ming's hand, his face a mask of urgency. What exactly is going on? A complex expression flickered in Dian Wei's eyes, but Chun Ming was reluctant to provide an explanation. Dian Wei's presumptuous demeanor left a negative impression on Chun Ming. Presently, Chun Ming addressed Dian Wei without hesitation. "We have procured all that is needed, yet one medicinal herb remains unacquired. However, treatment can commence immediately." Chun Ming's icy tone displeased Dian Wei, who grasped Chen Ming's hand, intending to voice his thoughts. But at that moment, Guojia shot him a glance, compelling him to swallow his words. Yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered within him. He felt Guojia placed too much importance on Chen Ming, who, apart from his ability to provide medical assistance, had little else to commend him. Contemplating this, Dian turned to Guojia, unable to restrain himself from speaking. "I have something I wish to discuss with you. Might we step aside for a moment?" Dian's tone was tinged with anxiety, but as soon as his words left his lips, Guojia laughed. "That we are all brothers here. What cannot be said in front of everyone?" Guojia, disliking any pretense before Chen Ming, was aware of Dian's intentions. Seeing Guojia's reaction, Dian's expression soured. Yet he managed to smile and suppress his thoughts. Chen Ming observed the unfolding scene, feigning ignorance. Upon returning to the tent with the group, Chen Ming excitedly addressed Hua Lao Go. "When the time comes for treatment, you shall remain by my side and observe closely." Hua Lao Go nodded in agreement. Yet he yearned to disappear, wishing to blend into the background. Avoiding any scrutiny, the head of the Chow family hurried back upon learning of Chen Ming's return. He sighed heavily upon entering. Chen Ming, hearing his voice, glanced up, thinking how melodramatic he was being. "I thought you had no intention of returning. You haven't sent a letter in half a month. Where on earth have you been? Were you unaware of our concerns for you?" The head of the Chow family rambled on, appearing genuinely heartfelt in his concern. However, Hua Lao Go, seated nearby, was left utterly astounded by the scene. He remained speechless, knowing that Chen Ming had primarily come seeking the silver needles from him. Thus, he was left wondering where Chen Ming had been during the past fortnight. Yet he was acutely aware that revealing this information would spell his doom. With this thought, Hua Lao Go resumed his charade of ignorance. That moment, Chen Ming, addressing the head of the Chow family, maintained his composure, responding, "I was merely searching for skilled physicians and medicinal herbs for Guojia." Fatigue glimmered in Chen Ming's eyes as he looked at the head of the Chow family, suddenly pressing, "You didn't think I had no intention of returning, did you?" The head of the Chow family had dropped the respectful address, indicating the depth of his suspicion, prompting Chen Ming to refrain from further discussion. Chen Ming shook his head, unable to articulate his thoughts, his expression one of profound disappointment. Yet the head of the Chow family, locking eyes with Chen Ming, could not help but chuckle heartily, deliberately disregarding the disappointment in Chen Ming's gaze. "But your return is all that matters. Everything else is inconsequential." As he spoke, he gestured to his subordinates to bring wine to warm for Chen Ming. However, upon seeing the wine jug before him, Chen Ming shook his head resolutely. "There is no need for that. I must attend to Guojia's treatment shortly, otherwise his condition may worsen." While the head of the Chow family nodded in understanding, he could not refrain from adding, "If you require anything else, do not hesitate to inform me. I can send my men to assist you in gathering what you need, to spare you the trouble of running back and forth." Chen Ming offered a perfunctory nod in response to that moment. Holding the silver needles in his hand, he strode decisively into the inner chamber. Guojia followed closely beside him, maintaining his customary politeness. Yet, glancing at the head of the Chow family, Guojia subtly tugged at his hand, urging him to slow his pace. Having spent considerable time together, their camaraderie had deepened, and even a small gesture could convey their intentions. Observing their exchange, Chen Ming felt a flicker of amusement. Though he pretended not to notice, Guojia reclined on the bed. A mix of anxiety and reassurance washed over him as he gazed at Chen Ming. "Even if you cannot cure me, I shall not hold you accountable." Upon hearing his words, Chen Ming chuckled, patting his chest with a smile. "Rest assured, I will certainly restore your health." As he spoke, Chen Ming gently inserted the silver needles into the acupoints. Observing Chen Ming's actions, the onlookers knew there was nothing amiss. Yet they could not suppress their frowns, pondering whether Chen Ming was truly capable. As such thoughts arose, their expressions grew grave and inscrutable. Noticing their reactions, Chen Ming smiled and reassured them. After half an hour, he will awaken. Following this, he withdrew the silver needles, leaving 2 slender needles embedded in Guojia's face, which appeared as fine as a strand of hair, yet penetrated deeply into his skin. The head of the Chow family appeared increasingly unsettled, staring at Chen Ming with a hint of confusion. This truly without risk? In response to the head of the Chow family's inquiry, Chen Ming's expression remained utterly calm. What could possibly go wrong? He appeared to regard the head of the Chow family with indifference, lacking the previous warmth in his demeanor. when the head of the Chow family realized this. He cast a glance at Qin Ming, his eyes betraying a complexity of emotions that I am merely concerned about Guo Jia. I am not doubting you, sir, he stated. Suddenly, the head of the Chow family adopted a courteous demeanor. Qin Ming offered a brief smile, though it felt somewhat out of place that he turned to leave, opting not to linger in the vicinity. Observing Qin Ming seated in the courtyard, the head of the Chow family followed suit. Yet, during that half hour, while Qin Ming engrossed himself in reading, the head of the Chow family paced restlessly between the room and courtyard. Alongside him was their good brother, Dian Wei, but Dian Wei was unable to find peace. His gaze fixed on Qin Ming as he pressed, "Are you certain there's no issue?" His tone held a hint of severity, for he feared nothing more than being deceived by Qin Ming. Inwardly, Dian Wei pondered this dilemma. However, when Qin Ming met his gaze, he responded with an air of calm, "What do you believe could possibly be amiss?" Dian Wei, hearing Qin Ming's words echo in his ears, found himself at a loss for words, his brow furrowed in frustration. The more Dian Wei exhibited his unease, the more amusement Qin Ming derived from the situation. "Surely, you do not believe that the matter at hand is of grave consequence. Do you?" Chapter 27. I believe in him. Upon completing this statement, Dian Wei fell into a profound silence. He had intended to challenge Qin Ming, perhaps even to berate him thoroughly, yet he found himself unable to act on such impulses, fully aware that doing so would lead to regret. After a moment, he turned to Qin Ming once more. "When will he awaken?" "Half an hour has already elapsed." His tone was laden with urgency. Dian Wei, being somewhat impulsive, expressed his thoughts directly, especially before Qin Ming, where he felt emboldened by his own formidable strength. Deliberately projecting his presence, that he attempted to intimidate Qin Ming with his demeanor, saying sharply, "So, are you not inclined to explain this situation to me?" As he spoke, he clenched his teeth, yet Qin Ming met his inquiry with a calm shake of his head. "These matters are inconsequential. I assure you, he will awaken. The effects vary from person to person post-treatment." The more composed Qin Ming appeared, the more agitated Dian Wei felt. He did not wish to question Qin Ming's integrity. Yet the latter's actions were indeed exasperating. Clenching his fists, Dian Wei could not restrain himself. "So you have no explanation to offer?" His tone was rife with skepticism. Qin Ming regarded him, a hint of awkwardness in his demeanor. "What is it you wish for me to provide?" Qin Ming's voice carried a touch of mirth. Observing his demeanor, Dian Wei's expression deepened with intensity, that he shook his head, remaining silent for a significant time. Half an hour had passed, and Guo Jia still showed no signs of awakening, yet an hour had also slipped away. Hua Laogo, hiding behind a book, scrutinized the column of smoke, his gaze shifting to Qin Ming, then cautiously returning to the pages. However, cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The tension in the air was perilously palpable, more terrifying than witnessing the hunt of a wild boar. Hua Laogo felt utterly disoriented, while Qin Ming lightly patted his shoulder, smiling as he inquired, "Do you believe he will awaken?" When Qin Ming posed this question, Hua Laogo found himself at a loss for a response, his mouth agape. He gazed at Qin Ming, his eyes reflecting a whirlwind of emotions. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Qin Ming laughed lightly. "Do you not trust me?" Hua Laogo hastily shook his head, yet as he looked at Qin Ming, he felt a sense of helplessness. "That I beg you, please refrain from asking me these questions. I truly do not know what to do." He was reluctant to become embroiled in this turmoil, perplexed by Qin Ming's intentions and why he had drawn him into this predicament. Contemplating this, Hua Laogo's expression grew increasingly grim. The head of the Chow family and Dian Wei exchanged glances, realizing that Guo Jia remained unresponsive. Frustration bubbled within them as they clenched their jaws. Both ventured to check Guo Jia's pulse and breath, finding it steady yet uncertain, leaving them in a state of anxiety, unsure if he was merely asleep or unresponsive. They dared not ponder the implications. However, casting their glances toward Qin Ming, their expressions darkened, suspicion flickering in their eyes. At that moment, Qin Ming surveyed the landscape before him, his heart remaining unperturbed. Regardless of when Guo Jia would awaken, he maintained his composure, never once glancing in Guo Jia's direction, for he was certain of his eventual awakening. Thus, in this moment, there was no need for him to panic. What was unfolding felt less like waiting for Guo Jia to regain consciousness and more like a psychological game, a test of trust. Qin Ming was curious whether the head of the Chow family and Dian Wei would direct their ire toward him over this matter. Reflecting on this, Qin Ming regarded the two men. a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. Although he remained silent, a trace of disdain flickered in his gaze. Internally counting, just as he had anticipated, upon reaching 3, both men approached him. They stood before Chen Ming, their faces stern, yet quickly transforming to reveal concern. Mr. Chun, why is Guijia not yet awakened? Sir, what is the meaning of this? An hour has passed, and if Guijia does not awaken soon, our heart shall. They surrounded Chen Ming, one on each side, incessantly interrogating him. Chen Ming, caught in the awkwardness of their questions, managed a nervous smile. If he could awaken, he would do so promptly. If he is not yet, it likely requires more time. Chen Ming spoke slowly. The head of the Chao family contemplated this. His fists clenched as he swallowed his thoughts, that he realized that Chen Ming's ability to provide them with those invaluable texts indicated his exceptional skill. Suspecting Chen Ming would yield no benefits. With this in mind, the head of the Chao family refrained from voicing further concerns, yet his mood remained exceedingly troubled. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Dian Wei slammed his fist upon the table, seizing Chen Ming's book, and addressed him with utmost seriousness. Sir, I respect you and call you sir, but if Guijia does not awaken soon, I will not hold back my displeasure. Guijia was his dearest brother, and should Chen Ming dare to harm him, there would be no mercy. Hearing Dian Wei's words, Chen Ming remained unfazed. That moment, he continued to observe the scenery before him. Even as the book slipped from his grasp, his gaze not once straying toward Guijia. Hua Laogo, standing nearby, sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly bizarre, wishing only to escape. Seeing Chen Ming's indifference, Dian Wei slammed the table once more, pressing him in desperation. What are your thoughts on this matter? When Dian Wei spoke, Chen Ming, maintaining his composure, replied, What else could I think? The more Chen Ming maintained his calm, the more helpless Dian Wei felt. He threw up his hands, his eyes reflecting his despair, then, gritting his teeth, shouted, Then I take my leave. As Dian Wei's words hung in the air, Chen Ming chuckled softly, turning to Hua Laogo. Why don't you go check on the situation over there? Upon hearing Chen Ming's command, Hua Laogo felt as though the world had gone mad. He opened his mouth, addressing Chen Ming. Could we not discuss this calmly for a moment? The moment his words left his lips, both Dian Wei and the head of the Chao family fixed their piercing gazes upon him, causing his scalp to prickle with unease, rendering him speechless. Chapter 28. Be a person. Hua Laogo's expression turned increasingly grave. Witnessing Hua Laogo's demeanor, Chen Ming could not help but inquire, Do you have no other thoughts? Are you not willing to test your medical skills and see if you have made any progress? Upon hearing Chen Ming's question, Hua Laogo fell silent. Dian Wei, in a fit of frustration, slammed the table, urging him, I have a fiery temper. Come with me now to see what's happening. As he spoke, he grasped Hua Laogo's hand, dragging him along. Hua Laogo, feeling utterly helpless, followed behind. Yet he glanced back at Chen Ming, his eyes filled with resignation. As a veterinarian, the prospect of treating a human patient, especially one in such a precarious state, weighed heavily on him. Hua Laogo sighed deeply, remaining speechless for an extended period. Nonetheless, Dian Wei did not grant him a moment's respite. With a keen gaze, he remarked, If I am not mistaken, you must be Chen Ming's disciple. Hurry and see what condition my brother is in. As he spoke, Hua Laogo's gaze remained fixed, listening to Chen Ming's words echoing in his ears. Uncertain of how to respond, Hua Laogo was not truly Chen Ming's disciple. Yet he could not divulge his involvement in treating the beasts, given the precariousness of Chen Ming's actions, which seemed akin to dancing on the edge of a knife. Any misstep could result in dire consequences for both him and Chen Ming. His only recourse was to cooperate with Chen Ming and minimize any discrepancies as much as possible. Contemplating this, Hua Laogo's expression darkened considerably. However, it was not long before he realized that these issues were not as severe as he had initially feared. A sense of relief washed over him, and a smile began to emerge in his eyes. Rest assured, he will awaken soon, he thought. Hua Laogo pursued the path of a veterinarian precisely because others doubted his medical skills and accused him of quackery. Yet, after observing Guijia's condition, he was convinced that Guijia would soon regain consciousness. However, Hua Laogo's confidence was misplaced. He overlooked the unpredictable variables of the world. Chen Ming regarded Hua Laogo, unable to restrain himself from asking, Can you guarantee that, upon hearing Chen Ming's question, Hua Laogo was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief, In that moment, his face turned ashen, while Dian Wei and the head of the Chow family looked at him with palpable concern. You wouldn't happen to have no solutions, would you? Or perhaps you lack medical expertise altogether? Their attitude towards Hua Laogo was exceedingly hostile. Unable to confront Chen Ming, they redirected their ire at him. Inexplicably, Hua Laogo found himself bearing the brunt of their accusations. Looking at Chen Ming, he could not help but retort, "Isn't that a question for you? I am merely your apprentice. How could I know so much?" Before he could finish, Dian Wei's piercing gaze fell upon him, instantly silencing his voice. That moment, he could do nothing but remain quiet. Though this was a battle of wits aimed at Chen Ming, Hua Laogo had become an unwitting scapegoat, intentionally targeted by them. His feelings of injustice swelled within him, rendering him speechless, his eyes betraying a hint of helplessness. He shook his head, a profound seriousness etched upon his face. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, unexpectedly, Guojiao let out a gentle cough and opened his eyes. Upon seeing Guojiao awake, the crowd surged forward with enthusiasm, and Hua Laogo, overwhelmed, wiped away a cold sweat. He had never anticipated such a turn of events, and as he looked at Guojiao, tears welled in his eyes that he longed to express his gratitude, calling Guojiao his savior. His timely awakening spared him from becoming a casualty in this power struggle. The thought weighed heavily on his heart, and he had never imagined such a scenario could unfold. It was exhilarating, a night fraught with anxiety. Chen Ming approached, observing Guojiao with a smile, his demeanor consistently calm and composed, as if he were entirely unperturbed. Witnessing Chen Ming's demeanor, the expressions of those around him soured, especially that of the Chow family head. In truth, Dian Wei's earlier actions to bully Hua Laogo were covertly instigated by the Chow family head. Without his influence, Dian Wei would never have dared to act so brazenly. Chen Ming was aware of this, but chose to turn a blind eye. "How do you feel? Are you better?" Chen Ming inquired. Guojiao nodded earnestly and replied, "You are truly remarkable. Those silver needles brought me the most exquisite dreams I've ever had, thanks to you." Otherwise, Guojiao's voice trailed off, his face reflecting excitement. Yet, glancing at the daylight outside, he could not help but frown. "How long have I been asleep?" Before Chen Ming could respond, Hua Laogo interjected eagerly. "A full 2 hours." As Hua Laogo spoke, he avoided making eye contact with anyone, though his tone carried an undercurrent of anxiety that caught Guojiao's attention. Chen Ming glanced at Hua Laogo, a smile playing on his lips. There was no denying Hua Laogo's talent. In such moments, he knew how to motivate Guojiao. Thus, Chen Ming had brought Hua Laogo along, confident that he could handle any complications without a hint of worry. Observing Hua Laogo, Chen Ming's eyes glimmered with appreciation. Hua Laogo met Chen Ming's gaze, surprised that Chen Ming would so openly conduct himself in such a manner, but he felt utterly unable to look Chen Ming in the eye, nor could he face anyone else present, for he was there to treat animals. Yet here was Chen Ming, allowing him to treat a figure of such importance that if he was not mistaken, each individual present held a significant status, particularly the one who had just threatened him. Seeing Guojiao awake, Dian Wei quickly pushed past Hua Laogo, a beaming smile on his face as he exclaimed, "You're finally awake. I was so worried that I thought you wouldn't come back to us." Tears shimmered in his eyes, but what could crying accomplish? His genuine concern for Guojiao did little to elevate his standing in Guojiao's eyes, which was visibly declining, regardless of their past camaraderie in life-and-death situations. Ultimately, he was just a brash fool, far less skilled than Hua Laogo, who had articulated everything succinctly. As Chapter 29 unfolds, Hua Laogo exhibited a poised demeanor, unlike the incessant bickering of Dian Wei. Guojiao, now with a clearer understanding, noticed Chen Ming standing beside him. Though Chen Ming remained impassive, Guojiao could not help but scold. "What nonsense are you spouting? When has your medical expertise ever let us down?" His tone was laced with impatience, prompting Dian Wei to hurriedly wipe away his tears and explain, "I was just worried about you." He stepped aside, saying no more, though his demeanor suggested he was upset. Chen Ming, observing Dian Wei's behavior, chose not to engage further. He turned to the head of the Chow family and said, "Now that Guojiao is safe and sound, let him rest well, that I will take my leave and return tomorrow for another round of treatment." Chen Ming spoke these words calmly before turning to depart. The Chow family head, realizing what had transpired, rushed to follow him, saying, "Allow me to see you off." Yet, Chen Ming quickly shook his head in refusal. No need. Please take good care of Guojia. With those words, Chen Ming departed swiftly. Dian Wei stood rooted in place, watching Chen Ming leave, while the Chao family had hesitated, caught between following Chen Ming and remaining with Guojia. However, Chen Ming couldn't help but smile. If he truly wished to pursue something, how could he possibly fail? Surely, a few words from him would not alter his plans. He merely sought to maintain appearances. At that moment, Guojia unexpectedly threw off his covers and struggled to rise, intent on seeing Chen Ming off. Despite knowing his frail condition and the necessity of resting post-treatment, he could not resist the urge to follow. Dian Wei hurriedly supported Guojia, his eyes filled with resentment. The tension between him and Chen Ming was palpable, as he wished to lay the blame squarely on Chen Ming's shoulders, perceiving the resentment in Dian Wei's gaze. Chen Ming chuckled lightly and gently urged Guojia, "Why are you chasing after me? After all the effort I put into your treatment this afternoon, it would be in vain." His tone was earnest. Guojia furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words, but Chen Ming guided him back to bed, saying, "You should stay here and rest." Listening to Chen Ming's instructions, Guojia felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. As he reclined back onto the bed, Chen Ming looked at him again and added, "I will administer 2 more needles. You must rest well and remember not to let your emotions fluctuate too much, or my efforts will be for naught." Guojia nodded vigorously, understanding that Chen Ming's concern for him was genuine, that he realized he had magnified his anxieties unnecessarily. Yet he felt no regret, for he truly wished to express his gratitude to Chen Ming. Unlike the others who appeared guarded and suspicious. Reflecting on this, Guojia gazed at Chen Ming and could not help but say, "When you return tomorrow, please be sure to remind me that A.S. Guojia's words escaped his lips." Chen Ming immediately nodded with a smile. Witnessing Chen Ming's demeanor, Guojia felt a sense of relief wash over him. Before long, Guojia succumbed to slumber. Observing Guojia in such a state, Master Chao and Dian Wei both exhaled in relief. However, their gazes shifted to Chen Ming, who they hurriedly followed. Chen Ming raised his hand to regard them and, with an air of tranquility, stated, "There is no need for you to accompany me. It would be best if you stayed with Guojia." After uttering these words, Chen Ming departed with Hua Laogo. Yet Master Chao, seeing Chen Ming leave in such a manner, took a moment to grasp the situation before slapping his forehead and hastily pursuing him. "Sir, I have arranged for you a splendid room. Please follow me," Master Chao implored. Chen Ming found Master Chao's demeanor perplexing, shaking his head in confusion, yet ultimately nodding to follow him, though he was a figure of prominence in the 3 kingdoms. The actions of Master Chao left Chen Ming feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. His emotions grew increasingly complex as he regarded Master Chao, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of indifference. Perhaps it was to be expected. Thus, Chen Ming harbored no substantial disappointment towards Master Chao, even if others painted him as a paragon of virtue, and one could guarantee that Master Chao was indeed that flawless being. He possessed his own flaws, and while historical accounts depicted him as nearly perfect, Chen Ming believed that within that perfection lay unaddressed issues, merely left unwritten. Having personally engaged with them, Chen Ming had gleaned insight into their characters. Perhaps due to his initial lack of lofty expectations, Chen Ming's emotions now settled into a profound calmness. Observing the scene before him, he could not help but chuckle softly, before stating, "This place is rather pleasant. I shall take my leave to rest with him. You may depart now." Chen Ming spoke in a flat tone, seemingly devoid of any emotional fluctuations, unaffected by Dian Wei's actions. Throughout it all, he remained unperturbed. Pondering what this all amounted to, Master Chao, grappling with discontent, considered Chen Ming's demeanor. Was it not indicative that they were, in Chen Ming's eyes, inconsequential figures, lost in contemplation? Master Chao fell silent, unable to articulate his thoughts. However, no sooner had he departed than Hua Laogo seized Chen Ming's hand, his expression fraught with urgency. "Though we had an agreement, I would lend you the silver needles, and I would observe your healing techniques. How could you do this to me?" Hua Laogo expressed his dissatisfaction, yet upon hearing Chen Ming's words, he found himself rendered speechless as Chen Ming coldly disinfected the silver needles and returned them to his bag. "Have you not learned enough today?" Chen Ming inquired. Hua Laogo had intended to continue his tirade, but found himself at a loss for words, awkwardly laughing and rubbing his nose as he fell into silence. Indeed, he had learned much today, especially witnessing Chun Ming's deafness while treating Guojia, which had stirred within him an exhilarating thrill. His excitement was palpable. Chapter 30. Strategic Maneuvers. Moreover, much of his motivation for treating those beasts stemmed from his inability to engage with humans. Yet now, he could observe the treatment of a living person firsthand. Noticing Hua Laogo's silent demeanor, Qin Ming pondered for a moment before patting his shoulder and earnestly saying, "You are aware that such opportunities are exceedingly rare. Therefore, do not feign innocence when you benefit from them." Upon hearing this, Hua Laogo's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Then he nodded, rubbing his nose, and inquired, "What are those secret techniques they mentioned?" His curiosity was understandable, and given their rapport, he felt emboldened to ask. Qin Ming, however, merely rolled his eyes, expressing his exasperation. What benefit lies in knowing so much? With that, Hua Laogo fell silent, contemplating Qin Ming's words, while Qin Ming gazed out at the sky. At present, he lacked a particular medicinal herb, yet he needed to confront that formidable eagle. The mere thought of it brought a complex expression to Qin Ming's face, though darkness had already descended. He resolved to take action at dawn. After all, the early bird catches the worm, and he believed that the eagle would venture out early in search of sustenance. Thus, by arriving early, Qin Ming could avoid an encounter with it. The prospect excited him, prompting Hua Laogo to implore, "Sir, could you elaborate on its ailments?" Hua Laogo was genuinely intrigued by Guojia's condition, but Qin Ming chose to ignore his inquiries. Yet Hua Laogo persisted, hovering nearby and incessantly chattering, disrupting Qin Ming's thoughts. After considering it, Qin Ming retrieved a medical text from a shelf and tossed it towards Hua Laogo. Upon witnessing Qin Ming's action, Hua Laogo promptly took the book and began to read quietly beside him, while Qin Ming strategized for the following day's endeavors. The thought of confronting the eagle filled him with anxiety. This was his first foray into such a perilous undertaking. Qin Ming could not suppress a soft chuckle, filled with anticipation, as he drifted into slumber. In the early hours of the morning, Qin Ming awoke. The sky was still dimly lit at that moment. He noticed several soldiers stationed at his door. Stunned, he regarded them with confusion. "What brings you here?" he asked. The soldiers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a complex mix of emotions. "Sir, we have come to protect you," they replied. Qin Ming merely offered a perfunctory smile, resolutely stepping outside with his belongings. However, the soldiers hurriedly followed him, their armor clinking in unison, and Qin Ming's face reflected impatience. "Do not follow me. I shall be back shortly." Unfazed by Qin Ming's words, the soldiers maintained their respectful demeanor. Inquiring, "Sir, where do you intend to go?" Their tone, though polite, lacked genuine respect. Observing their expressions, Qin Ming could not help but chuckle lightly, stating, "This matter is of great importance." At his words, the soldiers' expressions soured as they exchanged worried glances. Cautiously responding, "Of course it is important, as we must report to the family head." Their voices dwindled, seemingly fearful of provoking Qin Ming's ire. Yet, to their surprise, he laughed heartily, clapping them on the shoulder and, with a touch of melancholy, remarked, "Very well, you may return to— I am merely going to gather medicinal herbs for Guojia. If you truly wish to find me, head towards the southern mountains, up on the hill." Upon hearing this, the soldiers contemplated briefly before nodding in agreement, refraining from following him. They knew that doing so would be an affront to the instructions given by Master Chow, which remained fresh in their minds. As they watched Qin Ming depart, they could not help but advise, "Sir, please exercise caution on your journey to this." Qin Ming offered a calm nod. However, unbeknownst to him, the moment he left, they turned their attention to Hua Laogo. Still in a deep slumber, Hua Laogo was jolted awake by a gentle nudge, squinting to find an elderly face before him. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized the man before realizing it was Master Chow. He stood there, speechless, his mind racing, that he sensed an impending dread. Master Chow had come with a singular purpose, to inquire about his relationship with Qin Ming and their past connections. Realizing this, Hua Laogo's expression grew grave as he nervously stammered, "I am merely a humble disciple of Qin Ming, that I have been accompanying him in search of silver needles." However, upon hearing this, Master Chow erupted into laughter, shaking his head in disbelief. "You are his disciple? At your age, is that truly plausible? Shall I verify your ancestry with the county magistrate?" As the words of the head of the Chow family echoed in his ears, Hua Laogo felt a profound unease envelop him. He understood that if Chun Ming truly required the silver needles, he would only need to spend less than 3 days to procure them. However, it was baffling that Qin Ming had taken half a month to fulfill this task. The timeline was inherently suspicious, and thus Hua Laogo found himself in an exceedingly difficult position to rectify the situation that he was acutely aware of this reality. Gazing at the head of the Chao family, he found himself at a loss for words. Yet, evasion was not his sole option. In such a critical moment, he had to choose a different course of action. At the very least, he had to concoct some explanation. I am indeed his disciple, but one must not judge based on appearances. Moreover, I only gained his recognition as his apprentice just yesterday. Chapter 31. The clever one Hua Laogo's face was etched with tension. Yet he spoke to the head of the Chao family with a semblance of joy. You could never imagine the overwhelming exhilaration I felt when he accepted me as his disciple. But as the head of the Chao family listened to Hua Laogo's incessant prattling, his expression turned icy, and Hua Laogo fell silent in an instant. The head of the Chao family sternly inquired, "Are you aware of the medicinal herbs he sought this time?" Upon hearing this question, a complex expression flickered across Hua Laogo's face. He hastily shook his head and replied, "I do not even know what herbs he went to find." Upon hearing Hua Laogo's response, the head of the Chao family immediately furrowed his brows. At that moment, Dian hurriedly entered, looking at him and stating, "I did not see the master's presence at Nanshan." As these words left his mouth, the head of the Chao family's countenance turned grim. Hua Laogo remained caught between the two, acutely sensing the bizarre atmosphere that enveloped them, as if everything was shifting in an instant. Unable to restrain himself, Hua Laogo clenched his fists and anxiously exclaimed, "I have no idea where my master has gone." His tone was laced with confusion. Seeing Hua Laogo in such a state, the head of the Chao family pondered momentarily, waved his hand, and chose not to further press him. He could ascertain that Hua Laogo's words were truthful, as his calm demeanor did not suggest otherwise. Contemplating this, a hint of a smile emerged on the head of the Chao family's face. Observing that the head of the Chao family believed him, Hua Laogo released a sigh of relief. Yet he could not help but inquire, "Could you please tell me where my master has gone?" As his question hung in the air, Dian rolled his eyes, visibly impatient, and no one regarded him with any seriousness. Nor were they inclined to answer his query. Witnessing their reactions, Hua Laogo's expression darkened slightly at this moment. He contemplated and decisively chose to remain silent, refraining from additional comments. The head of the Chao family exchanged glances with Dian before decisively departing. Hua Laogo, understanding the gravity of the situation, refrained from following them. Deep down, he recognized that to follow them would be tantamount to courting disaster, so he resolved to endure until Chun Ming's return. Even if it meant feigning indifference in front of these individuals, fabricating stories if necessary. Hua Laogo clenched his fists, and once everyone had departed, he exhaled deeply, for no one knew that his shirt was drenched with cold sweat. My heavens, why hasn't that giant eagle left? Chun Ming's voice was filled with impatience as he beheld the majestic eagle still perched in its nest, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Words eluded him in that moment, unable to articulate the tumult of emotions within him. This creature appeared to have been guarding the medicinal herb all day long. Chun Ming yearned to approach, but found it impossible. This foolish bird. Why does it not take flight? Is it truly prepared to remain here indefinitely? Contemplating this, a complex expression crossed Chun Ming's face. However, what Chun Ming did not anticipate was that a colorful bird flitted by, causing the eagle to turn its head in that direction. Witnessing this, Chun Ming could not help but chuckle, covering his mouth, realizing it was merely a raucous eagle. Unable to suppress his laughter, he gazed at the quaint village before him. A clever scheme flashing through his mind. Earlier, as he made his way here, he had spotted a rooster crowing. Thus he knew precisely how to address this predicament. Retracing his steps, a smile broke upon his face as he captured the rooster. To his surprise, the rooster flapped and flailed wildly, and upon realizing that it had been caught, it continued to crow incessantly. Chun Ming's expression soured. After a moment of deliberation, he resolutely plucked its feathers. Observing a broom nearby, he affixed the feathers one by one, creating a rather splendid sight. Upon turning it over, it indeed resembled a beautiful bird, or perhaps a chicken. Chun Ming could not help but chuckle, unhesitatingly returning, only to find that the eagle still had a tuft of dogtail grass trailing behind it, which he had just inserted. Seizing the opportunity while the eagle was distracted, Chen Ming was eager to ascertain whether the eagle would truly remain. Thus, he placed the dogtail grass within its vicinity, confident that the moment the eagle took flight, the grass would follow suit. However, he was astonished by the eagle's remarkable patience. This creature must not fear hemorrhoids. Chen Ming mused internally. Yet he spoke no further, instead brandishing the broom in his hand and sweeping around the nearby thicket. As anticipated, upon sighting the vibrant feathers in the tail, the eagle's head swung in that direction, prompting Chen Ming to burst into laughter. Nevertheless, he did not revel in the moment. Rather, he gradually lured the eagle closer. The eagle rose to its feet, and Chen Ming smiled in satisfaction, astonished by its towering stature. Resembling a human. However, Chen Ming's expression grew grim as he pondered what he would do if the eagle discovered him. Without hesitation, he clutched the broom tightly, and under the eagle's watchful gaze, he swiftly dashed to the foot of the mountain. The eagle spread its wings. If it chose to pursue, the distance would be traversed in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this scene unfold before him, Chen Ming's expression turned complicated. After a moment's thought, he hastily concealed the broom deep within the grass, while relocating the feathers to another spot to divert the eagle's attention. This could potentially offer him more opportunities, and without hesitation, Chen Ming ascended the mountain. Yet, he soon spotted the eagle barreling towards him, and in a panic, he stumbled, only to realize that the eagle was not attacking him, but rather searching for the broom. Chen Ming exhaled in relief. Yet he could not shake his unease as he regarded the eagle. In that moment, a semblance of calm washed over Chen Ming as he resolutely continued onward, arriving beside the medicinal herb. His face lit up with excitement. He reached out without hesitation to seize it, but to his astonishment, the instant he did, the eagle's voice rang out beside him. Chen Ming's eyes widened, and he anxiously exclaimed, "System, are you not going to rescue me?" His tone was filled with urgency. This entity had been diligent in assigning tasks, yet now it feigned ignorance, as if it were oblivious to his plight. Chen Ming's expression darkened, but what he did not anticipate was that the eagle was merely enraged upon discovering that it had been lured by nothing more than a broom. Chapter 32. Infuriating without hesitation. Chen Ming departed with the medicinal herb, placing it within a treasure box that preserved the integrity of all medicinal materials, ensuring their efficacy remained intact. Cautiously navigating the thicket, he was relieved that the eagle remained oblivious. Upon the eagle's return, Chen Ming observed the broom lying amidst the grass. He stood frozen, staring at the broom for a long while without uttering a word. Frowning, he cautiously retreated. The broom had evidently suffered significant damage. Yet Chen Ming felt a sense of gratitude for his clever strategy. Had the eagle fixated on him, he would have faced dire consequences. Reflecting on this, a complex expression crossed Chen Ming's face as he hastily returned to the camp with his treasure box in hand. Upon entering, the others immediately noticed his furtive demeanor. They furrowed their brows, regarding Chen Ming with a hint of confusion. "Sir, what has transpired? Is someone bullying you?" Upon hearing their inquiries, Chen Ming promptly shook his head. "If you encounter anything peculiar, do exercise caution and avoid being ambushed." As Chen Ming spoke, he swiftly departed, wishing not to involve himself further in this matter. After all, these individuals were all part of the Chao family. Their forthcoming tribulations bore no significance to him. Reflecting on this, a flicker of excitement danced in Chen Ming's eyes, an opportune moment to deliver a blow to the Chao family patriarch, preventing this fellow from becoming excessively arrogant. Without hesitation, Chen Ming returned to the tent, only to be taken aback by the sight of Hua Laogo, who upon seeing Chen Ming's return, widened his eyes and grasped Chen Ming's hand, seemingly about to utter something. The cheerful laughter echoed in his ears, causing Hua Laogo to swallow his words, resorting instead to a series of furtive glances towards Chen Ming. Hua Laogo heard the patriarch of the Chao family chime in. "At last, you've returned. Sir, we've been waiting for you for quite some time. How did your herb gathering fare?" As these words reached Chen Ming's ears, he noticed the guilty expression on Hua Laogo's face, leading him to surmise that the old rogue had been up to something. With a smile, Chen Ming produced his treasure box and addressed the Chao patriarch. "I have successfully gathered the herbs. Where is Guijia? I wish to meet him and administer his treatment." Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, the Chao patriarch, with a hint of resignation, replied, "Guijia has yet to awaken. Your return has come rather prematurely." Chen Ming nodded thoughtfully, but unexpectedly, the system within his mind issued a prompt. Friendly reminder. The Divine Eagle's anger level has reached 100, activating the martial arts secret manual. Current progress. 0. Upon hearing this notification, Chen Ming was left utterly dumbfounded. He gazed down at the treasure box in his hands. If his deductions were correct, that great eagle surely knew of his whereabouts. He did not believe the system would benevolently present him with a martial arts secret manual. Thus, the prerequisite must be to provoke the divine eagle. The consequences and costs of such actions were not something Chen Ming could easily bear. Realizing this, his expression darkened considerably. That moment, the system hastily alerted him. If progress does not reach 70, you will suffer an attack from the divine eagle, leading to a tragic demise. Chen Ming stood frozen in place, nearly at his wit's end, that he could hardly fathom what he had just heard. This cursed system seemed intent on tormenting him. Fury surged through him as he clenched his fists, yearning to shout and withdraw from this absurd game. However, the thought of retreating felt like a loss of face, which would only invite ridicule from the system. That it seemed more prudent to simply acquire the martial arts secret manual. Moreover, possessing this manual would pose no detriment to him. With this realization, a glimmer of excitement illuminated Chen Ming's face. At that moment, holding the martial arts manual, he unhesitatingly began his studies. That if his instincts were correct, the great eagle had invested considerable effort in pursuing him and would likely take some time to arrive. However, as evening approached, no one could guarantee that the eagle would not find him. Contemplating this, Chen Ming's expression became exceedingly grim. He remained silent for a prolonged period, fixated on the manual in his hands. The Chao Patriarch observed Chen Ming, initially intending to speak, but was interrupted when Chen Ming raised a hand, signaling for silence, and retreated into the tent. Seeing Chen Ming in such a state, the Chao Patriarch's countenance turned dark. He had rarely been treated in such a manner. Despite his grievances towards Chen Ming, he refrained from pressing the issue further. As he surveyed the surroundings, a sense of foreboding washed over him, as if ominous clouds were gathering, signaling impending trouble. Yet a glimmer of light struggled in the distance, akin to the moment just before dawn, suggesting that a breakthrough was imminent. Yet, whether the clouds would dissipate or engulf, everything remained uncertain. Contemplating this, the Chao Patriarch's expression grew increasingly severe. Dian, noticing the Chao Patriarch's demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Are we truly choosing to tolerate Chen Ming?" Before Dian could finish his thought, the Chao Patriarch chuckled, shaking his head sharply, and replied, "Certainly not a choice of tolerance." Upon hearing this, a complex expression flickered across Dian Wei's eyes. Familiar voices echoed in his ears, prompting him to rush outside, where he beheld his training dummy being struck. The assailant was none other than Chen Ming, who had rendered the dummy nearly unrecognizable, riddled with cracks. Chen Ming's face contorted with frustration as he gritted his teeth. Practicing relentlessly, his copper skin and iron bones gradually began to manifest. Fortunately, he had acquired the martial arts secret manual. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to achieve the required progress of 70. In an instant, Chen Ming's expression soured. Although he had reached 70, he felt dissatisfied. To conquer the divine eagle, he needed to attain a level of 90. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated once more before fixing his gaze on the dummy. Preparing to strike again, that moment, Dian rushed over, concern etched on his face. "Sir, the dummy is beyond repair." Perhaps, before Dian could complete his sentence, Chen Ming rolled his eyes in frustration and replied. Enough with the idle chatter. As he spoke, Chen Ming shifted to another spot. Standing beside a thick wall that in the gaze of onlookers, he relentlessly assaulted the wall. Witnessing this scene, Dian felt a wave of unease wash over him. The Chao Patriarch, too, approached, observing the indentations left on the wall, his expression turning grave. He could scarcely believe that such damage had been inflicted by a mere human. After a moment of contemplation, the Chao Patriarch suddenly nudged Chen Ming's arm, perplexedly asking, "Is there something troubling you?" Chen Ming, maintaining an air of calm, replied, "What could possibly trouble me?" As he spoke, he quickened his movements, nearing the threshold of 90, that though progress was slow, Chen Ming was determined to tame the divine eagle. For his instincts told him that relying on the system would yield no favorable outcome, that it was far better to harness his own abilities to subdue the eagle, which may, in turn, offer him some assistance. Perhaps due to Chen Ming's fervent actions, The Chao patriarch momentarily forgot to interrogate Hua Laogot. He stood there, attempting to mimic Qin Ming's moves. Yet Dian Wei hastily grasped his hand, exclaiming, "Patriarch, absolutely not." Sir began with the dummy. "If you truly wish to try, you should start there as well." As he spoke, Dian Wei brought his own training dummy forward. Gazing at the dummy, Dian Wei's heart ached, puzzled as to why, after nearly 7 or 8 years of training, it bore no cracks aside from wear. Yet now, Qin Ming had rendered it nearly useless, riddled with fissures. This perplexed Dian Wei greatly. The Chao patriarch, observing the dummy, displayed a complex expression and could not help but remark to Dian Wei, "This clearly illustrates the vast disparity between you and the Sir. Your diligence pales in comparison to his." Such a simple statement shattered Dian Wei, who had never anticipated the patriarch would voice such sentiments. Clenching his fists, Dian Wei fell into a prolonged silence, at a loss for words. Observing his state, the Chao patriarch spoke again. "One should engage in self-reflection regularly." After uttering this, his gaze shifted to Qin Ming, and he tentatively struck the dummy. However, it was not long before he winced in pain, retracting his hand and refraining from further attempts, merely watching Qin Ming with a calm demeanor. Though the Chao patriarch felt a sense of pride, he became acutely aware of a crucial point. Who could ascertain that Qin Ming was genuinely devoted to him? What if Qin Ming harbored ulterior motives? These thoughts darkened the patriarch's expression as he realized that with Qin Ming's formidable abilities, aligning with others could pose a significant threat. Even if Qin Ming did not join another faction, his independence could easily allow him to dominate the chaotic era. Lost in these contemplations, the Chao patriarch's eyes brimmed with vigilance and suspicion. His admiration for Qin Ming dissipated, replaced by a fear that he might usurp his domain. Now, gazing at Qin Ming, the Chao patriarch's expression conveyed a sense of complexity that he patted Dian Wei on the shoulder, decisively leading him aside. "Are you concerned about the Sir's matters?" Dian Wei inquired. Trailing closely behind, he was well acquainted with the temperament of the head of the Chao family. Hence, when he spoke, the latter nodded without the slightest hesitation. This moment, Dian Wei let out a gentle sigh, feeling apprehensive about the matter at hand. Observing the expression on Dian Wei's face, the head of the Chao family remained nonchalant, for he understood that Dian Wei was steadfastly loyal to him and would never contemplate betrayal. Otherwise, he would not have brought Dian Wei over to discuss such matters. "What do you believe should be done to resolve this issue?" If Qin Ming's heart is not with them, retaining this individual could indeed pose a threat. Yet, the head of the Chao family found himself unable to dismiss Qin Ming, rather than allowing Qin Ming to establish himself elsewhere. It would be preferable to eliminate him before he could gain strength, snuffing him out in his cradle. Such was the direct thought in the head of the Chao family's mind. Yet, gazing at Dian Wei, he yearned for alternative solutions. Perhaps it would be wise to observe for a while longer. Dian Wei pondered deeply before articulating his thoughts, as he had no other ideas. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chao family nodded decisively, sharing the same sentiment. He believed that Qin Ming would not engage in actions that threatened him. Moreover, given Qin Ming's capabilities, he could hardly become a significant threat. While the head of the Chao family was consumed with worry, he remained unaware that Qin Ming was on the verge of leveling the wall before him, having reached a progress of 90. Qin Ming exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face as he regarded the wall before him and then glanced at his own arm. The scars adorning his arm were visibly evident, prompting a complex expression to cross Qin Ming's face. The soldier standing nearby could not help but give him a thumbs up, utterly amazed, as they had never anticipated Qin Ming would accomplish such a feat. Observing the expressions on their faces, Qin Ming felt a flicker of amusement. Just as he prepared to subdue the divine eagle, the system's notification suddenly echoed in his ears. The warm reminder resonated as Qin Ming tightened his fists, certain that no good news would come from it. It was precisely as he had feared, as if the system was deliberately working against him. Without hesitation, the voice in his ear proclaimed, "Congratulations! Your martial arts mastery has reached a progress of 90. Next, you will acquire a divine eagle. It shall be utterly devoted to you, with no other master." Although Qin Ming felt a twinge of impatience at this proclamation, he considered the fortunate gain and thought to himself, why not take advantage of this opportunity? At that moment, Qin Ming looked around but could not find the divine eagle, prompting him to query, "Where is the eagle? Where could it be?" His tone carried a hint of confusion. Just then, a small bird fluttered towards him. Resembling a hummingbird, he stood frozen, fully aware that the system had played a trick on him, forcing a bitter smile as he observed the little bird. He waved his hand, intending to shoo it away, but the creature persisted in its attachment to him. This must be the divine eagle, he mused, noting its vividly colored feathers. That as Chun Ming felt a surge of irritation. He was suddenly struck by a change in the atmosphere, as all the soldiers began sounding alarms. Chapter 34. The long road ahead, hearing their voices, Chun Ming dashed out without a moment's hesitation, knowing that this situation was undoubtedly linked to him. The events unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Upon reaching the entrance, he found the soldiers in disarray, never having encountered a bird of such magnitude before. Armed with their blades, they attempted to intimidate the gigantic bird, but their actions appeared both foolish and laughable. The colossal bird remained unfazed, launching an assault on them with its razor-sharp talons, leaving many injured. Chun Ming could not help but feel a sense of helplessness wash over him. He approached the scene, fixing his gaze upon the great bird, and declared, "The medicinal herbs were taken by me." At his words, the soldiers were taken aback, their expressions filled with caution as they replied, "Sir, perhaps it would be best if you retreated for your safety." They were reluctant for Chun Ming to join the fray. Should anything happen to him, they would bear the consequences. Hearing their concerns, Chun Ming felt a pang of exasperation. "This matter does not concern you. It is my own affair." He had brought this upon himself. And the soldiers were no match for the colossal bird. Had it not been for the bird's amiable temperament, they might have already faced dire consequences. Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, the great bird swooped down towards him. Instinctively, Chun Ming braced himself. Yet he understood that his current defenses were woefully inadequate, for the bird would not relent. Precisely as he had predicted that as the creature attacked, he perceived its formidable presence that no matter the tactics he employed. He found himself struggling against it that moment. Chun Ming finally comprehended why the system had advised him to achieve a mastery of 90. Without such capability, engaging the great bird would surely lead to his demise. Contemplating this, Chun Ming's expression darkened, leaving him speechless, only able to sigh in resignation. His gaze bore an odd intensity, but thankfully he still retained a modicum of power against the great bird, rather than being utterly defenseless. The great bird, too, was taken aback by Chun Ming's extraordinary prowess. While the soldiers watched in astonishment, their faces reflecting sheer shock, they gasped in awe at the spectacle before them, and Chun Ming sensed their reactions. His expression becoming complex, what appeared trivial to him was an extraordinary event in the eyes of the soldiers. Amused, Chun Ming could not help but chuckle, yet his focus remained fixed on the great bird before him. As it launched its offensive, Chun Ming observed its movements, each action evoking a peculiar feeling within him, as if it were relentless in its pursuit, and no matter how he endeavored to halt this clash. It bore no fruit at that moment. Chun Ming noticed the system's bestowed great eagle making its entrance. The appearance of this eagle seemed to create a momentary détente between the two. Despite its diminutive size capturing the attention of the larger bird entirely, that I took the medicinal herbs to save a life, not for mere amusement. So please understand my position and refrain from total annihilation. Chun Ming spoke cautiously. Yet, as his words reached the air, the great eagle launched yet another assault. Without hesitation, the great eagle at Chun Ming's side charged forward. Witnessing this, Chun Ming rushed to intervene, fully aware that his own eagle was no match for its larger counterpart, as it was merely a fraction of its size that a single slap could render it lifeless. How could he possibly contend with such a creature? However, Chun Ming was taken aback when he realized that the lineage of his own eagle was pure. Causing the larger eagle to retreat at the sound it emitted that as he beheld this scene, Chun Ming burst into laughter, initially thinking the system had played a trick on him by providing a hummingbird. Yet it appeared that was not the case after all, that in that instant he could not suppress his amusement. The larger eagle fled swiftly, and Chun Ming, witnessing its rapid departure, raised the treasure box in his hand and called out to its retreating figure, "Since you do not wish to contest these matters with me, I shall simply take this and be on my way." His tone was laced with excitement, though his actions might seem shameless. He was undeterred. The eagle's hasty retreat implied it truly did not care. With this thought, Chun Ming promptly concealed the treasure box, observing the small hummingbird before him with a complex expression. "Actually, I owe you a debt of gratitude." You do not seem as worthless as I initially presumed. Chun Ming spoke earnestly, yet the hummingbird appeared oblivious, lingering around him without departing. Not overly troubled by this spectacle, Chun Ming turned around only to find the head of the Chow family and Dian Wei staring at him in utter astonishment. Their eyes were filled with incredulity, seemingly unable to fathom how Chun Ming had single-handedly driven away the great eagle. They stood frozen in place to at this moment. Chun Ming chuckled, walking over to pat their shoulders, and said, "What are you two doing just standing there? Hurry, come with me to check on Guijia. I need to tend to his ailment." Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, both men nodded without hesitation. However, they could not resist adding, "To be honest, we both have some other thoughts on our minds." Listening to the words of the two, Chun Ming furrowed his brows in mild confusion that moment. The head of the Chow family looked at Chun Ming and spoke. "I have sought the expertise of a renowned healer from Nanshan that I believe his arrival may bring some relief to Guijia's condition." Before the head of the Chow family could finish his statement, he glanced at Chun Ming, his eyes flickering with unspoken emotions, seemingly conveying his intent. Observing the head of the Chow family's demeanor, Chun Ming suddenly let out a cold laugh, fixing his gaze on him, and said bluntly, "I understand. What you mean is that my assistance is no longer required. These matters can be entrusted to others." Chapter 35. Think twice. With a hint of composure in his eyes, Chun Ming had unraveled the head of the Chow family's intentions, leaving him awkwardly scratching his nose. Seeing the doubt in their expressions, Chun Ming pondered what had gone amiss. Was it due to his solitary act of driving off that great eagle? Or had he inadvertently revealed his true self? He could not ascertain the reason. Yet he chose not to dwell on it, for his intuition informed him that knowing the truth would serve no purpose. Contemplating this, Chun Ming refrained from further discourse that he merely regarded the hummingbird before him. Resolutely waving goodbye to the two, "Since you no longer require my presence, feel free to summon other healers to treat his ailment." Chun Ming had no intention of lingering any longer. Upon witnessing the expression on Chun Ming's face, the others turned visibly pale. Despite their desire to retain him, they felt reluctant to contradict the head of the Chow family's words. Without hesitation, Chun Ming departed, but as he hurried away, the peculiar expressions of those left behind were unmistakable, prompting them to suggest, "Sir, allow us to escort you a short distance." Chun Ming shook his head in refusal and urged Hua Laogo to keep pace with him. Although Hua Laogo nodded, he hesitated, expressing a desire to learn more, stating, "I wish to study further. I believe I am still lacking." Hua Laogo's face bore a hint of helplessness, but Chun Ming would not let him finish that. "If you truly wish to stay, perhaps you should consider the sturdiness of the connection between your head and neck." Chun Ming's tone remained calm, yet upon hearing this, Hua Laogo's expression turned grim. Noting Hua Laogo's stunned demeanor, Chun Ming could not help but exclaim, "Hurry and follow me." Lingering here serves no purpose, that he was acutely aware that the head of the Chow family would not easily let him go. Yet the opportunity to leave was a stroke of fortune for Chun Ming. "Why must he drive me away?" Guijia sat up, impatiently questioning the two before him. However, upon hearing Guijia's inquiry, they exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mixture of complexity. There is no particular reason. It is simply a feeling. Before they could articulate their response, Guijia abruptly burst into laughter. Shaking his head, he gestured dismissively at them. "Enough of this. I leave the matter in your hands." After saying this, Guijia rose, clutching the tome Chun Ming had given him, engrossed in its pages as if trying to grasp the essence of Chun Ming's lingering presence. Seeing Guijia in such a state, the head of the Chow family and Dian Wei exchanged a glance, both faces reflecting complexity, particularly the head of the Chow family, who found himself at a loss for words in the face of Guijia's demeanor. What if Chun Ming were to stay with us longer? Should we grow attached, and then he chooses to align himself with another, or even establish his own faction? What then? The head of the Chow family could not possibly instruct Guijia to assassinate Chun Ming, knowing well that Guijia might not be capable of such an act due to his character. Furthermore, the head of the Chow family could not personally pursue Chun Ming, for numerous issues loomed before him. He could not forsake his grand ambitions for the sake of one individual. Considering these matters, the head of the Chow family preferred to eradicate the problem at its root, wishing for Chun Ming to distance himself as much as possible. If he could no longer see Chun Ming, he would cease to contemplate the issue and refrain from sending anyone after him. Even though he recognized that only Chun Ming could remedy Guijia's affliction. He dreaded the thought of having to turn against him during the healing process. After all, prolonged proximity inevitably fosters feelings. When the moment to act against him arose, the head of the Chao family would find it unbearable. Moreover, Guijia might become his adversary over this matter, that if that were the case, it would be better to disappoint everyone than to inflict sorrow upon himself. The esteemed healer he had summoned soon arrived. And after examining Guijia, he shook his head vigorously before kneeling before him. "I am truly sorry. I find myself unable to treat your condition." Yes, he spoke. He turned to leave, and upon witnessing this, the expressions of the onlookers soured significantly. The head of the Chao family stared at him in disbelief, never expecting the healer to refuse to even attempt treatment. Guijia could only manage a bitter smile. Realizing he should not place his hopes in others from the outset, this had always been the case. Although Qin Ming's departure was not what he wished to witness, he understood that only Qin Ming had a reliable chance of curing his ailment. Other healers, regardless of their sect, were easily frightened upon seeing him and hastily withdrew. Such occurrences were all too frequent, and he was weary of recalling them, simply observing the head of the Chao family. Unwilling to shatter his illusions, the head of the Chao family offered a wry smile, grasping Guijia's hand earnestly, stating, "Ultimately, this predicament is my doing." His eyes brimmed with helplessness, yet Guijia found it amusing. Retorting, "What does this have to do with me? Life is but a transient journey. Who among us escapes death?" His words were delivered with an icy detachment, yet they were the unvarnished truth. The head of the Chao family, upon hearing this, became flustered. He clutched Guijia's hand, urgency etched across his features. "Please, remain calm. Do not entertain such thoughts." Before the head of the Chao family could finish, Guijia chuckled. "Spare me the theatrics." His tone was tinged with indifference. Dian Wei, as his close friend, despite his desire to offer counsel, found his attempts met with Guijia as derisive laughter. "Do not feign concern in my presence." Guijia's face was marked by impatience. The two exchanged glances, realizing there was no alternative but to depart swiftly, for remaining only served to amplify Guijia's disdain. Better to take their leave at once. Standing at the threshold, the head of the Chao family gazed out at the pouring rain, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, surprised that he would still seek out Qin Ming. Dian Wei, perceiving the expression on the head of the Chao family's face, proposed without hesitation, "How about this? I shall go seek Qin Ming. I am confident he will return." Upon hearing Dian Wei's suggestion, the head of the Chao family merely smiled, shaking his head coolly. "He will not return, but he knows the severity of Guijia's condition, yet still chose to leave, which indicates his heart has long since departed from us." A sharp glint appeared in the head of the Chao family's eyes as he spoke these words, which were undeniably accurate. Chapter 36. Do your best at that moment. Dian Wei furrowed his brows, uncertain of how to respond. Nevertheless, he placed a reassuring hand on the head of the Chao family's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "No one can predict if Qin Ming truly will not come back. What if a heartfelt conversation brings him back?" Dian Wei quickly altered his stance, recognizing that Qin Ming's initial desire to heal Guijia was evident to all. Therefore, if they were to humble themselves, they could potentially persuade Qin Ming to return. Hua Laogo was one of the key figures in this endeavor. Once the head of the Chao family grasped this, he promptly set plans in motion for collaboration. Yet, what the head of the Chao family did not anticipate was that Qin Ming, after departing from him, would retreat to a dilapidated hut, where he chose to remain. Hua Laogo stayed by Qin Ming's side, eager to learn more from him, for the medical techniques Qin Ming had imparted were indeed valuable. He understood that only Qin Ming could provide the assistance he sought, and admiration radiated from his face as he regarded Qin Ming. However, when Qin Ming locked eyes with Hua Laogo, he could not help but frown, then scowled. "What have you done to the medicine I asked you to brew?" Upon hearing Qin Ming's reprimand, Hua Laogo snapped back to reality, hastily glancing at the charred pot before him, that he quickly apologized to Qin Ming. But the latter, brimming with impatience, retorted, "If you cannot even manage such a simple task, you deserve to treat those beasts that a person like you is better suited for tending to animals." Qin Ming's words were exceedingly harsh, leaving Hua Laogo frozen in place. Unable to restrain himself, he gazed at Qin Ming and began to speak. "Can you possibly?" He hesitated, locking eyes with Qin Ming, before ultimately swallowing his words, reflecting that it was his own fault. And he had no grounds to reproach Qin Ming. Observing as Chen Ming patiently reboiled the medicinal herbs, Hua Laogo also noticed the torrential downpour outside. What Chen Ming did not anticipate was that amidst such a deluge, a figure was bravely navigating the slick mountain path, hastening towards him. Perhaps it was the absence of the need to tend to Guojia that rendered Chen Ming particularly relaxed at that moment. He reclined in a rocking chair, listening to the sound of the rain, gradually drifting into slumber. The herbs were being prepared by Hua Laogo, so there was no necessity for Chen Ming to keep a constant watch. He could steal a moment of leisure here, relishing this exquisite passage of time that a hint of excitement graced Chen Ming's countenance as he surveyed the scenery, a smile illuminating his eyes. Although he did not vocalize his thoughts, Hua Laogo could genuinely sense that a certain leisurely lifestyle, perhaps even a carefree existence, was drawing nearer, something he had never experienced before. For Hua Laogo, the daily routine of examining livestock, scrutinizing their organs, and observing their ailments had always been the focus of his life. However, after encountering Chen Ming, he discovered that his mornings spent preparing medicine and evenings poring over medical texts were quite agreeable. After all, while concocting the herbs, he could surreptitiously reflect on the contents of the medical books. Besides that, the knowledge contained within those texts was entirely novel to him. Thus he relished these days. Excitement radiating from his face, as Hua Laogo reminisced over this newfound knowledge, he suddenly heard a persistent knocking at the door. Initially, he intended to disregard it, as his intuition told him that no one would venture out in such heavy rain, allowing him to ignore the sound. Yet the knocking continued unabated. In that moment, Hua Laogo's expression turned grim as he glanced towards Chen Ming, who had already succumbed to sleep. That he felt a tinge of envy towards Chen Ming. However, the knocking resumed, disrupting his thoughts. With no other choice, he reluctantly approached the door. Upon opening it, he was startled to find the clan leader of the Chao family, accompanied by several soldiers. Before Hua Laogo could finish his sentence, the clan leader barged in. Hearing the footsteps, Chen Ming assumed Hua Laogo had acted foolishly, only to be taken aback when the clan leader suddenly knelt before him, speaking earnestly. "I was wrong before. I beseech your forgiveness and request that you accompany me back to Treat Guijie." The clan leader's words. Chen Ming's realization dawned, and rubbing his eyes, he chuckled lightly. "What nonsense are you uttering?" His tone conveyed a hint of confusion. The clan leader, seeing Chen Ming's reaction, cautiously replied, "I am not speaking foolishness. I merely hope you will return with me because," before he could complete his sentence, Chen Ming spread his hands in dismissal. "Return with you? Do you truly believe that is feasible? I have already departed. What purpose would returning serve?" Chen Ming was obstinate, and he vividly recalled the clan leader's earlier fervent assurances. Casting a glance at Hua Laogo, he unhesitatingly declared, "See him out. No one is to enter without my permission next time, or I shall expel you." Hua Laogo, hearing Chen Ming's command, nodded frantically, a look of panic on his face. "I did not intend to." His response elicited amusement from Chen Ming, who gently shook his head, choosing not to dwell on Hua Laogo's slip, but rather observing his surroundings, his expression laden with complexity. Though the clan leader was reluctant to leave, he did not wish to provoke Chen Ming. During this period, Chen Ming had made significant strides in his martial arts, having achieved a breakthrough of 97. The remaining 3 points were the most challenging, as the system indicated that they involved integrating weapons and the techniques he had learned to achieve a unity of man and sword. Although Chen Ming was uncertain if the system's prompts were a form of self-criticism, his intuition suggested that this was the only path available to him. Reluctantly, he began selecting various weapons, yet none caught his interest, as they were all too rudimentary, and he lacked the inclination to examine them closely. Moreover, the concept of man and sword unity seemed insurmountable to him. Therefore, at this moment, even if he were to lead a languid existence, he found it justifiable for the medicine for Guojia. He had long prepared it. He simply did not intend to rely on the clan leader for assistance, as that matter had left him disheartened. A sentiment that anyone would find difficult to accept. Chapter 37. Impossible to meet at this moment. Hua Laogo was still busy preparing the medicine, yet his face bore an expression of complexity. The rain continued to pour outside, and Hua Laogo could sense the chill it brought. Unable to suppress a soft sigh, he gazed at the scene before him, his eyes reflecting a mixture of emotions. He was acutely aware that the clan leader and his entourage remained outside, not having departed, as he could still hear their footsteps. This realization left a complex expression on his face, and he remained silent for a considerable time. Meanwhile, the clan leader wore a countenance filled with melancholy, while the soldiers beside him observed the increasingly heavy rain, their frustration palpable. They clenched their fists and declared, "We are willing to give that Chin fellow a chance. This is a blessing he may never encounter again." However, upon hearing these words, the clan leader exhibited no reaction, his eyelids remaining unperturbed. The soldiers pondered momentarily before attempting to placate him, offering flattery, though the previous incident was somewhat excessive. Chin did promise to cure the general's illness. Yet now, he was going back on his word, a fact that left them feeling somewhat disgraced. The clan leader listened to their words, a complex expression forming in his eyes. Though their arguments held merit, they could not sway his inner thoughts. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head and addressed them with utmost seriousness. "Enough, I know what I am doing." With that statement, the group fell silent, but the rain continued to intensify, their cloaks gradually becoming inadequate to shield them from its onslaught. That a complex expression graced their faces. The clan leader noticed the rain soaking his garments, his shoes, and hair. The mist in the mountains coalesced, creating an ambience akin to being submerged in water, making it seem as though escape from this fog was impossible. Their lungs filled with moisture. They found it increasingly difficult to endure the situation. One of the officers could no longer contain himself and suggested to the clan leader, "Perhaps we should return. Remaining here serves no purpose for us." Before he could finish his sentence, the clan leader clenched his fist. That in recent days, Guijia's condition had suddenly worsened, and he had been coughing throughout the night, with crimson handkerchiefs visible each morning. These reminders pressed upon him. If Guijia were not treated soon, his condition would deteriorate even further. Such thoughts weighed heavily on the clan leader's heart, each reminder cutting painfully, leaving him no room for escape. In this weather, if they were to return, there would be no hope for Guijia's recovery. Even entertaining such a notion was unnecessary. With a temperament unlike that of ordinary individuals, the clan leader could achieve great things. Observing the disapproving expressions of those around him, he grew impatient and exclaimed, "Enough! Be silent." As his words echoed, the crowd fell silent. Yet they exchanged glances, their mouths opening in unison. In truth, they sincerely hoped the clan leader would consider their sentiments, as waiting in this place was hardly a viable solution. However, witnessing the clan leader's demeanor, they could not help but frown and suggest, "Perhaps you should return first," before they could articulate their thoughts. The clan leader's expression darkened, and he glared at them with palpable irritation, stating, "Who dares to speak out of turn? I shall remove their head." These words. Silence enveloped the scene. None dared to challenge the clan leader's boundaries. They held their breath, fearing the repercussions of provoking him. The clan leader, observing their expressions, could not help but glance at the humble hut. Could it be that Qin Ming was truly so heartless? Upon contemplating this matter, the countenance of the head of the Chao family darkened significantly. Without hesitation, he approached. Traversing through the wilderness, he was accompanied by someone holding an umbrella for him. Nevertheless, the rain still lashed against him, leaving him utterly uncomfortable. After all, the head of the Chao family typically resided within the confines of opulent abodes, never having experienced the discomfort of walking on such rugged terrain. The tribulations he now faced were, for him, an unbearable torment. But he shook his head, a hint of resignation glimmering in his eyes, and took measured steps forward. As he arrived at the door of the thatched cottage, he had yet to utter a word when Hua Laogo had already opened the door and peered out, stating, "Please leave, the master is not inclined to meet with you." The cold and unfeeling words rendered the head of the Chao family's expression exceedingly grim. Observing this scene, Hua Laogo maintained his composure. Yet internally, he was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The seasoned Chao family patriarch had previously attempted to thwart him when Qin Ming departed, a memory he recalled with clarity. Now, with such a golden opportunity at hand, he was determined to seize it. Yet, the head of the Chao family remained undeterred, obstructing Hua Laogo's south attempt to close the door. "Let us deliberate further. Whatever you desire, I can provide." His face was etched with sincerity. As soon as the words escaped his lips, Hua Laogo erupted into laughter. "Do you truly think I care?" he retorted with mirth. "The master has expressed his unwillingness to see you, so please depart swiftly and do not complicate matters for me." Hua Laogo's direct and resolute words left the head of the Chao family with no room for evasion. That moment, he found himself utterly helpless, clutching his chest and shaking his head in despair. He stood there, unwilling to leave, his heart filled with an array of pent-up frustrations. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly grasped Hualaugo's hand and implored, "Though he may not wish to see me, could you convey a message? Ask him if the promises he made before still hold true. Are those solemn assurances nothing more than fabrications?" Upon hearing this, a look of discomfort crossed Hualaugo's face as he furrowed his brow, seemingly uncertain about his course of action. However, the head of the Chow family produced a silver pouch and pressed it into Hualaugo's hand. Upon seeing the weighty pouch, Hualaugo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet he feigned indifference, pushing the pouch back. This was merely a ruse, and the head of the Chow family saw through it immediately. With renewed fervor, he once again pleaded, "I have but this singular thought. This one aim, that if you could assist me, I would be eternally grateful." The head of the Chow family's humble demeanor provoked a suppressed chuckle from Hualaugo. After a moment of deliberation, he nodded, albeit without a smile, that as they conversed. Hualaugo maintained an air of superiority, declaring, "This silver is not solely for my personal use. It is intended for the renovation of this dwelling. As you can see, the roof leaks in the rain, and I have several buckets collecting the water." Hualaugo, with his astute and worldly nature, delivered this line flawlessly, compelling admiration from those who heard it. For the head of the Chow family, the money served dual purposes: to bribe Hualaugo and to express his goodwill towards Chun Ming. Thus, Hualaugo's words left the head of the Chow family feeling quite satisfied. However, unexpectedly, as Hualaugo was about to enter, he turned back to the head of the Chow family and said, "Rest assured, I will convey your sincerity to Chun Ming." Listening to him, the head of the Chow family nodded calmly, watching as Hualaugo disappeared inside. Yet, Hualaugo swiftly closed the door, both men exchanging glances filled with awkwardness. Before the head of the Chow family, Hualaugo maintained his faade. Otherwise, how could he extract more benefits from him? Clutching the pouch of silver, Hualaugo's face radiated excitement. Without hesitation, he approached Chun Ming, who was still dozing. Hualaugo cautiously fanned him, and to his surprise, Chun Ming awakened. Feigning nonchalance, Hualaugo addressed him. "At last, you are awake. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. That fellow from the Chow family has come again. What should we do?" Hualaugo was skilled at this charade. But upon seeing Chun Ming's serious demeanor, he couldn't help but swat him lightly with the fan. "That you've been waiting for me. Such nonsense," Chun Ming retorted, striking the fan against Hualaugo's head. As Hualaugo winced in pain, he anticipated Chun Ming's genuine reaction. He hadn't foreseen that Chun Ming would recognize his deception, that he had miscalculated his flattery, landing squarely on the wrong foot. With a hint of regret flashing across his face, he looked at Chun Ming and said, "Let us deliberate together." But before he could finish, Chun Ming rolled his eyes, exuding impatience, "That I have nothing to discuss with you, and you should hurry and send the Chow family patriarch away. I do not wish to see him." Pointing towards the door, Chun Ming made his sentiments clear. However, Hualaugo, feeling the weight of the silver pouch in his hands, understood that if Chun Ming truly wished to avoid the patriarch, the latter might reclaim his money. In that case, he would receive neither the benefits from Chun Ming nor the payment from the Chow family patriarch. That would be akin to losing both the watermelon and the sesame seeds. Reflecting on this, a complicated expression crossed Hualaugo's face, but he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Recalling the head of the Chow family's query, he resolutely conveyed it to Chun Ming. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming's expression turned contemplative. He raised an eyebrow at Hualaugo and answered earnestly, "You tell him that this matter pertains to me and Guijia. It has no bearing on him. How I choose is my own prerogative." Chun Ming's tone was tinged with impatience, and upon observing his demeanor, Hualaugo quickly nodded in agreement. Now that Chun Ming had responded, he felt emboldened to confront the head of the Chow family with confidence. With this thought, excitement illuminated Hualaugo's face as he strode towards the door. However, Chun Ming suddenly grasped his arm. Hualaugo, thinking that Chun Ming might have changed his mind, mused that if Chun Ming were willing to meet with the Chow family patriarch, he would not mind making a few extra trips to garner more benefits. But his elation was premature, as Chun Ming extended his hand, looking at him with palpable irritation. "Hand over the money." Hualaugo's face fell, embarrassment washing over him as he nervously inquired, "What money are you referring to?" Before Chun Ming could respond, Hualaugo had already revealed his hand. Observing Hua Laogo's demeanor, Qinming pinched his arm, exclaiming, "How can you be my disciple and not know how to show respect to your master?" Qinming's voice sharpened, escalating in volume, causing Hua Laogo to become flustered. Hua Laogo quickly shook his head, his expression one of bitter resignation as he said, "Just release your grip. I'll give you the money." With no other option, he placed the pouch in Qinming's hands. But if the head of the Chao family dared to demand it back later, he would simply inform him that Qinming had taken it. However, Hua Laogo did not anticipate that after receiving the pouch, Qinming would pat him on the shoulder and seriously declare, "If you dare to tell the Chao family patriarch that I took this money, you will find yourself in a dire predicament. Also, I heard everything you said at the door." Upon hearing this, Hua Laogo's expression darkened considerably. Helpless, he could only touch his nose and nod awkwardly. Seeing Hua Laogo's expression, Qinming could not help but admonish him, "Be more astute." With this remark, Hua Laogo nodded vigorously and promptly made his way to the door, almost verbatim, relaying Qinming's instructions back to the head of the Chao family. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chao family felt utterly dejected, nearly collapsing to the ground in disbelief. He shook his head, his expression one of bitterness, rendered speechless for quite some time. "Then you should inquire with the master if his previous promises still stand as long as Guijia comes to seek him," the head of the Chao family urged with a sense of urgency. Yet Hua Laogo, upon hearing this, responded nonchalantly, "I still need to check on that, but I doubt the master is inclined to invest much thought into this matter." Hua Laogo let out a long sigh. Before the head of the Chao family, he spun a web of fabrications, but the essence of his lengthy discourse was merely an attempt to coax the head into producing another pouch of coins. After enduring what felt like an eternity of his nonsensical chatter, the head of the Chao family suddenly snapped back to reality upon noticing Hua Laogo's outstretched hand, hastily placing his own pouch of money on the table. Yet, another hand moved with greater swiftness. Qinming seized the pouch without hesitation and tossed it back into the arms of the Chao family head, following it up with a resounding slap to Hua Laogo's hand. The sound echoed sharply, leaving Hua Laogo's face drained of color from the pain. Clutching his hand, he glared at Qinming, his eyes brimming with indignation that he had never anticipated that Qinming would resort to such an outrageous act. Wasn't it Qinming who suggested he be more astute, which he interpreted as an invitation to secure more funds? Why then, was he met with a slap instead? Unable to swallow his resentment, he remained oblivious to the fact that Qinming was intently addressing the head of the Chao family, speaking with utmost seriousness. Chapter 39. Greed and lust. There is no need for Guijia to come personally. What do you intend to do then? The head of the Chao family remarked, his tone momentarily betraying a lack of restraint and respect. Upon hearing the question, Qinming found it amusing that he looked at the head and retorted, "Do you truly not know what you should do?" The head of the Chao family shook his head, his expression earnest as he gazed at Qinming, that if he had known, would he have braved the downpour to stand in this place? He felt a deep sense of grievance. Yet Qinming continued, "Sincerity can move stones." Those 5 succinct words instantly widened the eyes of the Chao family head, who eagerly responded, "Then, sir, do you think my heart is sincere enough?" As soon as those words left his mouth, Qinming chuckled lightly, patting the Chao family head on the shoulder in a perfunctory manner. "What you should do? Must I remind you? If so, you might as well not live." With that, Qinming turned on his heel and departed. Hua Laogo, having lived for decades, had never encountered such audacity that he stood frozen, watching Qinming and the furious reaction of the Chao family head. Though he felt an urge to laugh, he was acutely aware that his position did not permit such levity. With only one head to his name, he could not afford to provoke the Chao family head, who would undoubtedly make him the first target of his ire. After a moment's contemplation, Hua Laogo stiffly addressed the Chao family head, "Since my esteemed sir is unwilling to see you, I must kindly ask you to leave." He spoke with an acute awareness of the situation, leaving the Chao family head with no choice but to depart. However, halfway through his exit, a complex expression crossed the face of the Chao family head. He was truly unwilling to relent, turning back with the intent to re-enter. Yet those nearby urged him to reconsider, stating, "It is midday, and we are all famished, waiting in this place for an uncertain outcome. The sincerity he speaks of may very well be a jest at our expense." The seriousness of their words held merit, prompting the Chao family head to fall into silence. Observing his demeanor, a soldier spoke up again, "Let us first return to satisfy our hunger. We can come back here later, that I believe that if we make several more visits, he will eventually be willing to meet with us." The Chow family head nodded in agreement, seriously regarding his companions as he prepared to lead them away. Everyone assumed the matter would conclude there, but unexpectedly, Dian Wei clenched his fists in anger and addressed the head of the Chow family. "I see that this Chun fellow is simply refusing to acknowledge our goodwill. The more we show him respect, the more he relishes flaunting his superiority, that we might as well set fire to the mountain and see if he dares to descend." Dian Wei's words left the head of the Chow family momentarily stunned, and he impatiently retorted, "Silence, you foolish donkey. If we resort to such tactics, the consequences will be disastrous for all of us." Seeing the head's fury, Dian Wei continued to offer his counsel. Whether Chen possesses any real skill is another matter. Besides, can he truly cure Guojia's affliction? This fellow may yet align himself with others, or even establish his own faction. It would be far better to eliminate him now, stifling him in his cradle, so that he has no chance to thrive. Though Dian Wei's leadership abilities were commendable, his impulsiveness and lack of foresight often led him astray. Fixating on immediate gains and stubbornly holding on to his convictions, a flaw that would ultimately contribute to his downfall. When the Chow family head saw Dian Wei begin to prattle on again, he clenched his fists and addressed those around him. "Take him away and let him cool off for a few days." The moment those words were uttered, the crowd nodded vigorously, but those familiar with the head's temperament knew that such statements merely meant Dian Wei would be sidelined for a time. In the following days, Dian Wei would find it nearly impossible to see the head again. Though unwilling to concede, he feared the isolation would be prolonged, and thus fell silent. Watching the Chow family head move further away, he focused on the retreating figures and the mountain behind him, still harboring resentment. He thought that if he could manage to invite Qinming down, perhaps the head would regard him with newfound respect, and the period of isolation would come to an end. Driven by a desperate desire to impress the Chow family head, Dian Wei lingered in the brush, waiting until the main group had departed before wandering the mountain in search of a wild rabbit to eat. Confident in his ability to negotiate perfectly on his own, Dian Wei couldn't help but chuckle at the plans he had devised. Believing them to be flawless, he remained oblivious to the fact that there might be others as astute as he. Before any success had been achieved, Dian Wei was already celebrating, as if the matter were half won. Amidst the wilderness, a complex expression crossed his face when he noticed a petite girl pass by, carrying a bamboo basket and a larger bamboo container on her back, moving as though she glided above the ground, reminiscent of walking on water. Her slender figure sparked a flurry of thoughts within him. As he observed this scene, Dian Wei's eyes lit up that he finished the wild rabbit he had been eating and hurried after her, whether to strike up a conversation or simply to engage her. He was eager to approach. However, Lan Qing, walking ahead, remained oblivious to the presence behind her. Upon reaching the small wooden house, she had yet to knock before Hua Laogo, unable to contain himself, flung the door open. Before Hua Laogo could utter a word, Qinming emerged, gazing earnestly at Lan Qing, saying, "You have come again to deliver medicine." Lan Qing nodded hurriedly, placing the herbs she had gathered before Qinming. After exchanging them for silver, she excitedly departed with the coins in hand. Observing her hasty exit, Qinming couldn't help but call after her, "Why not sit for a moment? It seems to be raining outside." Yet Lan Qing, eager to procure some fabric with her newfound wealth, shook her head in refusal to Qinming's suggestion. There are other matters to attend to. Lan Qing possessed a strong will, and upon witnessing her determination, Qinming smiled, choosing not to press further. Chapter 40. Asking for trouble, Hua Laogo noticed that Qinming stood rooted to the spot, watching Lan Qing leave, and nudged him playfully. "When I was your age, I was adored by all, blooming like flowers in spring. Why do you seem so oblivious?" Hua Laogo's tone held a hint of disdain. What do mere mortals understand? To his surprise, Qinming countered Hua Laogo's remarks. Seeing Qinming depart with a cold expression, Hua Laogo hurried to catch up, glancing between him and the direction Lan Qing had taken, that if you truly care for her, then go and see her off. Even expressing your feelings is better than doing nothing at all. Hua Laogo's tone was tinged with exasperation, for it seemed that Qinming was unaware of how to convey his sentiments at such a moment. It left Hua Laogo feeling helpless. However, Qinming pondered Hua Laogo's advice, and after a moment, he decisively ran outside. Observing Qinming's sudden movement, Hua Laogo quickly followed, handing him an umbrella. "Lan girl, don't fear the rain, but you must hold it carefully for her." Hua Laogo, while speaking, cast sly glances at Qin Ming. Observing Hua Laogo's demeanor, Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Although he had purportedly chased after them, he deliberately slowed his pace as he approached Lan Qing. At that moment, Dian Wei, witnessing Qin Ming and Lan Qing walking side by side, widened his eyes in disbelief that if he were not mistaken, it seemed that Qin Ming might have developed feelings for Lan Qing. Contemplating this notion, a hint of a smile appeared on Dian Wei's face, as if he had suddenly grasped what to do next in front of Qin Ming. Lan Qing appeared slightly uncomfortable. "How did you manage to chase after me?" she asked, fiddling with her nose. Noticing her evasive demeanor, Qin Ming could not help but pat her shoulder, saying, "Is it not permissible to chase after someone?" At the sound of his question, Lan Qing hastily shook her head. However, gazing at Qin Ming, she could not resist inquiring, "How is the pill you were researching recently coming along?" She sought a topic to avoid an awkward silence that as Qin Ming held the umbrella. A light drizzle began to fall, but he remained oblivious to the need for it. Consequently, Lan Qing's expression turned somewhat grim. She took the umbrella from him and opened it. Had it not been for her mutual feelings towards Qin Ming, she might have found an excuse to leave long ago. Yet she remained. Meanwhile, Qin Ming, unaware of her inner turmoil, cheerfully remarked, "The pill has been produced, but I have yet to deliver it," before Lan Qing. Qin Ming exhibited little caution. Upon hearing his words, she furrowed her brows, curiosity evident on her face. "Why have you not delivered it?" Her tone was laced with confusion. Seeing her expression, Qin Ming chuckled softly. "What purpose would it serve to deliver it? They acted so excessively before. Why should I take it to them now?" His tone was calm and unperturbed. At his response, Lan Qing suddenly burst into laughter. Pulling Qin Ming's hand, deciding not to dwell on the matter further. These were Qin Ming's choices. He had his own thoughts, and Lan Qing felt no need to offer her opinions. Yet as she held his hand, a hint of perplexity crossed Qin Ming's face. He widened his eyes, initially believing Lan Qing was about to confess her feelings. However, to his surprise, she retrieved a medicinal herb from her bamboo basket. This herb was one he had painstakingly acquired from the great eagle, and now, Lan Qing earnestly said to him, "I noticed you treat that herb with great reverence, so I want to fetch one from my great eagle." Her tone was lighthearted. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming snapped back to reality, staring at her in disbelief. "That great eagle is yours." Lan Qing nodded, her expression resolute as she replied, "To say it is mine would be more accurate to say it is a safeguard my father arranged for me before he passed." Her tone held a semblance of calmness. Qin Ming merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from elaborating further. He had no desire to evoke her sorrowful memories, yet as Lan Qing gazed at the misty spring rain, she could not help but express to Qin Ming, "Have you ever felt that the changes from dawn to dusk occur in an instant? Oftentimes, we may not even realize how everything has transformed." Without hesitation, Qin Ming nodded in agreement. Yet he found himself puzzled by what could be troubling her. He looked at Lan Qing, slightly surprised, and asked, "Could you tell me what is making you unhappy?" However, as his words lingered in the air, Lan Qing simply smiled and remained silent. Just when Qin Ming assumed she would not answer, she looked at him and suddenly said, "Please prepare extra remedies for bruises and injuries, including those for reconnecting tendons and bones." Her face bore an expression of excitement. Qin Ming nodded, but still bewildered. He queried, "What do you need those for?" His tone was filled with curiosity. Hearing his question, Lan Qing calmly replied, "It's nothing. I just want to be prepared. After all, I often go up the mountain to gather herbs, and if I happen to get injured, I will need these." She paused her explanation there, and without a hint of hesitation, Qin Ming nodded. Yet he looked at her earnestly and said, "If you require any further assistance, you must let me know." After voicing his concern, Lan Qing smiled and refrained from saying anything further. Qin Ming held the umbrella as he escorted her down the mountain. Upon seeing that he wished to accompany her further, Lan Qing suddenly shook her head, looking at him earnestly and saying, "This is far enough. I will head back now. You can stay here and take your time." Hearing her words, Qin Ming nodded without hesitation. However, he could not help but remind her, "Next time, remember to come earlier to collect the herbs. You should also join me for a meal before leaving." In that fleeting moment of eye contact between them, Lan Qing felt as if she were gazing at another person, someone strong. Yet in an instant, that illusion vanished as Qin Ming flashed her a smile. Lan Qing pondered. Perhaps it was merely her imagination. As Chapter 41 unfolds, the art of wooing becomes insignificant. Lan Qing nodded and turned to leave. But she returned the umbrella to Chun Ming. He, however, shook his head, insisting that she keep it. Observing his persistence, a smile graced Lan Qing's face as she accepted the umbrella but could not resist saying, "You must deliver the ointment I mentioned to me promptly." Chun Ming nodded without hesitation. As he watched Lan Qing depart until her figure faded from view, he turned back. However, to his astonishment, he encountered Dian Wei halfway up the mountain. Dian Wei, looking at Chun Ming with impatience, remarked, "You promised us you would fulfill your end of the bargain. Are you not planning to do so? Guojia is on the brink of death. Do you not wish to save him?" His tone was filled with reproach, but Chun Ming, wearing a dismissive smile, replied, "Did you not find a divine physician? Why not have them attend to him? What use am I?" His demeanor exuded disdain, that a complex expression crossed Dian Wei's face as he momentarily struggled to respond. However, if he were not mistaken, Chun Ming was likely upset, which explained his retort. Thinking along those lines, Dian Wei could not help but plead, "What we did before was wrong. Please do not hold a grudge against us. I implore you to return and treat Guojia's ailment." It was a unique way of begging, one that Chun Ming had never encountered before. Dian Wei's stance suggested he longed for others to revolve around him. Yet Chun Ming, filled with curiosity, retorted, "On what grounds?" as his words echoed in the air. A strange expression crossed Dian Wei's face. He furrowed his brow, questioning, "What do you mean by that?" Chun Ming, unfazed, replied, "The literal meaning, that if you cannot comprehend, then I am at a loss." Dian Wei, angered by Chun Ming's demeanor, clenched his teeth and declared, "If you choose to be untrustworthy, do not be surprised if I inform others of this. Soon, the entire world will know of your character." Dian Wei spoke out of frustration. Yet upon hearing his words, Chun Ming retorted nonchalantly, "And what of it?" These words prompted Dian Wei to storm off in anger. Meanwhile, Lan Qing suddenly realized she had forgotten to give Chun Ming a medicinal herb. Without hesitation, she headed towards him. However, she unexpectedly crossed paths with Dian Wei. Dian Wei's eyes widened as he regarded her, his expression somewhat conflicted. He thought to himself that since Chun Ming was unwilling to listen, perhaps sharing this matter with others might prove beneficial. Resolutely, Dian Wei approached Lan Qing and inquired, "If I am not mistaken, you must be acquainted with Chun Ming." Upon hearing this, Lan Qing nodded affirmatively. Observing her composed demeanor and her elegant features, Dian Wei felt a surge of desire, contemplating other methods to win her over, that if Chun Ming truly refused to treat Guojia's illness, he would let him witness how he could win Lan Qing's heart. A glimmer of excitement appeared on Dian Wei's face, but Lan Qing, sensing his intentions, could not help but ask, "Do you have something to say?" What Dian Wei failed to notice was that despite her slender frame, Lan Qing's poise and composure surpassed that of many, even more so than most men. "There is something I wish to discuss with you in detail at the tavern." Dian Wei, his face solemn, spoke earnestly to Lan Qing, yet his words elicited nothing but a cold, indifferent smile from her. "Do you truly believe that is a possibility?" Lan Qing's tone carried an edge of impatience. "Unless you disclose your intentions, I shall not permit you to leave this place." As she spoke, her gaze remained fixed on Dian Wei. She had long suspected that he harbored ulterior motives. Observing Lan Qing's fierce demeanor, a complex expression crossed Dian Wei's face. He raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and, with a disarming smile, inquired, "Why the hostility?" "I assure you, I would never do anything to harm you. I merely wish to," before he could complete his sentence. Lan Qing burst into laughter, taking a step closer and piercing him with a sharp inquiry, "Are you still unwilling to divulge your secrets?" Faced with Lan Qing's aggressive demeanor, Dian Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yet he suddenly wrapped his arms around her shoulders. "Let us move aside. I would like to discuss this matter with you in detail." However, before he could finish, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, one that belonged to him. As Lan Qing twisted his arm behind his back, with a gaze as cold as ice, she fixed her eyes on him, but upon seeing his pained expression, she glanced up at the small wooden shack above and unhesitatingly shoved him into the nearby underbrush. "Now speak. What is it that you wish to convey?" She despised being manhandled, and Dian Wei's actions had crossed her threshold of tolerance, rendering her response entirely justifiable. Noticing the expression on Lan Qing's face, Dian Wei couldn't help but plead, "Heroine, spare me. I merely hoped you could speak a few words of persuasion to Chun Ming to save Guojia's life." Reluctantly, he confessed his true purpose for coming. But to his astonishment, Lan Qing let out a derisive laugh and disdainfully replied, "Such a wishful thought. I shall not do so." Her words plunged Dian Wei into despair. Clutching his injured arm, he exhibited a tumult of emotions. He had not anticipated returning empty-handed, and in addition to that, he had sustained an injury. Yet, Lan Qing, observing Dian Wei, delivered a swift kick to his chest and glared down at him from her elevated position. "Do not say I did not warn you. Should you dare to repeat such actions, I will undoubtedly flay the skin from your back." An awkward expression flickered across Dian Wei's face as he gazed at Lan Qing, at a loss for words. Ultimately, he could only nod submissively, departing in a hurried and embarrassed manner before her. Watching him leave in such a state, Lan Qing turned her gaze to the wooden shack above, her eyes reflecting a complex array of thoughts. Truth be told, it seemed that Qinming had offended numerous individuals. Enemies appeared to be lurking everywhere. Lost in contemplation, she eventually retraced her steps into the dense foliage. Chapter 42. Subdue him. Dian Wei returned, cradling his injured arm, his countenance marred by disarray. Master Chow regarded him with a furrowed brow, unable to suppress his concern. "What happened to you? Who has harmed you?" He found it hard to believe that anyone could inflict injury upon Dian Wei. Hearing Master Chow's voice, Dian Wei felt a wave of bitterness wash over him as he implored, "You must seek justice for me. That individual has gone too far. You cannot fathom what she has done." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, attributing all of Lan Qing's actions to Qinming. Master Chow's expression grew complex as he processed Dian Wei's words. He found it difficult to believe that Qinming would engage in such behavior, knowing the man's character as he did. "Well, it seems this matter is not as dire as you claim. Your injuries appear to be minor, and what is there for a man to lament?" Master Chow dismissed the issue lightly, unwilling to delve deeper. Dian Wei realized that his standing in Master Chow's eyes was rapidly diminishing, his face darkening as a result. Yet, despite his grievances, he lacked the standing to voice them. Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, to their surprise, Guijia emerged from the tent, his face revealing a complex array of emotions as he practiced his secret arts. Observing Guijia's actions, Master Chow initially wished to ease the tension, but suddenly he recognized his own past dishonor. Even now, he failed to seize the opportunity for redemption that lay before him. Before anyone could react, Master Chow abruptly turned and left. Guijia paid no heed to the commotion behind him, continuing his solitary practice of what he termed yoga. Witnessing Guijia's behavior, Dian Wei felt compelled to tighten his fists. He wished to speak but ultimately sighed and departed. Guijia's demeanor remained cold and indifferent, leaving no one privy to his inner thoughts. Remarkably, Guijia's temperament had shifted dramatically overnight, rendering them speechless and uncertain about how to address the matter at hand. "What business do you have there?" Dian Wei interjected, blocking Master Chow's path. Upon hearing his voice, Master Chow impatiently shrugged off his hand. "This does not concern you. Step back." As he spoke, he pressed onward, resolute in his intention to summon Qinming back, even willing to perform the most humble of acts in his request. After all, he recognized his own misjudgment in the matter. When Master Chow reached the wooden shack, he exchanged a few words with Hua Laogo before the latter opened the door. Master Chow regarded him intently before urgently calling for Qinming. It was not that he sought to witness a spectacle. Rather, it was his stubbornness that compelled him to pursue this course of action. Inside the dwelling, Qinming gazed at Master Chow with a look of perplexity, and one anticipated that Master Chow would suddenly kneel before Qinming, engaging in the act of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. Watching this display, Qinming's face reflected a blend of emotions. Yet to the onlooker, he appeared utterly unmoved. Dian Wei stood nearby, torn between the desire to intervene and the recognition of the military's unyielding authority. He dared not oppose Master Chow's wishes and could only stand by, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Once Master Chow completed his ritual, he raised his gaze to Qinming and spoke. "Mr. Qin, I acknowledge my wrongdoing in this affair, and I am willing to admit my faults. That I only hope you will grant me the opportunity for redemption." Upon hearing Master Chow's words, a flicker of complexity crossed Qinming's eyes. He shook his head, expressing a deep sense of resignation as he replied, "You need not take such drastic measures. After this display, how will others perceive me?" Qinming spoke the truth, and upon hearing this, Master Chow fell silent, quickly adding, I have not considered this matter thoroughly. Before Qin Ming, Master Chow seemed to shed all vestiges of his former self, his temper vanishing entirely. Listening to Master Chow's words, Qin Ming could only express disbelief, remarking, Your words suggest that I am the one bullying you. Perhaps it is best to refrain. Qin Ming stubbornly rejected Master Chow's overtures, which left Dian Wei seething with frustration. His teeth clenched. Dian Wei tightened his fists, and before he could voice his thoughts, Master Chow continued, In truth, I should have recognized long ago that some matters are beyond alteration, that as soon as Master Chow finished speaking. Qin Ming heard the system's voice echo in his ears. Subdue Master Chow and become the sovereign of this land. Hearing this prompt, Qin Ming's expression darkened considerably. For some time, he had maintained a deliberate distance from Master Chow's faction, wishing to avoid unnecessary entanglements to his dismay. This notification had arisen, and he had been pondering the system's true intentions, only to discover that this old rogue was far more cunning than he had anticipated. Leaving Qin Ming feeling utterly caught off guard that moment, Qin Ming couldn't help but let out a gentle sigh, remaining silent for a considerable time. His gaze bore the weight of experience, flickering with unspoken thoughts, as no one could fathom his inner turmoil. Yet, after Master Chow finished his plea, Qin Ming raised his hand to assist him times. Your courage and strategy are commendable. However, your excessive suspicion is your downfall. If you are willing to submit to me, with a straightforwardness that left no room for ambiguity, he expressed his thoughts aloud, that he understood that the head of the Chow family was a person of forthrightness. Should Qin Ming attempt to ensnare him through cunning maneuvers or subtle insinuations, it would only serve to sow seeds of suspicion and distrust in the Chow patriarch's mind. Consequently, the Chow family leader would perpetually seek ways to counter Qin Ming, unless Qin Ming pledged unwavering loyalty to him. Thus, at this critical juncture, Qin Ming had no choice but to take the initiative and convey his intentions clearly to the Chow patriarch. Upon hearing this, the Chow patriarch stood frozen in place for what felt like an eternity, as did Hua Laogo, whose eyes widened in disbelief, having never before imagined that this individual harbored such grand ambitions. At the doorway, Dian Wei was caught off guard, coughing incessantly, clutching his throat while gazing at Qin Ming with a mix of complexity. Once he regained his composure, he shouted, Impudence, you rascal! Yet before he could finish his sentence, the Chow patriarch raised his head, irritation etched across his face, and commanded, Silence, that as soon as the Chow patriarch uttered these words, he turned to Qin Ming and remarked, What you propose is not entirely unacceptable. However, there is one point I must contemplate with care. The patriarch's indecision stemmed largely from the abruptness of the situation, but he was struck by the candor and directness etched on Qin Ming's countenance. Chapter 43. The youth's bold spirit. He deemed the entirety of Qin Ming's propositions acceptable, for before him stood a man who did not indulge in pretenses, who spoke his mind with unfiltered ambition. A spirit such as Qin Ming's was a rarity in his experience, that as he observed Qin Ming, a flicker of complexity danced in his eyes. That I need to reflect on this matter further, he stated. Qin Ming nodded, refraining from any further attempts to persuade. With a sweeping gesture, he directed Hua Laogo, See them out. Qin Ming's leisurely demeanor suggested a genuine indifference towards the proceedings, living with an air of freedom. Hua Laogo, however, remained rooted in place, unable to contain himself as he grasped Qin Ming's hand, an expression of urgency on his face that he had intended to counsel Qin Ming, but before he could articulate his thoughts, Qin Ming fixed him with an impatient glare, exclaiming, What are you staring at? I told you to see them off. With a thunderous voice, Qin Ming commanded, and Hua Laogo snapped back to reality, resigned to escort the Chow patriarch and his entourage out. However, as soon as they departed, Hua Laogo hurriedly shut the door and pressed his ear against it, straining to catch any sound from outside. This furtive behavior drew a frown from Qin Ming, who, with evident annoyance, inquired, What are you up to? Qin Ming's tone was laden with perplexity. He struggled to comprehend Hua Laogo's intentions that moment. Hua Laogo seized Qin Ming's hand, his face alight with urgency. Have you lost your mind? He exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Qin Ming was taken aback. What have I done wrong? I merely expressed my thoughts, that if he does not agree, then so be it. Yet Hua Laogo, exasperated, smacked his forehead and replied, You possess the bravery, yet you lack strategy. These words left Hua Laogo's lips. Qin Ming suddenly smiled, Unaware of the multitude of issues he had yet to confront, that he gazed at Hua Laogo, confusion evident, and said, "Then by all means, enlighten me about my shortcomings." Chen Ming's nonchalant demeanor left Hua Laogo exasperated. Grasping Chen Ming's hand, Hua Laogo insisted, "You cannot present yourself in such a manner before him. Nor should you allow them to leave. That is akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain. What if he turns against us?" Hua Laogo's concerns were indeed valid, yet upon hearing them, Chen Ming chuckled. "And what of it? Is this truly so frightening?" His tone was dismissive, and the more indifferent he appeared, the more peculiar Hua Laogo's feelings became. Hua Laogo found himself at a loss for words to convey his inner turmoil. He simply stared at Chen Ming, shaking his head and sighing as if Chen Ming had committed an egregious error. Unexpectedly, Chen Ming lifted his leg and delivered a swift kick to Hua Laogo's backside, declaring, "Enough! Hurry and prepare the medicinal herbs that do not waste time here. My intentions and plans are none of your concern, nor do I require your guidance." Chen Ming's calm assertion prompted Hua Laogo to shake his head, deeply sighing as he departed. Observing Hua Laogo's demeanor, Chen Ming remarked without hesitation, "If you are afraid, rest assured, I will not implicate you. Should they dare to encircle me, I shall ensure your swift escape." Chen Ming understood that individuals like Hua Laogo, with limited exposure, likely had never encountered such grand scenarios, hence his desire for Hua Laogo to maintain composure. However, upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Hua Laogo's face reflected a measure of helplessness. Unsure of what to say, glancing at the medicinal herbs before him, he ultimately felt unresolved. Turning back to Chen Ming with impatience, he retorted, "Am I a coward? Have I ever feared these matters? I acknowledge your ambition, but you must seize it. Otherwise, how can you threaten the emperor and command the feudal lords?" When Hua Laogo's words escaped him, Chen Ming erupted into laughter, fixing his gaze on Hua Laogo with a wistful expression. "Ultimately, you believe I lack the cunning. Yet have you considered the strategy of retreating to advance?" As Chen Ming's words registered, Hua Laogo snapped back to awareness, smacking his forehead as he regarded Chen Ming with a grin. "I believe I understand now." With a tone of elation, Hua Laogo recognized Chen Ming's insight. Observing Hua Laogo's dawning realization, Chen Ming chose to refrain from further explanations, instead saying, "Now go prepare the medicine. If they agree, they will return, and if they do not, we shall take action regardless." Chen Ming's nonchalant attitude and his declaration elicited a chuckle from Hua Laogo, who clapped for him, brimming with delight. "You truly have outdone yourself this time." Before he could finish showering Chen Ming with praise, Chen Ming raised his leg, and before he could land a kick, Hua Laogo had already vanished from sight. Witnessing Hua Laogo's hasty retreat, Chen Ming burst into laughter. Meanwhile, the atmosphere surrounding the Chao patriarch was thick with suspicion, and Dian Wei, seething with anger, clenched his fists and slammed them onto the table. He glared at the Chao patriarch, his voice dripping with fury as he declared, "I have long suspected that this dog servant harbored nefarious intentions, and it appears my suspicions were spot on." His ire was unrestrained, and the Chao patriarch listened, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Once Dian Wei finished his tirade, he noticed the Chao patriarch's silence, prompting him to urge, "We cannot remain passive. Remember my words. If we endure in silence, Chen Ming will only grow bolder." His words resonated as he turned to the generals behind him, addressing them without hesitation. "Are the troops assembled?" The generals responded promptly to Dian Wei's call, and he knelt before the Chao patriarch, speaking with utmost reverence. "At your command, we shall undertake any task, regardless of its nature." Allowing a figure like Chen Ming to persist is akin to nurturing a tiger. He must be eradicated. Dian Wei continued to expound upon his analysis, yet the Chao patriarch listened with a complex expression. Before long, Dian Wei summoned several of the most loyal subordinates of the Chao patriarch. Observing Dian Wei's fervent actions, the Chao patriarch's demeanor remained calm. He had transitioned from a state of unease to a gradual acceptance, and addressing Dian Wei, he could not help but say, "You need not fret so. I am fully aware of how to proceed without your instruction." Chapter 44. You bear no responsibility, however. The Chao patriarch's words only intensified Dian Wei's agitation. Grasping his hair in frustration, he implored, "Do not let that fellow's empty words deceive you. He is a master of intrigue, and his intentions are anything but simple. You must not." Before Dian Wei could finish, a cough echoed from the doorway. He looked up, his expression brightening as he hurried forward. Guijia regarded the assembled individuals, his eyes filled with complexity. What has transpired to cause such disarray? His tone bore a hint of disdain. And as he spoke, the Chao patriarch, with a forlorn expression, began to explain, "It is merely—" Yet before he could utter the word "sir," Dian erupted once more, slamming his palm on the table, declaring, "That scoundrel Chen dares to usurp our territory and demands our lord to abdicate. Such audacity is beyond measure. He must be dealt with, or we shall suffer dire consequences." Dian Wei's words escaped his lips. He let out a bitter smile that he gazed at Guijia, whose face was etched with helplessness, and remarked, "No one ever anticipated that this fellow would resort to such actions that he once swore with utmost sincerity that he would cure your affliction. Yet now, his deeds truly chill the heart." The echo of Dian Wei's words lingered in the air, while Guijia's expression remained one of cold indifference. He scoffed, and just as Dian Wei expected him to express unwavering loyalty to the Chao family, Guijia unexpectedly retorted with sarcasm, "Were you not the ones who drove away the gentleman? How is it that you now have the audacity to turn back and cast blame?" Guijia's eyes bore only a frigid detachment. Upon hearing his words, Dian Wei's face flushed, taken aback that Guijia would bring up such a matter. However, as they locked eyes, Guijia's demeanor was still one of frosty indifference. Before either could react, Guijia stated plainly, "He was never one of us." This succinct remark seemed to indirectly articulate his stance. Dian Wei furrowed his brow and, looking at Guijia with a hint of exasperation, said, "How can you be so callous? He is our sole adversary at present. Your actions are tantamount to aiding him." Before Dian Wei could finish, Guijia burst into laughter. "When did I ever claim to assist him? Do not place such lofty labels upon me." The seriousness on Guijia's countenance was not feigned, and seeing this, Dian Wei fell into silence, at a loss for how to express his thoughts. Yet, glancing at the Chao family head beside him, Dian Wei spoke earnestly, "My lord, you must trust me. As long as such a calamity exists, it will forever pose a threat to us." These words left his mouth. Guijia suddenly laughed. The Chao family head merely frowned, ignoring the exchange. Guijia regarded Dian Wei and could not help but remark, "Do you not think you are overstepping your bounds?" Dian Wei furrowed his brow, somewhat perplexed by his words, but Guijia pressed on without hesitation. "The entire affair from start to finish has no bearing on you, yet you persist in speaking incessantly." Guijia's face was filled with disdain, and Dian Wei could hardly bear such indignity, desperately trying to justify himself. "I am merely trying to." Yet his words were abruptly cut short as the Chao family head raised his hand to interrupt. "Enough! Everyone leave, that I shall ponder this matter alone." The Chao family head's pronouncement resonated in the air, and Dian Wei's gaze flickered with complexity. Although his expression hinted at hesitance, he understood the subtleties of the situation. After a moment's consideration, he turned and left without hesitation. However, as he exited, he looked back at the Chao family head and could not resist saying, "Can you?" His words remained unspoken as the Chao family head chuckled. "Leave." Those two brief words conveyed his entire stance. Observing the Chao family head's cold demeanor, Dian Wei felt a twinge of unease. The nearby soldiers were dismissed. Their faces bore traces of resignation, yet they dared not linger. They understood that to persuade the Chao family head, they needed substantial authority in their arguments, which at present rested solely with Guijia. As they departed, they cast a complex glance at Guijia, seemingly hoping he would advocate for them. However, the rain began to fall outside, and the sound of the downpour dulled any inclination to engage in discussions within the hall. Dian Wei was no exception. As the rain poured down, the mosquitoes emerged, biting at his legs and face, causing him discomfort. The incessant patter of the rain mocked him, mingling with the buzzing of the mosquitoes that he could scarcely discern the conversations inside. Catching only fragments, that he is not content, that he furrowed his brow, peering into the scene within. Even from outside, separated by a mere veil, he yearned to see more. Yet, even so, what could he truly grasp? "How do you propose we handle this matter?" The Chao family head suddenly posed a question to Guijia. Unlike his usual inclination to indulge in unfounded suspicions, he maintained an air of remarkable composure in this moment. Observing the Chao family head's demeanor, Guijia's expression flickered with complexity. "That if I am not mistaken, you already harbor an answer in your heart, and you are inclined to submit to Qin Ming." This brief statement effectively concluded their discourse. The Chow family head's countenance darkened, his brow furrowing in confusion as he struggled to formulate a response. Seeing him in such a state, Guojia could not help but smile and say, "Do you still fail to comprehend my meaning?" As Guojia's words echoed, the Chow family head sighed softly. Their eyes met, and a prolonged silence enveloped them. It was a moment fraught with torment, for they both understood each other's thoughts. They were merely a word away from unraveling it all. Yet, the difficulty lay in determining who would utter that pivotal word. The Chow family head would never willingly bow his head. Should he yield to Qinming, it would signify a shift in the dynamics of their circumstances. Furthermore, in the presence of Qinming, he might become increasingly brazen and unreasonable. However, if such a statement were to fall from Guojia's lips, it would be even more out of line, for surpassing one's lord in merit is always a matter of great caution, especially concerning such significant issues. While the Chow family head grappled with these dilemmas, Guojia too was not without his own contemplations. The two chose to avert their gazes, fearing that a single telling glance could expose their vulnerabilities, resulting in either of them becoming the object of disdain. Upon reflecting on this, Guojia's expression turned exceedingly grim, and he found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 45. Bearing the consequences, the circumstances before him were far more dire than he had anticipated. However, after a moment of contemplation, Guojia clenched his fist that if Qinming could charge forth without hesitation, articulating his thoughts openly, then why should he beat around the bush? Looking at the Chow family head, Guojia spoke with unwavering resolve. "My time is running short, and my condition is not as stable as everyone perceives. If I have something to say, I may not have another opportunity." Guojia spoke from the heart. Each word was heavy and impactful. Seeing Guojia in such a state, the Chow family head fell into a profound silence. Even if he had words of persuasion, he suddenly realized that the challenges before him were more intricate than he had imagined. "Thus, I merely wish to convey to you that if you have resolved to align yourself, do not waver. The notion of face is merely a jest for future generations." Guojia deliberately softened his tone while delivering these words, choosing each one with care. Observing Guojia's demeanor, the Chow family head's expression grew increasingly grim, that he understood that Guojia was considering the greater picture. However, he did not live solely for the sake of future generations. His sole concern was the fear of being ridiculed. Contemplating this, a complexity flickered in the Chow family head's eyes that he remained entangled in his thoughts, but Guojia, unwavering, declared, "There is no need for further deliberation. If you truly fear that submitting to Qinming will invite mockery within the ranks, you may propose his nomination." While this statement was sound, the Chow family head sighed softly. What if he is unwilling? The question was indeed pertinent, yet upon hearing it, Guojia chuckled, looking at him with a dismissive expression that he would not disagree. "You must remember that in terms of character, Qinming distinguishes between priority and knows what is truly significant." Guojia's words were direct, and the Chow family head's face bore traces of helplessness. The matter had been laid bare. Should he continue to hesitate, it would be truly indecisive. Yet, what surprised the Chow family head was Guojia suddenly rising to his feet, bowing to him as he spoke. "Throughout these years, I have remained by your side for two reasons. First, my unwavering loyalty, and second, your valor and wisdom that I in this chaotic era. Only you can command my respect." Such sentiments weighed heavily on the Chow family head's heart. He gazed at Guojia, remaining silent for a long while. He could not deny that everything Guojia had articulated resonated with him and was indeed the truth. This compelled the Chow family head to lower his guard, and if that is the case, I trust one shall also gain Qinming's favor. My only concern is his profound suspicions. The moment the Chow family head uttered these words, Guojia burst into laughter. In comparison to mere suspicion, I believe what matters more is his audacity. Qinming's audacity to openly confront the patriarch of the Chow family reveals his extraordinary nature. Moreover, if Qinming is indeed shrouded in deception, his mastery of disguise is unparalleled. Ultimately, falsehoods will be unveiled in due time. Rather than succumbing to incessant worry over this matter, it may be more prudent to take a gamble. What if Qinming's abilities truly warrant their admiration? Thus, at this juncture, the patriarch of the Chow family has discerned his general course of action, even contemplating his approach, that he nodded, gazing at Guojia, and without hesitation, proposed, "Why not accompany me tomorrow? It will serve to address your ailment and also convey my intentions to him." This calm pronouncement elicited a smile from Guijia, for he understood that such an outcome would be the most ideal. Engaging in a conflict with Qin would yield no benefit for either party. With this thought, Guijia could not help but add, "If there are any uncertainties you wish to clarify, feel free to express them." Before he could finish, the patriarch interjected, "Enough. I'm already aware of the course I must take, that if Chun Ming is truly trying to exploit the chaos, he will not evade my scrutiny." Observing the unwavering determination etched on the patriarch's face, Guijia smiled and nodded. Refraining from further persuasion, Guijia departed. The patriarch gazed out at the night sky, unable to find tranquility, that he was uncertain whether his decisions were right or wrong. Yet he felt compelled to take a chance. Perhaps success would alter everything. With this in mind, a smile almost escaped him, though he lamented that the throne had been relinquished to another. Deep down, he harbored a sense of reluctance. But what could reluctance achieve? Given his current capabilities, Guijia had previously informed him that the path he could lead everyone down was but a narrow one. He was acutely aware of his own shortcomings, primarily his excessive suspicion, which he could not avoid. Now, the prospect of relinquishing his authority to Qin weighed heavily upon him. Rather than conceding such power, he pondered the merits of taking a risk himself. The patriarch fell into contemplation, grappling with how to navigate these troubles. Guijia noticed the patriarch's prolonged absence, and, glancing at the sky, realized their plans for the day might be thwarted. However, understanding the patriarch's internal conflict was not lost on him. Had he been in the patriarch's position, he might have already resorted to drastic measures against Qin, unwilling to tolerate his bravado on their territory. With this thought, Guijia chose not to voice further comments. Meanwhile, Dian breathed a sigh of relief, thumping his chest and exclaiming to Guijia, "Thank goodness our lord has not acted rashly. Otherwise, we would be doomed." Dian Wei's thoughtless remarks elicited a chuckle from Guijia, who, intrigued, pressed on with, "What do you mean by doomed?" His words caught the attention of the patriarch, who remained at the camp, yet did not approach. He was curious to hear Dian Wei's perspective, even if he recognized him as a mere brute devoid of talent. At this moment, the patriarch understood that Dian Wei's suggestions might hold significant weight. With a complex expression, the patriarch chose to stay put, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Shortly thereafter, Dian Wei, glancing at Guijia, exclaimed, "It is precisely because Qin possesses no leadership skills that we have been reduced to studying his techniques. Aside from enhancing our physical strength, they have imparted no martial prowess whatsoever." After making this statement, Dian Wei rolled his eyes. When Qin was present and their relationship was amicable, he was effusive in his gratitude. Yet now, his actions were utterly repugnant. Unable to contain himself, Dian Wei addressed the assembly. "Moreover, this fellow undoubtedly possesses other valuable resources he refuses to share, and because of him, your ailment has been prolonged." His tone was imbued with a sense of entitlement. Hearing this, Guijia promptly struck Dian Wei across the face with the book he held, exclaiming impatiently, "Stop your rambling. An uninformed observer might think Qin owes you a great deal." Although Dian Wei felt a twinge of embarrassment at Guijia's words, he retorted, "He is one of us. If he is to die, he is our ghost. Shouldn't he be the one to offer what is rightfully his?" His aggressive questioning prompted Guijia to shake his head, while the patriarch found himself in a more helpless position. At this moment, the patriarch came to a realization. Rather than prolonging the inevitable, it would be better to act decisively. It was time to heal Guijia's affliction, which had lingered due to his unwavering loyalty over the years. Furthermore, all his grand ambitions were merely aimed at unifying this fragmented realm. With this understanding, the identity of the ruler became inconsequential, that he trusted that if Qin were to assume leadership, he would be willing to share his resources, no longer hoarding them as he currently did. With this conviction, the patriarch stood resolute, turning to Guijia and declaring, "Let us depart at once." That he had mentally prepared himself for whatever awaited them, including the worst-case scenario. In this moment, his demeanor exuded calmness. Observing the patriarch's composure, Guijia could not help but sigh gently. "Be certain that you are fully prepared. Otherwise, to waver would be ill-advised." However, as soon as Guijia's words left his lips, Dian Wei erupted in frustration. Seizing Guijia's hand with urgency, "What are you talking about? Given the current dire circumstances, how can you side with Qin?" Clenching his fists, he expressed his outrage, seemingly irritated by Guijia's perceived betrayal. as if his actions had distanced him from their cause. Guojia shook his head, looking at Dian Wei with a hint of exasperation. This matter does not concern you. Go tend to your pigs and leave us be. Upon hearing Guojia's retort, Dian Wei's expression darkened, his face betraying a mixture of emotions. But he remained speechless. That he had clearly overstepped his bounds, but he was oblivious to this reality. The patriarch raised his hand, addressing both of them with utmost seriousness. Enough of this bickering. I have made up my mind. Let us hasten our departure. With that, he instructed his aides to prepare the carriage. That he turned to Guojia, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of feelings, and remarked, You have stood by my side for many years. Meanwhile, the other group continued their incessant chatter, while Qin Ming was consumed by urgency, particularly Hua Laogo, who was restless and agitated. Throughout the night, Qin Ming could hear the commotion emanating from his direction. Nevertheless, Qin Ming enjoyed a sound sleep, impervious to external disturbances. At this moment, as Qin Ming observed the dim light of dawn, he stretched languidly and sat up, fully awake. In contrast, Hua Laogo, sporting dark circles under his eyes, sat in the courtyard, watching the daybreak. Upon noticing Hua Laogo's demeanor, Qin Ming approached, patting him on the shoulder and urging, Why are you just sitting there? Go prepare breakfast. Qin Ming's tone carried a hint of impatience. Yet Hua Laogo, upon hearing Qin Ming's command, turned with tears in his eyes, lamenting, What is there to eat? I feel as if they are about to set the mountain ablaze. After a night filled with worry, Hua Laogo's face revealed a complicated mix of emotions, with tears glistening in his eyes. Seeing Hua Laogo's state, Qin Ming could not help but chuckle. You are merely gambling to see whether they will follow me or choose to ignite chaos. If that is the case, you might as well leave. The outcome will be the same. Qin Ming's final remark caused Hua Laogo to leap to his feet, bewildered. What do you mean? Are all outcomes predetermined? A complex expression flickered across Hua Laogo's face, but he quickly dismissed Qin Ming's assertion. Do not speak nonsense. I am not so contemplative that if I truly intended to do so, I could leave right now instead of worrying about you. However, Hua Laogo's words were met with Qin Ming's disapproving shake of the head. One may know a person's face, but not their heart. And no matter how well Hua Laogo performs, what significance does it hold? Who can represent that Hua Laogo truly harbors no such intentions? Moreover, if the head of the Chao family were to arrive, who could guarantee that he would genuinely be willing to submit? Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. That he shook his head and gazed at the fields outside, his heart yearning for freedom. However, the system resolutely forbade him from pursuing such aspirations. If unification of the realm was indeed inevitable, he could only hope that the day would come swiftly. This way, he would no longer have to dwell in suspicion. After all, once the realm was unified, the throne could be bestowed upon anyone who desired it. He truly did not care, as long as the stability of the kingdom was preserved, preventing any turmoil. Beyond that, Qin Ming found himself devoid of interest. Upon noticing Qin Ming's disregard, Hua Laogo's emotions grew increasingly complex. That he longed to prove his loyalty to Qin Ming, yet found it challenging, for he himself recognized that such notions were akin to absurdity. Qin Ming would never believe him. These thoughts crossed his mind. A myriad of emotions flickered across Hua Laogo's face. Unbeknownst to him, a grand procession was approaching. As he beheld this gathering, a myriad of complexities enveloped his expression. He found himself rendered speechless, ensnared in a prolonged silence as the scene before him unfolded, his face betraying a hint of sharpness. In the midst of his silence, he was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the head of the Chao family in a carriage. They had indeed come, but he could not ascertain whether their visit was for negotiation or for igniting chaos. This realization filled Hua Laogo with sorrow. That he remained by Qin Ming's side, with countless medical texts yet to be explored. Chapter 47. A heartfelt revelation. That he had yet to master even a third of Qin Ming's medical skills. Now, to leave this beautiful world, he feared he would never find peace in death. These thoughts swirled in his mind. His countenance grew exceedingly grim. That he felt helpless in light of the situation. Hearing footsteps approach, Qin Ming cast a glance outside. Surprised to find that the group had arrived, he shook his head and exchanged a glance with Hua Laogo, silently urging him to address the predicament. Without hesitation, Hua Laogo nodded and stepped outside. However, to Hua Laogo's astonishment, the individuals halted at the entrance, refraining from entering. His eyes widened as he peered through the crack in the door. Witnessing them standing in perfect formation, he could not help but clench his fists. Surely, they would not resort to covert aggression, with the dawn just breaking and everyone having barely risen. If they were to act in such a manner, it would be utterly despicable. This thought compelled him to tighten his fists, rendering him momentarily speechless that a soft sigh escaped his lips, his expression laced with helplessness. Meanwhile, the head of the Chow family regarded Guijia with utmost seriousness, stating, "This time, I bow to Chun Ming, and I hope he will provide the medicine to save your life." The head of the Chow family expressed this with a touch of anxiety, lingering in the carriage without advancing to knock on the door, while the others stood silently beside him. Without the head of the Chow family speaking, they dared not act on their own volition. However, Guijia found amusement in the apprehension displayed on the head of the Chow family's face. He shook his head nonchalantly, declaring he certainly will. Although the head of the Chow family accepted Guijia's words, he could not help but let out a soft sigh as he gazed in Chun Ming's direction. "If you truly do not wish to meet, I will not force you." Upon uttering this, the head of the Chow family quickly shook his head. He alighted from the carriage, surveying the soldiers beside him. Adjusting his attire and preparing thoroughly before stepping forward and knock on the door, as the sound of knocking resonated in his ears, Chun Ming did not so much as flutter his eyelids, remaining focused on the object in his hand. But at that moment, Hua Laogo turned back, akin to a person with their tail on fire, his face awash with panic as he sought Chun Ming's assistance. Yet upon witnessing the expression on Hua Laogo's face, Chun Ming found it somewhat amusing. He could not suppress a shake of his head, and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Quickly attend to our guests. Why do you stare at me? Have you forgotten such simple logic? What purpose do I serve in your presence? You would be better off bringing in the tea-house attendant. He possesses far more discernment." As this thought crossed Chun Ming's mind, disappointment flickered in his eyes. Observing Chun Ming's demeanor, Hua Laogo contemplated for a moment and resolutely opened the door. The head of the Chow family surmised they had likely been waiting inside for him. Upon witnessing Hua Laogo's expression, he feigned a demeanor of composure. "I have come today with matters to discuss regarding what Chun Ming mentioned earlier," the head of the Chow family stated politely. However, before he could finish, Hua Laogo interrupted, "Please wait a moment. Our master is still bathing." Hua Laogo's serious demeanor and expressionless visage suggested he was unconcerned about anything. Seeing Hua Laogo's posture, the head of the Chow family could not help but chuckle. He lifted his chin slightly and, with a touch of sharpness, inquired, "Do you not wish to negotiate?" At the moment the question was posed, a complex expression flitted across Hua Laogo's face that, of course, he wished to negotiate. He simply did not know how to handle the situation. Before the head of the Chow family could respond, Hua Laogo continued, "However, our master is not present, and I cannot make a decision. When faced with challenges, it was better to adapt and respond accordingly." Having thought this, Hua Laogo regained his composure, for he represented Chun Ming's dignity that in such a critical moment. How could he falter? Realizing this, Hua Laogo maintained an air of calm. Yet, the head of the Chow family, observing Hua Laogo's demeanor, could not help but chuckle lightly before directly stating, "If he truly does not wish to meet me, I can take my leave now." This statement was intended to compel Chun Ming to emerge. The head of the Chow family was confident that Chun Ming was indeed listening to their conversation. As he predicted, Hua Laogo grew flustered. With an expression of urgency, he implored, "What nonsense are you speaking? He does wish to see you. The master will be out shortly. Please wait a moment." His impatient tone elicited laughter from the head of the Chow family, who clenched his fists, contemplating that this negotiation would not be easily relinquished. Thus, he resolved to extract a significant concession from Chun Ming, at the very least securing a title for himself. Otherwise, he would not relent. Guijia, standing nearby, observed the unfolding scene in silence. Understanding the head of the Chow family's disposition, rather than intervene, he preferred to let the head of the Chow family act as he deemed fit. Especially given their differing statuses, any words he might utter would be inappropriate. Hua Laogo's expression darkened considerably as he gazed at the head of the Chow family with stubbornness, asserting, "I have already said he is bathing. Please be patient." That he had grown frantic, devoid of any patience. Chun Ming shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment towards him. Yet, Chun Ming did not emerge. Instead, he remained hidden behind the screen, invisible to all. Hua Laogo dared not disturb Chun Ming, fearing he would disrupt his plans. That a myriad of emotions danced in Hua Laogo's eyes as he remained silent for an extended period, feeling agitated by the situation and the head of the Chow family's demeanor. He feared that this individual might suddenly change his mind. If that were to happen, matters would become complicated. Considering these thoughts, Hua Laogo's mood shifted to one of peculiar unease. However, the head of the Chow family, witnessing his anxious demeanor, found amusement in the situation, unable to resist teasing him. "It seems he clearly does not wish to meet us. In that case, why not simply set fire to the place? I find this young man rather audacious." Just as the head of the Chow family completed his sentence, Dian Wei took him seriously. Dian Wei hurried forward, looking at the head of the Chow family with urgency and stating, "To capture the leader, we must first seize the king. Since we cannot locate Chen Ming, let us apprehend this fellow first. By eliminating a chicken, we can warn the monkey. Once resolved, Chen Ming will understand the situation." Dian Wei's tone was tinged with excitement. Upon hearing his words, the head of the Chow family maintained an expression of indifference, though his eyes shone with sharpness. Moreover, he regarded Hua Laogo with an approving gaze. Seemingly in agreement with Dian Wei's proposal, at that moment, Hua Laogo was thrown into disarray. Chapter 48. Have we encountered a ghost? His complexion darkened as he observed their earnest demeanor, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "You must not do this. If you act so recklessly, you will surely suffer the consequences." He spoke earnestly, yet his words lacked sufficient authority to deter them. Dian Wei advanced without hesitation. Jia, recognizing their antics, chose not to intervene, but instead watched the scene unfold, awaiting Chen Ming's emergence. However, once Dian Wei seized Hua Laogo's hand, he suddenly began to shout, his face contorted with madness. "Help!" Those two syllables echoed repeatedly, as if Chen Ming's ears were about to become calloused. Yet, as the head of the Chow family remained silent, Dian Wei dared not act recklessly. He simply held Hua Laogo's hand and declared, "Let me first eliminate the chicken, and then we will set this place ablaze." Leaving not a trace behind, that as Dian Wei's words escaped his lips, a hint of panic flickered across the face of the head of the Chow family. However, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that there remained an abundance of medical texts he had yet to peruse, and he couldn't help but burst into tears that he had not anticipated that Chen Ming would indeed be so heartless, watching as he was captured and treated so cruelly by others. Suddenly, the head of the Chow family covered his face and wept bitterly, lamenting, "I am truly unfortunate. I have yet to complete my studies of these medical texts, nor have I mastered the art of healing, and now I find myself ensnared by at my age, to weep like a child. What a farcical spectacle that would be if it were to circulate." Listening to the ramblings of Hua Laogo, Chen Ming's eyes revealed a complexity of emotions, yet he remained hesitant to step outside. Perhaps it was the indifference with which Chen Ming had treated him that led Hua Laogo to unleash his wails of despair once more. Observing the commotion within, he desperately hoped for Chen Ming to emerge and rescue him. Yet here he was, regardless of his lamentations. Dian Wei, hearing his words, gazed upon him with utter disdain. "Cease your prattle. I have no desire to hear a single word of what you say. That it would be best for you to accept your fate." As he spoke, Dian Wei brandished his blade, intent on forcing Chen Ming to reveal himself. But Chen Ming remained unresponsive, causing Dian Wei's expression to darken. After a prolonged silence, Dian Wei raised his head and scrutinized the interior again. Stretching his neck to discern the situation, he understood that the head of the Chow family had not come to engage in combat, but rather to negotiate with Chen Ming. Thus, he knew he must adhere strictly to the rules. Any deviation could result in his own demise. With these thoughts in mind, Dian Wei turned to Hua Laogo and inquired, "Are you certain this fellow is truly bathing? How is it that he has yet to emerge?" His urgent questioning elicited laughter from Hua Laogo, who, having wept profusely, had regained some composure, as though the water poured upon him had finally drained away. With a steady gaze fixed on Dian Wei, he replied, "Why he has not emerged, I cannot say. However, I can assure you he remains inside." He spoke with an air of superiority, raising his chin defiantly. Before anyone could react, Hua Laogo transformed into a voice of sarcasm, declaring, "Your audacity in undertaking such egregious acts is akin to slapping his face. That I assure you, once the gentleman emerges, he will not spare you scoundrels." His words prompted laughter among the onlookers, while the head of the Chow family shook his head, gazing at Hua Laogo with a countenance filled with melancholy. "You are woefully naive. If your master truly wished to save your life, Why would he delay his emergence until now? After all, it is merely the life of a dog. As soon as the words left his lips, Hua Laogo's face turned ashen with fury, and at that moment, Chun Ming strolled out leisurely. Indeed, he had gone to bathe. Initially, he had been seated behind a screen, but upon hearing Hua Laogo's cries, he found it tedious and decided to change his attire. Thus, when he appeared before the crowd, Chun Ming exuded a cleanliness and freshness. Observing Chun Ming, the head of the Chow family wore an expression of complexity, astonished that Chun Ming had truly gone to bathe, that he had presumed Hua Laogo was merely stalling for time. Yet it seemed the situation was more intricate than he had anticipated. Realizing this, the head of the Chow family refrained from further comments. Noticing the expression on the head of the Chow family's face, Chun Ming couldn't help but address him. Was it not stated that this visit was for negotiation? And let it be known that no life is worthless. Every existence deserves respect. The calmness in Chun Ming's tone quickened the head of the Chow family's heartbeat. Such a succinct statement inexplicably caused his expression to turn peculiar, rendering him speechless for an extended period. What he said was indeed the truth. However, he never fathomed that Chun Ming would place such significance on Hua Laogo's life. Did this imply that if he were to truly submit to Chun Ming, he too would be valued in due course? Contemplating these thoughts, the head of the Chow family's resolve began to waver. Observing that the head of the Chow family was ignoring him, Chun Ming couldn't resist a jab. Weren't you just so boisterous a moment ago? Why have you lost your voice now? And hurry. Have this foolish donkey release him. Chun Ming, visibly impatient, pointed at Dian. Seeing that Chun Ming was finally willing to save him, Hua Laogo's spirits soared. Tears shimmered in his eyes, yet he suddenly declared, "Once this is over, I hope you will sell me those medical texts. Regardless of whether it means selling all I have, or even selling myself, I am willing to acquire those books." Upon hearing this, Chun Ming burst into laughter. "Are those tomes more valuable than your life?" At the utterance of this remark, the head of the Chow family furrowed his brow, perplexed by the exchange between the two. Without hesitation, Hua Laogo nodded in affirmation, acknowledging Chun Ming's words. Of course. Hearing Hua Laogo's response, Chun Ming's expression became contemplative. After a moment, he sighed softly. "In that case, allow me to wager your life. I shall provide you with all the medical texts now. But a month hence, I will claim your life." Chun Ming did not expect that his words would elicit such a defiant response from Hua Laogo, who lifted his chin and resolutely replied, "I care not." The crowd gasped in surprise, taken aback by Hua Laogo's apparent disregard for his own life. As they reached out to grasp his arm, their words of persuasion were left unspoken as they witnessed the steadfast determination etched upon Hua Laogo's face. In light of the unfolding scene, they found themselves at a loss for how to react, even as reason reminded them that this might be a ruse devised by Chun Ming to manipulate their hearts. Yet the sincerity evident in Hua Laogo's expression, as well as the gravity of Chun Ming's demeanor, was unmistakable. Chun Ming exclaimed, "Excellent." Dian, startled by Chun Ming's exclamation, released his grip, gazing at Hua Laogo with a mixture of pity and incredulity. Chapter 49. He is a deity ultimately. This fellow is even more pitiable than he. Chun Ming merely unleashed his wrath upon him sporadically, while Hua Laogo was on the verge of execution. Unable to contain his frustration, Dian swallowed hard and suddenly addressed Chun Ming. "Are you even human? He is your disciple. To commit such unspeakable acts is worthy of divine retribution." His tirade of reproach and condemnation failed to awaken any sense of awareness in Chun Ming. With an air of impatience, Chun Ming retorted, "What business is it of yours? This is his own choice." Upon concluding his statement, Chun Ming waved his hand, and a multitude of books materialized upon the ground. As they beheld this spectacle, the head of the Chow family widened his eyes in astonishment, while Hua Laogo recoiled in shock. Dian, on the other hand, plopped down on the ground, his eyes as wide as saucers. Rendered speechless for an extended period. Were it not for the fact that everything before them was palpably real, they would surely have cried out in disbelief. Observing this scene, Guojia, though slightly taken aback, perhaps anticipated the extraordinary nature of Chun Ming's abilities, and thus maintained his composure. "Indeed, a celestial being has descended upon us. I had foreseen your exceptional nature." Once Hua Laogo regained his senses, he approached Chun Ming on his knees, bowing deeply in a show of utmost reverence, prompting Chun Ming to smile. Driven by urgency, Hua Laogo dashed toward the pile of books, and seeing this, Chunming could not help but say, "1 month is insufficient time for you to peruse all this. Are you truly willing to undertake such a venture?" Chunming's words echoed in Hua Laogo's ears, leaving him with a complex expression, uncertain of how to respond. Observing Hua Laogo's demeanor, Chunming added with a note of empathy, "If this task proves too daunting for you, feel free to reconsider. I can grant you more time." However, Hua Laogo shook his head, gazing at Chunming with disdain. "That in any case, death awaits me, rather than trust your words. I would willingly brave fire and water for these texts." He raised his chin, his face brimming with pride and excitement. Listening to his declaration, Chunming couldn't help but applaud him. "Very well, then it shall be as you wish." After speaking, Chunming turned his gaze toward the head of the Chao family, gesturing for him to approach the table and chairs. The head of the Chao family stepped forward, yet as he beheld the medical texts, he rubbed his eyes repeatedly, struggling to convince himself of their authenticity. Despite knowing that such behavior was beneath his dignity, he found himself unable to contain his excitement. Having lived for so many years, he had never encountered such an extraordinary individual. What if, instead of being human, Chunming were a supernatural entity dwelling within the mountains? By submitting to him, would he not be endangering the lives of countless innocents? With this thought, the head of the Chao family felt a surge of trepidation. Yet unexpectedly, once seated, Chunming poured him a cup of tea and spoke directly. "I harbor no ill will. I merely wish to reiterate a point." As Chunming's words fell upon him, the head of the Chao family furrowed his brow, bewildered as he inquired, "What?" Dian stood behind him, rendered speechless, perhaps intimidated by Chunming's series of actions. Thus, Dian chose to feign ignorance rather than involve himself further. Upon observing Dian bow his head in silence, Chunming found the situation amusing and casually shook his head. He then gestured for Dian to take a seat beside him. Yet Dian lacked the courage to comply. Despite his robust physique, he was rendered utterly speechless in this tense moment. Witnessing Dian demeanor, Chunming's eyes revealed a complex mixture of emotions. "What are you afraid of?" he inquired. Dian remained silent, while the head of the Chao family cleared his throat and addressed Chunming. "Regarding the matter you mentioned yesterday, I can acquiesce, but I have one condition." The head of the Chao family spoke cautiously, and as he uttered these words, the atmosphere grew tense. The only sound breaking the silence was the rustle of Hua Laogo's medical texts. However, the head of the Chao family did not anticipate that his concession would be met with Chunming's indifference. Chunming regarded the head of the Chao family with utmost seriousness and stated, "You have a condition. I have one as well." Upon hearing this, the head of the Chao family's expression darkened, while Dian stared at Chunming with wide eyes, hesitating to voice his thoughts, clearly wanting to speak but lacking the resolve, retreating instead. Guijia observed this scene with a calm demeanor, confident that Chunming would not disappoint him. Just as Guijia had anticipated, the head of the Chao family, feeling pressured, urged, "You go first." The head of the Chao family conceded to Chunming's terms. And upon hearing his words, Chunming contemplated before taking a sip of tea to clear his throat. Noticing the impatience of the audience, he began to speak leisurely. "My condition is that once the realm is unified, you may freely select an individual to inherit the throne, provided that stability is assured. Beyond that, I shall not interfere." As Chunming articulated this, the head of the Chao family's eyes widened in disbelief. He gazed at Chunming, his expression laden with profound complexity, unable to articulate a response. The others shared a similar sentiment, while Dian shook his head in disbelief, exclaiming, "How could it be like this?" Dian was utterly astonished, as he had anticipated Chunming would demand an exorbitant price. Yet, the words that escaped Chunming's lips left him profoundly shaken that he found himself at a loss for words. While Chunming met his gaze with an air of indifference, seemingly uninterested in the majority of matters, he appeared as though he had merely descended into this world for a fleeting visit. Guijia let out a deep sigh, knowing he had not misjudged Chunming. Excitement flickered in his eyes at that moment. Chunming transcended mere humanity or the so-called extraordinary beings. He seemed to be a divine entity sent to govern this chaotic era. While many wielded power, both scholarly and martial, there was but one true deity. Guijia's expression grew exceedingly intricate, tears shimmering in his eyes, and he found himself at a loss for words. He feared that unification in this tumultuous age was imminent, rather than a mere upheaval of the existing order. Where the populace suffered, and chaos reigned. Perhaps, before long, tranquility would return, and a higher civilization would emerge. Guojia had enlisted to serve in the military out of disdain for the chaos. He yearned to provide the common folk with stability and hope for a future filled with prosperity and numerous descendants. Yet he realized that, even after attaining his current position, such aspirations remained elusive as various tyrants continued to arise. How could mere mortals, fueled only by fervor, hope to seize control of this world? Chapter 50. Unrealistic Aspirations Initially. He harbored no such thoughts, but now, plagued by illness, he found himself consumed by these musings, perhaps due to the exhaustion of human endeavor. Thus, he no longer dared to aspire to distant dreams, even shying away from them, perceiving them as utterly unrealistic. Yet now, he glimpsed something different. The head of the Chow family trembled, regaining his senses after a prolonged silence. "Did I ask what you say true?" His tone trembled with tension as he regarded Chen Ming. Unable to believe his own ears, did I in contrast. Chen Ming, observing the head of the Chow family's expression, responded with an air of nonchalance. "I shall only say this once. Whether you choose to listen or believe is entirely up to you. And I have no desire to explain further." As he spoke, he glanced at Hua Laogo, who had become engrossed in his medical texts. Chen Ming chuckled softly, choosing not to argue with Hua Laogo. Instead, turning back to the head of the Chow family to inquire, "As the world ebbs and flows, why not allow me to oversee this grand scheme, restoring tranquility to our realm?" Chen Ming's words prompted an immediate nod from the head of the Chow family. Yet he cautiously reminded Chen Ming, "You will honor your word, won't you?" Chen Ming regarded him with a dismissive roll of his eyes, replying, "If I did not intend to keep my word, why would I utter it at all?" However, the suddenness of these developments caught the head of the Chow family off guard. Accustomed to being the master for so long, he was unaccustomed to navigating such treacherous waters filled with suspicion and constant testing of loyalties. His existence was a relentless cycle of probing and scheming, a perpetual game of wits. He had never known a night of peaceful slumber, nor a moment free from worry, and the migraines he suffered were largely due to his overactive mind. Yet, the head of the Chow family remained oblivious to this reality, and the matter had yet to unfold. Just a glance from Chen Ming at the head of the Chow family revealed the latter's thoughts. Chen Ming could not help but shake his head. The head of the Chow family, perceiving Chen Ming's expression, sighed softly, uncertain whether to believe him. Chen Ming's forthrightness raised questions in his mind. Was this a new scheme, or merely a means of bribery? Contemplating this, the head of the Chow family furrowed his brow and bluntly questioned Chen Ming. "But whether your words hold any truth is another matter altogether. That I've said it. Whether you choose to believe it or not is up to you. If you do not, I can find others to cooperate with just as easily," Chen Ming retorted, his impatience evident, leaving the head of the Chow family momentarily stunned. That moment, Guojia turned to Chen Ming with utmost sincerity. "I am willing to follow you." He believed Chen Ming to be a divine envoy, capable of healing his affliction and undertaking such audacious endeavors. Otherwise, who else could possess such formidable strength? Contemplating these thoughts, Guojia sighed with a mixture of melancholy and anticipation, yearning for the day to arrive swiftly. However, upon witnessing the excitement on Guojia's face, Chen Ming could not help but jest. "You wish to follow me? Perhaps you should take a look at the head of the Chow family's expression. It seems this fellow is on the verge of losing his temper." Chen Ming spoke the truth. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chow family's countenance darkened considerably. That he had never anticipated Chen Ming would make such a remark, and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Cautiously addressing Chen Ming, "I am not upset. I am merely contemplating whether you might be lying. That if you were to promise and then fail to deliver, that would be disastrous." The head of the Chow family spoke. Chen Ming fell silent, ignoring him as he focused on the chessboard, engaging in a game against himself. Observing this scene, the head of the Chow family pondered for a moment before sitting down. Unbeknownst to him, Hua Laogo shot him a disdainful glance. In the midst of this silence, no one had anticipated that Hua Laogo would suddenly speak up. "What a foolish individual. The meaning of your words is crystal clear. Yet you persist in questioning. Do you not realize how tedious you are? Or do you find yourself amusing?" The question left the head of the Chow family momentarily speechless. He turned to gaze at Hua Laogo, incredulous that such words had escaped his lips. Yet, as Hua Laogo met his gaze, his expression remained devoid of warmth, a hint of mockery dancing across his features. "What are you staring at?" Hua Laogo inquired, lifting his chin defiantly. Witnessing this, the head of the Chow family's expression soured significantly. He clenched his teeth, at a loss for words. You truly are a piece of work, he began, but before he could finish, Hua Laogo interjected, let me tell you, my days are numbered. How you choose to respond is your concern. At worst, I simply will not live any longer. It is possible that the words spoken by Chun Ming have cast such a profound psychological shadow over him that, at this moment, Hua Laogo resembles a barefooted individual that in the past, Hua Laogo was submissive and deferential in front of these people. However, now he exhibits no fear at all, articulating whatever comes to his mind without hesitation. Previously, everyone was mindful of each other's dignity, cautiously maintaining their relationship and preserving a non-awkward atmosphere. Although Chun Ming showed no concern, the others were still careful to uphold it that no one anticipated that Hua Laogo would so brazenly shatter this delicate balance. Their expressions turned extremely grim, and as they locked eyes with Hua Laogo, a complex mixture of emotions flickered within their gaze. Thus, according to your statement, their words had yet to be completed when Hua Laogo burst into laughter. He gestured for silence and boldly declared, enough of this nonsense. If you wish to negotiate, let us do so properly. If not, then begone. He echoed Chun Ming's sentiments, and surprisingly, Chun Ming did not refute him, but merely chuckled. Upon hearing Chun Ming's laughter, the head of the Chow family felt his dignity further eroded. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and, with a forced demeanor, spoke to Chun Ming, since I have occupied this position for quite some time. Yielding it to you is of little consequence. I only hope you can unify this chaotic world rather than abuse your power. As soon as his words left his mouth, Chun Ming nodded in agreement without any objections. However, gazing at the head of the Chow family, Chun Ming expressed his disdain, saying, who would want this position? You may keep it for yourself. The disdain in Chun Ming's tone was unmistakable, leaving the head of the Chow family utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 51. Fearless to death, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he grew increasingly agitated, fixing an impatient stare on Chun Ming as he asked, are you serious? Yet, standing behind him, Dian gently patted his shoulder and cautiously advised, do not engage with him. This fellow lacks insight. Since he does not want it, let us keep it, and this trip will not have been in vain. As Dian spoke, the head of the Chow family nodded in agreement. Yet he had not anticipated that Hua Laogo would overhear their conversation and, without hesitation, retort, you truly think this worthless position is something rare? Do you believe everyone is eager to seize it? Even my dog wouldn't glance at it. Hua Laogo's words were harsh to the point of being unbearable. The head of the Chow family could no longer contain himself, but Dian slammed his hand on the table and, with evident irritation, challenged Hua Laogo, if you have the guts, say that again. Hua Laogo remained unfazed, replying, I can repeat it 10 times if needed. However, I must clarify that the only person capable of killing me is Chun Ming. If you act before he does, you will certainly meet your demise. Hua Laogo stated this with unwavering conviction, causing everyone to turn their gaze toward Chun Ming, their faces reflecting a tangled web of emotions. They were uncertain whether to believe their ears, but at that moment, Chun Ming smiled and nodded, addressing Hua Laogo with genuine delight. I am very pleased to see you possess such awareness. It brings me great comfort. Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, Hua Laogo's expression turned intricate. To be honest, who truly wishes for their demise within a month? However, contemplating the medical text before him, Hua Laogo felt he had not lost out. Aside from that, he was now free to pursue whatever actions he desired. Uttering words he had previously deemed too bold, he no longer needed to live in fear. Perhaps this was the sole benefit. Hua Laogo mused to himself that in truth, this arrangement was quite favorable. At the very least, he bore no burdens, that he consoled himself internally. Yet unbeknownst to him, the moment he uttered such words and engaged in those audacious actions, it had already been determined that Chun Ming would not truly take action against him. Now that everyone has reached a consensus, there are no objections. So I hereby formally declare that all actions and deployments must go through me. Upon hearing this, Dian eyes widened, and he looked at Chun Ming, slightly impatient, saying, but just a moment ago, when the head of the Chow family offered to relinquish his position, you adamantly refused. Dian seriousness was genuine. Yet upon hearing this, Chun Ming merely smiled nonchalantly and replied, I indeed do not want his position, but since you have all chosen to submit to me, should not these matters be decided by me? Chen Ming's tone was filled with curiosity, rendering Dian Wei speechless. Guojia observed Chen Ming and inquired, "What have you considered regarding the matter I previously discussed with you?" Without hesitation, Chen Ming produced a box. Guojia did not need to elaborate. Chen Ming understood his intentions. Seeing this, Guojia smiled with delight, taking the box, his face alight with excitement, and without hesitation, consumed the contents in front of Chen Ming. Witnessing Guojia's faith in himself, Chen Ming felt immensely pleased, while Dian Wei could not help but voice his concerns. "Are we certain this pill is effective? He has already consumed numerous medications before you. If it proves ineffective, it may harm his health." Before Dian Wei could finish, Guojia laughed. "If we have chosen to believe, why the need for so many words? Do you not find your comments tedious?" As Guojia spoke, a complex expression crossed Dian Wei's face that he covered his nose, realizing that his actions had been superfluous. Observing the exchange between the two, Chen Ming burst into hearty laughter, approaching them and playfully patting their shoulders, saying, "All right, let us all speak less. It is time to pack up and return." The head of the Chow family nodded, following Chen Ming, but could not resist asking him once more, "Which city shall we capture next?" Rubbing his hands together, the head of the Chow family was eager with anticipation. However, to his surprise, Chen Ming rolled his eyes and replied, "What heroism is there in mere killing and fighting?" As these words left Chen Ming's mouth, the head of the Chow family's expression soured immediately. "You cannot be serious about merely defending this territory, can you? I must tell you, I will not allow such a scenario to unfold." The seriousness in the head of the Chow family's eyes was genuine. Upon seeing the stubbornness etched on his face, Chen Ming smiled cheerfully, saying, "Do not be foolish. If you truly possess the capability, we should use our wits. This is no issue that can be resolved through brute force." Yet, Chen Ming did not anticipate that, as soon as he finished speaking, the head of the Chow family would eagerly retort, "But sometimes it is necessary," that he believed Chen Ming's actions were utterly absurd, lacking any semblance of reason, and decidedly unbefitting of a leader's demeanor and ambition, that he found himself at a loss as to whether to abandon this course. Had he known, he would not have chosen to align with Chen Ming. Who could have foreseen that this fellow would be so meek and hesitant to take action? Contemplating this, a complex expression crept onto his face, and he fell into silence. However, upon noticing the head of the Chow family's quietude, Chen Ming seemed to discern his thoughts and patted him on the shoulder, speaking with a hint of exasperation. "Do not hastily speculate about others. Given your current capabilities and the commanders you have at your disposal, do you truly believe that relying on brute force gives you a chance of victory? If he had any chance of success, he would have already marched into battle. Why would he still linger here?" Chen Ming understood this well. Though this statement might wound, it remained the truth. Seeing Chen Ming in this light, the head of the Chow family sighed. "You speak the truth. However, relying on intellect rather than force seems even more absurd. And it is undoubtedly impractical that as he spoke, the head of the Chow family shook his head in dismay, hastening his steps, clearly unwilling to engage with Chen Ming further. Observing his swift departure, Chen Ming could not help but laugh heartily, catching up to the head of the Chow family and exclaiming, "At your age, why are you still playing such tricks? Do you truly not comprehend the state of the world?" Chen Ming's question echoed in the air, and the head of the Chow family's expression darkened. He certainly understood. It was precisely because he comprehended that he hesitated to take any further action. Chapter 52. Deep schemes. Everyone here is both scholarly and martial. They are not ordinary individuals. Each troop deployment, each action, is a contest and a game of wits among them. Such matters are far from the simplistic notions held by mere brutes. Reflecting on all of this, the head of the Chow family felt a wave of despondency wash over him. Noticing the turmoil etched on his face, Chen Ming grasped the complexity of his emotions. After a moment's contemplation, he patted the head of the Chow family on the shoulder and, with utmost seriousness, pointed toward the distant landscape, declaring, "To attain these goals, we must start from the ground up. So for now, you should heed my commands." As he finished speaking, although the head of the Chow family nodded in agreement, his gaze turned to Guojia, his face etched with anxiety, as he urged Chen Ming to administer treatment. The delay in this matter weighed heavily on his conscience, filling him with guilt. Upon hearing the words of the Chow family, head echoing in his ears, Chen Ming nodded in response. However, he refrained from taking action himself and instead glanced at the elderly Huago standing nearby. He gestured for Huago to approach, who, despite being preoccupied with the intricacies of medicine, complied upon noticing Chen Ming's signal, albeit with a reluctant expression plastered across his face. Observing Huago's demeanor, Chen Ming couldn't help but chuckle and remarked, "Though you have acquired a wealth of knowledge without practical experience, it remains futile for you." The seriousness etched on Chen Ming's face left Huago momentarily speechless. "You make a valid point," he finally conceded after a prolonged silence. Chen Ming, amused by his reaction, shook his head and beckoned Huago closer. The head of the Chao family, watching this exchange, couldn't suppress his urge to admonish, "Do you truly believe this fellow is reliable?" His tone carried a hint of skepticism. Chen Ming found the remark somewhat amusing and retorted, his impatience palpable. "If he were unreliable, would I have summoned him here?" The moment the question left his lips. The Chao family head fell silent, realizing he had no grounds for further doubt, and chose to remain quiet. Observing the head's taciturnity, Chen Ming turned to Huago and said earnestly, "To be frank, if you can master the medical skills I have imparted to you, I would wholeheartedly believe you could become my successor." The sincerity on Chen Ming's face was unmistakable. Huago pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Refraining from elaborating further, at this juncture, Huago cautiously began his diagnosis of Guojia. Throughout this process, Chen Ming stood by, watching intently as Huago's anxiety mounted, fearing he might err. Little did Huago realize, while he was engrossed in treatment, Chen Ming had silently turned and walked away. Upon stepping outside, Chen Ming heard the sound of sandbags being struck, a smirk playing on his lips as he felt a sense of disdain. The situation had been resolved, yet he still needed to confront Dian Wei. He had not forgotten how Dian Wei had previously attempted to undermine him. As he approached the scene, a smile crept into his eyes. Observing the sandbags swaying under the impact, the onlookers were acutely aware of Dian Wei's foul mood and dared not approach him. However, Chen Ming could easily surmise the source of Dian Wei's discontent. He stood quietly, watching as Dian Wei continued to strike the bags, wiping the sweat from his brow in frustration. He could no longer tolerate Chen Ming's audacity, confounded as to why the head of the Chao family would acquiesce to Chen Ming. His swirling thoughts coalesced into an insufferable resentment. Thus, he found himself at the sandbags, confronting his own unwillingness and anger. After a brief moment of observation, Chen Ming broke the silence. "Truth be told, your abilities are quite limited. I expected you to be a formidable warrior." Yet, before he could finish, Dian Wei turned to face him, his expression a mix of tension and guilt, akin to a thief caught in the act. Noticing Dian Wei's reaction, Chen Ming chuckled softly, fully anticipating this outcome. Dian Wei's eyes widened in panic as he stammered, "What are you doing here?" He retreated cautiously, a hint of apprehension on his face. Chen Ming sighed at Dian Wei's demeanor and addressed him directly. "Enough of the pretense. I remember precisely what you said and the attitude you displayed earlier." Chen Ming's tone was lighthearted, yet Dian Wei, feeling guilty, instinctively stumbled over his words, genuinely believing his earlier actions had been seen through. He quickly shook his head, urgently denying, "I meant no such thing." Following this proclamation, Chen Ming chuckled again, while those surrounding them exchanged glances of exasperation. At that moment, Dian Wei finally regained his composure, realizing Chen Ming had merely been toying with him. Clenching his fists, he regarded Chen Ming with a complex expression. Observing this, Chen Ming spoke earnestly, "If you truly harbor grievances against me, feel free to voice them." After a moment of contemplation, Dian Wei gritted his teeth, coming to the realization that Chen Ming was already aware of his previous actions, that he understood that continuing to conceal his feelings was a futile endeavor. It would be better to express them openly, perhaps allowing for some change. With this in mind, Dian Wei boldly declared, "I feel it's unjust that those of us who lead troops in a battle must heed your command and remain idle here. What are we to do?" He felt his skills were being wasted. Yet upon seeing the expression on Chen Ming's face, the latter shook his head in bemusement. His curiosity piqued. "That do you genuinely believe that chaos is a good thing? Or that you can truly exhibit your prowess amidst turmoil?" The weight of these questions caused Dian Wei to hesitate, unsure of how to respond, but his instincts warned him that Chen Ming was attempting to ensnare him. As he grappled with these thoughts, Chen Ming pointed towards the distant flames of conflict, stating, "Liu Bei and those from the east have already allied, preparing to lend their support to the emperor and restore the Han dynasty. People like us will only be branded as rebels." Chun Ming's earnestness was palpable. Dian Wei, taken aback, absorbed Chun Ming's words, and Chun Ming, recognizing Dian Wei's naivete, rolled his eyes, aware that Dian Wei was prone to believe whatever he was told. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to add, "Do not be fooled. While they may be plotting against us, none dare to engage us directly, just as we cannot simply march forth to initiate war." Chun Ming spoke the truth, and Dian Wei nodded in acknowledgement. Yet soon after, he shook his head vehemently, exclaiming, "But we must seize this city." Chun Ming found Dian Wei's insistence laughable, leading him toward the head of the Chow family, who was currently engrossed in plans to realize his imperial dreams after seizing the realm. To his surprise, Chun Ming entered alongside Dian Wei, prompting the Chow family head to furrow his brow in curiosity. At this moment, Chun Ming unabashedly outlined the various costs and expenditures associated with warfare, including manpower and resource depletion. As he spoke, Dian Wei's countenance darkened, and he interjected, "I feel these matters should not concern me. I believe you should take the initiative to lead us in a battle," Dian Wei stated earnestly. Observing the expression on Dian Wei's face, Chun Ming suddenly realized that this individual was born shameless. He shook his head, his impatience evident as he retorted, "By discussing these matters with you, I regard you as one of my own, that if you fail to appreciate this opportunity, do not expect me to show mercy." However, Dian Wei, gazing at Chun Ming, spoke with a bitter tone, "It's not that I don't wish to seize this opportunity, but I fail to grasp what you are saying. Moreover, I have always despised calculations. Your incessant talk is truly overwhelming." Dian Wei's voice carried a hint of melancholy, and before he could finish, Chun Ming understood his meaning. Yet, Chun Ming, indifferent, replied, "What does it matter? These insights hold value for you, and will help you comprehend the situation more acutely." As Chun Ming articulated this, Dian Wei's expression soured further. After a moment's reflection, he suddenly bowed his head, stating, "From now on, I shall heed your commands without question. Whatever decisions you make, I will not interfere." He spoke with solemnity, recognizing that brute force would not resolve their issues. Only cleverness could unravel the complexities they faced. Chun Ming had no objections to Dian Wei's capitulation and turned to the head of the Chow family, smiling as he remarked, "What I have stated is indeed the truth, and you must have considered this as well." The Chow family had nodded but couldn't help but voice, "I find myself puzzled. Do you not think your approach may be rather impulsive?" As the words of the head of the Chow family escaped his lips, a flicker of tranquility glimmered in Chun Ming's eyes. He gazed at the Chow family patriarch and, unable to restrain himself, spoke, "Initially, we made a pact, agreeing that all matters would be conducted according to my directives. Therefore, I earnestly hope that you will comply with my instructions now." The seriousness etched on Chun Ming's face was genuine. Upon witnessing his demeanor, the Chow family patriarch sighed with a sense of helplessness, contemplating his response but ultimately refraining from further comment. Nevertheless, a hint of complexity lingered in the patriarch's eyes, indicative of his inner turmoil, yet he chose to refrain from excessive interference at that moment. Chun Ming, fixated on the Chow family patriarch, boldly stated, "You shall remain here, attentively overseeing your domain, ensuring that no adversary threatens it. Aside from this, I may be away for 2 months." The patriarch's eyes widened. As if he had heard the most absurd jest, he stared at Chun Ming, perplexed, and inquired, "Why 2 months?" Upon hearing this, Chun Ming merely chuckled lightly, offering no further elaboration. Observing the expression on Chun Ming's face, the Chow family patriarch felt compelled to question again. "So, what is the reason for this sudden urgency?" "I am to negotiate with Liu Bei and his allies. Once I have successfully brought them under our banner, it will signify the unification of a substantial territory," Chun Ming proclaimed with a grin. However, to the patriarch's dismay, he shook his head in disbelief, his gaze reflecting a mixture of melancholy and resignation that he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to admonish Chun Ming. Initially, he intended to convey that Chun Ming's naivety was troubling, yet he recognized that such sentiments would likely fall on deaf ears. Chun Ming exuded an extraordinary confidence, accompanied by a stroke of luck. Otherwise, on that fateful night when he had made such outrageous demands, the patriarch would have incinerated the mountain, never allowing Chun Ming to survive to this day. Although he reflected with a sense of regret, the undeniable capabilities of Chun Ming rendered his doubts somewhat futile. A wave of disappointment washed over him. He had always perceived Chun Ming as a commendable peer, yet it now seemed those beliefs were mere illusions. With a heavy sigh, he could not help but express his discontent. Noticing the patriarch's despondent expression, Chun Ming solemnly placed his hand over his heart and assured him, "Rest assured, my journey will yield fruitful results. I shall not disappoint you. You must have faith in me." While the Chow family patriarch wished to believe him, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He sighed softly, gazing intently at Chun Ming, and earnestly advised, "Make haste in your departure and return swiftly. Regardless of the challenges you encounter, be sure to inform me. Do not shoulder these burdens alone." Chun Ming nodded in acknowledgement of the earnest counsel. However, looking at the patriarch, Chun Ming added with utmost seriousness, "While you remain here, refrain from entertaining any peculiar notions. Should you dare to stir up trouble, I shall not show you mercy." His clenched fist and unwavering gaze elicited a chuckle from the Chow family patriarch. The patriarch, patting his chest, summoned his attendants to bring forth wine. Since uniting with Chun Ming, he had discovered a plethora of unexpressed thoughts, including those he had previously been unable to voice, and in this moment, it felt as though he had found a confidant. As he gazed at Chun Ming, it was as if he were conversing with a kindred spirit, pouring out his innermost thoughts, tears glistening in his eyes. Perhaps after years of bearing solitary burdens, he felt fortunate to find someone with whom to share his feelings. Chun Ming listened to the patriarch's words with a perfunctory smile, unsure of how to respond. Unexpectedly, the patriarch grasped his hand and said earnestly, "I forgot to mention, exercise utmost caution on this journey. Liu Bei is a man of little tolerance, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences." The Chow family patriarch furrowed his brow, deliberately voicing such concerns in hopes of dissuading Chun Ming from embarking on his journey. Yet before he could finish, Chun Ming broke into a smile. "Worry not. I understand Liu Bei's character better than you do, that I know precisely what kind of person he is and what actions he is likely to take." Seeing Chun Ming's unwavering confidence, the Chow family patriarch pondered for a moment, but chose not to press the issue further, instead sharing a hearty toast with him. However, to his astonishment, when he awoke the following morning, Chun Ming had already departed, leaving behind a space devoid of familiar presence that was as if a celestial being had never graced the place. The weight of yesterday's revelations and actions weighed heavily on his heart, filling him with profound discomfort. To his surprise, as he gently pushed aside some items, he discovered an unfamiliar book, a martial arts manual. Though merely the first volume, its potential benefits were immeasurable, leaving him in a state of exhilaration. Just then, Guijia entered, followed closely by Hua Laogo, whose eyes reflected a mixture of emotions, despite Chun Ming's departure. He recalled the warning that he would reclaim his life upon return, granting him a fleeting sense of reprieve as he prepared to learn medical skills. With this thought in mind, he felt no fear. Yet as he gazed at the Chow family patriarch, memories of his past actions filled him with trepidation and guilt. However, the patriarch seemed to have forgotten the incident, even in Hua Laogo's presence. He remained silent, captivated by the martial arts manual, his astonishment beyond words that he lifted his gaze to Guijia, hands trembling as he exclaimed, "Indeed, he is a master, as you said. He is not a mere ordinary being." As he spoke, he opened the book in his hands. Guijia, upon seeing the manual, hurried over, his brow furrowed, fixating on the text with a complex expression. "This was given by our master, but where is he now?" Upon hearing Guijia's inquiry, the Chow family patriarch lowered his head, unsure of how to respond. The turmoil and melancholy within him rendered him speechless. Noticing the patriarch's silence, Guijia pressed on, urgency lacing his voice. "I am asking you a question." That he disregarded the disparity in their status, fixating solely on Chun Ming's whereabouts. However, the Chow family patriarch, upon hearing the question, felt a pang of sorrow that he has departed, stating his intention to go to Liu Bei and bring him under control. He mentioned he would return in approximately 2 to 3 months. As soon as these words left his lips, Guijia's eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "Isn't that absurd? Such a thing is impossible." Liu Bei's disposition is not one to be trifled with. His eyes reflected a sense of urgency, yet the patriarch remained firm, bound by his duty to remain at his post as per Chun Ming's command. Observing Guijia's anxiety, he sought to reassure him, "Your health is fragile. The priority is for you to recuperate. We are here. Should Chun Ming succeed in subduing Liu Bei, the situation may yet turn in our favor." As he spoke, he gazed at Guijia with a smile, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. The words he uttered were steeped in profound sorrow, particularly weighing heavily on the head of the Chao family, who had always regarded Chen Ming as a nefarious character. Furthermore, there was no guarantee that Chen Ming would indeed relinquish the throne to others after unifying the chaotic realm, as he claimed. However, the act of Chen Ming presenting the martial arts manual signified something entirely different, that it was not merely that he possessed countless martial arts texts, any one of which would hold little value. Rather, it was the respect he accorded them, even to the extent of leaving without concern for the Chao family head, potentially seizing the manual and leading the troops to enhance their prowess, thus posing a threat upon his return in 2 months. His trust in himself surpassed the Chao family head's wildest imagination. He could hardly believe his own eyes that he was profoundly shaken by this event, and the internal tumult allowed him to let go of his grievances. Chen Ming may have been unaware that when he put forth those requests and various ideas, the Chao family head harbored reservations. Yet, due to Chen Ming's formidable abilities, those concerns had been brushed aside. In truth, he had been plagued by misgivings, but now, all of that had vanished. Chen Ming's generosity and selflessness were enough to leave everyone in awe. Contemplating this, the Chao family head's countenance darkened considerably. He shook his head, his face filled with melancholy and resignation, rendering him speechless at that moment. Tears welled in his eyes. It was not that a man does not weep, but rather, the moment had not yet arrived. The Chao family head blinked, reclaiming his tears. Chen Ming's act of entrusting him with the manual signified a profound regard and trust. Thus, he could not betray Chen Ming's expectations. Guijia observed the Chao family head, pondering whether he would entertain other thoughts about Chen Ming's departure, or perhaps consider Chen Ming's actions inappropriate, that if the Chao family head entertained thoughts of rebellion, it would spell disaster. With this in mind, Guijia could not help but speak up, suggesting they first unify their forces here. If the soldiers were to become cohesive and invincible, perhaps after unifying the chaotic realm, Chen Ming would indeed bestow the throne upon their lord rather than allow it to fall into other hands. The cunning nature of Sun Jian was not lost on him. He could easily surmise that if the three of them truly united, both Liu Bei and Sun Jian would devise all manner of schemes to contest with their lord. As this thought crossed his mind, a hint of worry flickered in Guijia's eyes, prompting the Chao family head to suddenly burst into laughter. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest," he exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. The reason for his joy stemmed largely from Guijia's unwavering loyalty towards him. Chapter 55. At ease he had thought that Guijia's allegiance to Chen Ming would have altered his mindset. However, it appeared that matters were not as he had assumed. Dian rushed in, addressing the Chao family head with urgency. "Where has that fellow, Chen Ming, run off to? I haven't seen him. I was hoping to spar with him." Dian tone carried an air of eagerness. Chen Ming's martial prowess was unparalleled. If he could learn even a few techniques from him, he too might become formidable. While he was consumed with such thoughts, he was oblivious to the fact that the Chao family head had unhesitatingly placed the martial arts manual before him. "To be honest, this book is already quite sufficient, isn't it?" the Chao family head remarked with a smile. Dian nodded in acknowledgement, yet his gaze remained fixed on the manual, revealing a hint of complexity in his eyes. The book was indeed impressive, but where was Chen Ming? He only wished to see him. After all, martial arts manuals were mere words on a page. It was only through direct sparring and exchange with Chen Ming that he could truly learn the more essential skills. This was his understanding. Yet the Chao family head shook his head in response that he has already departed. For Dian this revelation was also a blow. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shook his head, looking at the Chao family head with a mixture of incredulity and exasperation. "Are you joking? How could he possibly leave?" The disbelief etched on Dian face elicited a chuckle from the Chao family head. In truth, Chen Ming had spent scarcely a month in their midst, yet had garnered such overwhelming admiration. His own strength and discernment of character inspired genuine reverence, even compelling people to willingly devote themselves to him. "He truly has left, seeking to win over Liu Bei's domain," the Chao family head sighed with a wry smile, handing the martial arts manual to Guijia. It was a good thing for Guijia to lead others in studying it, while the Chao family head pondered other matters. However, Dian suddenly furrowed his brow, his expression tinged with concern as he addressed the Chao family head. "What if this news spreads? What if Liu Bei and his faction capture him and use him to coerce us? Yet his worries were met with laughter from the Chao family head, who lightly dismissed his concerns. That won't happen. He's a celestial being. How could he possibly be captured? He had anticipated this and was well aware that Qinming was not one of theirs. Thus he would not be so easily taken away. Still, the Chao family head couldn't help but sigh, pondering how he had so readily chosen to place his trust in Qinming. These thoughts swirled in his mind, leaving him at a loss for words, as if everything was beyond his capacity to confront. Yet, these matters were undeniably real, that in certain moments, fortune and each individual's commanding ability might indeed alter the fates of many. Even those of their kind, that the Chao family had contemplated. Guijia was equally moved. For him, the actions taken by Qinming were beyond anything he could have ever imagined. A mere warrior. How could he dare to negotiate with others? How could he embody the fearless, bold spirit that Qinming possessed? "Sir, where are you headed?" the innkeeper inquired, beaming at Qinming, who now appeared revitalized, clad in new attire and accompanied by a subordinate. The opulence of the carriage behind him spoke volumes. Yet upon glancing at it, Qinming shook his head, looking earnestly at the innkeeper. "This time, I wish to proceed discreetly, that if it is convenient for you, please prepare a travel document for me to the land of Shu." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper promptly nodded. Observing the lavish carriage behind him, he chuckled, "I have not attended to this carriage properly. I shall have it removed at once." Qinming nodded in acknowledgement, but then shook his head again. "That I require a more unassuming horse." Upon hearing this, the innkeeper appeared troubled. "That a weaker horse? It would take several months to traverse to the land of Shu." The innkeeper looked at Qinming, slightly anxious that he had prepared everything for this journey, and as soon as Qinming issued a command, he could lead him there immediately. However, Qinming, unfazed by the innkeeper's comments, smiled calmly. "What of it? Just prepare it for me. I, the celestial being, have my own strategies for departure." Upon hearing these words, the innkeeper immediately nodded, gazing at Qinming with admiration. The term celestial being was not to be taken lightly. Now, as Qinming spoke casually, and noticing the absence of Hua Laogo by his side, it was clear that Hua Laogo had likely achieved great success. Qinming's journey to other places was perhaps to conquer another territory. Yet such speculative thoughts abruptly ceased, as what Qinming intended to accomplish was beyond his comprehension. Harbor, such conjectures would be disrespectful to Qinming. After the innkeeper prepared the horse, he lowered his head, not daring to look too long or speak disrespectfully to Qinming. However, upon noticing the innkeeper's demeanor, Qinming suddenly smiled and asked, "Do you wish to expand your business?" At this, the innkeeper's eyes lit up. Had it not been for Qinming's personal support, he would not have achieved his current standing. That he looked at Qinming, nodding enthusiastically, "That of course I do." Seeing the innkeeper's eagerness, Qinming excitedly replied, "Looking at this map, the routes extend from our current location onward, that I believe you can accomplish this within 6 months." His tone was casual. It was not that he was deliberately imparting a path to wealth, but rather that for him, having a bit more wealth was always advantageous. Thus, if the innkeeper were to be uplifted by him, pursuing other endeavors thereafter would be a mere trifle. However, the innkeeper furrowed his brow, gazing at Qinming in astonishment as he pressed on. 6 months? Isn't that a bit too ambitious? His tone was laden with shock. It felt like a wild dream. The distance was vast, and if he truly wished to expand, how many counties and towns would that require? It is utterly beyond his imagination. Although he is now affluent, he is not particularly content with his current situation. However, the temptations that Qinming presents are utterly inconceivable to him. These aspirations seem far too distant, perhaps even unattainable in this lifetime. Reflecting on these matters, Xiao Er's mood soured profoundly, and he lowered his head, rendered speechless. Qinming, fully aware of his sentiments, gently patted Xiao Er on the shoulder and cheerfully remarked, Chapter 56, Fear Not Adversity. Admit it, you have long desired such things. Thus, what does it mean for me to offer you this opportunity now? Xiao Er managed a wry smile. Despite Qinming's encouragement, he found himself at a loss for words. That he shook his head, gazing at Qinming with a sense of helplessness, and stated, "That is merely the jest of an immortal. I have never conceived of such possibilities." His words were sincere, emanating from the depths of his heart. Yet Qinming, observing Xiao Er, spoke with a hint of melancholy. One should not be so rigid. Adaptability is essential. Moreover, as I have said, if you are destined to achieve great things, then surely you will. Chun Ming's motivational words resonated in Xiao Er's ears, akin to a thunderclap, leaving him deafened and his heart in a tumultuous din rendered mute. He could only stand there in silence. Witnessing Xiao Er's demeanor, Chun Ming chuckled and remarked, "Do you truly not yearn for these opportunities?" Upon hearing his question, a flicker of complexity danced in Xiao Er's eyes. Even if he did yearn for them, how could he articulate such feelings to Chun Ming? It felt as though an immense weight bore down upon him, suffocating him. Noticing the expression on Xiao Er's face, Chun Ming felt compelled to impart further advice. "Take this business manual. It is a gift from me to you. Keep it to yourself. Do not share it with others that I believe it is entirely feasible to develop this within 6 months. Anyone can speak empty words, yet to present a business manual is to risk everything." Xiao Er had never heard of such a manual before, but as he gazed at the object in his hand, he became resolute in his belief that it could alter his fate. Eager to open it, he was met with Chun Ming's earnest gaze as he declared, "As long as you serve me loyally, I shall not treat you unfairly. I will not offer you empty promises. Study this closely, memorize it, and then burn it." Chun Ming spoke with utmost seriousness, and Xiao Er nodded immediately. The onlookers, observing their exchange, wore expressions of disdain. Although Xiao Er had invited one of them, he found Chun Ming's actions ludicrous and utterly implausible. Now, he regarded Chun Ming with a hint of complexity, dismissing the notion of a business manual with a roll of his eyes. Without prompting, Xiao Er, as if possessing eyes at the back of his head, swiftly turned and slapped the individual. "If you have the audacity, do it again." Upon hearing his words, the man stood frozen in place, rendered speechless for an extended period. Chun Ming found the scene amusing and patted Xiao Er on the shoulder, saying, "I must attend to other matters, so I shall take my leave." With that, he turned and departed, leading a small, frail horse, his silhouette appearing somewhat solitary. Xiao Er watched Chun Ming leave, feeling a profound sense of melancholy, since Chun Ming had stated there was no need for a lengthy farewell. Xiao Er refrained from following him, yet his heart was heavy with foreboding that he sensed that their next encounter might result in even fewer connections or interactions between them. Although he felt an overwhelming reluctance, he kept his feelings to himself. The onlookers, witnessing Xiao Er's demeanor, opened their mouths to speak, but Xiao Er preemptively delivered another slap. "Get lost quickly." The man clutched his cheek, feeling somewhat flustered. It was indeed a surreal encounter. Leaving him bewildered about the identities of these individuals, he quickly made his exit. As Xiao Er perused the business manual, though he lacked a photographic memory, he approached it with a sincere heart, tirelessly reciting and studying its contents day and night, committing every word to memory. "Let me hurry and advance," he thought to himself. Chun Ming voiced his desire, yet he had no intention of mounting the diminutive horse. To do so would be to demean it. However, the system, unresponsive to his wishes, initiated a series of actions that left Chun Ming visibly displeased. After some contemplation, he summoned his mighty rock without hesitation. The small rock appeared before him, prompting an unexpected chuckle from Chun Ming. "That I truly fail to comprehend how such a diminutive bird can be called a rock," he remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Yet the rock seemed to comprehend Chun Ming's words, emitting a shrill cry as it circled him incessantly. Observing this spectacle, Chun Ming's expression grew complex. "Enough of this posturing. I do not understand your intent." However, upon uttering these words, the creature did not relent. Instead, it grew even more shrill, as if Chun Ming were tormenting it. The onlookers, watching this exchange, regarded Chun Ming's bird with a mixture of complexity and scrutiny. Though Chun Ming remained oblivious to their thoughts, he surmised that if the rock continued to vocalize, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of birdcatchers, especially given its vibrant and striking plumage. Feeling a headache coming on, Chun Ming sighed and cautiously yielded. "You are a rock. Cease your calling." Yet before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind swept through, and as Chun Ming looked up at the sky, he noticed the clear blue expanse. Perplexed by the sensation that a storm was brewing, that he furrowed his brow, staring around in utter bewilderment, only to catch sight of a colossal shadow looming in the sky. Chun Ming's eyes widened in fear. Reluctant to scrutinize it closely, but if his assumptions were correct, This creature might very well be the gigantic eagle that had caused him trouble days prior. That a flicker of complexity danced in Chun Ming's gaze as he observed the bustling streets around him. The giant rock no longer emitted its piercing cries, yet it circled Chun Ming, soaring into the sky, seemingly to remind him that he had found his means of transportation. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun Ming shook his head in bemusement, and, with a firm grip on his horse, set off towards the desolate wilderness. Once he was certain that no one was around, he commanded the rock to bring down the giant eagle. That as he beheld the magnificent creature before him, a wave of complexity washed over Chun Ming. He recalled the beginning of their journey. Before he could finish his thought, the rock had perched atop the eagle's head, chattering insistently to urge Chun Ming forward. After a moment's contemplation, Chun Ming resolutely mounted the frail horse, intending to project the image of a delicate scholar. To his surprise, the eagle took flight, but it wasn't long before the horse, startled, began to struggle. Faced with this predicament, Chun Ming had no choice but to allow the eagle to release the horse. Though the steed had departed, Chun Ming found himself on the eagle's back, surveying the vast landscape. Though he soon realized that the eagle's speed was not particularly swift, he furrowed his brow, slightly disdainful, muttering, "I had thought you would fly much faster, Brother Guan." The eagle, possessing a certain intelligence, understood Chun Ming's words and immediately accelerated without hesitation. Prepared for this, Chun Ming grasped its wings, feeling as though he were soaring through the heavens. The rock remained nestled against Chun Ming's chest, chattering incessantly, guiding the eagle onward. Chun Ming sighed softly, never anticipating that in saving Guijia's life, he would also acquire such a remarkable creature. That a trace of melancholy lingered in his eyes as he remained silent for a considerable time. Within just 2 or 3 days, he had traversed countless miles. Now, as he surveyed the surroundings, a smile graced his face. The land of Shu was finally in sight. He patted the eagle's shoulder, and it understood his intention. Seeking out a secluded spot to land, that as he surveyed the environment, excitement bubbled within him, and he approached leisurely. Upon reaching the entrance, Chun Ming produced his pass, his face alight with anticipation, only to find that no one was there to impede his entry. The throngs of people moved freely in and out. Furrowing his brow at this scene, he felt a twinge of complexity within. Nevertheless, he stepped inside, only to discover that the citizens of this city appeared to live in peace and contentment, each enjoying their freedom. Doubting his own perceptions, he retrieved a map, intending to visit the place where the 3 brothers had sworn their oath of brotherhood, hoping to uncover more clues, or perhaps even gain entry into their military camp. Contemplating this, a mixture of complexity flickered in Chun Ming's eyes as he hurried forth. After a brief journey, he arrived in a bamboo grove, yet the 3 brothers were nowhere to be found. Instead, he stumbled upon a small pavilion, seemingly constructed by Liu Bei not long ago. Contemplating this pavilion, Chun Ming decided to approach it decisively. That as he settled into the pavilion, a gentle rain began to fall outside. The hazy spring scenery transformed into an exquisite tableau at that moment. Pondering, he picked up his brush without hesitation, and in that instant, composed a poem. Engrossed in his poetic endeavor, he was oblivious to the onlookers nearby. Such a pastime had been instilled in him by his former girlfriend, a woman of traditional values, proficient in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Alongside her, he had indeed learned a great deal, though those moments had faded into mere memories. Reflecting on their past, he found that those memories had become the conclusion of his poem. Spring flowers and autumn moons wither away. Only 3 inches of unwavering heart remained at as he penned these lines. A smile blossomed in Chun Ming's eyes, yet he was taken aback when a tall, dark figure approached. He exchanged a glance with the newcomer, and if he was not mistaken, this man must be Brother Guan. The other man scrutinized Chun Ming, focusing on the object in his hand. To his surprise, he had never expected to see such a thing in Chun Ming's possession. Furrowing his brow, he appeared deep in thought. "How did you come to this place?" Chun Ming pondered briefly before responding with a smile. A scholar, impoverished and wandering, came upon this charming scenery and decided to compose a poem. That he articulated this in an eloquent manner, yet spoke sparingly, unwilling to divulge more. Observing Chun Ming's demeanor, Brother Guan's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired, "Since you are a scholar, why not go to take the imperial examination?" Although he could not comprehend the depths of the poem Chun Ming had crafted, The mere sight of the characters and the artistry of his work suggested that he possessed considerable talent. However, Chen Ming intentionally retorted, in this chaotic world, serving the emperor, can it truly alleviate the pressing woes of the moment? His words rang true, and upon hearing them, Brother Guan's eyes flickered with complexity as he scrutinized Chen Ming and cautioned. Then what is your purpose in coming to Shu? Initially, he had held disdain for those delicate scholars wielding their brushes and rice paper, believing they could dictate the affairs of the world. Yet in truth, they were often more timid than courageous when faced with battle. However, as he conversed with Chen Ming, he could distinctly sense an extraordinary resolve within him. Along with his character, to label him merely as a scholar seemed inadequate. He resembled a warrior instead. Though such a notion might seem absurd, it was an undeniable truth that I am, after all, a native of Shu, that my reluctance to take the examination stems from a singular desire to serve the common folk of this land, Chen Ming declared. Yet, his words were met with a derisive laugh from Brother Guan. Shaking his head, he regarded Chen Ming with palpable disdain. Serve the common folk. Does that not make you less than a dog? It was not that he looked down upon the common people. Rather, he perceived such sentiments as a loss of one's dignity and self-respect that it seemed as though he had lost sight of who he truly was and what he ought to do. Brother Guan's comments elicited a chuckle from Chen Ming, who shook his head and gestured toward the rain outside, saying, The rain falls heavily. We may find shelter in this pavilion, but what of those who must sleep on the streets? When will there be a grand house for all to find sustenance? His words were stark reality, delivered in a calm tone. The simplicity of his statements instantly darkened Brother Guan's expression. How could you ponder such matters? As he spoke, Brother Guan maintained a smile, though his lips stiffened, but he found himself unable to smile genuinely, for Chen Ming's words pierced deeply, revealing the raw truth. This made his earlier remarks seem laughable. As if he had misjudged Chen Ming entirely. Lowering his gaze, he grappled with how to confront Chen Ming. Noticing the expression on his face, Chen Ming could not help but add, What of your two brothers? Surely they have pondered these matters long before now? Curiosity tinged his tone, yet Brother Guan shook his head and awkwardly replied, My two younger brothers are at home, tending to the cattle and chopping wood. If they could come here to lead troops, I am certain they would be more than willing. Chen Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. What is the name of this little pavilion? He was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation, that if the three brothers had not yet sworn their brotherhood, then his arrival could very well disrupt their plans. Moreover, had Liu Bei not yet encountered Zhang Fei and Guan Yu? Chapter 58. A double-edged sword. These thoughts lingered in Chen Ming's mind, and he remained silent for quite some time. Yet Brother Guan, observing Chen Ming's demeanor, pressed on with curiosity. Is there something else troubling you? Chen Ming shook his head, looking at Brother Guan, and suddenly asked, Are you familiar with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei? At this, Brother Guan shook his head. Did I in that moment? Chen Ming realized he had made a significant blunder. However, Brother Guan gazed at Chen Ming with utmost seriousness and remarked, Those two seem to have quite the reputation. Upon hearing this, Chen Ming nodded. He certainly understood their renown. Seeing his expression, Chen Ming felt a wave of unease wash over him. If the three had not yet formed their bond, his presence would indeed be awkward. Yet, Chen Ming did not panic. Perhaps this presented a fortuitous opportunity. With that thought, a smile crept across his face. Seeing him smile once more, Brother Guan furrowed his brow, gazing at Chen Ming in confusion. Do you wish to meet them? As he articulated his concerns, Chen Ming shook his head, refraining from elaborating further. However, casting a serious glance at Brother Guan, he solemnly remarked, Although what I have said is truthful, there are indeed more precise matters that I have yet to disclose to you. Brother Guan furrowed his brow, staring at Chen Ming with a puzzled expression. What matters? He held no significant wariness towards Chen Ming. Yet at this moment, Chen Ming pointed towards a small pavilion before them, stating, In recent days, I have persistently traveled to this place, yearning to find a refuge here, that I did not expect you to be such a pitiable soul. Come with me. Upon reaching that destination, although it may be rather modest, at least you have to endure the harshness of this place. Brother Guan's face was etched with seriousness. The prospect of associating with a talent like Chen Ming led him to believe that perhaps this chaotic era might witness some change, even though their strength was inconsequential. Individuals like Chen Ming were rare gems. Chen Ming nodded, following closely behind him. However, after walking a short distance, he realized that this fellow was not leading him back to the military camp, but rather meandering aimlessly outside. After traversing several paths, Ming could not contain his curiosity and questioned, "Why are we headed this way?" His tone carried a hint of bewilderment. The other party, upon hearing this, remained remarkably composed, smiling as he replied, "I have been contemplating a matter recently. The well-being of the populace is indeed a daunting challenge. Yet, as a mere seller of mung beans, why should I involve myself in such affairs?" As he spoke these words, Ming observed him removing his outer coat and certain insignia of a soldier. Witnessing his actions, Ming was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he impatiently pressed, "Are you planning to desert?" The directness of his words, though somewhat blunt, prompted Brother Guan to respond with a dismissive smile. "It is not about desertion. Rather, I believe there might be a better way in this world for us to achieve success." Instead of serving the so-called Son of Heaven, upon hearing this, Ming's expression darkened. However, before he could react, Brother Guan continued, "You are utterly unaware that just a few days ago, I encountered Zhang Fei and Liu Bei. Though they possess little wealth, I share a deep camaraderie with them. I am certain you would be pleased to meet them as well." His face radiated excitement. Yet, as he spoke, Ming's demeanor soured. Shaking his head, he looked at Guan Yu with a hint of urgency. "So what do you intend to do with me now?" Unexpectedly, Guan Yu chuckled and, narrowing his eyes with utmost seriousness, said to Ming, "If the four of us can come to an agreement, perhaps we could establish ourselves as kings." Undeniably, individuals like him had been merchants from a young age, though he sold only mung beans. This seemingly insignificant commodity held immense potential, especially under the leadership of Liu Bei and Zhang Fei. His ambitions and talents were ignited at this moment, leading him to believe that joining forces with them might yield success. However, Ming scrutinized him and could not help but voice, "Do you truly believe such matters can be so easily accomplished?" In response to Ming's remark, Guan Yu suddenly smiled, looking at him with utmost sincerity as he explained, "It is precisely because I have been contemplating that I have yet to agree to the request they proposed." Upon hearing this, Ming's expression grew increasingly grim. That it was evident that a merchant was indeed a merchant, astute from the very beginning. The reason Ming sought Liu Bei was due to the considerable leverage he possessed, albeit acquired through deceit. However, Ming was confident that with Liu Bei's capabilities, seizing these assets and even uniting with Cao Cao would be no insurmountable task. Even if Cao Cao appeared to have submitted to him, there loomed behind him the formidable forces of the Xiahou and Chao families that as long as this information remained under wraps, those involved would not voice significant objections. However, should the truth come to light, the ramifications would be considerable. Thus, Ming recognized the necessity of claiming this territory before others became aware, fortifying his own influence to gain the standing required for negotiations. Reflecting on this, Ming felt overwhelmed by the multitude of considerations at hand. Nonetheless, he understood he must tread carefully along the paths before him. Observing the complex and conflicted expression on Guan Yu's face, Ming seized the moment to taunt. "To be frank, is selling mung beans not a commendable endeavor? Engaging in warfare is not your forte. Even if you were to learn, you would merely echo others." His words rang true, causing Guan Yu's countenance to darken considerably, that he opened his mouth, but remained speechless for a prolonged moment, as if the words were lodged in his throat, uncertain how to respond. Noticing the expression on Guan Yu's face, Ming once again placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, "I believe the primary reason you have hesitated to agree to the Oath of Brotherhood is due to your reservations regarding Liu Bei." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu nodded vigorously, his expression revealing astonishment as he seemed taken aback by Ming's insightful deduction. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Yu expressed his helplessness. Zhang Fei is a butcher with a narrow vision, focusing solely on immediate gains. However, I deal in mung beans. From cultivation to market, I must meticulously consider every aspect. Chapter 59. Their identities thus, long-term planning is indispensable. Even if they possess fervent enthusiasm, what difference does it make? If not for their childhood of hunger, how would Guan Yu and Zhang Fei have become merchants? Yet, Zhang Fei's situation was somewhat more favorable, as he need not worry about daily sustenance. Selling pork provided ample customers. Conversely, Guan Yu's mung beans did not guarantee consistent business, compelling him to be prudent. Reflecting on their prior agreement, Guan Yu pondered its feasibility. Yet upon encountering Qin Ming and absorbing his words, he began to perceive that much could indeed be altered. Life need not be dictated by rigid conventions. Perhaps this world could truly transform, or he might ascend to become a paramount figure, liberated from the burdens of hunger and hardship, leading the common folk to a life of dignity. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an exhilaration enveloped him. However, Qin Ming's words served as a sobering reminder, cooling his fervor. With a hint of melancholy, he regarded Qin Ming and said, "What should we do next? I genuinely do not know how to proceed. I desire to achieve rapid progress, but such ambitions require capability. Moreover, the involvement of others significantly influenced outcomes." Thus, he cast a complex glance at Qin Ming and inquired, "If you possess a viable solution, please share it. I am all ears." Yet, Qin Ming merely patted Guan Yu's shoulder and remarked, "With your innate strength, even as a seller of mung beans, you could carve out a niche for yourself amidst this tumultuous era." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. However, he cautiously smiled, his expression tinged with uncertainty, as if feeling somewhat helpless about the possibilities Qin Ming had suggested. "I am not that remarkable. My strength stems merely from having moved heavy loads since childhood." Before he could finish, Qin Ming interjected, "Even so, your abilities are commendable. Moreover, if someone of your caliber were to squander his talents on mere commerce, it would likely take generations for such potential to be realized. Rather than indulging in brotherly sentiments, it was far more prudent to lay everything bare in such times. Only by helping Guan Yu truly understand his own worth would he grasp where he ought to stand and the heights he could aspire to, rather than facing the kind of ostracism that might arise in the future." Furthermore, Guan Yu was inherently a man of principle. Despite his apparent loyalty, he possessed a shrewdness that could not be overlooked. Otherwise, how could he have possibly marginalized Zhuge Liang later on? Upon contemplating this, Qin Ming fixed his gaze upon Guan Yu, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Hearing Qin Ming's words, Guan Yu nodded fervently. Such sentiments had never reached his ears during his time with Liu Bei. Liu Bei had spoken only of loyalty and righteousness, along with fanciful notions detached from reality. As he uttered these words, Guan Yu found himself unable to comprehend their relevance to his own circumstances. Yet, with Liu Bei and Zhang Fei present, engrossed in the discourse, he refrained from voicing his dissent, recognizing that such moments do not favor contradiction. Thus, the insights Qin Ming shared now left him feeling profoundly powerless, as if certain truths, once laid bare, transformed entirely. Clenching his fists, he resolved to change his fate, though the words remained unspoken. Qin Ming then cut through the tension with piercing clarity, stating, "However, considering your abilities, even if you were to carve out a niche for yourself within the military, you would ultimately still be perceived as a mere brute. You may envision grand aspirations, but can you truly devise a comprehensive strategy for monumental undertakings?" After delivering this admonition, Guan Yu's expression soured instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief at the words he had just heard. At this juncture, Qin Ming added, "And what of the art of war, the 36 stratagems? Do you possess a thorough understanding of them? Or can you claim to have grasped their essence? The notion of first delivering a slap, then offering a sweet, is fundamentally flawed. It would be far wiser to first extend a sweet, followed by a slap, for only then can the lesson be profoundly etched in memory." Reflecting on this, Qin Ming regarded Guan Yu with a renewed sense of lament. "Are you prepared to rely on Liu Bei or Zhang Fei? Who among the three of you can offer a rational and advantageous plan?" Each word struck like daggers to Guan Yu's heart, and his countenance darkened further as he gazed at Qin Ming, unable to restrain himself from asking, "So, do you have any constructive suggestions?" He found himself compelled to bow to Qin Ming that he was acutely aware of Liu Bei's character, though he appeared loyal and righteous. The reality of his capabilities was far more limited. Guan Yu understood that Liu Bei's true role was merely to send them in a battle while he enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Despite every word being heartfelt, the bitterness gnawed at Guan Yu's complex emotions that a better suggestion would undoubtedly be for each of them to return to their respective trades. He to sell mung beans, Zhang Fei to sell pork, and Liu Bei to weave ropes. Qin Ming calmly articulated this thought, not intending to belittle Guan Yu, but rather to explore the situation from various perspectives, realizing that perhaps this was the most pragmatic approach. However, the responsibility for change ultimately lay with Guan Yu himself. implying that he could not afford to play the fool to deceive others or to borrow territories like Jingzhou or Shuzhou. Thus, Liu Bei would need to take the lead. Yet Chen Ming refrained from voicing this outright, for he still needed to leverage Guan Yu's potential and ensure he grasped the situation at hand. As Chen Ming expressed these sentiments, Guan Yu experienced an epiphany, sighing deeply. Indeed, as Chen Ming pointed out, without a competent leader, he might as well return to selling mung beans that in terms of Liu Bei's capabilities. He failed to recognize any notable strengths. His actions amounted to merely seeking alliances through familial ties and borrowing various resources that in truth, this was akin to forging alliances, regardless of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's prowess. Their roles were merely to instill fear. Without a qualified strategist, they would merely act as brutes or engage in actions that, while seemingly honorable, were actually base and contemptible. Such deeds would likely invite mockery even a century or a millennium hence. Contemplating this, Guan Yu's expression grew increasingly grim, leaving him momentarily speechless. Yet, Chen Ming patted him on the shoulder and spoke, Chapter 60. Disparate opinions that, as the saying goes, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Even if the three of you have yet to establish your brotherhood, I suspect it will soon commence. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu nodded in agreement, his gaze fixed on Chen Ming, reflecting a mixture of complexity. If you possess strategy, you could indeed offer us considerable assistance. Regrettably, upon uttering this, he was met with a dismissive snicker from Chen Ming. Do you truly believe you would be willing to accept my counsel? Pray tell, would Liu Bei permit such a threat to linger by his side? At the mention of this, Guan Yu's expression darkened instantly. Liu Bei, as the leader among them, would undoubtedly disallow such occurrences. Perhaps feeling cornered, Guan Yu gazed at Chen Ming and sighed heavily. I appreciate your words today. It seems I have come to understand what I must do. Hearing Guan Yu's response, Chen Ming smiled faintly. His curiosity piqued. What do you intend to do? With such advantages at hand, do you not realize the consequences of failing to seize this opportunity? As Chen Ming spoke, Guan Yu furrowed his brow, while Chen Ming remained remarkably composed, suggesting, rather than withdrawing, it may be wiser to take a bold step and attempt to persuade the two of them. Admittedly, I am not exceptionally skilled in strategy. Collaboration is essential, Chen Ming concluded. Guan Yu nodded eagerly in agreement, affirming Chen Ming's insights. Yet he could not help but remark, you are perhaps the clearest thinker I have encountered among so many. Upon hearing these words, Chen Ming chuckled lightly. I possess but a modicum of talent. The true strength lies in collective effort. With that, Guan Yu quickly acquiesced, leading Chen Ming toward their base of operations. Though termed a base, it resembled more of a pigsty. Observing the humble surroundings, Chen Ming wore a complex expression. Guan Yu, perhaps aware of the meagerness, had tidied up as they approached, watching Guan Yu's efforts. Chen Ming's demeanor remained tranquil. Soon, after a brief period of preparation, Guan Yu awkwardly invited Chen Ming for tea. Amidst the chaotic scene of pigs, Chen Ming maintained his composure. Just then, footsteps and laughter echoed from the entrance. Before long, Chen Ming spotted a burly man seated before him, his face adorned with a thick beard. Meeting his gaze, Chen Ming found his eyes sharp yet unthreatening, that a smile crept onto his face as he looked at Zhang Fei. While Guan Yu patiently introduced the two to Yet, beside Zhang Fei, Liu Bei also made an appearance. Observing Guan Yu, Liu Bei sighed with mild exasperation. How has your contemplation regarding our previous discussions fared, Brother Guan? Guan Yu pondered for a moment, then furrowed his brow, glancing at Chen Ming before introducing him to Liu Bei. Liu Bei nodded, yet he did not anticipate that Guan Yu would not only fail to answer his query, but would also extol Chen Ming's abilities. Consequently, Liu Bei's brow furrowed, eyes shimmering with caution. Having just borrowed a plot of land from a relative, he was now a minor figure and certainly not merely a rope weaver. Yet as he regarded Chen Ming, an instinctive sense of unease arose within him. There is no need for such wariness. Perhaps it is more prudent for the four of us to strategize together regarding the grand affairs of this world. Upon his utterance, Liu Bei merely chuckled nonchalantly. Observing Liu Bei's demeanor, Chen Ming understood that he remained unconvinced, yet this mattered little. He had ample means to earn Liu Bei's trust. Before arriving, he had often pondered a question. What must one achieve to ensure the populace can live in peace during these chaotic times? While he spoke, he sighed, gradually articulating the thoughts shared by Guan Yu throughout their journey. particularly his praises for Liu Bei, which elicited a glimmer of excitement on Liu Bei's face. As Liu Bei prepared to respond, Zhang Fei, seated nearby, suddenly slammed the table, fixing a piercing gaze on Qinming. I have encountered many like you. Why not state your intentions plainly? His tone carried an edge of irritation, as if he had seen through Qinming's facade. Yet, he knew nothing of the broader context. Observing Zhang Fei's fury, Qinming paused, then remarked, I merely wish to discuss how we might achieve great deeds in this world and encourage you to broaden your perspectives. Qinming's words were blunt and direct, instantly provoking Zhang Fei to clench his jaw in anger, his temper more volatile than that of Dian Wei. Qinming noticed the fury etched on his face, the layers of flesh seemingly compressed together, as if all emotions were accumulating in that very moment. Yet, Liu Bei and Guan Yu swiftly intervened, particularly Liu Bei, who, after hearing Qinming's remarks, found his spirits lifted. He looked at Qinming, smiled, and nodded before inquiring further. I concur with your observations, but do you possess any superior ideas? Though his demeanor appeared courteous, Qinming knew that should he reveal his thoughts, Liu Bei would likely find a way to undermine him. Qinming shook his head, gazing at Liu Bei with earnestness. I presume you have managed to secure those plots of land by now. Your relatives wouldn't go so far as to completely eradicate you. Upon uttering these words, Liu Bei nodded in agreement. Though somewhat blunt, they were indeed truthful. As Qinming spoke, expressions of surprise flickered across Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's faces, and they exchanged glances with Liu Bei, exclaiming, that is indeed splendid, especially Zhang Fei, who leaped with enthusiasm, believing that grand ambitions were within immediate reach. However, the reality was far more complex than he envisioned. Qinming, observing Zhang Fei, unhesitatingly remarked, what significance does acquiring that piece of land hold? Employing the same tactics, he belittled both Liu Bei and Zhang Fei, offering no semblance of kindness to Zhang Fei, who had consistently displayed a hostile attitude towards him since their first encounter. Thus, Qinming felt no obligation to be courteous. After all, a butcher is merely a butcher. Even with immense strength, an overly benevolent strategist is akin to advising one to lay down their butcher's knife. Given Zhang Fei's hot-headed nature, it seemed inevitable that one day he would meet with misfortune. Before he could articulate his thoughts on this matter, Qinming erupted into laughter, his eyes glinting with scorn and disdain. Exuding an air of superiority, Zhang Fei, witnessing Qinming's demeanor, clenched his fists and retorted, what of my fiery temperament? With my capabilities, leading troops in a battle is no challenge. What territory is beyond our reach? Zhang Fei's fists tightened, his gaze fixated on Qinming, filled with resentment, contemplating that if this fellow were to thwart his endeavors, he would not spare him. Seeing Zhang Fei's wrathful expression, Guan Yu attempted to persuade him. Yet he too was curious about how Qinming would navigate this predicament, that he stood silently by, as did Liu Bei, believing that since Qinming had critiqued their collective behavior, he would surely handle Zhang Fei's volatile temperament with ease. They anticipated this spectacle, though they hoped it would not place Qinming in an awkward position, for they held a deep admiration for his ability to pinpoint their flaws, a rare talent indeed. Liu Bei pondered, but as he beheld Zhang Fei's explosive anger, he refrained from further admonitions. Indeed, while it was within Zhang Fei's power to conquer, a single hand cannot fend off many punches. One must realize that with one's solitary strength, how can one hope to establish dominion? Even if one were a divine being, life is finite. Should one fall victim to an enemy's cunning, there would be no second chance. This assertion struck a chord. Even without directly highlighting Zhang Fei's folly, it subtly exposed his shortcomings. Zhang Fei's countenance darkened as he fell into silence, yet Qinming remained patient, calmly elucidating his perspective. Liu Bei and Guan Yu listened attentively, each offering differing views on Qinming's insights. Guan Yu wholeheartedly endorsed him, while Liu Bei scrutinized Qinming with a discerning gaze, suspecting he was usurping his spotlight, though he lacked evidence. Zhang Fei, after a prolonged silence, suddenly burst into laughter. As if comprehending the essence of Qinming's words, he shook his head and earnestly stated, in truth, we owe you our gratitude for sharing these revelations. Otherwise, we would have perished without grasping such vital insights. Why not entrust the role of strategist to you? He smiled at Chen Ming, but the latter discerned an ulterior motive behind this proposition and promptly declined. I cannot assume the role of a strategist. The true strategist should rightfully be him, he replied, directing his gaze towards Liu Bei. Before the trio could react, Chen Ming chuckled again and added, I am but a mere mortal, capable of discerning some realities. My intention in enlightening you three is simply to ensure that you do not allow impulsiveness to cloud your judgment or fall prey to illusions. His tone was calm and composed. Though Liu Bei and Guan Yu felt warmth in their hearts upon hearing this, they contemplated that Chen Ming might have other motives. Liu Bei, fixated on Chen Ming, replied with a composed expression. While your words serve as a timely warning, we sincerely hope you will remain with us for the sake of our grand ambitions. Before he could finish, Chen Ming gestured for silence. Ambition is not my pursuit. What I desire is merely a harmonious existence amidst the chaos of this world. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three men turned somber. Chen Ming's statement made it seem as though they were overly eager for fame and fortune. As if the more elusive these desires became, the more fervently they pursued them. In contrast, Chen Ming's aspirations aligned with those of a true gentleman. Realizing this, Liu Bei's countenance grew grim as he gazed at Chen Ming and suddenly declared, If everyone were like you, perhaps the world would not be in such disarray. It is precisely because not everyone shares my perspective that I am willing to stand forth, he asserted with unwavering conviction. Liu Bei then burst into laughter thrice and proposed, Why not join us in a brotherhood? However, Zhang Fei abruptly coughed, seemingly cautioning Liu Bei. Understanding their exchange, Chen Ming recognized that joining their brotherhood would be utterly absurd. No matter the circumstances, he could not partake in such an alliance. After some contemplation, he resolutely shook his head. No need. This is a matter for the three of you, and my involvement would be unwarranted. Yet Liu Bei insisted, continually inviting him, as if determined to secure Chen Ming's agreement. After some thought, Chen Ming suddenly addressed Liu Bei. I recall having penned a letter some time ago, intended for the Son of Heaven. But I never had the opportunity to deliver it. Perhaps I shall retrieve it now. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei considered the possibility that Chen Ming harbored new ideas and nodded eagerly, not refusing. Noticing Liu Bei's expression, Chen Ming surmised his underlying thoughts. He merely wished to extract more strategies from him, while Chen Ming saw himself merely as a catalyst among them. Such notions seemed delightful in theory, but whether they could materialize as he envisioned remained uncertain. Thus, drenched in light rain, Chen Ming departed, while Guan Yu contemplated accompanying him, but Zhang Fei halted him. After Chen Ming's departure, Liu Bei's demeanor turned decidedly grim. Before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Fei, seemingly grasping his intent, boldly suggested, Why don't we seize the opportunity to form our brotherhood? Today, we were fortunate to encounter this catalyst. Otherwise, we might never have recognized our follies. Zhang Fei's proposition prompted Guan Yu to ponder. Yet he shook his head and addressed them earnestly. If we were to engage in such actions, would we not be worse than beasts? Moreover, it is only through that person's guidance that we have gained such profound insights. Guan Yu's sentiments were not rooted in loyalty, but rather in the belief that Chen Ming's involvement would simplify the entire process. However, these thoughts were ultimately futile. Neither Liu Bei nor Zhang Fei would tolerate Chen Ming's presence here. Furthermore, the bond they shared was not one that could encompass a ticking time bomb. Though Chen Ming referred to it as a mere reprimand, the actions he undertook were akin to brainwashing. Zhang Fei contemplated voicing his thoughts. Yet upon observing the silence of Guan Yu and Liu Bei, he refrained from doing so as Zhang Fei worried that Chen Ming's presence might disrupt their forthcoming endeavors. Liu Bei unexpectedly turned to Guan Yu, stating, Since he is unwilling to pledge brotherhood with us, let us three bind ourselves first. This way, we can realize the grand aspirations within our hearts upon hearing Liu Bei's words. Guan Yu pondered for a moment and nodded without hesitation. Expressing no dissent, he appeared to be convinced by Chen Ming's assertions, yet he deemed their own ambitions to be of greater significance. Reflecting on this, Guan Yu felt compelled to voice his thoughts to Liu Bei. While Chen Ming's words are indeed crucial, I believe we must maintain our independent judgment. Guan Yu's countenance was grave. Though he embodied righteousness and integrity, he was, in truth, a shrewd businessman, and thus his actions were not unwarranted. That it was merely that some had portrayed him as excessively virtuous, leading the majority to perceive him differently. Chen Ming had been standing at the doorway, absorbing their conversation, and only departed when they rose. None were aware that Chun Ming had internalized their words. In fact, he had anticipated that they would not take his remarks seriously. Hence, he held little regard for this pact of brotherhood, convinced that they would ultimately regret it, especially under Liu Bei's leadership. Despite the favorable appearances they witnessed, the three brothers pledging allegiance and swiftly rallying their troops. Was it truly that simple? The path of entrepreneurship for three individuals was fraught with challenges, particularly given Liu Bei's character. Contemplating this, Chun Ming's gaze reflected a complexity of emotions, yet he chose to remain silent. The three hastily swore their brotherhood, likely preoccupied with their own concerns, their minds elsewhere. Witnessing such a scene, Chun Ming could not help but chuckle, understanding that the primary reason for this occurrence stemmed from their clandestine dealings behind his back. Reflecting on this, a look of complexity passed over Chun Ming's face that he shook his head, opting not to elaborate further. After the trio departed, Chun Ming gradually made his way into the marketplace, anticipating that Sun Jian would soon take action. Although Liu Bei's faction appeared insignificant at first, he had his own relatives, old allies that, while presenting an image of cooperation, Liu Bei had long since deciphered their true intentions, that it was merely a matter of Liu Bei leveraging Jingzhou with no intent of repayment. These relatives might have been overly astute, genuinely believing that Liu Bei could accomplish such grand endeavors. Or perhaps it was Liu Bei's excessive benevolence that instilled a sense of trust in them. Regardless of the precise reason, Chun Ming had no desire to investigate. He merely wished to await Liu Bei's unification of the entire Western Shu. Should that transpire, his pursuit of Liu Bei would become straightforward. Yet, an instinct nagged at Chun Ming, questioning whether this course of action was truly beneficial. He sensed something amiss. If it were so effortless, then it seemed too good to be true, while he had managed to maintain his standing with the Chao family. The situation there was far more intricate than he had anticipated, that if matters at Chao's were more tumultuous than here, and if collaborating with the Chao family would invite multifaceted criticism and opposition, then the situation could become exceedingly challenging. Contemplating this, a look of complexity crossed Chun Ming's face. He had not forgotten that there were numerous Xiahou at Chao's, watching everything closely and unwilling to permit any disturbances on their territory. As he grappled with this dilemma, he chose to clench his fists, striving to remain calm. Rather than fret over hypothetical situations, he resolved to take things step by step, recognizing that worrying would not resolve anything. Having come to this conclusion, Chun Ming decided against further indecision. However, a sense of complexity lingered on his face as time passed. He awaited Liu Bei to approach his relatives for support. Once that occurred, Chun Ming would make his presence known. The thought of his plan brought him joy. Yet as days slipped by, without any sign of activity from Liu Bei, Chun Ming decided to venture into the marketplace to procure some goods. To his astonishment, he encountered Zhang Fei, who was still clad in his apron, wielding a large knife, vociferously hawking his wares to passers-by, spitting words as he spoke. Chun Ming was taken aback by this scene, momentarily questioning whether he had inadvertently traversed time. Yet upon seeing Zhang Fei, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "What brings you here selling pork? Did you not already forge a brotherhood in the peach garden? Why are you not with them in their ventures? What are you doing here?" Chun Ming's tone brimmed with bewilderment, and as he posed his questions, a look of helplessness crossed Zhang Fei's face. He awkwardly wiped his brow and replied, "Your words sound pleasant, but the reality is challenging. Liu Bei mentioned seeking support from our relatives, yet after several days, there has been no response." As Zhang Fei spoke, he intensified his grip on the knife. Chun Ming observed the large piece of meat being cleaved, and a complex expression crossed his face as he sensed Zhang Fei's simmering anger. Amused by Zhang Fei's predicament, he recalled vividly how proud Zhang Fei had appeared before. Aside from this, during their discussions about brotherhood, Zhang Fei had previously spoken ill of Chun Ming, though Guan Yu had been absent, and thus unaware of the matter. Now, witnessing the melancholy and impatience etched on Zhang Fei's face, Chun Ming felt a twinge of sympathy. Chapter 63. Simplistic thoughts. He could not help but sigh softly, unsure of how to proceed. When suddenly, Liu Bei's disheveled figure appeared before him. Staring at Liu Bei, Chun Ming froze, unable to contain himself. "Is that you, Xuanda?" Upon hearing Chun Ming's inquiry, Liu Bei nodded, though his expression was one of embarrassment. "What are you doing here?" Liu Bei's words darkened Chun Ming's expression, and he glanced at Zhang Fei, who charged toward him with his knife raised, his face a mask of fury. seeing Zhang Fei's demeanor. Chun Ming swiftly intervened, realizing that the bond among the three brothers was not as unbreakable as it seemed. Despite their ancient appearances, seemingly innocent, once business was involved, everything changed. Their nature transformed, and notions of loyalty became mere words. The perception of their simplicity stemmed from the lens through which later generations viewed them, leading to an idealized image that did not reflect reality. Contemplating this, Qin Ming's expression turned complex that he had previously harbored a degree of trust and expectation toward Liu Bei. But that now seemed somewhat laughable. He shook his head, exhaling a sigh as he regarded Liu Bei at that moment. Zhang Fei could no longer contain his frustration that he had believed that by accompanying Liu Bei in his ventures, he could alter his destiny as a butcher. Yet Liu Bei, looking at him with melancholy, remarked, "The unfolding of events was not something I wished to witness. I simply had not begun to articulate my thoughts before they dismissed me." Zhang Fei, consumed by rage, gripped his knife tightly, and had Qin Ming not intervened, he might have struck Liu Bei. Observing Zhang Fei's ire, Qin Ming suggested, "Why don't we sit down and discuss this matter thoroughly?" Upon hearing these words, Zhang Fei nodded in agreement, and Qin Ming led both men to a tavern. Though dining at such a moment tugged at Qin Ming's heartstrings, it was the only opportunity for the two to calm themselves. Zhang Fei devoured his meal with gusto, while the nearby waitstaff eagerly catered to them, thrilled to serve such a prominent patron, knowing that Qin Ming would undoubtedly foot the bill. Qin Ming shook his head, watching Zhang Fei in silence for a prolonged moment until Zhang Fei, with remarkable calmness, stated, "My desires are not extravagant." His face was imbued with a solemnity that, even if tasked with leading troops into battle, would find no objection from me as long as I was assured a hearty meal and a glimpse of the future. His tone resonated with sincerity, as if all he proclaimed were indeed the truth. Yet, Qin Ming, well acquainted with his character, could not suppress a gentle sigh upon observing this. Is it not so?" he mused. "The future you speak of is nothing more than the pursuit of dominion." Qin Ming fixed his gaze upon Zhang Fei, choosing not to elaborate further. Such words rendered Zhang Fei momentarily speechless, and as he looked at Qin Ming, an awkward smile escaped him. "How did you discern this?" he inquired, a hint of melancholy lacing his voice. Observing Zhang Fei's demeanor, Qin Ming casually replied, "Just by examining your visage, I could ascertain your true nature. Thus, there is no need for you to hastily retort." After uttering this, Qin Ming turned his attention to Liu Bei, unable to restrain himself from asking, "So, the matter you previously mentioned has truly come to naught?" Curiosity danced upon Qin Ming's features, although the three of them managed to maintain their composure. After a few days devoid of any achievements, their tempers began to flare, with Zhang Fei being the most explosive among them. However, Qin Ming speculated that their eventual camaraderie stemmed largely from the bonds forged over time, an understanding of each other's capabilities that made separation increasingly unthinkable. Thus, they were compelled to engage in a fade. Nonetheless, their aspirations for greatness were genuine, albeit intertwined with complexities that belied the simplicity perceived by the masses and the later chroniclers. Contemplating this, a myriad of emotions flickered across Qin Ming's countenance. Upon hearing Qin Ming's inquiry, Liu Bei hastily devoured 2 pieces of meat, as if fearful that Qin Ming might deny him sustenance. Observing Liu Bei's eagerness, Qin Ming felt a wave of exasperation that he patted Liu Bei's shoulder and gently advised, "Do take your time. Regardless of success or failure, I shall not hold you overly accountable. After all, failure is the mother of success." Qin Ming's final statement. Liu Bei furrowed his brow, confusion etched across his face. "What?" he responded, perplexed. Qin Ming shook his head, opting not to explain further, while Liu Bei, unable to contain his emotions, covered his face, touched by the memory of his grandmother's words during his own academic shortcomings. He recalled those moments. Tears brimmed in his eyes, startling Qin Ming. Indeed, the accounts of Liu Bei and his character were often overshadowed by his leadership alongside Zhang Fei and Guan Yu during the tumultuous Three Kingdoms period, with many neglecting to recognize Liu Bei as an ordinary individual, merely possessing a touch more wisdom than the average person. Qin Ming regarded Liu Bei. His expression mirrored a tangle of thoughts. He had underestimated Liu Bei, perceiving him as an omnipotent figure as depicted by others. Yet such notions were but ephemeral illusions. Reflecting on this, Qin Ming addressed Liu Bei once more, Do not fret, the two of you. While we may not currently borrow from our relatives' resources or influence, we can explore alternative avenues. Who says that falling in one place precludes rising in another? His tone exuded calmness, and upon hearing this, Liu Bei nodded vigorously, with Zhang Fei echoing his agreement. They looked at Chen Ming, wishing to champion his cause. Noticing their expressions, Chen Ming refrained from further commentary. Chapter 64. Tears of emotion, however, unbeknownst to Chen Ming, offering a bowl of rice to a starving individual, coupled with words of encouragement, far surpassed any reproach or admonition he might have rendered Dian their hearts. Chen Ming had established an unwavering image that would earn their admiration and reverence for years to come. Zhang Fei mistakenly believed that Liu Bei, having perused a few books, possessed the eloquence to lead him into a grander world. That in truth, Liu Bei lacked such capability. After his downfall, he was yet unprepared to seek them out. Had fate not conspired to bring him face to face with Liu Bei, he might have remained in ignorance of the situation. Moreover, Liu Bei indeed harbored thoughts of retreat, particularly after enduring harsh words from his relatives, which struck a blow to his spirit, one he found difficult to accept. Otherwise, he would not have so awkwardly collapsed at Zhang Fei's meat stall. The moment Chen Ming recognized him, Liu Bei was engulfed by despair. Yet, the words spoken by Chen Ming infused him with newfound strength, akin to the sustenance he had consumed, revitalizing him. Now, as he gazed at Chen Ming, he found himself in agreement with every word uttered. Observing Liu Bei's countenance, Chen Ming smiled. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei, caressing his belly, eyed the nearby wine with excitement, yet hesitated to voice any demands, knowing this meal was sponsored by Chen Ming. Sensing Zhang Fei's internal conflict, Chen Ming, as if reading his mind, encouraged, if you wish to drink, do so. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Zhang Fei's expression became intricate. Just as he was about to express his thoughts, the waiter approached with a jug of wine, cheerfully announcing, "Esteemed guest, this fine wine is our local delicacy, the Daughter's Red. If you desire, I shall pour you a glass." However, Zhang Fei remained silent, his gaze fixed upon Chen Ming, who merely nodded with nonchalance. Perhaps it was Chen Ming's effortless demeanor that altered the waitstaff's attitude towards both him and Zhang Fei. In the past, when Zhang Fei had traversed their establishment, even offering them pork, they had regarded him disdainfully. Yet now, Zhang Fei found himself receiving a different treatment. His emotions were now a mixture of joy and complexity. This exquisite Daughter's Red stirred feelings he had long suppressed. During Liu Bei's initial visit, he had not invited Zhang Fei to share a drink, nor had Guan Yu done so on his subsequent visit. Even when the three of them engaged in lively conversation, Liu Bei remained remiss in offering them a drink. Although Zhang Fei held some grievances regarding this, he chose not to confront Liu Bei. However, Chen Ming's generous hospitality, coupled with his character and demeanor, significantly shifted Zhang Fei's perception of him. Now, looking at Chen Ming, he could not help but remark, "I doubt we can finish this entire jug." Perhaps, before Zhang Fei could complete his thought, Chen Ming, as if intuitively understanding his intention, nodded with a smile and suggested, "Pour it out. It would be a pity not to take it with you." Considering neither Xuanda nor I have a particular fondness for wine. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei nodded fervently, voicing no objections, though his eyes betrayed his longing for the wine. Chen Ming poured Liu Bei a glass, and upon witnessing Chen Ming's actions, Liu Bei's excitement surged, expressing his gratitude profusely. Seeing Liu Bei so animated, Chen Ming shook his head with a bemused smile, calmly advising, "If you enjoy the wine, feel free to indulge." As he spoke, Liu Bei offered an embarrassed smile, while Zhang Fei furrowed his brow at the scene, unable to restrain himself from commenting. Logically speaking, as a rope maker, consuming such copious amounts of wine might not be good for your health. He deliberately uttered this, reclaiming the wine with a glimmer of provocation in his eyes. Observing Zhang Fei's antics, Chen Ming could not help but chuckle, shaking his head in mild exasperation. Enough, do not target him any further. As soon as Chen Ming's words left his lips, Zhang Fei raised his hands in feigned innocence, asserting, "I am not targeting him. I am merely stating the truth." Liu Bei, lowered in contemplation due to Zhang Fei's remark, found himself at a loss for words. Yet, Chen Ming regarded both men with utmost seriousness, stating, "Let us procure another jug of wine." Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, the waiter hurriedly responded, and in the next moment, approached with a fine bottle of daughter's red wine in hand. His face bore a hint of excitement as he placed it beside Liu Bei. Liu Bei's expression revealed a complexity of feelings. He had not anticipated such treatment from the waiter. Considering himself merely a humble rope maker, often looked down upon by others, he yearned for accomplishments. Yet with each setback, he realized that such aspirations were not easily attained. Contemplating this, a complex expression crossed his face. But in this moment, thanks to Chen Ming, they were able to enjoy such luxuries. Little did Chen Ming expect that Guan Yu would appear carrying a basket of mung beans, calling out to passers-by to sell his wares. Upon seeing Guan Yu, Liu Bei stood frozen in shock, unable to utter a word. Clutching the daughter's red wine, he managed to retain some composure and did not let the precious drink fall to the ground. After a moment's thought, he decisively exchanged glances with Zhang Fei. The two brothers were exceptionally in sync at such a time, and they earnestly addressed Chen Ming, stating, "We shall return this wine for now and come back to converse properly later." As their words left their lips, Chen Ming rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of impatience, "What's the fuss? Is it just because you saw Guan Yu? Are you afraid he'll snatch your wine?" Upon hearing this, a touch of embarrassment flickered across the faces of both men, leaving them at a loss for words. Observing their expressions, Chen Ming chuckled and, placing a hand on each of their shoulders, earnestly remarked, "Let us invite Guan Yu in. I have matters to discuss with him. For this incident has affected many and led them to return to their old trades." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's face betrayed a twinge of pain, for he realized that both Zhang Fei and Guan Yu had indeed reverted to their former occupations. Because of him, they had taken up their previous trades anew. Had it not been for the encounter with Chen Ming today, he too might have had to resume weaving ropes instead of sitting here, enjoying daughter's red wine. His emotions became exceedingly complicated, and upon witnessing their demeanor, Chen Ming couldn't help but smile. "Guan Yu," Chen Ming called out. Hearing his name, Guan Yu looked up and was taken aback to find them sitting there drinking. Upon noticing the daughter's red wine on their table, his eyes lit up, and he hurried inside. However, he instinctively turned to Liu Bei and remarked, "Did you manage to borrow soldiers and land? Why was I not informed? Celebrating without me is hardly brotherly." His tone carried a note of reproach, prompting a chuckle from Chen Ming, who then looked at Guan Yu with utmost seriousness and said, "If we had truly succeeded, how could we not have informed you? We merely encountered a minor setback. So we decided to sit down for a meal and discuss how to resolve it." Chen Ming spoke earnestly, refraining from exposing Liu Bei's shortcomings or revealing his troubles. Upon hearing this, Guan Yu nodded, though a hint of melancholy lingered on his face, that I find it difficult to comprehend what kind of setback it is. Though he took a seat, his heart was elsewhere, for he had resumed selling mung beans, which signified his submission to life's harsh realities. Reflecting on this, a complex expression flickered across Guan Yu's features. Noticing Guan Yu's demeanor, Chen Ming remained remarkably calm and said, "What matters is not the setbacks we face, but how we rise again. You must remember to instill in us sufficient confidence, for only then can we achieve success." Chen Ming's earnestness elicited a smile from Guan Yu, who nodded in agreement with Chen Ming's sentiments. Chen Ming then instructed the waiter to bring another jar of wine. As the 3 jars of daughter's red wine sat on the table, their eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chen Ming looked at Guan Yu with utmost seriousness and declared, "What they possess, you must also have." That he understood that Guan Yu was a man of principle, aware that Chen Ming might not be able to afford 3 jars of daughter's red wine. Hence his silence and reluctance to partake in the feast. However, now Chen Ming had ordered several dishes that Guan Yu favored, leaving him puzzled as to how Chen Ming had discerned his tastes. While feeling pleased, Chen Ming, with unwavering seriousness, continued, "We are good brothers. We should share everything openly without engaging in petty scheming or being overly calculative." This statement was directed not only at Zhang Fei, but also served as a reminder to Liu Bei. Upon hearing Chen Ming's words, Liu Bei suddenly chuckled, nodding in agreement and saying to Chen Ming, "Rest assured, I will heed your advice." With Liu Bei leading the way, Guan Yu quickly nodded as well. Though he didn't appear overly naive, he was astute enough to recognize the bigger picture that moment. Zhang Fei thumped his chest, openly declaring camaraderie with Chen Ming. This fellow was indeed straightforward, eschewing pretentiousness, just as others had described. Yet, Chen Ming, observing Zhang Fei, felt compelled to caution him. "You may remember my words, But keep in mind that with your current temperament, you will achieve nothing of significance. Such directness caused Zhang Fei's eyes to widen, appearing as though he might devour Chun Ming whole, that he had lived a substantial portion of his life without encountering anyone daring enough to speak to him in such a manner. Seeing Zhang Fei's reaction, Chun Ming chuckled and said, "While my words may seem harsh, you must accept them, for they are the truth." As he nodded, he added, "If you believe there is merit in my words, then I have no other recourse." Zhang Fei clenched his teeth, accepting the jar of daughter's red wine from Chun Ming, which complicated his feelings further. However, he contemplated that wealth should not corrupt one's integrity, nor should poverty lead to submission. Thus, he saw no reason to bow to Chun Ming, resolutely raising his chest and declaring, "I reject your assertions. Why can't I achieve great things? What flaws exist in my temperament?" As he spoke, he pounded the table, unreservedly voicing his thoughts. Even after accepting Chun Ming's generosity, observing Zhang Fei's demeanor, Chun Ming shook his head, recalling the fates of others, and a sigh of resignation escaped him. He turned to the side and addressed Xuanda, saying, "Have you ever considered what might have transpired if I had not been present, and you had inadvertently recognized Xuanda? What kind of conflict might have ensued between you?" As these words left his lips, Zhang Fei's expression darkened, for he could envision the scenario. Yet, looking at Chun Ming, he felt compelled to explain, "That was not my intention." His tone was cautious, despite his fearsome exterior. He had offered apologies to Liu Bei. Yet upon hearing Zhang Fei's words, Chun Ming burst into laughter, shaking his head and gazing at Zhang Fei with disdain. "You claim it was unintentional, yet does that excuse everything? Have you considered Xuanda's feelings and the achievements he might attain in the future?" As Chun Ming spoke, Zhang Fei's face turned a deep shade of displeasure, that he opened his mouth, prepared to retort, but then reflected on the unpredictability of fate, that he glanced at Liu Bei, unsure how to face him, lowering his head in silence. Chun Ming seized the moment to reproach him again. "You rely solely on your impassioned sentiments and one-sided views, acting impulsively and denying all else. You fail to see the broader perspective." These were indeed issues rooted in Zhang Fei's character, and Chun Ming's remarks were entirely justified. Moreover, he believed it essential for Zhang Fei to recognize these truths. Thus, he did not consider himself overly harsh. Upon witnessing Chun Ming's demeanor, a touch of melancholy crossed Zhang Fei's face. "While your words are indeed truthful, I feel." Before he could finish, Chun Ming gestured for silence, maintaining a calm expression as he addressed Zhang Fei. "There is no need to seek excuses or justifications. You have issues. They exist, and when you are wrong, you must amend your ways. That if you possess the capability, rectify your mistakes." Instantly, Zhang Fei's face reddened. Observing his reaction, Chun Ming felt a pang of sorrow, as if he were reprimanding three sons. Chapter 66. Cowards and fools. In that moment, his expression grew increasingly complex, overwhelmed by a sense of exhaustion that he had hoped to reap the rewards of good fortune. Yet these matters were merely fanciful thoughts. Noticing Zhang Fei's silence, Chun Ming once more rapped the table, his patience waning. "You need not feel defiant toward me. I speak only the truth. Your anger stems from your inadequacies, and you have no grounds for rebuttal." As a cascade of words flowed forth, Zhang Fei's expression became exceedingly intricate. Listening to Chun Ming's incessant chatter, he felt a twinge of irritation, yet every word spoken resonated with truth and precision, compelling him to confront the matter at hand. "That I believe that there is no need for us to be overly stringent regarding these issues." Zhang Fei, rubbing his nose, glanced at Chun Ming and, with a hint of embarrassment, began to speak. Clearly, he was reluctant to face these truths. Observing the expression on Zhang Fei's face, Chun Ming chuckled. "Do not presume that my words pose any issue. After all, these are merely aspects that require your rectification." Though he appeared to be laughing, his words bore an undertone of criticism. Nevertheless, after delivering his remarks, he poured more wine for them, maintaining an air of nonchalance. The entire affair seemed to be brushed aside casually, yet in reality, it was far from trivial. Chun Ming understood Zhang Fei's character well. He was a man of pride, while the others were preoccupied with feasting and revelry. They might not grasp the gravity of the situation, but Zhang Fei would certainly remember Chun Ming's words. Employing his customary approach of mixing criticism with kindness, Chun Ming patted Zhang Fei on the shoulder, looking him in the eye with an air of calmness, and said, Eat heartily, he specifically ordered several meat dishes, and although Zhang Fei's stomach growled with hunger, his mind was preoccupied with the implications of Chun Ming's earlier statements. While he appeared unaffected, a myriad of thoughts swirled within him that as he devoured the meat and drank heartily, his mind lingered on Chun Ming's words, revealing a complexity in his demeanor. The meal was delightful, with all three men leaving with round bellies and flushed faces, barely able to stand. Yet, Liu Bei's expression remained grim. He was still grappling with feelings of helplessness regarding the recent events. Chun Ming, recognizing Liu Bei's distress, couldn't help but address him, saying in truth, "These matters are inconsequential. For now, let us indulge in our feast and merriment. The issues you fret over, I shall find a way to resolve." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei nodded, albeit with a lingering sense of guilt that I can't shake the feeling that this predicament is fundamentally my own doing. Yet if I were to shift the entire burden onto you, it would weigh heavily on my conscience. That a complex expression crossed his face as he sighed softly. The more he dwelled on the situation, the more it plagued him, and Chun Ming was aware of this. However, at that moment, Chun Ming contemplated and suddenly turned to them, stating, "Regarding this issue, I recognize your urgency to find a resolution. Yet in truth, we have all indulged a bit too much tonight, that it would be wise to rest first and discuss matters once we have regained our clarity." Unexpectedly, as soon as Chun Ming's words left his lips, Guan Yu erupted in laughter. Shaking his head, he looked at Chun Ming with a hint of melancholy and declared, "I believe this matter can be entirely entrusted to you. With your capabilities, resolving these issues is well within your grasp." Guan Yu's face was flushed from drink. Witnessing this, a complex emotion flickered in Chun Ming's eyes. Guan Yu had only received a modicum of favor from him, yet he had wholeheartedly begun to admire Chun Ming. This realization left Chun Ming feeling somewhat helpless. "How can you be so certain that I will succeed?" Chun Ming fixed his gaze on Guan Yu, who had posed this question to AT that moment. Guan Yu burst into hearty laughter. Even in a state of inebriation, he found no hindrance in conversing with Chun Ming. "From the moment I encountered you, I sensed your extraordinary nature. I can still recall every word you have shared with me." Guan Yu's face was earnest as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Chun Ming could not help but laugh heartily. "Are you truly willing to follow me?" he inquired, to which Guan Yu responded without hesitation, affirming that these matters posed no difficulty for him. Moreover, among the three of them, while Guan Yu was undoubtedly the most astute, he was also the most meticulous and possessed the strongest strategic acumen. Although Chun Ming's earlier words could not directly alter his character, they had significantly diminished his arrogance. Furthermore, Guan Yu was acutely aware of Chun Ming's intentions and ambitions. Having observed his actions and words with clarity, yet he remained uncertain about how to navigate these realizations. Guan Yu also harbored his own thoughts. Though he had believed Chun Ming's assertions, he had overlooked him during the Oath of Brotherhood, instead choosing to bond with Liu Bei. This choice revealed his true sentiments. He did not fully trust Chun Ming, yet the latter's words had resonated with him. Ultimately, however, Chun Ming could not compare to Liu Bei in Guan Yu's eyes. If not for Liu Bei's connections, which granted him power and land, there was no way Guan Yu would have crossed paths with him, let alone willingly sworn brotherhood. Additionally, Guan Yu was orchestrating a grand scheme. Once Liu Bei secured those resources from his relatives, Guan Yu would gradually earn Liu Bei's trust, gaining a foothold in military affairs. Days passed without any word from Liu Bei, and Guan Yu recognized that these matters were more complex than they appeared. Liu Bei was merely a man weaving straw, incapable of obtaining such resources. Yet, Guan Yu feigned ignorance regarding this reality, for he understood that Liu Bei might possess untapped potential. Unexpectedly, while traversing the market, he encountered a scene that piqued his interest. Despite his reservations about Liu Bei, he had returned home with a jar of fine wine, gradually softening his earlier judgments. However, what truly astonished him were Chun Ming's words and his stance on the matter. It was individuals like Chun Ming who were destined to achieve greatness. Guan Yu's intuition affirmed this notion, prompting him to willingly align himself with Chun Ming. Although he had initially harbored numerous thoughts, he was fundamentally a merchant, and such pragmatism was to be expected. Yet, Chun Ming could hardly fathom that what he had speculated aligned almost perfectly with the thoughts swirling in Guan Yu's mind. With just a few words and subtle gestures, such a profound transformation had unfolded that if one were to tally the reasons behind this remarkable shift, A significant portion could likely be attributed to Chun Ming's prior studies in psychology, though he had nearly forgotten this knowledge. Nevertheless, the admiration in Guan Yu's eyes for Chun Ming was unmistakable. Observing the expression on Guan Yu's face, Chun Ming remarked, "You have indulged a bit too much." After uttering these words, he led them to a small courtyard that he had specifically rented. He had not anticipated that, due to a miscalculation in timing, he would arrive precisely as the three were embarking on their entrepreneurial venture. With none of them possessing any funds, Chun Ming had no choice but to remain with them, as he too required a base of operations. Thus, this location was selected, and as Chun Ming surveyed the surroundings, he was in no rush to discuss matters with the three men. After taking a brief stroll outside, he soon found two additional individuals in the courtyard. However, Chun Ming's presence had already reached Liu Bei's relative's residence. "I noticed a notice posted at your entrance seeking a scholar," Chun Ming stated as he settled into a chair. The steward standing nearby nodded in acknowledgement of Chun Ming's words, yet he could not refrain from asking, "Could you enumerate the books you have read, along with your thoughts and interpretations of them?" The butler's face bore a hint of tension and caution. Chun Ming's disposition was markedly different from the scholars he had previously encountered, which left the butler's feelings rather complicated. Had it not been for Chun Ming's excessive confidence and audacity upon entering, the butler would likely have barred him from entry entirely. What right did he have to occupy this space? Yet as he locked eyes with Chun Ming and engaged in conversation, he found himself inexplicably captivated, as if under Chun Ming's spell. Perhaps it was because he had never encountered a young man as imposing as Chun Ming, aside from the master himself, that he could not help but believe in him. There was no need for a lengthy enumeration. Let us delve straight into the matter at hand. What age group is the gentleman you sought to teach? Upon hearing Chun Ming's words, the butler's expression soured, and he scrutinized him, contemplating whether to summon someone to expel him, and he had never met anyone as audacious as Chun Ming, and the questions he posed were utterly outrageous. As if they were the guests and Chun Ming the master of the house. This incited the butler's profound impatience. He furrowed his brow, ready to unleash a tirade, when Chun Ming, with a playful smile, interjected, "Regardless of the age of the children you teach, it is your master who requires the most guidance that I in today's world." His actions suggest he may have lost his senses, that as Chun Ming's words echoed. The butler leapt to his feet, unable to bear it any longer. Gripping Chun Ming by his collar, that he appeared ready to strike, his fury palpable. Yet Chun Ming remained remarkably composed, calmly advising, "Please, calm yourself and allow me to finish speaking." The butler, listening to Chun Ming's words, let out a cold scoff, yanking him to his feet. However, even in this position, he felt his own authority eclipsed by Chun Ming, unable to voice his thoughts, "That I still wish to hear you out. But I want to throw you out right now," he finally ground out through clenched teeth. Chun Ming, regarding him with a sardonic smile, retorted, "Foolish butler. It is no wonder your household is shrouded in chaos. With the inner quarters in disarray, the servants idling, and the maids skimping on their duties. Is this all due to your incompetence?" As these words left his lips, the butler stood frozen, disbelief etched on his face. Observing the butler's stunned expression, Chun Ming chuckled lightly, gazing at him with a profound sense of melancholy. "That am I mistaken?" The butler found himself speechless, realizing that Chun Ming had laid bare all the issues he could not evade. Most critically, he received a monthly salary while turning a blind eye to these matters, having developed attachments to the staff over the years that if a drastic reckoning were to occur, it would weigh heavily on his conscience. Yet, these issues were inescapable, and given the vastness of the household, what did a bit of pilfering truly amount to? This reasoning lingered in his mind, but rationality insisted that such matters could not be handled so lightly. After all, the master had placed immense trust in him and favored him greatly. How could he bear to disappoint the master? Now, having struck a nerve with Chun Ming's words, the butler's expression turned complex, and he could not help but sigh. "Then what do you propose?" He initially intended to deny it, but the expression on Chun Ming's face and the glint in his eyes revealed that he had been thoroughly seen through. All these signs indicated his inability to escape the truth. Furthermore, Chun Ming's ability to pinpoint these issues and arrive at this moment, displaying such demeanor, suggested he was no ordinary individual. Chapter 68. The dog servant dares to threaten me from head to toe. He was anything but an ordinary man. Contemplating this, the butler's complexion darkened considerably, and he remained silent for a long while. Unable to restrain himself, he shook his head and sighed, addressing Chen Ming. You could never comprehend the pressures we bear. As he spoke, he clenched his fists, looking at Chen Ming with a hint of derision. You merely stand by, pointing fingers, as if you possess extraordinary abilities. Yet in truth, you can accomplish nothing of substance. The butler's anger elicited laughter from Chen Ming, who shook his head and dismissively remarked, When did I claim to be a storyteller? Seeing Chen Ming's demeanor, the butler assumed he was evading the issue and couldn't help but taunt him further. You may not be a storyteller, but you are at least a gentleman, are you not? At this, Chen Ming burst into hearty laughter, shaking his head and pointing at the butler's nose with evident impatience. That is simply a failure of oversight. I never claimed to be a gentleman. When I entered, you did not stop me. Chen Ming's calm tone turned the butler's expression exceedingly grim that he never imagined he would find himself at the mercy of such a brash young man. Subjected to ridicule in this manner, the butler furrowed his brow, sighing in dismay. Who exactly are you? Without hesitation, Chen Ming replied, An ordinary person to at this juncture. The butler was seething with rage, his brows furrowed as he glared at Chen Ming, as if he wished to devour him whole. Observing the butler's fury, Chen Ming grinned, nonchalantly stating, Not at all. I am a guest invited by your master. It would be wise not to speak to me with your fists. As he spoke, he sat down and casually brushed the butler's hand away, his expression one of utter impatience. Seeing Chen Ming's imposing demeanor, the butler's face contorted in disbelief, but he let out a soft sigh and could not help but say, In that case, I wish, before he could finish, Chen Ming rolled his eyes, cutting him off with palpable annoyance. If you doubt me, that is your prerogative. When he returns, I shall relay the events that transpired here. With a piercing glare, Chen Ming observed the butler's furious countenance, which instantly soured even further. What do you intend to do now? Hearing the butler's words echo in his ears, Chen Ming suddenly broke into laughter, unhesitatingly raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across the butler's face. Staring at him with exasperation, he declared, You dare to threaten me, you dog's servant. As the words left his lips, the butler cradled his face, contemplating Chen Ming once more, only to force a courteous smile. His countenance brimmed with obsequiousness. Clearly, upon learning of Chen Ming's identity, the butler felt threatened and sought to intimidate him. However, he had not anticipated Chen Ming's explosive temperament, which rendered him sheepish. Yet, Chen Ming, witnessing the butler's submission, suddenly raised his hand again and delivered another slap. The butler's expression turned grave as he clutched his cheek, unable to refrain from addressing Chen Ming. If I am indeed culpable, feel free to punish me as you see fit, as long as it quells your ire. His demeanor was exceedingly respectful. However, Chen Ming, observing the butler's posture, shook his head, his expression laced with disdain. Who would strike a mere dog like you? As Chen Ming remained resolute in his anger, the butler grew anxious, acutely aware that the master would soon return. Should Chen Ming and the master cross paths, the butler's misdeeds would be laid bare, leading to dire consequences. With this thought, the butler's expression turned grim as he circled around Chen Ming, incessantly engaging him in conversation, all while wearing a sycophantic smile. Witnessing this display, Chen Ming's eyes were filled with contempt that a butler is negligent as you will be replaced the moment he returns. Chen Ming seethed, his words eliciting a pallor from the butler, who hastily bowed and nodded. Yet, Chen Ming's disdain only served to deepen the butler's sense of helplessness that he could not truly leave, and observing the butler's frantic demeanor, Chen Ming chuckled, patting his shoulder and stating, I might consider granting you an opportunity for redemption. Chen Ming's tone bore a hint of seriousness. The butler's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced that his earnestness had swayed Chen Ming, as he surrounded him like a loyal hound. Yet Chen Ming, seeing the butler's expression, scoffed dismissively. You surely do not wish for me to repeat myself regarding the matters of the servants in this household, do you? Chen Ming's tone was laced with a hint of impatience. And upon witnessing his demeanor, the steward's expression grew exceedingly grim. Must we rush to address this matter? After all, among those individuals, a few are his relatives that if he truly intends to eradicate them, one can only speculate on the consequences and costs that would ensue. Such thoughts left him in a state of profound complexity. Seeing the steward like that, Chen Ming suddenly chuckled, patting him on the shoulder as he spoke. If you are reluctant to part with them, then upon his return, I shall take it upon myself to dismiss you. Frankly, I have grown weary of your face. Chen Ming's words were blunt, causing the steward's countenance to darken instantaneously, leaving him at a loss for how to respond. Just as he found himself in a quandary, Chunming looked at the steward and couldn't help but add, "I didn't expect you to be so righteous, which has prompted me to reconsider my stance. How about this? I would like to discuss a matter with you." Chunming actively softened his approach, leaving the steward utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Observing the steward's reaction, Chunming smiled again and said, "My visit here is unbeknownst to your master, and besides, I do not appear to be one of his close friends or relatives at my age. However, I am the illegitimate son of the Marquis." Upon hearing this, the steward immediately exhaled in relief, his face reflecting a sense of calm that he was still pondering what influential figure Chunming might be, but it seemed that he was not as formidable as he had initially thought, which made him feel a sudden sense of ease. Chapter 69. A concession unlike before, he no longer felt the same level of anxiety. For individuals of this dynasty, particularly those like the steward who had encountered various ranks of people, there was a certain understanding of the gravitas associated with such figures. Now, as he looked at Chunming, who suddenly smiled softly, he spoke, "In that case," before the steward could finish his statement, Chunming erupted with laughter, slamming his hand on the table to assert his authority. "Even if I am but an illegitimate son, my life holds more value than yours." Witnessing Chunming's demeanor, the steward's expression turned somewhat grim. Reflecting his thoughts that if Chunming truly was an illegitimate son, then his mother must also be quite extraordinary. To raise a son with such composure could not be the work of an ordinary individual. It was likely that within the Marquis's estate he was not an insignificant favorite. As such thoughts raced through his mind, the steward's expression darkened considerably. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to proceed. Overwhelmed by a headache, he gazed at Chunming, who could not suppress a smile as he remarked, "Have you considered what I proposed?" The question, thrown back at him, prompted the steward to let out a weary sigh. He shook his head, looking at Chunming with evident resignation, "That I simply do not wish for you to engage in actions that would harm our master, as long as you assure me you will not." Before he could finish, Chunming, noticing the plea in his expression, burst into laughter. "Do you honestly believe such a scenario could occur?" The steward stood frozen, seemingly unable to grasp the implication of Chunming's words. Observing the steward's bewilderment, Chunming chuckled softly and said without hesitation, "I merely hope you can recognize that my visit here is to serve as a teacher, but primarily, I wish to unite your master with my cause." As Chunming spoke, the steward's eyes widened, rendering him speechless. He appeared to comprehend the weight of what was being conveyed. However, Chunming, maintaining his calm demeanor, added, "You may feel free to use this information to threaten me." As he said this, he toyed with a small knife in his hand. The sight of the sharp, exquisitely designed blade left the steward frozen in place, for he knew such a weapon was not readily available in the market. And he had never encountered it before. That if he were to guess, Chunming's current power and connections, including his backing, were far more complex than he had presumed. That in an instant, the steward's expression grew exceedingly grim. He abruptly knelt, looking up at Chunming, and cried out, "My lord, you misunderstand me. How could a mere servant use such matters to threaten you? With just a word from you, I would gladly brave any danger." In an attempt to express his loyalty, he even altered his form of address. Witnessing the steward's submission, Chunming frowned slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and suddenly remarked, "There is no need for such nonsense. You must simply remember that my sole purpose here is to become your master's teacher." Upon hearing this declaration, the steward was momentarily taken aback. "But our esteemed teacher is intended for the young master." The steward's face displayed a hint of caution. Chunming, noticing this, shook his head and could not help but reply, "The young master. Regardless of age, everyone requires education, including your master. Many have traveled this path and have learned along the way." As Chunming spoke, he playfully blew on his small knife, a gesture that darkened the steward's expression further. The steward found himself at a loss for words, yet he cautiously inquired, "In that case, how many families have you already convinced?" He was tentatively probing for information, but upon hearing the steward's question, Chunming suddenly laughed, shaking his head as he fixed his gaze upon the steward and then placed the knife against his throat. "This is confidential. Should you or your acquaintances become privy to it, it would be mere child's play. Such trivial matters should not exist." That as he spoke, he smiled at the steward, whose skin crawled at the sight of Chunming's grin. The steward could not utter a single word. his scalp prickling with fear as he gazed at Chen Ming, whose expression was filled with terror. Seeing the steward in such a state, Chen Ming smiled with satisfaction, nodding as he said with utmost seriousness, "You seem to be quite perceptive, but I must remind you that whether inquiring or speculating, if I discover any of it, regardless of your status, the outcome will be the same." With each word Chen Ming articulated, the steward felt a tremor within him, causing goosebumps to rise all over his body. Yet he looked at Chen Ming, urgency etched on his face as he pressed. "Why don't you directly state your intentions?" Chapter 70. Outmatched. If I were to directly state my intentions, wouldn't that compromise this mission? Wouldn't that be trivial? What purpose would it serve for those within the estate? As a series of words spilled forth, the steward noticed a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in Chen Ming's eyes. Simultaneously, he sensed a change in Chen Ming's overall demeanor, and in an instant, the steward's legs trembled, leaving him speechless. Witnessing this scene, Chen Ming's expression bore a hint of complexity as he addressed the steward. "I do not wish to engage in bloodshed, but should I choose to do so, there are those who will handle the aftermath. Since I began my martial training at the age of 7, it has always been this way." Chen Ming articulated this with an icy tone. And as the steward listened, a sense of helplessness washed over his face, but he wiped the sweat from his brow and, looking at Chen Ming, said with resignation, "Rest assured, the forthcoming events will unfold as you desire." "Very well, then. Please fetch me a cup of tea." Chen Ming stretched languidly, a hint of excitement playing upon his features. Without exerting an ounce of effort or employing any particular method, he engaged in a psychological battle with just a few cleverly chosen words. Through this strategic interplay, Chen Ming was able to persuade the steward to yield to him. As he gazed at the steward, a complex array of emotions flickered in Chen Ming's eyes. Regardless of who one might be, as long as they stand beneath the sun, the mere possession of a shadow signifies the inescapable existence of their darker side. Presently, even if Chen Ming's assumptions were merely casual remarks, they all proved accurate. He shook his head, convinced that the steward could not possibly maintain a strictly businesslike demeanor, let alone be meticulously diligent. Contemplating this, a smile graced Chen Ming's face. However, he had no intention of divulging the situation regarding Liu Bei. Once he had resolved matters here, and when Liu Bei and the others awoke to find the servants in the courtyard, they would surely know what to do next, for everything was meticulously orchestrated by him. With this thought, a smile returned to Chen Ming's visage. The steward, observing Chen Ming's anxious demeanor, approached him with trepidation. "This is the tea you requested," he stated. Chen Ming regarded the cup before him, but refrained from drinking, instead inquiring, "By the way, when is your master returning? I wish to discuss the grand affairs of this world with him." As Chen Ming's words echoed, a look of complexity washed over the steward's face. He couldn't help but chuckle as he replied, "As for the grand affairs of this world, I believe our master prefers to remain uninvolved. Perhaps it would be better for you to seek others regarding this matter." The steward's expression was earnest. Yet as he spoke, Chen Ming's impatience became palpable. It's simply a matter of unwillingness," he retorted, slamming his palm upon the table. The steward, startled by Chen Ming's outburst, trembled slightly. With no other option, he explained, "Not long ago, we had a guest similar to you who sought to negotiate with our master. Whether openly or in secrecy, there were countless attempts, all of which our master declined." As he spoke, a complicated expression crossed the steward's face. Our master is indifferent to fame and fortune, possessing little desire for such matters. Moreover, his character is such that he concerns himself only with the snow at his doorstep, disregarding the frost on others' roofs. The steward's meaning was abundantly clear, and he feigned a serious demeanor before Chen Ming. However, Chen Ming could easily discern the steward's true thoughts with just a glance. A cold smile crept upon Chen Ming's lips as he fixated on the steward, expressing his impatience. "You need only follow my instructions. His character is merely what you perceive, and it bears no relevance to me." Chen Ming's seriousness was unmistakable. Witnessing this, the steward's expression darkened. He gazed at Chen Ming, unable to suppress his words. "I merely offer a word of caution, with no intent to offend, that if you find my words trivial, then consider them unspoken." The steward's tone was jovial, yet he presented himself as a smiling tiger before Chen Ming. This demeanor was not surprising. Given his age and position, one would expect him to possess some measure of capability to have ascended to the role of steward. Chen Ming nodded in agreement, harboring no objections. However, The sound of footsteps at the entrance caught his attention. He raised his gaze, exhibiting no signs of distress, his countenance remaining serene. It appeared as though guests had arrived at the estate. The steward, noticing Chun Ming's demeanor, felt a surge of frustration, but dared not express it, for he was acutely aware that the barefooted were often unafraid of those in shoes. As Lu Wei entered, the steward hurriedly approached him, beaming, "Sir, you have finally returned." Lu Wei, acknowledging the steward's words with a nod, chuckled at the sight of him bustling about. "Having such a steward in our household is indeed a blessing. You cannot fathom the things I witnessed during my travels." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. Chun Ming, listening to Lu Wei's exclamations, could not help but smile gently, prompting him to inquire, "Do share with me the scandals you encountered." Upon hearing Chun Ming's request, Lu Wei leaped in surprise, his eyes wide in disbelief. "Who are you? How did you come to be here?" His tone was laced with confusion. Chun Ming, amused by Lu Wei's reaction, turned his gaze towards the steward, then replied, "I am merely a teacher." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei burst into laughter, clapping his chest as he grinned at Chun Ming. "So, you are an educator, with such an imposing presence. You nearly startled me into believing you commanded an army." Lu Wei's tone was tinged with melancholy. Observing this, Chun Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head, unsure of what to say. However, the expression on his face was predominantly one of derision. The steward, noticing this, felt his own countenance grow increasingly grim. Frowning, he contemplated Chun Ming's ability to negotiate and the weight of his authority. What power did he wield that allowed him to exude such confidence? Ordinary individuals could not possibly project such an aura. As these thoughts swirled in the steward's mind, his expression became exceedingly complex. Meanwhile, Chun Ming regarded Lu Wei with an expression of calm, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of condescension. Just as Chun Ming found himself vexed by the situation, Lu Wei addressed him once more. Chapter 71. This is too much. Since you are merely a teacher, if the steward's evaluation poses no issues, you should retire and prepare for tomorrow's lessons. Lu Wei, unwilling to expend further energy on Chun Ming, waved a hand dismissively. Observing Chun Ming seated in the chair, his face betraying impatience, Lu Wei, despite his temper, granted Chun Ming a modicum of respect, hoping he would comprehend the unspoken message. Yet the steward, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a shiver run down his spine. Were he in Chun Ming's position, he would undoubtedly feel as though he were sitting on needles, pondering just how much power this man possessed to remain so composed. "I am merely a teacher, not an educator," Chun Ming stated calmly, looking at Lu Wei. His words contradicted themselves. Lu Wei's eyes widened, and with barely contained irritation, he slammed his hand on the table, saying, "You cannot even discern your own identity? How dare you remain in my household? I care not whether you are a teacher or a mere instructor. Get out." Lu Wei's fury was unrestrained, and his words were delivered without mercy. However, Chun Ming rose to his feet, fixing Lu Wei with a steady gaze before producing a sword from seemingly nowhere. The sharp blade glinted ominously as the steward's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. But he stared at Chun Ming, intending to speak, but a mere glance from Chun Ming rendered him silent. The steward hastily pulled Lu Wei aside, his urgency palpable. "Sir, let us remain calm. There is a matter I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing the steward's concerns, a look of complexity crossed Lu Wei's face. Furrowing his brow, he pondered before responding to the steward. "Speak plainly. There is no need to hide behind a facade before outsiders." As he uttered these words, he cast a sharp glance at Chun Ming, his impatience evident. Before the steward could react, Lu Wei spat out, "How dare a mere commoner sit in this place?" As Lu Wei's words fell, a complex expression crossed Chun Ming's face. Yet he remained silent, observing the steward with an unwavering gaze. The steward, seemingly understanding Chun Ming's intent, felt a chill run down his spine as he implored Lu Wei, "Let us not concern ourselves with him. Please allow me to finish my thoughts." While the steward spoke, he drew Lu Wei aside, but Lu Wei shrugged off his hand in irritation. "You madman, do not waste my time with your antics. Speak your mind here and now. This man has truly exasperated me." As he spoke, he pointed accusingly at Chun Ming. Chun Ming remained composed as he watched the exchange, confident that the steward possessed the capability to resolve the situation. As anticipated, the steward looked at Lu Wei earnestly, stating, "A person like him is hardly worth your ire." It would be wise to remain calm and allow me to articulate my thoughts after uttering these words. While Lu Wei's demeanor softened somewhat, the steward, glancing at him, added, "This is a matter of life and death." His tone of admonition rendered Lu Wei's mood rather melancholic. Lu Wei nodded in agreement, surveying the surroundings. He turned back to glance at Chun Ming, who sat there with an air of nonchalance, sipping tea, exuding an aura of unrestrained satisfaction. In an instant, Lu Wei's teeth clenched in irritation as he glared at him, impatiently declaring, "Once I return, I shall deal with you." However, when Lu Wei eventually came back, he found Chun Ming's expression to be exceedingly complex, rendering him momentarily speechless, his eyes betraying only tension. Yet, Chun Ming met Lu Wei's gaze with no emotion beyond indifference. "You must hold some opinions about me," he asked casually, though in truth he seemed utterly unconcerned with Lu Wei's thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Lu Wei managed a smile, awkwardly responding, "I find it perplexing how your current demeanor suggests." Before Lu Wei could finish his sentence, Chun Ming furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze on Lu Wei, unable to restrain himself from retorting, "What is it about my current demeanor that you find noteworthy?" He boldly displayed his composure, fully aware that the steward had undoubtedly informed Lu Wei of his identity, even though they had agreed that such matters would remain confidential. Nevertheless, Chun Ming had long since deduced what the steward truly thought. Otherwise, Lu Wei would not be gazing at him with such courtesy. "You claim your purpose here is to instruct me. What flaws do you perceive in me?" As Lu Wei's inquiry echoed in his ears, Chun Ming set down his teacup and replied, "There are considerable issues." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei chuckled nonchalantly, contemplating how this inexperienced youth dared to act so brazenly before him. He couldn't fathom the source of Chun Ming's audacity. And as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Wei's expression grew increasingly complex. Before Chun Ming could react, Lu Wei continued, "Perhaps you should first reveal your thoughts." After stating this, Lu Wei pondered for a moment and added with a grin, "Once you have finished, I shall consider whether or not to make any corrections." This string of remarks elicited a complex response from Chun Ming, who regarded Lu Wei without hesitation, stating, "There is no need for correction, as some individuals are inherently foolish, and no amount of alteration can change that." The calmer Chun Ming appeared, the more displeased Lu Wei became. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you? State your name. I wish to see if you truly possess the audacity to speak so boldly before me." Lu Wei's anger was palpable, startling the steward, who stood by, merely observing the unfolding drama. After all, it was Chun Ming who had threatened him, and now he was eager to see if this young man truly had the mettle to back up his bravado. Should he dare to put on airs before them, the steward would undoubtedly see to it that he was dragged away and given 50 lashes. The thought brought a smirk of pride to the steward's face. However, Chun Ming's gaze shifted to the steward as he remarked, "If you go to the residences of other relatives and mock their stewards and servants, you can only imagine the repercussions if word of this spreads that it appeared he was addressing Lu Wei, yet every word was a pointed jab at the steward, whose expression darkened immediately. The steward's mood soured considerably as he turned to Chun Ming, unable to contain himself, stating, Chapter 72, "Words that pierce the heart, that I believe we ought to remain composed. Such agitation will not resolve our issues, especially considering this young man." The remainder of his words went unheard by Chun Ming, as the steward leaned in to whisper incessantly into Lu Wei's ear. After an extensive monologue, Lu Wei's expression returned to normal, but he could not help but address Chun Ming again, saying, "I see you possess a handsome countenance. How is it that you would wish to engage in such matters? Let us converse amicably. If there is anything unclear, we can clarify." As Lu Wei spoke, he offered Chun Ming a slight smile. Yet Chun Ming, observing Lu Wei's demeanor, could not help but shake his head, looking at Lu Wei with a dismissive expression. "You are entirely unaware of the issues that plague you. Conversing with you in earnest would be futile." Perhaps it was due to Chun Ming's persistent challenges to his limits, but at this moment, Lu Wei could respond with calmness even to the most offensive remarks from Chun Ming. With a smile, he said, "Why don't you lay out the problems before me? I am uncertain as to what the issues may be." Upon hearing Lu Wei's query, Chun Ming pondered briefly before responding without hesitation. "In your current state, regardless of how chaotic the world becomes, as long as you maintain control over those few territories and command your troops, relishing in what you have, that should suffice for you." Chun Ming's words elicited a chuckle from Lu Wei, who had not expected this young man to possess such insight into his character and thoughts. However, before Lu Wei could fully appreciate the moment, Chun Ming impatiently interjected, "These are your greatest flaws." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's smile froze, disbelief washing over him. In that moment, his emotions became exceedingly complex as he gazed at Qin Ming, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, "How dare you speak so brazenly?" Despite the repeated challenges to his limits, Lu Wei recalled the steward's words, which he had not forgotten. After all, the steward had been by his side for decades, akin to family, and could not possibly betray him, thus lending credence to the steward's counsel. Lu Wei took a moment to restrain his temper and addressed Qin Ming. "What do you suggest I do to rectify these issues?" His thoughts and reason had begun to align with Chun Ming's words, leading him to instinctively seek Qin Ming's opinions and ideas. Seeing Lu Wei in such a state, Qin Ming smiled and remarked, "You are indeed teachable." Lu Wei rolled his eyes, initially disinclined to engage with Qin Ming, but to his surprise, Qin Ming set his teacup aside, stating, "In this fractured world, those who possess even a modicum of land and troops often wield their power with impunity." Qin Ming's words resonated with Lu Wei, who felt a tinge of embarrassment, yet he did not believe he had acted wrongly. Instead, he raised his chin defiantly, addressing Qin Ming with pride. "Most people lack this privilege. Only those born with a silver spoon may enjoy such fortune, unlike you." Before Lu Wei could finish, Qin Ming erupted in laughter, his derision palpable, exuding arrogance. Lu Wei gritted his teeth in frustration, yet what followed next plunged him into silence. Consider the opulence of the imperial palace, adorned with 36 treasures and throngs of concubines and guards. Why would anyone willingly settle for being a small tyrant over a mere patch of land? His words were succinct, yet each syllable struck at Lu Wei's heart. Lu Wei acknowledged that his actions upon this small territory were indeed tyrannical, yet being the most powerful within it sufficed for him. However, Qin Ming's vivid descriptions ignited a yearning within him, and his expression grew pensive. Many individuals remain dormant, their ambitions unfulfilled, yet once awakened, they will yearn for all that exists. Even with no capabilities to back it up, they would still dare to strive for their desires, Qin Ming continued. Despite the countless risks involved, they remain undeterred. This is precisely why, throughout history, numerous heroes have risen in rebellion. Contemplating this notion, Qin Ming regarded Lu Wei. Realizing that his endeavor was likely to succeed, "Am I correct in stating that these are indeed your issues?" he asked, a hint of mockery in his tone. Lu Wei nodded, albeit somewhat awkwardly, admitting, "But if I were to truly conquer these territories, it would require vast resources and effort. Do you have any notion of the hardships involved?" He understood that Qin Ming's observations were astute, yet the thought of the exertion required to achieve such ambitions weighed heavily on him. Setting these considerations aside, Lu Wei slapped his forehead in exasperation, exclaiming, "Moreover, my mind feels as rusted as an old lock. Had I the capacity to conquer the world, I wouldn't be enjoying my twilight years at home." Lu Wei spoke candidly, perhaps due to the absence of pretense in Qin Ming's presence, expressing his thoughts without reservation. Observing Lu Wei's demeanor, Qin Ming shook his head and remarked, "What you say holds a certain truth. However, have you ever heard of the concept of investment?" As Qin Ming's words left his lips, Lu Wei's eyes widened in astonishment at the notion of investment that he muttered the term to himself. It felt utterly foreign to him, something he had never contemplated or comprehended. Observing Lu Wei's dazed expression, Qin Ming succinctly elaborated on the concept of investment, which entails allocating a specific sum of money, effort, or thought towards a person or endeavor, with the expectation of future returns. At this point, a complex expression surfaced on Lu Wei's face. Isn't that simply entrusting one's possessions to another for management? Qin Ming nodded, unreservedly affirming this notion. Upon hearing Qin Ming's admission, Lu Wei seemed to grasp the implication that he turned away, glancing back at Qin Ming, and waved dismissively, asserting, "That's impossible. I cannot invest. Such an idea is unrealistic." Qin Ming chuckled at Lu Wei's declaration, that he gazed at Lu Wei, who appeared somewhat melancholic, and remarked, "If you feel that way, I cannot compel you. However, remember this. In these tumultuous times, when a dominant figure emerges, the only recourse for the rest is to surrender everything." Chapter 73. At a standstill, his words were blunt and devoid of compassion, causing Lu Wei's countenance to darken, but he acknowledged that Chen Ming's statements bore truth. Yet he could not help but retort, "How many people have you convinced thus far?" Before he could finish, Chen Ming erupted in laughter, twirling the dagger in his hand on the table, seemingly indifferent. Yet his actions served as a response to Lu Wei's inquiry. Witnessing Chen Ming's calm and detached demeanor, Lu Wei felt conflicted, his heart racing, unable to settle on a decision. Noting Lu Wei's indecision, Chen Ming declared without hesitation, "A child who cannot be taught is beyond redemption. That my presence here is of no consequence. I shall take my leave. The opportunities one present are not cherished by you. And I have done my best." With a significant look, he strode purposefully towards the exit, exhibiting no signs of hesitation, as if he were fully aware that everything would ultimately belong to him. Lu Wei's expression became exceedingly grim, though merely a few steps separated them. He felt as though he stood upon the edge of a blade, every direction leading to inevitable demise. Chen Ming continued his steady march towards the door, and not a soul dared to impede his progress, all merely watching him depart in a state of disbelief. Chen Ming left with unwavering confidence, for he understood that should Lu Wei choose not to collaborate with him, he could seek out others. Lu Wei's lack of ambition did not imply that others shared the same sentiment, and in the realm of psychological strategy, he had never faced defeat that as Chen Ming approached the threshold. Lu Wei called out urgently, "Wait for me." Flustered, Lu Wei was met with Chen Ming's indifferent gaze. "What? Is there something else?" He seemed unprepared for Lu Wei's desire to return and persuade him. Chen Ming's casual tone suggested he was unconcerned about their earlier discussions. And the more nonchalant he appeared, the more peculiar Lu Wei's expression became. Lu Wei could not help but sigh softly and inquire, "If I were to invest in you, how long would it take to see returns?" As Lu Wei's question lingered in the air, a smile graced Chen Ming's face, that he patted Lu Wei on the shoulder and casually remarked, "Returns are not determined by quantity, but rather by the ultimate attainment of power." Upon hearing this, Lu Wei nodded in acknowledgement, yet remained curious, pressing further, "I understand that, but I have other considerations." Noticing the look on Lu Wei's face, Chen Ming urged him to share his thoughts. The more composed Chen Ming remained, the more unsettled Lu Wei felt. He could not resist saying to Chen Ming, "How much time will it take, including the extent of your current influence?" "It cannot be." Before Lu Wei could finish, Chen Ming grasped his meaning. He gestured towards the land before them and said, "Aside from the Lu family, there are hardly any adversaries left, correct?" Lu Wei's eyes brightened at Chen Ming's words, and he responded with a hint of surprise. "Are you implying that you have already secured the support of others?" His tone carried a touch of excitement, but Chen Ming shook his head, his expression serious as he replied, "They are poised to oppose us. Which is why I need all factions of Lu Biao to unite. Otherwise, this territory will inevitably be overrun." Upon hearing Chen Ming's assertion, Lu Wei burst into laughter, quickly shaking his head in denial. "How could that be possible? Are you jesting?" Skepticism flickered in Lu Wei's eyes as he regarded Chen Ming, who stated without hesitation, "Why is it impossible? To my knowledge, 2 individuals have already established close ties with Sun Jian, and another family appears intent on monopolizing power, consistently acquiring troops. At this point, Lu Wei's expression grew increasingly grim, his face taut as he looked at Chen Ming in disbelief. "Where did you acquire such sensitive information?" In response to Lu Wei's query, Chen Ming offered a dismissive smile. "Feel free to speculate," that he feigned a nonchalant demeanor, and Lu Wei, recognizing Chen Ming's extraordinary nature, understood that the information Chen Ming possessed surpassed his own imagination. Nevertheless, Chen Ming's words effectively intimidated him. After much hesitation, Lu Wei finally spoke to Chen Ming. "I may not be able to convince the first generation of Lu Biao, and there might be slight discrepancies." Before Lu Wei could finish, Chen Ming raised his hand and interjected, "Discrepancies are unnecessary. You need only inform them that once a tyrant is established, no matter the past glories or military strength, there remains but one path to retreat." Chen Ming's directness caused Lu Wei's expression to darken further, but he nodded, indicating his agreement with Chen Ming's sentiments. However, looking at Chen Ming, Lu Wei could not help but ask, "If I proceed with your plan, where will you be residing during this time?" Lu Wei's tone was laced with curiosity. Upon hearing the question, Chen Ming scoffed, fixing his gaze on Lu Wei with palpable impatience. "Is that something you ought to inquire about? Perhaps due to a genuine respect for Chen Ming, Lu Wei, despite being momentarily taken aback, maintained his composure and explained, "I mean no offense. I am simply curious. Besides, I assumed you would be staying at my residence, in which case that would truly be." Chen Ming shook his head, looking at Lu Wei with casual indifference that I have no interest in that. With that, Chen Ming strode away with purpose. Lu Wei, seeing his demeanor, anxiously waved his hand and called out, "Wait for me. When will you return?" Lu Wei's voice brimmed with urgency, yet Chen Ming found it somewhat amusing. He regarded Lu Wei with evident annoyance and replied, "This matter now rests in your hands, that if you cannot manage it well, my return will be of no consequence, that if you succeed, I shall seek you out." As Chen Ming's words echoed, Lu Wei's expression turned profoundly grim. "How can you be certain of when I will succeed?" Lu Sui's question hung in the air, met with a profound silence from Chen Ming, who offered no reply. Observing Chen Ming's demeanor, Lu Sui, feeling an awkwardness wash over him, absent-mindedly rubbed his nose, then turned to the individuals behind him and waved a hand in their direction. Chapter 74. Unforeseen Consequences. Yet as Lu Sui gazed out towards the horizon, he couldn't help but reflect on the rare opportunity he now had to accomplish this task. His emotions became a tangled web of complexity, difficult to articulate, as thoughts and feelings swirled within him. If he chose to disregard Chen Ming's advice, he could all too easily envision the dire consequences that awaited him, that it was merely a matter of success or failure, much like the fabled tale of Xiao He. Contemplating this, a pallor crossed his face, and he remained silent for an extended period, his eyes betraying a hint of turmoil. However, Chen Ming had articulated his position with such clarity that Lu Sui knew he had little choice. The repercussions of inaction were all too apparent, in a moment of reluctant acceptance, Lu Sui resolved to adhere to Chen Ming's directives while striving to persuade the other elders to join him. Perhaps it was due to Lu Sui's standing among these individuals, coupled with his easygoing nature, that his sudden shift in demeanor caught them off guard. They were bewildered by his unexpected actions. Lu Sui painstakingly elaborated on the gravity of the situation. Although these individuals yearned for a tranquil existence, they could not ignore the seriousness of the matter at hand. Even a person as laid back as Lu Sui was now caught up in the whirlwind of urgency. What's more, they bore burdens not unlike his own and faced considerable responsibilities. Realizing this, their expressions grew grim, and they found themselves at a loss for words as they grappled with their frustrations and headaches stemming from the situation. Lu Sui, without hesitation, addressed them. "Take a moment to ponder that I've expressed my thoughts, and several individuals have already agreed to collaborate with me, that if you choose not to participate, that is entirely your prerogative." While delivering these words, he observed their reactions before continuing, "I must return to confer with them. Should you decide to join us, please send someone to relay your decision, and we can discuss the matter in greater detail." Lu Sui spoke with remarkable composure, exhibiting more courtesy than Chen Ming. Given that these were his potential collaborators, that he understood the importance of maintaining a positive rapport with them. Observing Lu Sui's demeanor, the group exchanged glances filled with complexity before resolutely nodding in agreement to follow Lu Sui's lead. After much deliberation, they ultimately chose to engage in the collaboration, understanding that Lu Sui had already taken significant steps. After all, if they did not seize this opportunity, they risked being engulfed by the tides of change. "Where's the Lord?" Liu Bei inquired anxiously of the servants in the courtyard, his face etched with concern. Yet, the response he received was tinged with complexity that "I cannot say, my lord. This trip was to negotiate a collaboration, and it may take several days before he returns." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei's expression soured, and he began to pace the room, glancing at his two close companions. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Surely the Lord is not gone to discuss matters with my relatives?" His tone was laden with shock, and as the words left his lips, both companions exchanged worried glances, unable to fathom the implications. "Surely not. Such a thing cannot be happening," they replied, their faces betraying a mix of anxiety and caution. Yet, Liu Bei found himself at a loss for a proper response. Fully aware that Chen Ming was a man of action, when he set his mind to something, he followed through with determination. This reality weighed heavily on Liu Bei, who felt he should have been the one to address these matters. Observing Liu Bei's distress, Guan Yu interjected, "If the Lord has truly taken such steps, I hope that when the time comes for you to devise strategies and plans, such oversights do not recur. That he alluded to a previous mishap, prompting Liu Bei to nod earnestly. Rest assured, such an error will not happen again. I acknowledge my previous lapse. However, Zhang Fei scoffed, pouring himself a cup of wine, and impatiently remarked, "Spare me your excuses." That he cast a glance towards the entrance, his expression a mix of anticipation and irritation, eliciting a chuckle from Liu Bei. In truth, Liu Bei felt a sense of pride in their admiration for Qin Ming. It brought him joy, as Qin Ming possessed formidable capabilities, and it was only fitting for them to defer to a stronger leader. Thus, regardless of the challenges they faced or the rewards they obtained, these factors would never afford them the audacity to stand tall before Qin Ming. When footsteps echoed at the entrance, the three men instinctively rose to their feet, their faces lighting up with uncontainable joy. Unbeknownst to them, smiles adorned their faces as Qin Ming entered, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue, yet brimming with vitality and vigor, captivating their attention. They hurried forward, curiosity ablaze as they inquired about the details of his journey. As their questions filled the air, a complex expression crossed Qin Ming's face. To be honest, I did not accomplish much. I merely... His words trailed off as his gaze fell upon Liu Bei, whose brow furrowed under the intensity of Qin Ming's scrutiny, causing him to feel a twinge of anxiety. Unable to maintain eye contact, Liu Bei lowered his head, prompting Qin Ming to chuckle. "Why bow your head?" Contemplating the question, Liu Bei sighed softly. "Because I have failed to meet your expectations. I did not fulfill the tasks you entrusted to me." His earnest admission was laced with melancholy. Qin Ming, upon hearing this, found it amusing and shook his head, looking at Liu Bei with unwavering sincerity. "That we are a team. It is entirely natural for us to divide responsibilities. If you are unable to fulfill a task, I shall take it upon myself." That as he spoke, he wore a gentle smile at Liu Bei. Before the trio could fully process his words, Qin Ming settled into a chair and declared, "In 3 days, we may have some promising news." Though they nodded in agreement, each harbored their own thoughts and concerns. Chapter 75. Believe it or not, Liu Bei, unable to contain his curiosity, pressed Qin Ming. "Did you indeed go to negotiate with my relatives?" Qin Ming's silence in response left Liu Bei feeling increasingly anxious. "Were they disrespectful towards you? Did they treat you roughly?" As Liu Bei voiced his concerns, a sigh escaped him, his expression marred by guilt and helplessness. Given Qin Ming's disposition, they could easily surmise that he had indeed gone to meet Liu Bei's relatives. That Qin Ming remained tight-lipped. Liu Bei's emotions became a tumultuous mix of confusion and worry. Zhang Fei, growing impatient, slammed his hand on the table, demanding, "Where do those wretches reside? Tell me now, and I shall deal with them." Liu Bei, witnessing Zhang Fei brandishing his weapon, felt a wave of apprehension. "Calm yourself," he urged, grasping Zhang Fei's hand, that he wished to avoid escalating the situation, yet he also did not want Qin Ming to suffer indignities. Now was the time for composure to resolve the matter at hand. Seeing the expressions on Liu Bei's and Zhang Fei's faces, Qin Ming could only shake his head with a smile. "There's no need for alarm. Nothing significant occurred. They did not mistreat me. We merely finalized our collaboration, and they will soon be reaching out." Upon hearing this, Guan Yu's eyes widened with urgency as he questioned Qin Ming. "You are certain they did not harm you? Do not underestimate me. Though I may sell mung beans, I possess great strength. Should they have wronged you, I would ensure they are dealt with appropriately." The three men united in their determination to defend Qin Ming, which elicited a smile from him. Liu Bei, with a serious demeanor, added, "While I may lack physical prowess, I can negotiate with words." That as Liu Bei's words slipped from his lips, both Zhang Fei and Guan Yu nodded in agreement, their sincere expressions and the glimmer of loyalty in their eyes unmistakably genuine. Qin Ming observed them and couldn't help but shake his head, gazing at these individuals with a complex expression as he remarked, "Let us not dwell on this any longer. Such matters hold little significance." Upon hearing his words, a similar complexity surfaced in their gazes, leaving them unsure of how to respond to Qin Ming. Noticing their demeanor, Qin Ming smiled gently and added, "I have successfully negotiated with them. They did not take advantage of me, and good news shall arrive in a few days. Do you understand?" This simple statement instantly dissipated the trio's earlier emotions. Yet they exchanged smiles and inquired, "Why did you not mention this sooner? How did you manage to negotiate?" Liu Bei, filled with curiosity. Pressed Qinming for details, struggling to grasp how he had achieved such success that in response to Liu Bei's question, Qinming maintained his composure, stating it was merely a matter of employing a bit of cleverness. And the task was accomplished. As these words left his mouth, Liu Bei nodded in understanding but couldn't resist asking, "Could you elaborate on the specifics?" He admired Qinming and aspired to emulate him. Yet the weight of his inquiry caused Qinming to furrow his brow, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. However, upon noticing that dusk had settled outside, he urged the three of them, "Let us rest for now. The completion of this matter suffices. The intricacies of the process need not concern us, and I sincerely hope you can provide me with substantial assistance." As Qinming spoke, he glanced at the nearby attendants, who, with great discretion, began to prepare his washing. Observing their actions, Qinming nodded in satisfaction, while Liu Bei and the others furrowed their brows, their eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. They found themselves at a loss for words. Yet Qinming's behavior led them to a profound realization. The more capable individuals are, the less they tend to boast about themselves or dwell on past achievements. This was particularly true for Qinming. Even after accomplishing significant feats, he preferred not to discuss them in their presence. The adage "a true hero does not brag about past glories" aptly applied to him. Moreover, for Qinming, there were more pressing matters at hand, making discussions of such topics unnecessary, which is why he refrained from elaborating further. Witnessing Qinming's demeanor, the three men came to an understanding, their admiration for him deepening to such an extent that they struggled to articulate their feelings. As the night wore on, they hardly found rest, their thoughts consumed by Qinming's character and integrity, qualities they felt they might never fully grasp in their lifetimes. This realization stirred a whirlwind of emotions within them, leaving them speechless as they gazed in Qinming's direction, who remained peacefully asleep, seemingly unaware of their turmoil. Yet, despite their admiration, they bore no resentment. After all, someone of Qinming's caliber was constantly strategizing, far beyond the grasp of their more straightforward minds. Silence enveloped them. Qinming, observing the scenery before him, hastily took up his pen and penned several letters. Once completed, he entrusted them to a nearby attendant without hesitation. The attendant nodded and swiftly departed to deliver the missives. As he exited, he crossed paths with Liu Bei and the others, who exchanged glances. However, the attendant was soon off with the letters, prompting Liu Bei and his companions to furrow their brows in realization that Qinming emerged with a demeanor full of vigor. "Have you only just risen?" Qinming queried, his tone laced with mild bewilderment, as a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The three nodded, and Liu Bei, feeling a tinge of anxiety, asked, "Are we too late?" Zhang Fei, ever forthright, voiced the question. And Qinming nodded without hesitation. Indeed, the weight of those two words struck the trio heavily. Yet, Qinming reassured them, at the very least, you now possess a renewed sense of purpose. You must train to strengthen your bodies, for only then can you lead troops to victory. Upon hearing this, Liu Bei quickly nodded, his expression earnest as he declared, "Rest assured, I shall follow your advice." As Liu Bei spoke, his fists clenched in determination. Qinming chuckled at his enthusiasm, but refrained from further commentary. Meanwhile, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu exchanged knowing glances, forming an unspoken alliance, fully aware that Liu Bei could never rival them. Merely an intellectual, a weaver of straw, incapable of matching their toil. After hastily finishing breakfast, Qinming could not help but urge, "Why have you not yet set to work?" The trio exchanged surprised looks, and as they began to respond, they fell silent, seemingly grasping Qinming's intent. He patted their shoulders and said, "I have already reached out to my acquaintances to gather funds for recruiting soldiers. Financial resources are indispensable for us. It would be prudent for you to procure some funds as well." Upon hearing this, they nodded vigorously and departed without delay. Watching them leave, Qinming surveyed the letters before him, most of which were blank, merely a fade to convey a sense of urgency. Importantly, he intended this act to impart a crucial understanding to them. His situation was not as effortless as they presumed, laden with burdens and considerations they could scarcely fathom. Although his display was somewhat contrived, Qinming believed it necessary for them to recognize the gravity of his contributions. Otherwise, they might take his efforts for granted. With this thought, a calm expression settled upon his face that he could have effortlessly addressed these challenges with a suave demeanor. Successfully navigating the obstacles before him, Yet he chose not to do so. Such an approach would only lead to complacency among the trio. When night fell, they returned, drenched in sweat, their faces marked by exhaustion. Prompting Chunming to sigh softly. "You are finally back. Today I spoke with my distant relative about my plans. He found them reasonable, but requires further consideration." As Chunming finished speaking, the trio nodded eagerly, their earlier fatigue vanishing in the wake of his words. Seeing their reactions, Chunming smiled and invited them to sit down. As the night passed, the following morning, before the sun had risen, Chunming took up a gong and began to strike it repeatedly, hoping to rouse them with vigor, for he still remembered their earlier commitments. "Rise and exercise," Chunming's voice echoed, causing their expressions to darken. Nevertheless, they struggled to rise, as Chunming recalled the historical accounts he had studied. The three of them possessed both intellect and martial prowess, particularly Zhang Fei and Guan Yu, who had bested numerous foes, and Chunming believed that with proper training they would excel. Yet such matters should not be his burden to bear, nor should he worry about them. However, as their endeavors had yet to yield success, he, as their guiding figure, felt obliged to instill discipline in them, ensuring they grew stronger, for only then could his grand ambitions take flight. Despite their fatigue, the trio remained silent in the face of Chunming's demeanor, their expressions complex, yet ultimately resigned. Zhang Fei, brimming with frustration, looked at Chunming, unable to suppress his remarks. "I've hardly ever risen this early in my life. Not even when slaughtering pigs." Before he could finish, Chunming shot him a look of impatience, retorting, "Soon, those distant relatives will provide us with soldiers and land. If we cannot prepare adequately, what use are you to me? Will you rely solely on so-called brotherhood?" Upon the utterance of two inquiries, an instantaneous silence enveloped the trio. Zhang Fei, the quickest to embrace quietude, exhibited a complex expression, for he was the most astute among them. Consequently, Chunming's assertions, if they posed any threat to his forthcoming interests, compelled him to deliberate without hesitation. Gazing at Chunming now, Zhang Fei could not restrain himself from saying, "I understand all that you are saying." A hint of embarrassment graced Zhang Fei's visage. Chunming, striking the bronze gong in his hand, proclaimed loudly, "Hurry and run." As he spoke, he led the three of them, continuously racing along the mountainside. Yet, not long into their sprint, Zhang Fei's patience waned. Approaching Chunming, he curiously inquired, "Could you tell me how long it will take to garner support from those elders?" Upon hearing Zhang Fei's question, a flicker of impatience crossed Chunming's face. He stared at Zhang Fei with evident disdain, retorting, "Must everything you do hinge on profit and speed? Even if I were to acquire it now, what difference would it make, with your current state? What right do you have to stand beside me?" The seriousness and steadiness in Chunming's demeanor were unmistakable. Zhang Fei, rendered speechless, gazed at Chunming, uncertain of how to respond. That a flicker of complexity danced in his eyes, and for a long moment he remained silent, his expression revealing turmoil. Unable to contain himself, he finally uttered, "You make a valid point, but no buts if you are going to be indecisive and ponder too much. Allow me to inform you that I have already secured those items. However, you are unqualified." Chunming's words cascaded forth, transforming Zhang Fei's countenance into one of profound displeasure. Before Chunming could finish, Zhang Fei hastily grasped his hand, urgently imploring, "Wait a moment." Observing Zhang Fei's actions, Chunming could not help but smile with satisfaction, but he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Fei and remarked, "Do not project your own pettiness onto others." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei's expression turned intricate. Though he had been silent for a considerable time, emotions flickered in his eyes. Chunming, noticing Zhang Fei's demeanor, chuckled softly. This fellow was always shrewd, thus necessitating that Chunming employ similar tactics to earn his trust. Chapter 77. Great disappointment only when his interests were jeopardized. Would Zhang Fei act according to his own words? Contemplating this, a sharp glint surfaced in Chunming's eyes. He remained silent, persistently urging them onward. The three men, utterly exhausted, collapsed onto the ground. Upon witnessing their state, Chunming ordered them to rise. Throughout the morning, he spoke merely 3 sentences into their ears, and they dared not slacken their efforts. The essence of those statements was that Chunming had already secured the troops, and, given their current condition, they were ill-equipped to stand alongside him, especially considering the numerous capable individuals surrounding Chunming. Such words were sufficient to ensnare them in a predicament. Yet, they were relieved to forego additional training, though they still dared not relax. They were too weary to bathe, bearing their burdens as they hurried to the marketplace to toil for greater gains. Only in this manner could they establish a foothold with Chun Ming. Brotherhood had lost its significance, and moreover, it could not serve as an excuse or justification for them to burden Chun Ming. They were acutely aware of this reality. Upon their return that evening, Chun Ming was absent, yet they discovered an array of gifts laid upon the table. Their eyes widened in disbelief, hesitant to unwrap the presents. They circled the gifts, expressions laden with complexity, unable to suppress their speculations. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Fei furrowed his brow and suddenly remarked, "If I am not mistaken, these might be for us." His tone bore a hint of excitement, but Liu Bei interjected sharply, "How presumptuous! What right do we have? Do we truly merit such things?" At this, Zhang Fei fell silent. Guan Yu, deep in thought, commented, "If I am not mistaken, these may be gifts from your elder." Upon hearing this, Liu Bei eagerly nodded and began rummaging through the gifts, ultimately uncovering an invitation. The name inscribed upon it was indeed Lu Su's, that as he beheld his elder's name, his expression darkened considerably, that he found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to react. Observing Liu Bei's demeanor, Zhang Fei hastily pressed, "What now? Is this not from your elder?" Despite his seemingly carefree nature, Zhang Fei was not entirely inconsiderate. Yet upon hearing the question, Liu Bei frowned. "I cannot say how to explain this. Although it is indeed from my elder, it feels too unreal that as he spoke he clutched his chest, aware that Lu Su was the most miserly of his relatives. But now, all these gifts were presented by Lu Su. Upon Liu Bei's revelation, both men froze, exchanging glances. Zhang Fei suddenly leaped to his feet, his face radiant with joy. "We have struck it rich. Who would have thought our turn would come so swiftly?" Their spirits soared with exhilaration. Zhang Fei was the most animated, yet Guan Yu, observing him, shook his head. He was more composed and mature, recalling Chun Ming's words with clarity. Gazing at Zhang Fei, he intended to offer a word of caution, but just then, footsteps approached the entrance. Chun Ming entered, fixing an impatient stare upon Zhang Fei. "What does this have to do with you?" he queried directly. Zhang Fei, upon hearing this, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He scratched his head, awkwardly replying, "I was merely here to celebrate your success." Chun Ming merely chuckled nonchalantly, ignoring him. Seeing Chun Ming's indifference, Zhang Fei could not help but sigh softly. "After all, we are brothers. We should celebrate together during such times." He deliberately invoked their bond, but Chun Ming, unfazed, shook his head. "You are not yet qualified." These 5 words plunged the trio into silence. The smile on Zhang Fei's face faltered, and he dared not provoke Chun Ming nor easily resort to threats, for they lacked the standing to do so. Furthermore, given the immediate interests at stake, they all understood the necessary course of action. Chun Ming, observing their expressions, could not help but chuckle. "If you are wise, take a rest now. We shall train even earlier tomorrow." Upon hearing this, they nodded in unison. However, as Guan Yu and Zhang Fei returned to their quarters, Guan Yu scrutinized Zhang Fei with evident annoyance. "Our endeavors are indeed for the sake of the realm and our grand ambitions, but I hope you refrain from being so distasteful." Upon hearing Guan Yu's words, Zhang Fei's face fell. "What have I done?" He spread his hands, unwilling to acknowledge any wrongdoing. Witnessing Zhang Fei's reaction, Guan Yu burst into laughter, shaking his head in disdain. "What have you done? Do I really need to spell it out for you?" Leaving those words hanging, he observed Zhang Fei's bewilderment and could not help but mock. "Do you genuinely believe we hold great significance to Chun Ming?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei nodded earnestly, inexplicably confident that he held importance in Chun Ming's eyes. Guan Yu, witnessing Zhang Fei's demeanor, chuckled softly and remarked, "Given Chun Ming's capabilities, recruiting troops and attracting capable individuals is well within his means. There are countless more competent than us, yet he still chooses to invest time in us, training alongside us daily." After uttering these words, a shadow of melancholy crossed Guan Yu's face as he contemplated Chun Ming's actions, his mood growing increasingly complex that he gazed at Zhang Fei and could not help but question, "Are these gestures merely feigned, or do we truly deserve such treatment?" As this inquiry left his lips, Zhang Fei fell silent, seemingly at a loss for an answer. Observing Zhang Fei's demeanor, Guan Yu pressed further. "Now you have no words, do you?" This shows you are not only narrow-minded but also short-sighted. What you perceive is merely a product of your imagination, arrogant and shameless. As those two words were uttered, Zhang Fei's face flushed crimson. Yet, Guan Yu paid no heed to his emotions, turning on his heel to leave, shutting the door behind him with a sense of finality, entirely disregarding the feelings of others. Liu Bei, witnessing this scene, could not help but approach Zhang Fei, stating earnestly, Chapter 78, Heart-stirring. This matter is indeed your fault. I have long known that Chen Ming holds us in high regard. Liu Bei's tone was tinged with a hint of melancholy. Upon hearing Liu Bei criticize him, Zhang Fei's expression darkened instantaneously that he turned to glare at Liu Bei, his face brimming with impatience, and retorted, What right do you have to criticize me here? You're merely a rope maker. Go away and leave me be. As Zhang Fei's words escaped his lips, Liu Bei's countenance soured dramatically. He gazed at Zhang Fei, visibly exasperated, and declared, You, my friend, ought to recognize your own limitations, that I must inform you that your current predicament is quite dire. If you do not amend your ways, Chen Ming will undoubtedly expel you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fei, despite displaying a hint of panic, boldly replied, He would never do that. As he spoke, he shut his door, exuding an air of confidence, yet unbeknownst to anyone, his hand trembled as he closed it. Witnessing this scene, Liu Bei clenched his teeth in fury, pondering within himself that Chen Ming had truly nurtured a treacherous wolf. Someone like Zhang Fei was hardly worth Chen Ming's efforts. Liu Bei contemplated the notion of expelling Zhang Fei. Although the three of them had sworn brotherhood in the Peach Garden, what significance did that truly hold? A person like Zhang Fei, a stubborn fool, hardly warranted further investment from them. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Liu Bei drifted into slumber, preparing to have a serious discussion with Chen Ming the following morning. At dawn, Chen Ming stretched lazily, intending to rouse them, only to find Liu Bei already standing before his door, snoring. Upon seeing Liu Bei in such a state, Chen Ming contemplated striking a gong to startle him awake. However, Liu Bei seemed to sense his intentions, opening his eyes to behold Chen Ming with a joyful expression, exclaiming, I have something to discuss. After uttering this, Liu Bei hastily lowered his voice and urged Chen Ming, Come with me. There are matters we can only discuss privately. Upon hearing Liu Bei's request, Chen Ming pondered for a moment but had no objections and followed Liu Bei. Yet he was unprepared for the shock of Liu Bei's subsequent words, which left him utterly speechless. That I believe a person like Zhang Fei does not deserve to remain in our midst. He is a brash oaf, utterly devoid of any skill, and he is both foolish and lazy. Liu Bei enumerated Zhang Fei's flaws one by one. As these words fell from Liu Bei's lips, Chen Ming stood in stunned silence. Hardly able to believe his ears, he gazed at Liu Bei, unable to restrain himself from asking, Are you serious? As Chen Ming's question echoed in his ears, Liu Bei nodded fervently. What I say is undoubtedly true. He assumed Chen Ming doubted him, yet in reality, Chen Ming was simply astonished that Liu Bei would speak ill of Zhang Fei in his presence. Liu Bei, known for his deep sense of loyalty, had now astonished Chen Ming with his actions. Observing Liu Bei's demeanor, Chen Ming let out a soft sigh, unsure of how to respond. Seeing Chen Ming's silence, Liu Bei pressed on. Do you not believe what I have said? Chen Ming found himself at a loss for words. Yet he placed a reassuring hand on Liu Bei's shoulder and replied, Regardless of the situation, he remains your brother. Moreover, treating everyone equally has always been my principle. Therefore, regardless of his shortcomings, it is worth waiting patiently. Perhaps he will rectify his behavior. That a look of melancholy filled Chen Ming's face, and as he spoke, Liu Bei's expression darkened slightly. Liu Bei sighed softly, gazing at Chen Ming earnestly, that if you persist in this manner, you will come to regret it, for you shall gain nothing from him. Upon hearing Liu Bei's words, Chen Ming chuckled lightly. Do you truly believe you will gain anything from this situation? Is that really what you desire? Have you ever considered what I truly seek? Chen Ming's questions rang in the air, as Liu Bei merely smiled faintly, his expression placid, which only served to redden Liu Bei's face. He realized that the concerns that troubled him were of no consequence to Chen Ming, who remained indifferent to such matters, while it was he alone who clung to the pursuits of fame and fortune. In an instant, his emotions became exceedingly complex, and he found himself at a loss for words. Unbeknownst to both, Zhang Fei had risen even earlier, upon seeing Liu Bei standing at Chen Ming's door. He had initially intended to greet them, but recalling Liu Bei's outburst the previous night, his curiosity about Liu Bei's presence led him to hide in a small garden, eager to eavesdrop on their conversation. To his dismay, Zhang Fei overheard Liu Bei speaking ill of him, causing him to tremble with fury, his facial muscles twitching as he watched Chen Ming. His eyes betrayed a flicker of impatience that he had thought Chen Ming would heed Liu Bei's words. To his astonishment, Chen Ming's response was entirely unexpected, leaving Zhang Fei speechless and incredulous, rooted to the spot that if Liu Bei had embodied righteousness and virtue in their eyes, then Chen Ming was the true gentleman. Liu Bei had always been a pretender, masterful in his facade, yet Chen Ming's actions were beyond measure. Zhang Fei found himself thoroughly subdued, prepared to apologize to Chen Ming, for he recognized his prior misdeeds. Even when Chen Ming saw through him, he had chosen to forgive. Yet, Zhang Fei felt a lingering guilt. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he was not indifferent to the feelings of others that he understood the common decency expected of him. However, he had not anticipated Chen Ming's ability to move him so deeply that he found himself at a loss for words as Chen Ming approached Zhang Fei's door. Zhang Fei cleared his throat behind them, declaring, "I've already finished my RUN." As he spoke, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chen Ming, noticing his feigned nonchalance, couldn't suppress a smile, fixing Zhang Fei with a calm gaze. "You ran, so what? You'll have to run again." "I won't easily believe you've completed IT." As Chen Ming's words resonated, a complex expression crossed Zhang Fei's face, but he was uncertain how to respond, yet his eyes glimmered with a hint of melancholy. Observing Zhang Fei's demeanor, Chen Ming continued, "Hurry and wake up Guan Yu. Stop dawdling here." After saying this, Chen Ming turned to Liu Bei, reprimanding him. "Did you finish reading the books I assigned you yesterday?" Liu Bei hurriedly departed, fully aware of Chen Ming's intentions. Yet Liu Bei had never imagined that Chen Ming would possess such unwavering integrity, genuinely investing in the three brothers without any ulterior motive. Could it truly be for the sake of brotherhood? Did such a bond hold that much weight? He incessantly questioned himself, reflecting on Chen Ming's character, that if one were to label Chen Ming as cunning, it would be an utter distortion of truth. However, one could not deny that Chen Ming appeared to hold their brotherhood in high regard. But did Chen Ming perhaps lack the land and troops he sought? Upon contemplating this possibility, Liu Bei found himself momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. Yet, the actions Chen Ming was undertaking could very well be a preemptive measure to establish rapport with them before pursuing more audacious plans. With this realization, Liu Bei's expression darkened, mirroring Zhang Fei's thoughts. This individual seemed devoid of any grand ambitions, that he was oblivious to the intricacies of planning and strategizing, viewing the vast endeavors of the world merely as pieces on a chessboard. In truth, however, matters were far more intricate than that. While Liu Bei harbored suspicions about Chen Ming, an inner voice cautioned him against such thoughts. Nevertheless, Liu Bei, a mere rope maker, had always been astute and observant. Having encountered numerous experiences, he was not one to easily place his trust in others. Yet, he had not considered that if Chen Ming lacked the confidence, he would never have taken on such a burden. Liu Bei had long since forgotten how they had fared before meeting Chen Ming, even believing that the current flourishing scene was solely due to his own efforts, that in reality, these matters had no bearing on him. He lacked self-awareness and could only indulge in his own doubts.